From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a brand new week. Glad you're starting it off with us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with daylight. I thought we got rid of this. I thought we voted down daylight savings time.
No. It's going the other way around. They're voting down standard time. Daylight savings is the good one. This is what we want.
I thought we were just getting rid of one. I thought the switches were over.
Switches are supposed to be. They were supposed to be over. This is supposed to be the last switch. But
this is it.
It's supposed to be. But because nothing works as it should, I don't believe that has been finalized yet. Mm-hmm. So this was supposed to be the last switch. Where now this is supposed to be just our new time.
Okay.
Right. But I believe
more daylight,
which I do not believe though is actually going to happen yet. Look, it's politics, man. No, you can't even they can't even decide on school lunches.
Yeah, who's pushing this?
I don't really know.
Who do I
Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, it's Lincoln Riley is in charge of this whole thing. Just contact your local college football coach.
Who do I need to get behind in order to decide my vote?
That's exactly who I would. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea.
At least this kicks in on Sunday and not Monday.
Oh, that would be the worst.
Like this one, that would be awful.
Oh, that would be awful.
Terrible.
Because I woke up yesterday morning and it was earlier, right? I wasn't supposed to wake up yet. I just woke up to pee, and I was like, "Oh, it's like weirdly light out. It's dark, but it's also like a weird light. It's not full light. It's not morning, but it's not night. I don't know what this is. It's an odd shaped dawn." And I was like, "That's a little bit late for a little bit later than normal, but I love it because last night it was like 8:00 and it was still light out." And I got a lot of stuff to do this week at night. A lot of mowing.
Didn't I do it? I thought you were to tell me you went out yesterday. You're like,
I did.
Okay, take advantage.
I did on Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday, and that's why I'm sick today because I got all the allergens from the grass clippings that are in my body. I gotta do one of those nasal rinses.
Thought you were gonna say you were sick because it's 41 degrees outside.
No, it's chilly. It's chilly. It's a gorgeous day yesterday. But no, I got a scalp this week, and then I got to fertilize and then punch.
Pepe, did the clock hit you at all? When did it catch you off guard, or were you already prepared?
Well, I had no idea. I thought it was the Monday. I thought it was Sunday to Monday. And so when Sunday morning I woke up at like 9:15. I was like, oh my goodness, I slept for 10 or 11 hours. And I was like, I never sleep past 8 o'clock now that I'm working morning drive. Then I realized all the clocks in my house, like the microwave, was still 8:15. I was like, okay, so it's normal time. It just kicked up an hour, but I'm fine with it. I like the more daylight.
What's the last clock that gets changed in your life on the truckwreck.com text line? Because you look around and you're like, okay, there's a clock on the wall. I can manually do that with my hand. I can just have the little hand go around. And then you go to maybe, your oven. And then but there's that one where you're like, I'll get to it. And it ends up haunting you and costing you because you wake up and you freak out because you're an hour off. Or do you immediately change them all right there in the moment? Obviously, the car is probably your final one, but what's the one where it takes you a little bit?
It's the car is easily the last one. Yesterday I woke up.
Did you change the car one right now? Is it changed?
I changed it yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was chronologically, it was still the last one. I woke up, the stove and the microwave are stacked on top of each other. I changed both those at the same time.
Yeah.
While we went to preheat the oven for little bacon yesterday morning, and changed them there, and then did the car yesterday on the way to practice. That was it.
So mine's the watch. Now you're thinking, the watch, because I don't ever really look at my watch for time. I just have it just for the looks.
Style.
I just have it for the style.
Digital or hand?
Oh, hand. Yeah, I don't have like the Apple Watch or anything.
Okay,
like
so
that.
you got to wind it a little bit.
I'll get to it eventually, but yeah, when I actually look down, I'm like, the time's wrong. But on the fan text, truckwreck.com fan text, everyone's saying the car, the VCR from the 972.
VCR.
And the TV clock from the 972.
Okay, so daylight savings time has been put into full effect, and then yesterday felt like a day off, like no games. Like you had an actual Sunday. And Amanda's like, yeah, this is how the rest of the world actually operates. You don't have to have homework on a Sunday, even though we still had to prep for the show. Just sit there and not be tied up for anything for about 3, 5, or 6 hours.
That's 6 hours, right?
If the Stars are playing.
Yeah, we got a long doubleheader or whatever. No, so there was nothing, and then we had we had baseball practice yesterday. For my older one, they're getting their season kind of kicked off here, so we had that, and then of course, Harry Potter was on last night.
God, you're such a simp.
Well, it was my kids. My kids were over. They wanted. We were not going to watch it, and then I saw that we were just going through the guide, and Luca goes, "Ooh, you want to watch Harry Potter?" And I'm like, "You still like this?" I was like, "I figured you'd be past this when you were like 8 years old." He goes, "No, man, these movies slap. They slap." I was like, "All right, cool. I'll watch it with you." I've never seen part 2. I guess it's every Sunday night they're doing a new one for 8 weeks on Channel 5. So I was like, "All right, fine. Let's tune in." It's basically the same as part 1.
Okay.
A lot of sorcery, a lot of wanding, a lot of kids with glasses
Jeff's in there.
and accents. It's whatever.
But you don't feel hooked at all.
I mean, I'm intrigued.
I'm making an appointment for next Sunday, part 3.
No, it'll. I mean, I'm sure we'll record it just to have something.
Yeah.
But I understand why people like it. Have you seen any of them?
No.
Yeah, Ollie will probably get into them at some point. They're if you're having a kids show, that's probably the best kids show you're gonna have from an adult standpoint. Like it's better than some of the other ones that you're gonna have to be forced to watch. Like, I don't know, SpongeBob's okay.
Adults like SpongeBob.
Yeah, I can get down with SpongeBob.
Today kicks off NFL free agency.
Wait a second, I thought I got kicked off yesterday with Russell Wilson, or 2 days ago with other guys getting traded.
Well, the official start of NFL free agency begins today at 11 o'clock our time. And the big news last night, man, the news just rolled in yesterday nonstop. We have you covered with all of it here on Sean and RJ. Bobby will be joining us momentarily in about 25 minutes. But Russell Wilson is going to sign the 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh's in a weird spot.
Mr. Unlimited.
They haven't won a playoff game since.
Oh, man. Roethlisberger. This is 2014. I'll say on 2018.
Close. It was 2016 season, but the 2017 calendar year. It was the division round. They went to the AFC Championship game that year, losing to New England, as they always do.
Haven't won a playoff game, and no one brings that up for Tomlin.
No, they don't. And
I guess they did kind of last year because they were talking
Right.
about getting rid of him or him leaving.
They're fast approaching. Like, it's about the same time frame that they won their last playoff game as the Cowboys were when they hired Bill.
Wow. I was listening to, I like Brady Quinn, saw him running around at the Super Bowl. Brady Quinn was like super pumped up about this. And there are some people who are like, oh, what a perfect fit. And I know Bobby's going to come in here for the 74th time and repeat the same point that he does. I just don't know if it's a culture fit. Maybe he'll come up with something different to say about the Steelers quarterback situation. But to me, I lean on the side of Russ has been cooked. Russ is cooked. And it's like, all right, Pittsburgh, what are you doing? You are on the Mark Cuban treadmill. Best case scenario, you go 10-7. Maybe 11-6, and unless TJ Watt, your boy Choppy, you and Micah's boy, stays completely healthy, are you going to get a shutdown defense to advance you farther into the playoffs? To me, this does nothing in the grand scheme of things for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And is he definitely automatically the starter?
No.
Are we getting a quarterback competition?
What I heard this morning driving in is that they were going to do an open competition with Kenny Pickett. Fine.
I think we'll make more than Russ now, probably.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, because Russ only making $1 million.
I love this type of revenge deal. I love that things can be set up like this where, and that's undercover Russ to be a little vengeful and maniacal to go, no, I want the Denver Broncos to go ahead and pay the rest of the entire salary. I love that part.
Yeah, that's very vengeful, Russ. It's maybe we got maybe he got kicked into gear. Maybe we got a new Russell Wilson.
A new Russ.
I did ask my Vegas handicapper Bo how Vegas views Russ versus Pickett, and he said that they would view him as an upgrade over Kenny, but about the same as Daniel Jones. They would give him about this if he were on the Giants and Jones was out and he played, they would give 0 points to Russ versus Jones. If Pickett were out and Russ steps in, they would give more points to Russ. So if if it was a pick 'em, Pittsburgh maybe be a 1 or 2 point favorite.
A ton of news to get to. The Denver Broncos making another move that had the Cowboys and Amari Cooper in the spotlight. We'll talk about it at 6 o'clock. It looks like they made a decision on Michael Gallup. A former NFL player says, and teammate of Derrick Henry says, yes, this is the right fit right here in DFW. How long will the phone be on snooze today for the Cowboys with the start of NFL free agency? Like we're talking about the Mavs getting players all over again. Speaking of the Mavs, we'll recap their weekend. What did the Dallas Stars do and why Kevin Hagelin better be holding his head in shame today for crosstalk when it comes to college hoops. It's a Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started with the week. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back. opportunities for Wiseman, but he passed that up. Here's Jaden Ivey. Fontecchio misses, and Luka just got his 10th rebound, his 6th straight 30-point triple-double, something that has never been done before in the history of the NBA.
He also has 5 straight 35-point triple-doubles, 2 NBA records in the same night. Dallas Stars over the weekend taking care of the Detroit Pistons. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. During this MVP hot streak, Luka is averaging 36, 11, and 11 on 51% shooting from the field. For the season, he's averaging 34.7. He's well on his way to getting his first scoring title. No other player is within even 3 points of Luka. He's also third in assists in the league at 9.8 a game. So that's a career high as well. Apparently the Detroit fans have a little life left in them because they were chanting Luka sucks during the game. Afterwards, he said, I don't know why they would do that. I love it. They know it's not true, and they keep going. So I don't know. Mavericks with a win over the sorry, lowly Detroit Pistons.
I guess the Piston fans don't want Luka to sign there when he becomes a free or demand a trade there.
What's the Slovenian population like there? That's
a good question.
In Detroit,
that's a good question. I know Detroit.
They got it in Cleveland.
They do. You do have it in Cleveland. Michigan. They've got a big foreign population. I don't know which country it is. I think it's more Middle Eastern. But they are a very diverse state. No doubt.
Slovenes? Is that what we say?
Slovenians?
It says Slovenes in the Cleveland metropolitan area make up the largest Slovene makeup in the United States.
Oh, okay.
So there it is. Look out for the Cavs as a threat.
Could you imagine if he left for Cleveland? Could you imagine the embarrassment? Just the outright embarrassment if he left for Cleveland.
Ohio, Minnesota, and Wisconsin.
That's where
That's the highest Slovenian population in the U.S.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm stunned. I have no idea why. Maybe Slovenia resembles Cleveland, Wisconsin, and
I don't know.
And Minnesota.
A lot of Russians. Like the only vacation area towards my hometown is Ocean City, Maryland. You got Ocean City, Jersey. Nothing but Russians. Russians everywhere.
Really?
Yeah. It's like Irving with all the Indians.
Wow. It's
all my peeps.
Maybe like maybe
Richardson, Peyton.
Maybe the people from Russia, like the north is like
the cold, the climate.
No, yeah, maybe it's like their Puerto Rico or Mexico, where it's like, oh man, this is so warm. This is balmy. Oh, we got 30-degree temperatures. This is amazing.
So the Mavericks get the win, and they are the 8th seed in the West. They're one game ahead of the Lakers, who are starting to surge a little bit. Anthony Davis did something that was historic last night. He put up 25 rebounds. He had like 5 and 5 in other categories. The Lakers have now beaten the Bucks. They had a crazy win over Milwaukee over the weekend. And yesterday they took advantage of Rudy Gobert gone. Of course, you have who's out for the season? Cat and Rudy Gobert gone. Anthony Davis, 27, 25, 7 steals, 5 assists, and 3 blocks. That's never been done in an NBA game. Yeah, that's a monster game.
Fill it up the board. Let's fill it up the stat sheet. No doubt about that.
A lot of people start criticizing him. So they're one game ahead of the Lakers, 2.5 ahead of the Warriors, a half game back of the Kings, 1 back of the Suns for the number 6 spot.
Yeah, it's jumbled. I was looking at the East too. Like, the East is kind of the same way. I mean, you've got Indiana in the 8th spot, but they're like a game and a half, 2 games out of 5. It's wild how jumbled up the NBA is right now.
Meanwhile, Dallas Stars over the weekend.
Little sweep of the City of Angels. They get a 6-2 victory over Anaheim on Friday, a 4-1 victory over the Kings on Saturday, and now they're home for about almost 2 weeks, it feels like. It's going to be home for the next 5 games. They're going to be almost, yes. I mean, they are home until next Friday. Nice. That's their last home game, and they go Sunday out west. But they've got a 5-game homestand starting against tomorrow against Florida, and they host the Devils before getting a little bit easier with the Arizona a little bit later on that week.
Y'all tied into college hoops over the weekend. RJ, I know it's a little bit of a sore subject. Yesterday you had ejections in the LSU women's game. Caitlin Clark with another conference championship, and a reminder of why we all hate the freaking Duke Blue Devils.
Man, I don't know which one's worse, Shire or Filipowski. But Kyle Filipowski in their game against Carolina over the weekend.
Still alive. He's still breathing.
He's still breathing.
Barely.
Miraculously.
Barely.
Miraculously, after he was trampled
No one's dying.
by a 5'8", 130-pound kid at Wake Forest. Somehow able to get up, dust himself off, and play.
The Theismann leg injury.
Yeah. 72 hours later, he was able to play. That was miraculous. And then, now obviously the leg is still bothering him because when he tried to get up over the weekend, he couldn't get enough power on the left leg. He had to kick his right leg up and inadvertently, completely inadvertently trip the player on North Carolina.
Man.
Not a dirty play at all. I mean, totally within the rules.
I was just watching him in the post trying to identify the tells. You and Bobby were talking about the tells of a liar. Is it eyes upright, eyes up left? Is it eyes down to one side? And he's just like, I don't really remember. I didn't even know he was behind me. When in the replay, and I should have sent it over to Ryan for the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, you see him know, and I think the other player made contact with Filipowski's back, like he clearly knew someone was behind him, and he put the leg up the trip.
Yeah.
Freaking liar.
What a liar. And now I don't know what would he have gotten more? Would he get a major punishment? He goes, man, look, moment of indiscretion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I that's not me. It's not who I try to be. It's not who we want. Yada, yada, yada.
I was wondering that myself. I'm like, what if he just said, yeah, I did it. It was a bad, dirty play.
Yeah, it was a bad play.
No one says that.
Yeah, nobody says that. Now, like, you don't want to risk getting suspended for the NCAA tournament. So you got to lie. It's a must-lie situation, I think, at this point.
And then John Shire.
After this was a home game. This was senior night.
I can't believe Kevin Hagen loves this team. I can't believe it.
I can't either. It's so off-brand for him.
Yeah.
There are Duke fans out there, and it's on brand that they like Duke. I don't have Duke. I don't see Hagee as that guy.
I know.
That's not very Duke. But Shire, after the game, goes up to all the senior sections. There's a senior section there, I guess. And he goes up to him and he goes, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry.
No, it was like more sincere. Like,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
So sorry.
So sorry I let you down. Like shaking hands with some of the seniors after they lost to North Carolina. By the way, North Carolina has an irritant. I got to figure out who this white kid is. He is a freaking irritant that's out there. They were getting into it with the Duke crowd, and they started throwing stuff on the floor.
They did.
This thing got a little bit ugly.
It did. It got a little ugly there at the end.
But it was a side camera. That's why I'm wondering. I'm like, do I give Shire a break? Security personnel trying to break things up on the floor, and Shire's walking over to the front 2 rows there at Cameron and shaking hands saying, I'm sorry I let you down.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of Ryan. He was at Notre Dame, and then he switched over to Carolina.
That would make sense.
And he had 30 something that night. He's a good player. But he is an irritant. He can be an irritant. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, there's a chance here that Shire is he's not in trouble. There's no doubt he's not in trouble. He was handpicked by Coach K, but he is annoying. If he wasn't at Duke, we wouldn't be annoyed by this probably.
Did he know the camera was there?
I mean, probably. Cameras everywhere, I guess. I assume
because it was a side shot. It wasn't like on the broadcast.
Side shot, but I mean, look, I guess it's cool if you're a player, you're getting a fan, you get your hand shaken by the coach of Duke, but it's still a made-for-TV sort of, hey, look at me kind of thing. It's something that we're annoyed by.
Yeah. That's the recap of the college hoops weekend. The real recap at 6:40 with honorary Texan. I believe that was the plaque that was created specially for Bobby Roberto Bell. But yesterday, nonstop NFL news because today is the beginning of the Cowboys snooze alarm. It's free agency at 11 o'clock. They've made a Michael Gallup decision. The Giants are interested in Tony Pollard, and Derrick Henry's teammate says, come on, make yourself a real contender and sign the big man. That's next here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We have a developing situation here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Hopefully you had a fantastic and safe weekend. Machine down. Not man down. Machine is down.
Yeah. Coffee down, machine down.
Man.
That's what happened. It's not turning on. The computer is not turning on right now. We've got a problem. This is DEF CON. Is it 5 or 1? What's the
1 is the worst.
1 is the worst. We're at a DEF CON 3. I think we've upgraded to a DEF CON 2.
Knocked over the coffee and the computer's not turning on?
Yeah, I don't know. This now it was on, and then when I went to wipe it down, I must have hit a couple of commands that turned it off. And now I have no idea how to turn it back on.
Boy, I would have. If you would have given me odds on whose computer was going to die next, it would have totally been Sean's.
Yeah, this thing's not even a year old.
Yeah.
Or maybe just over a year.
We got any rice up here? You stick the whole thing in rice?
Don't look at me, Bobby. I don't got any rice.
Spittle probably does. Nintendo it. Show the kids what to do.
We need Rick up here, IT, DJ. Any IT help? You think that'll help?
That's right. Well, DJ wouldn't, but Rick might. DJ come in here and be like, "What?"
Let's bring DJ up here and just grumble about it.
That's right. So Ryan, this is what we used to do as kids with our old gaming system, having to blow in the video game, the old Nintendos, to wake them up, but the computer is not turning on.
You know, they claim that's a myth too, and I know from enough personal experience that it's not. And that's what that's one of the biggest pieces of revisionist history that I hate, is that they claim that blowing in the Nintendo cartridge doesn't do anything to help it. It's a lie.
Yeah, someone done like a scientific study. We need like a Mythbusters.
Yeah,
we did need a Mythbusters.
If you would have just taken it out and put it back in, it would have done the same thing. It's like, no, it didn't, because I've had it happen before, and then it's scrambled screen.
Yeah.
You have to blow in it.
Now, these are the types of things that I would think normally really actually irritate you and tick you off and consume you totally. Where are we with that on that scale?
I'm irritated by it. I'm more irritated by the fact that I got to remember my passwords to everything now. And
well, that's twice in a week after you got kicked out of Facebook from.
I know, it was very bad.
So you're logging into the work computer now, having to rely on that.
Yeah, and now I had to remember. I remembered it. 2-step verification, baby.
Okay.
You log in now. I think we're good to go.
All right. Maybe the truckwreck.com text line has some solutions and answers for the computer going over the coffee. And right now, she is night-night. We will continue to keep you updated throughout the program.
What are my commands? How do I do find?
Command F9?
I don't know any of those. Zip 0. I thought you knew how to search keywords and hit
but I don't know how to do it.
Control F.
Control F.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, we're ready to go.
All right, we're ready to go.
Maybe a little bit slower than normal, but we're ready to go.
Okay.
So, Duke basketball. Yes, Sean. There will be a lot of that today.
He's been good about that. He cleaned it up last week. I was timing him. Bam, he increased the speed. All right, are the Dallas Cowboys going to increase their free agency participation whatsoever? Because today at 11 o'clock, it officially begins. And Calvin, what?
It's spring break, Sean. They're not going to be doing anything this week. Are you kidding me? You should know better. How long has this been? 11, 12, 13 years?
That's right.
You know better than that. You know better than they ain't going to be doing anything today.
Calvin Watkins over the weekend reports that the boys have given Michael Gallup permission to seek a trade. This situation is tough because teams expect Gallup to be released. So yesterday, or the last 2 weeks, I should say, Bobby, as our Cowboys insider, when we're trying to figure out Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News, saying, they're making a tough call here. They don't know what to do with Michael Gallup. Was that a little bit of a negotiation publicly? Was that a little bit of a smokescreen to try to increase his value? Michael Gallup can go and work out a deal if he wants.
I think they want him to take. I think they would want him back on a pay cut. And so I think that's probably the indication that you're receiving here is they don't want to take one.
His 2024 salary, $8.5 million. Of that amount, $4 million is guaranteed for injury. It becomes fully guaranteed on March 18th. He's in the third year of a 5 for $57.5 million deal.
Fantastic contract. Let's add that to the list of negotiations the Cowboys have won. If you look at the 8, they probably want him to play around what he's currently guaranteed for, which is 4, I would guess. And so if they are, because I think they definitely wanted him back. They wanted him back on a reduced deal. But yeah, if it was going to be the full hit, they're not going to want to play with that. So that to me says that Gallup doesn't have interest in taking a pay cut, doesn't want to sacrifice that money, wants to make them, make a move on it, either do something, trade him, whatever else. I think it's funny to use that language that he's free to seek a trade. It's like, well, I'm free to seek, a $10 million contract somewhere. I'm not getting that.
Right.
And so free to seek a trade. I don't know what team, and when the reports are out there, like, man, teams think he's going to get cut. So no, it's that no team wants to take on that money. Nobody wants to pay him that, and he wants to force somebody's hand to make them make the decision. And so that's fine. They'll make the decision. They'll probably cut him here in a couple weeks, or in a week, if that's the case.
Who's his sponsor in the building? Like, who is it? McCarthy that likes him? Wants him back?
Likes him or likes him as a player? Likes him. It's everybody. Everybody loves Michael Gallup. They think he's, one of the sweetest guys in the locker room. He's a great down-to-earth guy. He's friendly. He's nice. Everybody likes those things. I think it's probably just, I mean, you got to think about all the roster turnover they've had over the last couple of years. Like, Gallup is one of the originals for Dak. Like, that's, I would imagine Dak is somebody who's been a sponsor of his. And I know McCarthy likes him. McCarthy feels like they didn't get him involved enough last year.
Right. Yeah, I know. He said that to us. And I saw some people post like prime, pre-injury Michael Gallup videos. I was like, all right, he was speedy. Like, he had some kick to him.
Oh, he could go up, he could, get contested catches. He was pretty much a vertical threat only, but I mean, he was really good at, high pointing footballs, making catches, toe tap on the sideline. All that was really great. As soon as he loses the confidence in that knee, going up for a ball like he did, once that confidence is gone, what he gives you as a threat is gone.
You have something in your house and you got a great deal on it, but you don't really use it, but you don't want to put it on the curb. I'm like that. I'm like, no, I got a great deal. We have to utilize this. That's how they may be looking at his contract, because he's making $11 a year.
Yeah, you're not going to find many. I mean,
you're about to pay CeeDee Lamb $30 a year, and you're like, okay, if we could, maybe he doesn't. If he's our 2, it's a dream. If we could just make him our 3 at $11 a year, we have an absolute steal here. With an $8.5 million salary. That is amazing on the wide receiver market. If we could get him as a 2, that was the initial plan. That's not going to happen. You get him as a 3 at $11 a year. It's like that thing you don't want to throw out that you got on clearance.
I mean, it really is.
Because they got ahead of his deal, but it really didn't feel like they had to pay him. And it was like, oh, you kind of gave him an early deal, like a Jalen Smith type deal. And this is where we are.
Here are the 3 directly in front of him and directly behind him in contract value in the NFL. In front of him, Cortland Sutton, Odell Beckham Jr., DeAndre Hopkins. Directly behind him, Jacoby Myers, Alan Lazard, and Michael Thomas.
Oh.
So he's in that. I don't know. Like, I'd have to look and see what Lazard did, but off the top of my head, I would want all of those guys off of over Gallup.
So the Cowboys have roughly a week to act. Trading him would dump the salary. It would also trigger a dead cap charge of $13 million. Zach Martin flipping some switches, of course, on Friday, saving them about $13 million. If you cut him post June 1, that would result in a $4 million cap hit in 2024, $8.7 million in 2025. So he caught 34 passes for 418 and 2 touchdowns last season. He has not put up more than 445 receiving yards in a single year since 2020.
Wow.
Yeah.
There was a point, it had improved by the end of the year. I think Devontae Parker was last in the NFL, but there was a point midway through last year where Michael Gallup had the fewest yards per route run in the NFL. Like, he was the least efficient receiver in the NFL for how often he was out there running routes.
So like his average yards were run, like his average, that means like he runs like a 2-yard route?
No, like his receiving yards per route run. Like, you take the number of routes he's run, divide his receiving yards by it. It was like 0.8 yards per route run or something. It was by far the worst in the NFL. He just wasn't being used.
Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, says Derrick Henry is expected to join another team in free agency, and his former teammate, offensive lineman Taylor Lewan, who has his Barstool Bustin' with the Boys, very popular podcast, he talked about Derrick Henry and why he needs to come here.
The thing that Derrick is not his favorite thing to do is zone read. Like, he doesn't like turning his shoulders away from the line of scrimmage. He likes to get downhill. He likes the outside zone, the duos, the doses, the inside zone type stuff. So any kind of RPO is kind of tough. And I feel like Buffalo, utilizing Josh Allen, has more of a difficult time just doing some downhill run game type stuff. Under center, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, Dallas is one of them for me. First off, guy lives in Dallas in the offseason. Having to start, even if you're an Eagles fan, even if you're a Redskins fan or Commanders fan or a Giants fan, wearing the star in your head is one of the coolest things you can do as a football player. That brand that Jerry Jones has created is one of the most incredible things ever. But Tony Pollard, I don't know if he had a great year or whatever, but getting Dak Prescott opportunities to just hand the ball off once in a while and not put so much pressure on him automatically puts that team into the discussion they're always in week 8 and week 9 of the season. Week 8, 9 of the season, we got Dak as an MVP. We got Cowboys winning the Super Bowl, this, that, and the other. They have a great football team. I don't think McCarthy's the guy there. They should put Mike Vrabel there, but that's a conversation for a different time.
Yeah, he's gonna back up his guy Vrabel there at the very end. But overall,
Yeah, took that little side shot.
look, the how much money? That's what it comes down to.
Well, first let's focus on the running style, what he started off that clip with, right? How that would work here as opposed to other places who are going to ask for that different scheme. And he brought up Buffalo. Like, if you're running that Philadelphia, RPO type stuff, that's not going to work for Derrick and his preference.
Yeah. Because, I mean, honestly, like, we don't see Dallas run a whole lot of that. Like, that's been something that when Dak runs, it's got to be something where, like, Dak is a threat with his legs, is not on read option stuff typically. It's breaking the pocket or just making a decision to run after, a couple seconds, like, okay, this is taken up, or I've got this ability to do this. It's not with zone read stuff. So I totally can see that if that's something he's not comfortable with, that would make sense here. The Cowboys want a more physical running back presence than they had last year. That is a big focus for them this offseason. We try to figure out, like, okay, what are the markers they're looking for? What are the different things that they're trying to check off on their roster? That's one of them. They feel like they lost something with Zeke in that area, that they want somebody who can be a power back for them. And that's something that Derrick Henry can absolutely do.
Who's going to be their speed back?
I mean, Tony Pollard, right? They'll pay him whatever to keep him back. Honestly, what I would guess is if they go out and sign Derrick Henry, they will go draft somebody to be the speed back. They'll find they will get in the draft whatever they don't get in free agency. So if they get a speed back in free agency, they'll go draft the power back or whatever else. But they want the coupling there.
Grim Reaper, running back Reaper. Let's kill it.
I mean, what's his cost going to be? That's the number one thing for me.
He just bought a new house in Dallas. He's gonna need plenty of money to pay for that.
Absolutely. Guys like that. What do veterans do? They have two things that go for them or not going for them. They got age, and they have a name. And names generally are more expensive, and that's the problem. Like, to me, with running backs, it's like, just find me somebody young, give me fresh legs, man. And
he's 30.
I mean, 30 is old for a non-quarterback. Could you imagine what it is for a running back?
So he has had a heavy workload like throughout his career. Like, I wanted to look this up right now. We all feel like Zeke ran the ball a ton. He has about the same amount of carries as Zeke has had, and that's missing 8 games one year.
Last year he had 1,167 yards in 17 games, 4.2 a carry.
Yeah, and that's a stark drop from his prime, where he was 5.5 a carry at times.
He had 5.1 one year. He had 5.4 for 2,000.
Yeah, that was the year. What was that? 2019. That was the year they went to the AFC Championship game. They were great that year.
Look, you want to be cheap? You want to take a Russ type deal? Fine, I'm all in. And then you draft a speedster.
Yeah, be cheap. If you could go play vet minimum or not, he won't do that. But just
we all would take Henry over Barkley though, right?
Yes, absolutely. I would
right now.
Yes, injury. I don't trust Saquon.
Barkley's just never healthy.
Yeah,
and even when he's healthy, it feels like everything with Barkley is 1, 1, 2, no, 50, like when he's healthy.
Let's get to Saquon Barkley. Are the Giants interested in Tony Pollard? Russell Wilson has a brand new team, and we all got reminded of the Amari Cooper deal after another trade over the weekend. NFL free agency starts today. No one has you more covered than Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness of diamonds. Direct their experts. Go to the
here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, RJ Choppy with 0 sense of timing.
Ryan, you're gonna have to turn the fan cam in there because he's not back in his chair. He's just chilling in the side studio.
Chilling in the side studio.
I'm coming.
Doesn't even look at the clock. He's just head down. It's amazing the world that he lives in. It's just tunnel vision. But we do have a positive update on
RJ.
the computer situation as the coffee knocked him out at 6 o'clock. Are we back?
Yeah, we're back. I don't know how. We got back around 6:13.
Okay.
Just in time because I needed the computer to work. So we're back.
Okay.
We're back.
Nice.
And I am in my own world. Well, that's okay. I like living in a world with a higher class of people. It's my world.
You enjoy Taylor together?
Me and Joy.
What's that mean?
Remember that's what I told you. Like, how difficult is it to be the two most attractive people in the room? He likes being with the higher class.
Thank you for explaining that to the rest of the audience who has no idea what you're talking about.
Well, we've explained it several times before. So.
Well, you got to keep repeating.
Listen, if they don't Tolo, it's not our problem. That's how I look at it.
877-88. It'll be a fun post-show meeting. You guys setting yourselves up well for Spittle. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. A ton of NFL news yesterday. And the big story last night, Russell Wilson, 1-year deal to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ooh.
Yeah, look, Sean, I don't know if this is a culture fit for me. Is the thing.
Thank God you were listening at 5:30.
Yeah, I always do. I Tolo. That's what I do. So, no, this is he better than Kenny Pickett or whatever they were going to roll out there? Yeah, like even still, even with all the trouble that he's run into in the last couple of years and everything else, like there is a little bit of okay, we've gone too far in one direction in terms of the hate on Russ. Like he's better than the discourse around him says that he is. But I think he's still limited in what he's going to be able to give them. And I really am going to be interested to see how he and Mike Tomlin go. If he butts heads with Sean Payton, I think he's going to butt heads with Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin is not like Mike Tomlin to me puts up with everything. I think it's totally different. He dealt with Antonio Brown for a while. Look at the crap. You think Sean Payton would have tolerated what that receiver did last year?
No.
Was that Deontay Johnson?
Yeah, I think that he's somebody who, like we said, he puts up with Antonio Brown and everything else. But the last couple of years, I think you're seeing him crack more. Like Tomlin has had more blow-ups in recent years where you see him on the sideline. Reporters definitely. But you see him frustrated or you see him... I can't remember who they were talking about last year. There was somebody who was taking shots out in his press conference last year, like one of their guys on defense, where he just like every week was just like, well, yeah, I don't know if he's going to show up.
Who was the last? Go ahead, Chuck.
Maybe Tomlin's just more judicious with his blow-ups in terms of what he's willing to put up with, whereas Peyton is just like kind of like a control freak. And Sean had to come into a situation where he felt like he had to crack heads and leave no room for kind of a nuance, a context. And whereas Tomlin's been there forever, it's maybe he could see, all right, you know what, let it go.
Had to reestablish culture in Denver after Nathaniel couldn't hack it.
I
know that this breaks your quarterback rule of being an 8-win, 9-win team. Does this eliminate them drafting a quarterback? And is this a deal you just have to sign up for since Russell is trying to stick it to the Broncos by taking only $1 million for the Steelers and having Denver pay everything else?
I mean, $1 million is pretty cheap and affordable. And
I think it's a great deal for Pittsburgh.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it is. I mean, and look, it gives them an opportunity to still draft if they wanted to. Where are they? I'm looking at where they're selecting.
They're
20th. All right, there's going to be somebody. Penix. I mean, if they what?
You hope.
Yeah, if they end up with Penix. I think it's a win, massive win, right? Now, and it doesn't really hurt your finances because you want to be able to capitalize on a rookie contract, and if you give him the first round, I mean, you're still going to get 4 years out of him that are dang near free. So, I mean, I think if you have a situation where you draft him, you draft Penix or Bo Nix or whoever, or maybe JJ McCarthy falls there, although I doubt it. highly doubt it. But let's just say you get one of those guys. I mean, it gives you an opportunity to have Russ for a year, let him sit and play.
Boy, it's as much as he's Mr. like, hey, I rise above it all and I do everything else. Like, it was clear Russ wanted this to hurt Denver. He wanted this to financially stick to them, which I kind of respect. If I was in his same position, I'd probably do the same.
Yes.
But he wanted it to hurt.
How about this quarterback deal that had everyone saying, huh? What? Mac Jones to the Jacksonville Jaguars for a 6th-round pick. Mac Jones, no longer a starter, gets traded to Jacksonville to back up Trevor Lawrence. How about this?
How about, what does that say? You know, it's Landry Locker from our sister station in Houston. I saw him say something last night on Twitter, which was interesting, where he's like, just the fact that it has to be spoken out loud, though, that like, hey, Mac's coming in here to just be a backup, and Mac's doing this, like, that to him spoke more about where Trevor Lawrence is currently at in the hierarchy of like elite quarterbacks than anything else, which I think is accurate. But the fact that Mac Jones goes for a 6th-round pick after he has shown it. He's shown an ability to win games in the NFL. That he has taken just such a tremendous fall. And I mean, I would have thought he would have gone for more. That Trey Lance went for a 4th or whatever, and Lance hasn't shown anything.
A 4th versus a 6th. Rich Eisen, who knew that walk would eventually lead the draft walk of Mac?
Yeah.
Who knew that would eventually lead to Mac backing up the guy chosen 14 picks ahead of him, and less than 3 years later, there were 5 quarterbacks taken in the first 15 picks of the 2021 draft. 2 have already been dealt with Trey Lance and Mac Jones. 2 more could be dealt this offseason in Justin Fields and Zach Wilson. We'll have a later on quarterback study that I know you did, but what do you make of this deal?
Oh, I mean, for Mac, it's the worst possible deal you could get. I mean, you're not going to play. You know, like Lawrence is what? I mean, there's been flashes where he's been. I mean, they were 8-3 last year. They were a win away from being the 1 seed, and he hurts his ankle in that game. They were about to be the overall number 1 seed in the AFC at the time, and he gets hurt, and they crater. So like he's never put a full season together. He's put spurts of seasons together and spurts of looking terrible, but. I mean, Mac ain't going to play, but if you're Jacksonville, this is completely no risk. You get a good backup. You get a backup that's a good decision maker. I mean, that's why they made the playoffs that one year. I mean, it wasn't his innate ability to be a great thrower, great runner. I mean, he got there because of his decision making. So, yeah, I mean, whatever. If you're Jacksonville, absolutely do this.
And now the Patriots are sitting at 3?
Yeah, and they're apparently in love with J.J. McCarthy. Now, is this smoke? Is that smoke?
Yeah.
Please do not take him from the New York Giants, New England. Please let JJ go to New York.
I would think that I would be really surprised. I could see Jaden Daniels going ahead of Jaden Daniels, the quarterback at LSU, Heisman winner. I could see him going ahead of Drake May, the UNC quarterback. But I would be very surprised if Drake May falls out of the top 3.
I would
that
too.
would be stunning to me.
I would too. But, like, I mean, if you're just looking from a. Now, JJ's got a really good arm too, but Drake's got like a cannon.
Drake is. You could argue Drake's the most naturally gifted passer in the draft.
And I would not want to see that with the Giants, like, because the arm strength in that stadium, you know, like that would really be a beneficial aspect to his game.
What do you think Mac Jones's QBR was last year?
33.5.
36.7. Just behind Kenny Pickett and his 38.1, who was replaced by Russell Wilson.
I just don't see him. There's nothing when you watch him and you're like, wow, okay. First round talent. I'm pretty stunned that Kyle Shanahan wanted him. Wanted him as his next project, and he got overruled apparently by John Lynch.
Thank God they dodged that bullet and got Trey Lance. I mean, goodness.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's apparent, like, Kyle he doesn't value and I agree with it. He doesn't value the super strong arm.
Yeah.
Give me a good decision maker.
Because he wanted Cousins. He's 0 for 2 on his quarterback wish list. He wanted Cousins and he wanted Mac.
Right. And I think Mac would have been okay in San Fran. Like, he's a good decision maker, and that generally is what benefits that system.
Well, he didn't make good decisions last year. He was awful.
No, he was terrible. But he had
1 year. He had his rookie season.
And it was the only year he really had a good team around him. So he's like, you got to make decisions, and he didn't.
We all had to relive the Amari Cooper deal over the weekend because the Denver Broncos traded Jerry Jeudy to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th and a 6th round pick. It's a Conditional? No. 5th and 6th round picks. The Browns have now traded for Amari and Jerry Jeudy. They gave up a 5th for Amari and a pick swap and traded Jeudy for a 5th and a 6th. Jerry Jeudy getting the same or going for even a little bit more, whatever, same conversation as Amari Cooper.
Man, it's a bad day. It's a bad day at the Star. It was, I don't know what they were doing over the weekend. Maybe they already started their spring break. They were traveling.
Yeah, they were packing.
They were packing for spring break. But you get the Browns completely revamped their wide receiver core in a 2.5-year stretch with 2 5ths and a 6th, and they get Amari and Jeudy, and then you already have Njoku. You got Cedric Tillman, who's young, and they got 2 or 3 other guys. Elijah Moore, they had him.
Jeudy, Amari's one of Judy's mentors too, just from because they have the Alabama connection. Amari would go back to Bama and was helping him during the pre-draft process because he was training out here. Jeudy was, and so Judy's been a disappointment. I don't think there's any doubt about that. He's still a talented player, and he's got an ability. I think that he could still tap into some of this, but I mean, he's 24.
He was that second wideout off the board in the 2020 draft, 15 overall, had Lamb at 17, Jefferson at 22, Ayuk at 25.
Good draft.
What was his game? And what is it?
Route runner. He was just super precise route runner, like all those guys who come out of Bama seem to be, where they're really taught to be like precision route runners who get open with technique and had long speed. He's not lived up to any of that. He's had massive issues with drops since he got to the NFL.
Yeah, he's still averaging about 14 a catch, which is good. I would like to see him with an actual quarterback that's in his prime, and maybe he gets one. If Deshaun can return to form that he had in Houston, that's a pretty formidable team.
He's like their biggest question for me.
Got my 40-1 ticket on them for next year.
Oh yeah,
oh baby.
I'm on my way to being wrong about Watson. He's their biggest question mark. He has not played well at all.
No, I mean, look, his pregame routine was disrupted. He's not able to tap into that anymore.
David Hellman tweeted, the Browns have now traded, or Amari Cooper was less expensive than Jerry Jeudy. Amari, 4 Pro Bowls, Jeudy, none. Amari, 5 1,000-yard seasons, 1 for Jeudy, 40 touchdowns for Cooper, 11 for Jeudy. I'll never be over it that Amari was less expensive.
It's
well, they had to pay him. They had to pay him $20 million.
They had to pay him.
Remember, man, $20 million.
$20 million.
How long ago does that feel like?
I know that's free. That's almost free now for a 1.5, whatever you want to call Amari. He's a 1. I think he's a 1.
I was reminded of Amari over the weekend, even before this, because you growing up, you watch Torrey Holt play football, and you see him, but you didn't watch it through the lens that you maybe watch football now, and so. Ted Wynn from The Athletic had tweeted some Torrey Holt highlights that the NFL had tweeted out. And he's like, who does this remind you of? What modern day receiver does this remind you of? And you watching it back, I was like, holy cow, that looks a lot like Amari. And I looked at the comments, and it was all these different film analysts going like Amari. And it's like, I mean, that's who you traded away essentially for a 5th round pick, was you traded away Torrey Holt.
Oh, no. Torrey Holt. How many games did Torrey Holt play? Well, what's that injury comp? What's that games played comp?
Torrey also, it feels like, didn't he only play like 9 years? It feels like he cut his career. Like he didn't play as long as some of the other receivers, but he had like the record for like most 1,000-yard seasons to start your career or whatever. He averaged like 1,400 yards a season for 7 years. I mean, he was great.
Chargers may be having a fire sale. The Giants interested in Tony Pollard. Chris Jones resets the market. The news just not stopping. To start off the Monday edition of Sean and RJ, we have Bobby Belt as an honorary Texan as well, and another stabbing in the back. RJ Choppy with so many knife stabs right in the back from members of his own radio station. We'll get to all of it as we continue to start off your week right here on The Fan. But are you starting off your week?
or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, let's just continue with the NFL news here on your home of America's team. Today, the start of free agency at 11 o'clock. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Ryan live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. New York Giants with possible interest in Tony Pollard. We believe in any of this with Saquon Barkley out the door in New York unless he comes back after the market sets him straight.
Giants love running backs. It makes perfect sense.
Giants love hurt running backs who no longer tap into their potential.
I buy it. I buy that the Giants would be in on him, and if that's fine, if that's what they want, fine, go for it. You know, I mean, anything. Let's let the Cowboys use a draft pick on one. Just use a mid, maybe a late day 2, early day 3 pick. Let's go.
Cowboys, Saquon. I saw that in a headline, not a serious headline. Sandler, shout out in Surprise, Arizona, texting us, could you construct a deal with Saquon that protects you after 1 year? I'd be curious what it looks like with him if you have a competent line and passing game. And then I asked him the question that we brought up at 6 o'clock. Would you take Saquon or Derrick Henry here after everyone's trying to connect Henry to the Cowboys? He loves Dallas. He's here every offseason. He trains here, and he's going to be leaving the Titans. It looks like Taylor Lewan, his former offensive lineman, says this should be a fit. Look at the scheme. Look at the city. Look at the star. Look at all the hype. But that's Sandler curious about a Saquon structured contract.
If you put protections on it, I'm in on any. Give me any idea. I mean, throw it against the wall. See if it sticks. You got to put protections on it, sure. I mean, but then again, how does that protect you during the year? Like, if he gets hurt during the season, you're still missing that.
These are his yards per attempt, Saquon Barkley, the last 4 years: 1.8, 3.7, 4.4, 3.9. That's Saquon in New York. Now, obviously, the 1.8, he got hurt in like the second game of the season for the rest of the year, but he's not been very efficient. And I understand, to Sandler's point, like, what does he look like behind a competent line? I don't have confidence that this is a competent line yet in Dallas, so I don't know. I mean, there are arguments that they didn't have one last year, so.
Well, Taylor Lewan, it sounds like he disagrees. The former offensive lineman, Bustin' the Boys podcast on the Derrick possibility.
If you bring Derrick Henry to the Dallas Cowboys, you have legit contenders there. That's what you have on the Dallas Cowboys. And all it takes is the piece of Derrick Henry. You have an outstanding offensive line. Tyron Smith is a free agent, but he's getting older anyway. He's been on the same contract for like 15 years, it seems like. He's still got a lot of fight left in him. I believe he'll go somewhere and play, but like we all get, look at my knee, look at me, dude. You get old and you get out of it eventually. You're going to find a little younger there, but Zach Martin still kicking, still crushing it. Very strong, great gel, great continuity on that offensive line. They got weapons on the outside and a quarterback that, regardless of, some people's beliefs, can sling the ball like no one's business. So you put Derrick Henry on there, dude. You got to have him on there. If he goes there, I'm telling you, the Cowboys are making a big run at the playoffs in the NFC.
Looking out for your buddy. That's sweet of you, Taylor Lewan. The reality is that you as an offensive lineman should know what it takes and what it's dependent on for Derrick Henry or anybody else to have success here. Like, I mean, the fact that everybody talks about, like, boy, Tony Pollard, like one of the weird bits of revisionist history for me is people saying Pollard played better in the second half of the season. It's like, really, statistically, he didn't. And then it's like, well, that's because the offensive line wasn't good. It's like, okay, well, then bolster your offensive line. Don't get a running back. Like, that's what you need to do. Go find somebody to run behind a great offensive line. But you got to start with, you need to figure out center, which, gosh, there was another center released yesterday, Bradley Bozeman or whatever his name was. I can't remember where he's from, but Bozeman's been released. Mitch Morse has been released recently. There's a bunch of center free agent offensive linemen coming out. Fix your center. Figure out what you're doing at guard. Figure out who's playing left tackle for you. They got so many questions that they need to work out before they start throwing money at Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I mean, generally, like, the thought is that if your position is relying on somebody else doing their job for you to be able to do your job, there's less value in the individual at the position. That doesn't mean that you just have to avoid the position. No, you still need it. But it does mean that you may not pump the amount of resources in it that you want.
All right, let's continue. First, it was Jason Kelsey. Now they are mourning the retirement of Fletcher Cox in Filthy as the longtime possible Hall of Famer announced on Instagram that he is retiring. And this clip resurfaced as you have President Bush on the field and he's walking up and down, shaking hands with players, and Fletcher Cox wanted to get in some Dallas Cowboy trash talk, and he was looking stone cold. He was not laughing or smirking while addressing and communicating with the president.
You're a Cowboys fan, too. How do you know? How do you know? Cowboys fan. Get that ass tonight, though. Believe that. I agree. Yep.
You go to a game, you want some trash talk to you, president or not.
Did you bleep ass?
No, it's bleeped. It's bleeped in the video.
Oh, it's bleeped in the video. I was like, we don't
Yeah.
have to go that far. But he's telling President Bush, heard you're a Cowboys fan. We're gonna beat that ass too.
Yep.
And he was like staring at him, and the president like kind of did like a second take, like,
come on, man.
you know I'm the president, right?
Yeah,
Like you sit here like trash talking me with a stone cold serious face, which you'll have him loved in Philly
Oh, yeah.
even more.
Cox versus
absolutely.
Bush. That's one of my favorite matchups
Yeah,
right
it's a good
there.
one.
What was
Very
it?
good.
Just Cox going in. It was great. Fletcher Cox, baby. No, here's is that Fletcher is
Not bad.
he is a low-key dirty player. Like there's zero I have zero respect for him the way that I have for Jason Kelsey. This is a guy who you remember he
You have zero respect for Jason Kelsey. See, this is
Not
why.
Kelsey.
No, not Kelsey. Cox. As opposed to Jason Kelsey, where I
opposed.
have a bunch of respect for Kelsey.
Okay.
I don't have any for Fletcher Cox. Fletcher Cox is a dirty player. He hurt Joe Staley one year. He punched Zach Martin in the groin on a play one time. He's consistently throughout the years been a dirty player who also is just you love that chippiness when it's on your team. When it's away from your team, you're just like, okay, you're just kind of a douche.
He a Hall of Famer?
He's all decades team.
Yeah.
6-time Pro Bowler. He's gonna be in the conversation.
He only made one All-Pro, one first team All-Pro.
Yeah.
2018. He made the second team 3 times.
3 times, but the all-decade team. I mean, I don't know how much they look at it. Maybe I know they look at it a little bit. But I mean, shoot, Drew Pearson sat around for 40 years in the all-decade team, and didn't get in the Hall of Fame.
The guy we mentioned earlier, Torrey Holt, the only wide receiver on the All Decades team who's still not in the Hall of Fame from that era.
This is how old he is, Sean. He was drafted. That was our first draft together when we did the draft show.
Fletcher,
That was the first draft. You and me. I think Broadus was with us.
wow.
It was the first year draft show we did, and he was in it. That's how long ago that was.
So he's gone. Jason Kelsey is gone. And the Chargers, are you interested in any of the... Oh, by the way, other defensive tackle news, Chris Jones got a record-breaking deal. 5 for $95. He's getting $95 guaranteed. Deal expected to be the highest average salary ever given to a defensive tackle. So Mississippi State, Chris Jones, 3 rings. Man, I'm starting to like look up these Chiefs players, and it's like, oh, he got his 3rd ring and this and that. And I'm like, man, what a young dynasty they have going on there. But Chris Jones, after taking a deal following his holdout that had us kind of saying, huh? Did you really do something smart here? He gets his money.
And yeah, big weekend for Hale State. You get Fletcher Cox retiring, and then you get Chris Jones getting his money. So the Mississippi State alum all in the news. But
Could have had him.
He is who? Chris Jones? Could have. Chris Jones, he tested so poorly. People don't remember. He's
Well, Choppy remembers him running his 40.
well, I know. I never remembers that. What
Tolos went and dug up that old clip.
do you want to guess Chris Jones's vertical was?
I don't care.
24 inches. He jumped 2 feet, which is like, I mean, there are 400-pound guys that'll jump 28 inches. Like, he was considered completely lacking explosiveness. He slipped into the second round for a reason. People were like, the tape's great. He tests like one of the worst athletes we've ever seen.
Who did the Cowboys take 3 picks ahead of him?
What year was this?
16.
This was Swipe. Jalen Smith.
Jalen Smith.
3 picks ahead?
3 picks ahead. It went Jalen,
Jeez.
Hunter Henry, Miles Jack, Chris Jones, Xavier Howard.
They got the best. They got the best Mississippi State player in that draft, though.
And then
the 4th round.
And then Xavier Howard at the end of it.
And then 10 picks later, Derrick Henry, and then Michael Thomas 2 picks after that.
Wow.
It was a good draft. It was a really good draft.
What a second round. Anyone interested in the Chargers defensive fire sale? Diana Rossini reports Chargers are open to trading many vets, including Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. Joey Bosa has 2 years remaining on a 5 for $135 deal that at the time made him the NFL's highest paid player. He's nothing but hurt. Nothing but hurt.
That's
over
it.
the past 2 seasons. He missed 12 games in 2022. He missed 8 games last season. Khalil Mack. Is Khalil Mack better than Joey Bosa? Are we at that stage?
I mean, he was really, really good last year, 17 sacks, and he's been generally, I think the biggest thing with Khalil Mack, he's had a couple years where he had health issues. He's one of these at times has been this like
he's 33,
super close. You were close. You missed it. Like, I mean, there's a run there where he didn't have double-digit sacks, and that's because he gets close and he just doesn't finish plays all the time. Last year he was finishing plays. How much is it? Are you telling me I got to give up a 1 or 2-1? I'd rather.
Oh no, hell no.
I mean, honestly, the way that where I would be more interested in looking at boosting the defense, depending on how much it is we got the news last night. San Francisco is going to release Eric Armstead. That's one that I would be more interested in. That's a guy who I think if you're talking about strengthening the run game and playing along the defensive line, can play edge or tackle or do different things for you. I'd be more interested in looking at Armstead as a free agent than trading for Bosa or Mack at this point.
Khalil Mack's PFF grade. I know, Bobby. But
yeah, by the way, highest graded rookie passing game of all time is that Mac Jones quarterback we talked a little bit ago.
Highest graded what?
Highest rookie passing grade in the history of PFF.
The one game, right?
Was Mac Jones's game against Dallas that they lost. That was considered the greatest rookie quarterback performance in NFL history.
I don't even remember.
Exactly.
That was the one. It was
so
the
continue
CD,
with his PFF grade,
it was the
please.
game. That was the busted coverage with Diggs.
That was CD. That was the busted coverage. That was CD waving at our buddy Jalen Mills at the end of the game.
He had a 91.8. Mac did this year. Sixth among edge defenders. Micah for the season was a 92.4. Miles is a 93.6. So he was sixth overall. Nick Bosa, Max Crosby, T.J. Watt, and then Khalil Mack ahead of Aiden Hutchinson. Tank was ninth. Cowboys are 2 in the top 10. So there you go.
Yeah.
Riley Chubb, Josh Allen.
Bosa, way too expensive, way too injured, unless he's going to be given away, and that's probably not going to happen. Just very interesting to see how Jim Harbaugh's going in here and looking at this.
Blowing it up. Yeah, he's going in there. He's made a ton of moves, whether it be on the coaching staff, things with the roster so far. The fact that, I mean, there is a massive season of change around Herbert right now.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Bobby Wagner is available again. We had this conversation.
Yeah.
Every
year.
Yeah.
So is this going to be the year where he finally starts playing poorly, like everybody keeps saying he's going to? Like, oh, he's older, can't go there. You know, maybe if he's discounted, we'd look at it. But every single time that he comes up for free agency and everybody says he's older and he's not the same player, then he comes out and he plays really well. So I would absolutely be interested in it because your linebacker core is not very good.
What is the ideal Rangers lineup? Jared Sandler has his answer. How about the fight weekend and why Dana White says Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, this is not a good idea? Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club. We keep it going to start off your week right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
A lot of opportunities for Wiseman, but he passed that up. Here's Jaden Ivey. Fontecchio misses, and Luka just got his 10th rebound, his 6th straight 30-point triple-double, something that has never been done before in the history of the NBA.
Follow up with the call on Bally. The Mavs beat the Pistons on Saturday. They are the 8th seed in the Western Conference. Back in action tonight in Chicago to take on the Bulls. The Mavericks are 4.5-point favorites. The tip-off for that one is going to be at 7 o'clock, but this is Luka Doncic making more history. 6 straight 30-point triple-doubles. That's an NBA record. 5 straight 35-point triple-doubles. That is also an NBA record.
He's been absolutely incredible. That's what's so frustrating about the fact that, like, you look at this run he's been on over the course of not just the last 6 games, but over the last, quarter of the season. Last 22 games, he's averaging 36.4 points, 10.8 assists, 10.4 rebounds. Like, he's been a 35-point. We talk about this run of 5 straight 35-point triple-doubles, and that's an NBA record. That's his average. He's averaging a 35-point triple-double for the last quarter of the season. He's been absolutely incredible, and that's what's so frustrating about
and he's
that
going to win
stretch.
the scoring title as well.
And he's going to finish 3rd in MVP probably, unless this keeps going, unless he starts pushing it. But that's what was so frustrating about that run where they're losing to the Pacers and the 76ers and the Celtics, where it's like, man, he is giving you the best basketball of his career, and it's being wasted.
Yeah, it's just he's not going to win the MVP because you're not going to win the MVP out of the 8 spot or the 7 or the 6. I don't know that you can win the MVP out of the 4 necessarily.
Yeah,
I mean, the way the sport is, the one guy generally, you either can win or you can't win based off of one dude, and that's going to be the issue for him in the MVP. Is that if the team isn't any good, if they don't win games, they're not the 1 or the 2 seed, it's going to be really hard for him to go and win the MVP. We see this in the NFL. Like, if you're a quarterback, quarterbacks don't win the MVP if they're not the 1 or the 2 seed over the last, 17 years now. 16 of the last 17 quarterbacks have been on the 1 or 2 that have won the MVP. I would have to go do a deep dive in the NBA and see how closely related is your finish in the standings based on the MVP.
Daniel Gafford has made 19 straight field goals in the past 3 games. That is the longest consecutive field goals made streak in Mavericks history. Gafford with 19. Lively has the second most at 18. And then Dwight Powell also at 18. And, of course, Gafford leads the NBA in field goal percentage. That's hilarious.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here looking since February 15th, right? So we're talking about almost a month. Daniel Gafford has missed fewer shots than Tim Hardaway Jr. missed on Saturday night. Saturday night, he missed 7 shots. Gafford has missed 6 shots in the last 4 weeks, essentially. That's what you get when you've got you're talking about the size and the low post scoring that he can contribute and everything else. Like, that's what you were getting with Gafford. That was going to be so valuable. And just as a role finisher, it's been great.
Is Jaden Hardy alive?
He's on the team anymore.
Is he like Kate Middleton? Is he missing?
Is he like Filipowski? He died. Yeah. This is. Honestly, Hardy. What did he play the other night? 4 minutes. He's done something to just get in Jason Kidd's doghouse, and he's not allowed out unless there are 6 guys sitting due to injury in one night. That's the only time he sees the floor.
Kidd does not. Once you're in that house, you don't get out of it. Like, it's the way it is. And it could be any number. He'll say it's rotations. He just got lost on the bench. That's what they always say. The game got away from me. Game got away from me on this night.
You can't play Jaden Hardy when you need Tim Hardaway Jr. out there putting up 13 shots in 17 minutes.
Dallas Stars are off until tomorrow. What did they do over the weekend?
They won a sweep of the City of Angels. They beat Anaheim 6-2 on Friday.
Oh, by the way, real quick, I'm sorry. Before we leave the Stars, last thing on the Mavericks, you see the Pistons GM. We got another off-court incident during a Mavericks game. Pistons GM got into it with a fan. There's video of it, and the fan's like, "You suck at your job." And the GM's like, "Out of here. Get this fool up out of here." That was taking place during the Mavericks game, and the Pistons GM Troy Weaver did not want to talk about it or go there.
It's that soft DC mentality. He's a DC guy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we're real soft.
Yeah,
Go
that's
to
what it is.
Anacostia, Bobby. They'll Anacostia.
I'll go to the Oxnard gas stations. What's Anacostia to me?
They have, since 2020, the Pistons have had the 7th pick, the 1st pick, the 5th, and the 5th. And they've taken, let's see, Killian Hayes.
Oh, that one hurt.
Cade Cunningham 1. Jaden Ivey. And one of the Thompson brothers. Asar Thompson. I'm sorry. They also had the 25th pick. They took Marcus Sasser out of Houston.
Gerald's brother. Well, Gerald Sasser,
Sure.
SMU legend.
Yeah.
Sorry, back to the Stars.
Stars had a sweep in LA. They beat Anaheim 6-2 on Friday. And they beat the Kings 4-1 on Saturday. Now they got a 5-game homestand. They start up tomorrow against Florida. They also play the Devils. They will be home until next weekend. Like their next road game is like the 23rd of March. Like they got a couple of weeks where they can just be in their own beds.
Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, in surprise, sent out his ideal Rangers lineup. And he said, when building one, it's important to consider 1 through 9, all 9 fitting together, and 1 through 9, all 9 innings. Here's my ideal lineup versus a right-handed starting pitcher. Marcus Semien leading all. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Marcus Semien leading off. Then Corey Seager. Langford hitting third. Adolis hitting cleanup. Evan Carter hitting fifth. Josh Young hitting sixth. Jonah seventh. Nate Lowe, who may be missing the start of this year. Bobby, with more on that in a second. And then Tavares hitting ninth. Chop, what did you make of everyone always loves going up and down, and it's fun when you have a really good team with these types of options.
Yeah, it is. Look, you got a lot of. I mean, they have what they could easily go lefty righty the entire way if they wanted to. They've got enough switch hitters or left-handed hitters to be able to do that. You don't want to be too overloaded one way or the other, and you don't want to build your lineup too overloaded one way or the other. And he didn't. I do think that the 3-hole hitter is no longer necessarily your best player. We've seen the Angels. Now they haven't really won, but we've seen a lot of teams go with Mike Trout batting second. The Yankees had Aaron Judge leading off at times, but a lot of times your best hitter now, analytics says your best hitter should be your 2-hole hitter, and that's where Seager would fit in Sandler's lineup. I was interested that he didn't put Carter 1. Because that's been sort of like, I think everything's trending that way. But what has Marcus Semien done to leave the 1-hole?
Get the most hits in Major League Baseball from that spot?
Yeah, and that's what he would do. And does Carter, would he get on base more? Maybe. But, I think Carter's, fitting in between Adolis and Josh Young. You're going to put a lefty in there. You want a lefty in there. You want to be able to break it up. I think it's a good lineup. I think if they do this lineup could score runs, man. They have so many guys in this lineup, though, that can hit. I don't think it matters necessarily. Like, you want to find a way to maximize it, but this lineup's going to score runs regardless of how you shuffle it together.
As long as the whole lineup's healthy, that's the good thing. As long as you've got the lineup healthy, because they are staring at right now. You just referenced it a little bit. Over the weekend, they get the news that there's an oblique strain for Nate Lowe. He is going to be out for 3 to 4 weeks, so he's likely not going to be ready for opening day. Things were kind of in jeopardy with Josh Young and Corey Seager in terms of their availability for opening day. So you're talking about 3/4 of your infield is out, and there's a distinct possibility that could happen for opening day. So now the question is, at first base, what is it that they do to get through the first week or two with Lowe out? Is it something where they let Justin Foscue play there, who started playing first base last year and has worked a lot with the Rangers on his defense there? Is it something where Jared Walsh, the old Angels all-star first baseman, who just had been a black hole the last couple of years, does he get the opportunity? He was a camp invite, and he's been, hitting the cover off the ball since he's been in Surprise, but now it's another injury that all offseason it had been the pitching, and then recently in the last couple of weeks, we're starting to see, all right, these position injuries are starting to stack up for the Rangers too.
What's your ideal lineup? What would you adjust here and there? And how about Wyatt Langford going into the 3 spot right there in Jared's lineup? 877-881-1053, truckmark.com text line.
There is no room for breaking in anymore. You just go right to the top. Or you go right to the main spot. You know,
you're the chosen one.
When you're Mike
chosen
Trout,
one.
you do that.
That's right. Yeah, I have to go back and see where Trout, because he got called up. He was like a late season call up, like one of those September call up kind of things. I think he played a little bit more than that. But I have to go back and see where he fit in the lineup that first year, because he wasn't great. I mean, he wasn't great his first 40 games.
He hit home run number 4 over the weekend, by the way, in spring training. Wyatt Langford did. So
he did?
Yep, Wyatt Langford, and surprise so far, is hitting .346 with a .438 on-base percentage. His OPS is 1245. Bring me Wyatt Langford.
Good numbers.
I just want Wyatt Langford now. I'm sorry, I'm impatient. I want the guy up now.
UFC action over the weekend. And by the way, Jamal Murray, I watched like 4 minutes of Jamal Murray's press conference to see if any reporter would say, "What are you watching on your phone?" Jamal conducted a perfect example. Actually, he screwed all men. He really did, because Jamal Murray is looking down at his phone with the volume up because he did not want to miss any of the UFC card on Saturday night. And he listened to the questions at the same time and answered them, not just with generic stuff. He got detailed. He had back and forth with reporters. So he proved and screwed all men over that we may be able to do 2 things at once. Some can, some can't, as Ahmad Rashad told MJ in The Last Dance. But that was Jamal Murray, obsessed with the UFC.
I mean, Travis Kelce does 2 things at once all the time in that commercial. You know, he says that's his whole commercial. 2 things at once.
Which one?
Yeah. Which of his is that the?
Is he a Pfizer joke?
I think it's no, that's not a joke. It's just like, it's not a Pfizer joke. It's just like that's his thing. He's the 2 things at once.
Second time in Jamal Murray's career that a cell phone video has screwed him over. Now, on this one specifically, how well do you think you do at that particular thing? Because she always tells when I'm distracted, and I give myself away really quickly.
Fantastic! It's one of my talents that can not make any money whatsoever.
I wish
I'm
I
looking
could
at the
do
phone,
it better.
looking at the computer, and she's like, she stops talking, and I'm like, what? And she's like, "Oh, you're not listening to me?" I said, "I can actually do 2 things at once. I can read, I can read and listen to you at the same time."
Kristen will, if she's like talking and she gets the sense that I'm not listening, she'll test me. Like, she could be talking about, like, yeah, then I took the kids to school, blah, blah, and she's looking and she sees I'm not listening, and then she's like, and then a purple elephant jumped in front of the car and I hit it, and I actually totaled the car today, and blah, blah, and I'm just like, yeah, and then that's what gives me away, and I'm like, crap, I didn't hear it.
No, I can't.
Yeah, I know.
I can't. I'm sitting there. I'm on the phone at home, and
you can't even do prep work with the TV on.
No, I go in there for
same. I do. I got to mute the TV or turn it. Yeah, I cannot focus if I'm doing the email and got the TV on.
I mean, it'll take me 7 hours.
Wow.
I mean, I go in the office and bam, I could hammer it out. But no, I'll be reading something on the phone, or I'll be texting you guys back, and Sarah will be talking, and I don't even hear. It's not even like it's not that I don't hear word. I don't even hear sound. And then the next thing I know is she's left the room, and I was like, "Where the hell did she go?" And she goes, "You weren't listening." And I was like, "That was like an hour ago." And she's like, "No, I've been talking to you for an hour." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Well.
Dana White at the UFC event was asked about Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson in Arlington.
Earlier this week, Mike Tyson has been announced a return to boxing. I know in the past you said you didn't want him to fight again. You tried to talk him out of fighting again. Have you spoken to him about this one?
He gets mad when I do this, but Mike's 60, man. I don't know. What do you guys think about it? Who gives a shit what I think? It's not my fight. I love Mike Tyson, personally as a friend, and he's one of my favorite athletes of all time. I don't know. Let's see what he can go in there and put together a training camp and come in, and I don't like to see guys fighting it. A 31-year age difference during that fight. Just you guys know what I think of that stuff.
I hope this is legit. I hope that they're actually going to go in there and fight.
Jake Paul is going to get his ass kicked. That is going to happen.
Going to kill Tyson.
Why? Wait, like technically
he's 60, you dummy.
It doesn't matter.
He's 60. It actually does matter. It actually really does matter.
Oh, I cannot wait to save all the receipts for this segment, Peyton. Everything from Thursday last week and onward. I am going to be obnoxious
how age
about
works.
This.
When you're 60 years old, Jake Paul is a competent boxer who is in his prime athlete. I know this whole thing is a troll by you anyway.
It is not a troll. Did you see the videos on social of him throwing fists? Jake Paul's not doing that.
That video did
It gave you pause.
It popped my eye a little bit. It did give me
love a bad name.
It did. It did.
Okay. If he's on shrooms, I don't know that I would pick him. So that's a caveat I can't account for.
Imagine getting a check at 60 to fight a YouTuber.
Why are people comparing Dak Prescott to Baker Mayfield? Tolo William just sent the latest from our friend Michael Lombardi, who says the Eagles are going to be interested in this running back, and how Bobby Belt got named an honorary Texan while being the #1 college basketball fan in the state. That's all during the Expressway. We go commercial free on Sean and RJ right after this.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This is the Expressway, and we are commercial free. And it's really dark out there. But
Boy, it is. It'll be like this for a while.
Bobby Belt having an issue with our 5:30 daylight savings time discussion.
It is the worst take in the world. That whenever anybody's
Why?
like, I get an extra hour of sunlight. I don't care. You lose the sleep. There's no amount of
one
extra.
day.
There's no, one day. You're going to be, I know
No.
you're going to be, I remember last year, you felt this for several weeks into daylight savings
Absolutely
time.
not.
Yes, you did. You complained. I'm going to have to go pull the audio.
Go
now.
ahead.
You complained about it for several weeks.
It's a one-day thing. If you're not caught up after the next day, just be better. I'm sorry. Like,
Be better.
just like,
Talking to me like a
how
dad.
about just be an adult? Like, adults are used to not sleeping. That's just the way it is.
You just told me like you can't have a TV on and get work done.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
like,
okay, I'm sorry. That's because,
there's-
how many people at work have a TV in their office while they're working?
This man over here, like you need the extra daylight for what? For softball or for whatever?
We have baseball. How about this? Doing anything at the house. Anything at the house. You get home from work. Most people, if you're getting home from work and it's dark out, how is that conducive to being able to accomplish any task?
You
in
get
your
home
house?
at work. You get home from work at 10:40 in the morning.
Not
It's
talking
always
about me.
sun
I'm talking
light
about
out.
the people.
Since when do you worry about the people?
Daylight savings. That's what I worry about the people.
Yeah.
Okay, so the sacrifice here is like, we get to the sun stays up until 8:30 instead of 7:30.
But Bobby, to his point, in 1 week, you're not going to be.
Oh,
Your
no,
body
I
will
will.
be adjusted.
I will.
Well, then
look, as a man, as a man who fights to not get in here until 6 a.m. every morning.
Yeah.
I hate that they adjust the clock to where I'm basically getting in here at 5 a.m. every morning for about 3 months. I hate that. That makes me internally, like, viscerally angry.
Yeah,
that
but
I have to do
it'll
that.
be dark. It'll be dark considerably later for a couple of weeks.
I'm gonna move to Arizona, where they don't have any of this nonsense. They just have the normal time and it never shifts.
Well, yeah, that would be ideal if the normal time was like the daylight savings, and it's
No.
just,
Well,
Not
isn't
the
that going to
daylight
be
savings.
starting
Previous.
here now?
Are you kidding me?
We're stuck. This is permanent, right?
no, it's not permanent yet. They have not.
I thought you said this was the last time.
supposed to be.
It was
Okay.
supposed to be.
They only one house did it. I don't know which one it was. I don't know if it was the center of the house.
Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, it
It
was
was
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln.
You got to talk to him and see what he says.
Look, I will. Are you kidding me? You see how upset I am by it right now? Can you, if you told me, like, I'm going to fight this so hard, if you make it permanent and I permanently for the rest of my life lose that hour and I never get it back, I'm going to be so angry.
It won't be like that.
be like
I
that.
will just know, but I will know it intellectually that I lost the hour,
Oh,
and I will
gosh.
never forgive
Guess
you.
what? You'll get it
and
back on leap year.
Peyton and everyone else.
You'll get it back on leap year. You'll be fine. You'll come out 23 hours ahead. More people go into depression. That's why they call it, the seasonal effect. They go to depression in the winter months with less sunlight. I mean, this is not me talking. This is facts.
And you're telling me to be better.
He just Choppy likes it. He feels like he has to live life, and if it's dark and you're inside, you're not living life.
Not
That's
living.
how he feels.
LIVIN, not INHOUSE.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell it is.
877-881-105. Go ahead. Go ahead. Make your point.
Go.
No, I'll stay out of the way.
I
Go
was
ahead.
singing
Make
Mickey
your point.
Mouse Donald. All right.
Go ahead.
What do you want to talk about?
No,
here, Sean?
repeat your joke.
I was singing Mickey Mouse Donald Duck because he spelled something out, and it sounded like
cool.
you spelled out Mickey Mouse.
That was totally worth it.
Yeah, it was. Mom, I'll see you soon.
Totally worth it. All right. That commercial break discussion we had, I'm changing my mind. Changing my mind slowly. All right. The Dak haters came out over the weekend and said, is Dak Prescott really $20 million better than Baker Mayfield after Tampa Bay got Baker 3 for $100? So basically 33 a season for Baker Mayfield as they bring back Mike Evans, and Baker is back after a fantastic season.
Yeah, he did have a good year. Look, he earned a deal. He did. I don't know. It's a tough spot.
You're a Bucs fan. Are you excited?
No, because I think you did was you gave yourself a floor, which is good, but you also gave yourself a ceiling. And I think what most people don't want is they don't want to have a ceiling, and I think there's no doubt they're capped, man. Like I think what last year was, that was their ceiling, and that's fine.
Yeah,
you get to the divisional round, it's fun. If you're a good team, you can get yourself into that second round, the divisional round, and it's a winnable division. Very, very winnable. But I think if you were to tell me here and Atlanta gets Kirk I mean, who's winning the division?
And wasn't that supposed to be decided on last night? The direction of Kirk Cousins?
Yes, it was. Kirk was supposed to let the Vikings know what he was going to do last night. But, I mean, if you're Atlanta and you get Kirk, are you not in better position? Do you feel better about your chances of winning the South than Tampa does?
Yes.
And that's the problem. Again, you're going to have Baker's fine. Baker's a fine quarterback, but I think you just gave yourself a ceiling.
This was and I saw the question. I saw the tweet where somebody was like, "Is Baker really there? Is Dak really 30 million better than Baker?" And I was like, I don't have the time to. Clearly, I understand what they're doing, but like the only reply back is yes, he is. He is $30 million better than Baker Mayfield. Last year,
20.
He's $50 million better than Baker Mayfield.
But
Baker Mayfield last year, great year, right? Rebound, so fantastic. Last year, his QBR was 1 point lower than Dak's career low QBR. He's not a.
There's something to be said for consistency. The thing that would scare me about Baker is like, was that fluky?
Yeah,
I'm happy. I'm happy for Baker. Great story. I'm glad he got paid. I legitimately am. But I don't know. That's fluky. Like the Carolina Panthers hired the Buccaneers offensive coordinator as their head coach because he figured out Baker and it couldn't be done in Carolina. He did fail miserably with the Panthers. Now, you want to talk about supporting cast and players around him and all that stuff. I'd be worried that last year, was that absolute ceiling as you talked about.
I would too.
And you have to speak to consistency too. To the Dak question, okay, in a vacuum of 1 year, okay, maybe not. Maybe he's not $30 million better. Dak Prescott has a bare minimum every single year that is a really good statistical season. And he does it year in and year out.
Yeah,
you have to admit that.
That's there's no admitting that this is what it is. Like you can't really even argue. Like there's a consistency there that happens. And they're going to make the playoffs just about every year, and they're going to be a good team, and they're going to fall short in the playoffs every year. It's what they do. Like that's all. That's part of the consistency too, and that's not necessarily all on Dak. I mean, Dak was fine in the San Fran game a couple years ago. There was also times where he wasn't fine. Like that's just the nature of his game. Like it's just the nature of it. It happens.
Baker's fine if you don't want a complete reset. If you don't want to have to be, if you don't want to pick near the top of the draft or whatever else. If that's Tampa's goal, Tampa doesn't want to lose whatever momentum they've gathered or whatever else with their fan base, you have to re-sign Baker and you have to play with Baker. But otherwise, if you're talking about, hey, this is a move to be a championship contender, no, like he's not. And that's why I'm still stunned it came in as low as it did. I would have thought he would have gotten to $40 million a year. I would have thought they would have signed him for that. But that tells you that the market, in all likelihood, they knew what their market value was outside of Tampa, and it probably wasn't 40. They probably weren't even getting the Derek Carr deal.
God, I love these next 2 days. Actually, 3 days. Yesterday was nonstop NFL news. Today, of course, I'll be skipping the nap to go ahead and watch free agency, unofficially tampering, open at 11 o'clock. And even this morning, Tolos are sending us nonstop info. This is from the great Tolo D. Mitch Morris, who got released in Buffalo, he's agreed to terms to block for Mac Jones in Jacksonville. A 2-year, $10 million deal, according to NFL Network. So Trevor Lawrence has his new center 2 for $10. Should we have been in on this?
It might be a low, like there are a couple deals now that have been surprised have come in as low as they are. And you've got Andre James, the center for the Raiders. He just signed, I think it was for like $6 million a year, and he was a good center for them. He re-signed with the Raiders over the weekend for like $6 million a year. And so to me, it's like, man, this might be a year where the value of center is a little down, and it might be the year to go ahead and start trying to play in those waters on free agency.
That's a steal, man.
2 for $10?
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
$7 million guaranteed?
Well, they can't be in the bidding. Tyler Biotish is going to bid them out.
Oh, yeah.
They can't afford all that.
It's also spring break, so.
Okay, and then you have Justin Fields rumors.
Yeah, so this is one of the points that was brought up over the weekend with the trade for Mac Jones, which he goes for a 6th rounder, where some people were saying, it was being speculated, like, okay, does this show that the Justin Fields market is cooled? Is it not what it's thought to be? Additionally, they went ahead and this is Dan Graziano reporting on the Justin Fields market right now, and it said that teams around the league view Fields as not more of a sure thing than Sam Darnold or Drew Lock.
Ooh.
And so teams are going, do we want to give up capital for somebody that we view as Darnold or Lock? And if you're putting him in the category of Darnold and Lock, that means you no longer view him as untapped potential. It means you view him definitively as that's a bust. And
Who
we know
said
what
this?
he is.
Who's this from?
Graziano.
That's really insulting.
That's incredibly insulting. Darnold, if I was ever put on, Lock has been decent at times. I think if Lock was given an opportunity to consistently start, he'd be okay. But Darnold is a flat out bust. And so if you're calling him Sam Darnold, Mr. I'm seeing ghosts out there, I would be incredibly insulted. But what's Justin Fields going to do? If you are seeing that players like Mac Jones are going for a 6th rounder and you see how deep the quarterback class is in the 1st round, you may just say, look, we'll gamble on one of these guys, not Fields.
He's been in the league for 3 years, man. I think I'm not a Justin Fields fan, but you can't unlock any more throwing there. You're saying you're throwing him into the Sam Darnold scrap heap? That's too soon for me. That's premature.
It is soon. It's the way the league is, though. The league has gone that route where they are just taking less and less time to give the quarterbacks. And I guess their thought process is that these guys have never been more ready to enter the NFL.
Who were we arguing about last week? Would go for a first?
Fields.
You guys want to amend anything?
Well, how often is Graziano right, Sean? Let's give it a little bit of time.
You want to change any opinion after the Mac Jones deal?
I will change it once I'm officially wrong. Like RJ Choppy says, I'm not I'm always right. I'm just not right yet. So
No.
You want to backtrack at all? You want to move on?
Hey, listen, that wasn't my take.
You also said that he would go for a first,
right? Because of what we had heard.
Yeah, well,
not because of my.
And I'm telling you what's going to happen.
He's still going for a first because I dig it.
You're just such a slime ball.
Am I wrong?
You're a slime. No, you argued with Bobby he would go for a 1.
Right, because that's what the people had said, like the insiders had said. I just go by what they say. I have no original thought.
That's good.
We have been here how many years?
That's good for a sports talk host.
Y'all know nothing I say is my actual original thought. I've got
y'all see. We're playing that Carter audio.
All my material.
I'm just telling you, edit it up. You don't have to say in it, Peyton. So get ready, send it over to me. I'll edit it up. Carter Freeman needs a raise around here because of what he talked about dealing with Bobby and the others, dealing with these stubborn jackasses.
That's the name of the show, Bobby and the Others.
Bobby and everybody. Hey, all my material's lifted. You know that.
And then Michael Lombardi, 43 minutes ago. Take it for what it's worth. We have best and worst of the weekend coming up. Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, said wasn't sure it was true because Philly never spends money on running backs, but their interest in Saquon is real. And at 11 today, when tampering begins, they will be a serious player. So the Philadelphia Eagles seriously interested in Saquon Barkley. What do you make of that from your boy Howie Roseman?
I mean, look, this is how we did the same thing last year with DeAndre Swift. Get somebody. You're going to get a 4th rounder for him. Find somebody that I don't like it. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't do it with Saquon.
Saquon, you don't have to give up anything.
That's true. I mean, you don't have to, and you can get him maybe cheap. If you get somebody super cheap, like for almost nothing, I don't think Saquon's going to sign for almost nothing. I don't think that's going to be the case. Same with Derrick Henry. I don't think he's going to sign for veteran minimums. They're going to try to get $4 or $5 million out of it. Maybe Howie's like, go ahead, we're all in, and we've got a quarterback that can overcome idiocy. If that's the case, then knock yourself out.
Yeah, can you take advantage? Who's going to cut a break?
Right.
Russell Wilson wants to screw the Broncos. He's made money. Does Derrick Henry just want to never leave DFW because he lives here and take a free deal? Is Jamal Adams willing, because he's got a Dallas Stars tattoo, to sign for absolutely nothing? Can you take advantage of Saquon Barkley being really bitter towards the New York Giants to get him to sign for nothing? Let's see who you can steal out there on the market.
That's it. I mean, if you can find somebody and you could get, every player, no matter what.
Because Jerry could save his little all-in mistake or misdirect, which it was one of those two, by getting Derrick Henry and Jamal Adams.
I know, you get a name.
And Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, look how many All-Pros we just signed.
Yeah.
One-time All-Pros.
Future Hall of Famers.
Yeah, if you can get like Derrick Henry and Jamal Adams at
what do you
super cheap prices, what
are you grumbling about? You're in on Jamal.
I'm in on Jamal Adams for a certain, but I'm just saying I will be I'm already heavy signed because you're right. I'm heavy signed at the idea that would be their pitch to like, told y'all we were all in. We went and got all these guys past their prime. Told y'all because you know their name. It's like if the Mavericks signing Darren Williams when they did. If they're like, told y'all all in. We went and got Darren Williams. This is an all-star player. What are you talking about? He's great. It's the same sort of thing.
Expressway is commercial free here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's get to the biggest college basketball fan in the state.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Bobby Bell with the Airbnb in Stephenville to go watch his team play.
My Tarleton State Texans. Right there, as you can see. Just us Texans, baby. That's what we're all about here in Stephenville, Texas, the home of the Tarleton State Texans. Yes, I drove to Stephenville once again to go see my Tarleton State Texans. They were taking on Seattle University, and this was coming off of a pretty tough loss to Utah Valley. We played some Mavericks-like defense down the stretch, shot like Tim Hardaway Jr., lost the game against Utah Valley. Pretty disappointing, but bounced back against Seattle. Boy, they played a tough game, knocking down big shots. The passing, the ball movement was beautiful. The defense down the stretch was fantastic. There were like 3 possessions in a row. They got big blocked shots at the rim. They were fantastic. I got into it with one of the Seattle players, just like I did with the kid from Grand Canyon. I got into it with number 23. He was all night. Whenever they'd make a layup, he'd go, and one every single time. It was driving me nuts. And so on the second half, we were on we had floor seats again.
Wow.
We were on the side where they were playing defense. So it's tougher to like talk into their ear when they're kind of playing off a little bit. But so he had gotten a foul and circled over by the bench. And I just was like, as he walked by, I was like, soft ass defense. And he like turned back and he was like, what? And I was like, your D's soft. And then he was like, I don't know. I think I played pretty hard.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's good. He said, I think I played pretty hard. I was like, no, you're soft. He's like, I disagree. I think if you watch this back, I played pretty hard. Like, yeah, he had fun with it. And so
I like that.
But then, man, I knew he was the one to chirp at because people were yelling from the stands and he would hear everything and he'd turn back and he'd go like, what, me? And he was playing along with it, which is what number 8 had been doing that whole night. From Grand Canyon. Yeah. So I knew I could draw him off sides, and so I appreciated it that he actually played it. It was like, I think I played pretty hard if you look at it.
Do you feel now, after watching the University of Seattle play, that Seattle deserves to have an NBA team back?
No, Seattle doesn't deserve to have an AAU team. It's such a pathetic city for basketball after what I saw. I was trying to get one of the cheerleaders were down on our end, and they have I don't know, one of the guys, it's not the chaplains or whatever they're called. What were those guys called that you liked with the chaps in the stands, Chop? I can't remember what their name were, but this is somebody else who's like, he yells into a megaphone and he's like, Tarleton, and so he's wearing chaps or whatever, and I just like leaned over to him.
Plowboys.
Yeah, he's not one of the Plowboys, but he's dressed kind of like him, and so I like leaned over, and I was admittedly a few Tarleton beers in at this point.
Yeah,
and I was like, I'll give you $20 if you start an F Seattle chant right now. And then he's like, I can't do that. And then I kept walking by and I'd be like, $40. And he's like, I can't do it. And at one point I just like grabbed Kristen's purse and I pulled out like $100 in 20s, and I was just like looking at him and I was like rubbing the cash on my face, and he was like, I would if I could, I would do it, but
it's
I
like
can't.
we're at Knife and Plano all over again.
Yeah, exactly. And none of them went for it. I tried to ask the cheerleaders, they didn't go for it either. So that was pretty disappointing. But otherwise, it was a fantastic experience at the game. They won. They're heading to Vegas this weekend for the WAC tournament, a chance to try and win the tournament and get into the round of 64 or the round of 65 or whatever you want to call it now. And they can't.
No,
that's what they said.
They're on probation.
Oh, that's why, because they're pro. That's so stupid.
It's so stupid. So like they just became a member of Division 1A like 3-4 years ago,
they're being punished.
And they're in their 4-year window. Now I do think that there is a lawsuit to be had, and there's another school that's already been dealing with this. I think it's on the women's side, but there's a lawsuit to be had here on all this.
This was incredibly like, I mean, I'm 2-0 now, and so there were a lot of people who were like, we got to get Bobby to Vegas so that we can win the WAC tournament this weekend. And so there were people offering me after the game some very powerful Tarleton money was offering to sponsor me to go. They're like, come on, you got to be there. We need you. I went out to Bold Metal Bar after, owned by Atolo, Court Cole, And he's a big listener to the station, and he made sure to tell me, he's like, yeah, the morning show's the best one.
There is no more Texan name than Court Cole.
Court Cole.
Where's he park his horse?
We blow him out of the water, is what he said. He said the morning show blows all the other. He listens all day, but he's like, the morning show is by far the best. Their video coordinator, Mark, came up to me during a timeout. He's like, hey, I just want to say I love the morning show. I listen all the time. Thank you so much.
So did you make a couple phone calls behind the scenes leading up to this?
Yeah, well, I was on the phone quite often this past week with Byron and other people. Byron Anderson is the play-by-play guy. Who's I've known for almost 20 years now. I worked over at ESPN. We're in fantasy football. He's the guy that runs that super big fantasy league. We have the draft order party where we're shooting bow and arrow to try to see who gets the overall number 1 pick or whatever. And he made me aware late last week of a surprise they were going to do for Robert Belt. And what that was they were going to make him an honorary Texan.
Yeah, baby. Look at that.
Wow.
Look how shocked I look.
Look at the fan cam. Why the hell do you have a headset on?
Because they let me talk on the air. That's irrelevant. So anyway, we'll blow past that.
We'll get to that in a second. So what is that?
Is
that a piece of paper?
No, it's like I'm going to bring it in. I'm going to actually put it right up there where we used to have the Tolo sign. I'm going to put it against the wall, but it is it's like a plaque.
Wow.
And it says honorary Texan Bobby Belt.
I'll tell you what, they do things first class.
Yeah, they do. They do it up. They absolutely did it up. They love the station.
They gave Peyton something.
Yeah, you were wearing it earlier. He took it off, I guess.
Honorary board op, I think his sign is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, but they they gave Peyton there. He's holding up his little chart. They had asked me for his shirt size, so I guessed. They gave him one.
They didn't announce you like on the loudspeaker, like it wasn't a ceremony or anything.
No, none of that. But I did come over for a segment. I outdid Choppy on the broadcast.
Dude, first Jared Sandler, who's listening right now, backstabbing RJ in the G League for the Texas Legends, and then Bobby Belt trying to wiggle his way in to the color analyst role that you had on ESPN+.
I had. Listen, I'm just a table setter, man. You set the table on the show. I set the table for other people's careers.
You're Buck Showalter. You prepare the way for somebody else to have success.
You're Mark Jackson.
Absolutely, Mark Jackson. Now I will be doing they asked me to do a baseball game with them this year.
Yes.
I don't know that I can do the game they want me to do. It's in College Station on a Tuesday. It'd be difficult to get back here for the show.
Tuesday.
Yep. But if they want me to do one of those games, I may have to do another game. But they want me to do a baseball game this year.
Wow.
They did say, I had several Tarleton folks walk up to me and they were like, we honestly did not think you were coming back when you said you were going to come back. I was like, no, if I said it.
We thought you with 3 children would have way more going on in your life than renting an Airbnb in Stephenville, partying at a college bar, and making your wife and children also come.
Yeah, and the kids ended up going to the game.
They did?
Yes, they did.
Good.
So they ended up going to the game.
Did everyone enjoy it? Did Kristen be like, why are we here?
No. Kristen had fun. Kristen had a lot of fun.
Any type of socializing this poor woman gets.
I know. She's like, oh, they let me out of the house. She took off her bonnet. I let her leave it at home. And I let her put on a little bit of lipstick, some rouge, so she could feel pretty. And so she went out there. She had a great time. And I did a pickle juice shot. Because here's the thing. Last week I said our bet payoff should we be drinking pickle juice on the air. Somebody bought it. And when you buy, I'm not RJ Choppy. I'm not going to complain about alcohol you purchased for me. You purchased it for me and you put it in front of me. I was like, I can't say I don't drink this. And so I did it. And then they bought a second one later, and I was like, crap. And I took another one, and then I had to go over to them and be like, please don't buy anymore. I hate pickle juice.
They're undercover good.
Yeah.
Is it called pickleback?
Pickleback. I generally avoid the pickle juice part of the pickleback.
Okay.
I don't do the two. I just shoot the whiskey or whatever it is.
It was all mixed together. It was like vodka and pickle juice in one cup.
So it's like a bomb.
Yeah, it was very... So it was very tart.
Blackout wasted, like you said?
No. But I mean, that's just because I'm a champ. But I mean, like I had a few. I had more than I
want to hear this audio. All right. Apparently, Pepe got audio with the help of RJ Choppy and Byron.
Great.
Bobby Belt on the headset. I can't believe they threw you on the broadcast here. This is Bobby Belt on the Tarleton State broadcast.
Bobby, you got to go to that last game against GCU where you're here to support your pal on the morning show, RJ Choppy. You had a lot of fun. And man, we welcome you back. Welcome back.
I couldn't keep myself away after storming that court. I was like, man, it's a top 3 moment in my life, and I've had 3 children born. So that should tell you, man.
Oh no,
that's big time.
I saw your children earlier tonight. I feel bad for them. Hey, we want to do something for you for coming back.
Okay.
We're really excited about you being back. I'm going to grab something. We're going to make Bobby Belt, who did not have. My understanding is you went straight into the workforce, right?
I did.
When
I
you were
didn't go to
17?
college, so
didn't
I'm
go to
adopting
college.
Tarleton.
You are a honorary Texan, my friend.
Thank you.
Check that out.
I'm excited for it. Look, I'm all geared up.
Yeah, got your Texan Nation shirt.
Man, this is truly an honor. I'm proud to be a Texan.
That's akin to an honorary doctorate right there.
I'm going to start going by Dr. Belt on the air. I'm going to request that.
So
you
have to call me Dr. Belt now. That was good, Bob. And you do not sound influenced whatsoever.
And I had 4 beers by that point.
Really?
Yeah. I was scared when they said that they may put him on the TV. I was like, ooh, better make sure it's first half.
Oh, the text I have is very clear. Like, hey, can you just hold off on getting too messed up till the first TV hit you have to do?
What TV are they on?
ESPN Plus.
Oh, again?
Yeah, I guess
every game.
So that shot that we just saw on
it
the
was on ESPN Plus. I'm getting ESPN TV time. People are offering to fly me to Vegas. Look, they know my reputation.
Part 2, his love for the purple. What is the purple poo again?
They're it's a very so have you heard of they're hackers? I guess called anonymous.
Yeah,
they wear the masks.
Yeah, they shut down Facebook and AT&T.
Basically, yeah.
You've seen Eyes Wide Shut. Imagine Eyes Wide Shut with them dressed in purple at that party.
The password is Fidelio.
You said you liked the poo a whole lot. You actually got to visit with them a little bit.
I did, and I was very confused at first because they were talking in that voice.
Yeah.
And I had to ask one of them. I was like, so doesn't this give you away? Isn't this going to give away your identity when you have a raspy voice in third period or something like that?
Yeah.
They were saying no, we actually have a voice box. So this is full commitment to the bit. And I love it. And they're walking on the court right now. I'm getting chills. I'm getting goosebumps, just like I did when they took out Grand Canyon right now.
Wow, there it is. Bobby Belt with more TV time. Tarleton State.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome if they were actually eligible.
I know.
We could have like a great run.
Yeah, it really would be.
They view me as the good luck charm now. I had Barstool Tarleton State tweet at me, and they're like, got to get Bobby to Vegas. We got to keep the win streak.
Tarleton State has a Barstool account?
Yeah, well, most schools do have an affiliate program of Tarleton. I sat next to Billy Gillespie's childhood bartender or something.
Oh.
The guy who was the bartender for his dad. He's like, are you kin to Mr. Gillespie? I was like, no, I'm not.
Are you kidding? I thought you were going to say something really important or really.
No,
really,
just a kid.
Billy Gillespie's bartender.
Yeah.
Father's bartender.
Yeah, so he's like, oh, I remember little Billy in second grade running around the bar.
That's awesome. Well done, Bobby. I did not think you were going to do it either.
Follow through, baby.
Going all in. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Bell. Best and worst of the weekend. Let us know what y'all did on the TruckRant.com text line at 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, did you get your long-desired sushi while the girlfriend was at Billy Joel?
Yes, I did. I got it, baby. Not just one roll, but 2 rolls.
Oh!
Yes.
Wow, you went with Los Hombres?
I did not. I sent the text out to all 4 of them. One guy lives out of the country, so he doesn't count. But so I guess
no, you want to fly back and meet me in Rockwall?
Where's he live? Germany? Taiwan?
Dominican Republic.
Okay.
For work. But so I asked around and no one wanted to go. Some said, I'm out of town, can't do it, or you're not available at the time you want to go. I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go get it myself. So I put in the to-go order. 2 rolls, spicy tuna and spicy salmon, as we see on the fan cam. Look at Ryan. Oh my goodness. Look at that roll. Look at both rolls there. Really good. Bobby, you would like that.
So
I wouldn't touch that.
Hawaiian roll.
Was this place in Rockwall?
Yes.
You said you couldn't find any local sushi.
Yeah, it's part of a hibachi. It was like half hibachi, half sushi, so I ordered from the sushi side.
Okay, so you got pickup.
I did, yeah. So, I did not order the peppers. I was like, no, I'll just go with straight sushi.
The green beans?
Yeah, the green beans. That's right. On Friday, I called them green beans.
Now, question, because you were alone, did you not think, why would you not have just gone and sat at the sushi bar?
Good question.
Or just gotten a table there instead of taking it home?
Did you wrestle at all with being the individual solo eater?
I don't do solo eating.
Really?
I did that in college.
Great, man.
I did that in college because starting off, I didn't have any friends in college, so I had to go just eat, at the restaurants there or whatever. But yeah, I am against eating alone at restaurants.
All right.
So I'll always get to go. If I, like when I go get groceries on Mondays, I'll get food, sit in my car and eat it, and then go get groceries.
Wait, say that again?
So when I go get groceries on Monday, because I don't want to make 2 trips, like go to the house, eat lunch, then go to the grocery store. It's on my way home. So I go and get fast food, eat lunch in the car at the grocery store, and then go in.
Wow.
So I'll eat in my car alone, but I won't go to the restaurant or fast food joint alone.
Okay.
So I took it to go, took it home.
When you say you're against eating alone, doesn't that mean you are in favor of eating alone?
I knew you were going to do that.
Well, yeah, I guess you got me on the double negative, but you get it back.
But the big announcement is Peyton Russell and the family vacation of where he is actually going. And RJ Choppy, eat your heart out because Pepe is going to Italy.
Italy, Texas.
That's right, baby.
Italy, Greece, Rome, wherever's over there, Italy.
Italy.
Well, all 3 places we're going over there.
Wow. So 2 places, Italy and Greece.
We'll visit Rome as well for like 4 days. We're doing like a 4-day, then take a train over to some other part of Italy and whatnot. And so,
when are you kept out of the family vacations?
That's a good question. Well, my brother is the adopted one, RJ.
He's going back home. You're taking him back home?
He's 3 years older than me. So when he gets kicked out, I know I got 3 more years.
Okay.
So he keeps getting invited. Him and his wife keep getting invited. So I'm like, okay, I'll just let them go. And then when he gets booted, then I know I got 3 years.
So when are you going?
This will be middle of July. I think it's July 8th or 9th, and it'll be a week. 7
wow.
days. So.
And Mackenzie?
She got the invite.
Whoa!
That's where the engagement's happening.
The fully paid experience.
Married.
Yeah,
that's where the engagement happens.
They're paying for her.
Yep, that's my parents' deal. It's like if the girlfriend wants to go, she'll go, and then we'll pay for it.
First class? Business class?
No, not first class, no.
Wow.
Yeah,
really impressive. A week in Italy.
That's awesome.
When I get pictures of the place, I'll have to send it to you. So, because we have like an Airbnb or whatever they have out there in Italy. So.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be right there.
House.
But I'm excited to try all the pizza and pasta.
Any other stereotype you want to throw out there?
No, wine?
Yeah.
I do wonder how much pizza there's going to be over there. I think pizza's more American.
No, there's a lot of pizza.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, every time my parents have gone, it's all fish. That's
how many times have they gone?
They would every year.
Oh, did you ever go?
Never been.
You couldn't get in the family plan?
They didn't believe in doing European vacations with kids.
His stomach can't handle marinara, so the country blocked it.
No, my dad used to go for work a lot, so he would just take my mom. But yeah, it was they're like, it's all fish. I was like, how's the food? They go, it's all fish.
Huh.
And I was like, all right. I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah. Wow. So Pepe with sushi and Italy in the same weekend recap. Best and worst here on DFW Sports Station.
We didn't even get to your pizza. The pizza that you made.
Yeah. It was solid. It needs improvement. Dough is a pain in the butt.
Yeah,
I mean, it is
Angelino's or whatever in Philadelphia.
Angelo's, which you butchered that review. But yeah, that was my weekend project. But I'm about to give up cooking. I'm about to go back to my old golf days because my wife, she's really pissing me off about my hobby, and it really is starting to irritate me.
Like she's critical of it?
No, she's like, I was like, oh, I need to make this. I want to try to make this homemade Caesar dressing, and she's like, why are you making all this? Why are you making it? And I was like, because I like it's my number one hobby. It's a weekend thing. I let you go with your girlfriends to Fort Worth. What do you care? And she's like, oh, it's just like it makes a mess and this and that. I'm like, there's no mess in the kitchen. So she keeps needling me over my weekend cooking projects. And I'm like, fine, I'll take up golf then. I'm out of the house.
Literally for 6 hours.
So yeah. I'm in the kitchen. I'm minding my own business. I stand outside. I grill for a Saturday, maybe a Sunday, and you want to bitch about it and you want to sit there and give me a hard time about it. Fine. I'll pick up a hobby I don't even want to do to get out of the house, and then I'll have my hobby.
We got to force them now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For golf?
Yes.
Yeah. So something else.
To drink. Golf's the hobby. For
whatever
drinking.
I can do besides golf, whatever I can do, get out of the house, and then I'll take up a real hobby since you have a problem with me rolling some dough for 2 hours in the house. So that was my weekend. Free agency starting unofficially in about 3 hours. The best free. What are you clapping for? We ain't got nothing to clap about.
That's true.
The Mavericks do more in free agency. Unless there's a perfect fit for the Cowboys, the best free agent fits around the NFL. Next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get your...
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Thanks to being a Tola. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton getting it with the head nod in the back. And, of course, Ryan powering us up on Twitch and YouTube. In case you did not know, we are the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. At 11 o'clock today, unofficial start of NFL free agency, Tolo Ryan Corbin said, if Dallas really comes out of this without signing anyone of note, I won't even be mad, just impressed. To know your team has this many holes and willingly sit back and do nothing, talk about asserting dominance over your fan base. So, man, we have reached a Dallas Maverick level of jokes and comedy when it comes to free agency and signing players here. We've reached that with the Cowboys.
Oh, no, there's no doubt we've reached it. I'm not necessarily upset when they don't sign somebody. There are opportunities, though, I think that the Cowboys miss out on a lot. Like, you know, for example, like my first quote when Jerry Jeudy got traded, it's like, what were they doing? You know, like, I don't necessarily want them to sign Michael. You know, I would sign Michael Thomas. I think he'd be a good guy as the 3. But I don't necessarily want them to go sign some overpaid wide receiver or corner or whatever position it may be where you're buying a name. But if you can get a guy for a 5th-round pick that's a good player or that has talent, that has upside, that has not realized it yet, I mean, I think it's a miss when you don't go get that guy.
You wanna go to Canton. You want a free agent shop in Canton.
Yeah, I mean, trade days, man. You know, that was first week. It was last week. But yeah, I love going to Canton. Love shopping at Canton. Finding deals. That doesn't mean you're going to go in the scrap heap for everything. Because I don't think, you know, a guy like Jeudy he was a top pick. You know, there's talent that's there. You just got to figure it out. He didn't have a quarterback. He's not had a quarterback in his time so far.
If you look over the last, I want to say it's the last 14, something like that. It's more than 10. But if you look over the last like 12 to 14 Super Bowl champs, they spent more money the previous offseason leading into their Super Bowl. They spent more money on a single outside free agent and guaranteed money than the Cowboys in that same offseason spent on their entire outside free agent class. So, like, the Cowboys are showing, like, as much as they say, we've got a way that we got to do it, it's like, okay, even the teams that build from within, though, they spend money. Kansas City still went out, even though it's largely it's homegrown team for the most part, they still went out and spent a bunch of money on Jawan Taylor to go play tackle. You know, you still got the Patriots for as much as what they do, and it's about Tom Brady. They still went out and spent money on Darrelle Revis to come in and play for them. So consistently, teams spend money on at least one big free agent.
Give me a free agent name over the past 2 or 3 years that was a big mistake not to sign here. Because Von Miller, unless it gets you a championship in that year 1, that looks like they were right about that. Earl Thomases, they ended up being right about that.
Tyrann Mathieu. They screwed that one up. They've screwed up Wagner a couple times where they don't even entertain it. Wagner and Mathieu would be better here. They would get more performance out of those guys than they would have had from who played there over those years.
Some of the different free agent fits. We got Bill Barnwell. We got CBS Sports. Let's talk about the names that are out there and where they could best end up.
All right, so let's look at some wide receivers real quick on the best free agent fits. And one of them is listed with the Cowboys in mind, and that's DJ Chark. Now, the value on him, we're looking at a Gallup level figure, 1 year, $10 million, which would slot him into the 23rd highest paid wide receiver on average annual. He will be 28 in September. So that's the one guy. And I know Lion fans kind of do want him back. I see a lot of stuff on, I wish they could find somebody to replicate what he did for them in 2022 or whatever.
Yeah.
Which he wasn't bad. So maybe that's a place that he might go and slot in again because they got a lot of cap money. But the best team fits for him, they said the Cowboys, the Eagles, and Buffalo.
Chark had, over the last 4 years, Chark has 100 more receiving yards than CeeDee Lamb had last year.
Wow, over 4 years?
4 years.
He's playing with a bum.
In the COVID era, he has 1887 receiving yards in 43 games. And CD put up 1750 last year.
Another one is Odell Beckham.
Oh, we need to give the Cowboys credit for this.
Yeah. They do get credit. Well, I mean, would he have been better than Gallup, though? That's what the decision would have come down to, Gallup or Beckham.
What did he make 12 or did he get more than that?
So they're Odell. Well, they're saying the 1 year value for him will be 11.9 this coming year.
Okay, well there you go. So 12 million as your 3 last year. He had 35 catches for 565 and 3. The Cowboys were right to avoid all the noise.
Helped carry Lamar to an MVP.
No, he didn't.
I will say this, because the Cowboys.
Zay Flowers did.
The
Before he
issue is
fumbled it away.
Baltimore was looking for a 1. Cowboys looking for a 3.
Zay Flowers, how'd you fumble that ball?
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes, why are you so good?
What'd you say?
The Cowboys would be looking for him as a 3. Baltimore's looking for him as a 1, maybe a 2.
No.
And as a 3, it's different, right?
Do you want the Odell show with it? Is the question? And
I want a third, fourth rounder. He's 31, 12 million for my 3.
It's a deep receiver class to go get one.
Yeah.
They can go get one.
9 receivers run off the board early on.
Okay, let me ask you this. Because I don't disagree, but I'm saying, if you were, when Tom got to Tampa, they brought in Antonio Brown. Big time off the field stuff. Would you not have done that?
Yeah, but I don't think Odell is Antonio Brown as a 3.
In terms of talent?
Yes.
For sure. I mean, absolutely not.
Antonio Brown he's
freakish.
When he's on the field, he was still really, really good. Yeah. Odell is
There's
not.
Never a time where you're like, has Antonio Brown slipped? Has his game fallen off?
They had 2 1s and a 2.
Don't forget, Odell's dad just called out the Ravens at the end of that season.
Yep.
No thanks. No thanks to the noise.
All right, so
they were right. Cowboys, in my opinion.
That's it for the Cowboys on the best team fits. But the other wide receivers to look at, you get a Kendrick Bourne, who's looking at a 3-year, $15 million deal.
Okay.
That'd be mid. Osborne, obviously Chark, we already mentioned. And then you continue to get down Odell Beckham, we already mentioned. And then Tyler Boyd of Cincy. What are they going to do with him? What's his...
what happens with T. Higgins, I guess.
Right. Gabe Davis is another one.
Oh, Basic's guy who told me he was going to be better than Stephon Diggs. Remember, that was a hot Basic take years ago.
Now you're looking at him. The projection is about 14 a year, 4 for 54, about 14 plus a year, which would be number 20 overall. Hollywood Brown, and then one that I really like, and I wonder what's going to happen with him. And they've got this could be nasty. They got the Lions listed with him. That's Calvin Ridley.
Ridley is a good player. Ridley will
Calvin
get
Ridley's a free agent?
Yeah, they can re-sign him, obviously. We get a conditional third that they owe the Falcons and they don't re-sign him. But
we don't have gambling in Texas yet.
Not yet.
I'm gonna have to wait for the Mavs' new ownership to go get Calvin.
Yeah, exactly. No, Calvin Ridley's a good player. Like he would be a definite upgrade as a third over Gallup.
A third?
Yeah. Like
Calvin Ridley's your 2. Period.
God, he'll be 30.
He might be a borderline 1.
Yeah, he is gonna be 30. Yeah, he was 20. He was 24 when he came into the league.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was an old receiver.
Yeah, Calvin Ridley is better than Brandon Cooks, in my opinion. Calvin Ridley can be a beast.
Look, to me, it's like it's the Luka discussion like we've had recently. Like, how many shots do I want Luka giving up? How many targets do I want Lamb giving up anyway? If Lamb went out, I think Cooks could have been an easy 1,200 yard receiver for them this year.
Man, there is talk the Patriots are going to throw $70 million his way.
Calvin?
No, thank you. Not for that money.
With no quarterback. Oh, yeah. He's going to make way more than the Cowboys are willing to pay. Let's hear some non-wide receiver fits.
Matt Bowen over at ESPN, they cultivated, talking with different beat reporters and stuff like that, the top 50 free agents and then assigned them the best team fit. So if you look at this, obviously a lot of the top 10 are going to be guys who were just franchise tagged and guys who have since signed deals and stuff like that. But the top free agent available who has not been franchise tagged is Kirk Cousins. And they say that the best fit there is the Atlanta Falcons, saying the Vikings should be in the mix to re-sign Cousins, but fits really well with Atlanta under what they want to do with Zach Robinson. Works well for Cousins in both the play action and drop back passing game. The top-ranked Cowboys free agent, number 20, Tyron Smith. They say that his best fit is the Kansas City Chiefs, saying the availability concerns for Smith are real. He has missed 33 games over the past 4 seasons for the Cowboys, but when healthy, Smith is a detailed technician with the physical demeanor to win on the edge. We've all accepted this is at this point we don't feel like that's posturing, right? The Tyron thing, that's They're done.
I haven't accepted that he's totally gone.
You're not sure yet?
I'm leaving open the possibility that Tyron comes back for some team friendly stuff.
The top.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, that'd be nice. Like, I don't know. Like, it's like, would somebody give the same team 2 discounts?
Right.
You know, I mean, hopefully he does, but I don't know.
The top, right, there's out of these top 50 free agents, there is one that is assigned best fit Dallas Cowboys.
1 out of 50?
1. And it is the number
Did
35
Stephen Jones
free
write
agent.
this list?
It is the number 35 free agent. Guess what position it is?
Running back.
Running back, of course. They'd have to assign some running back to somebody.
Derrick Henry.
Guess who? No.
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs.
Of the Raiders.
Screwed my fantasy
It says,
team.
with the expectation Tony Pollard does not return to Dallas, the Cowboys could pivot to Jacobs. He has been a volume grinder for the Raiders. Boy, that's what you love to hear, right? Let's pay a running back who's been a volume guy somewhere else and really grinded out yards. With the low pad level to finish runs and the quickness to make defenders miss, Jacobs, who led the NFL in rushing in 2022, could also be utilized as a receiving option for Dak Prescott on swings, screens, and unders. Well, where's Tony Pollard? If Tony Pollard's leaving, where is he on this list? He is number 46. And they say the best team fit there, the Washington Commanders. With Antonio Gibson heading to free agency, Antonio Gibson, also a Memphis Tiger, the Commanders could target someone like Pollard on a short-term deal to create a backfield rotation with Brian Robinson Jr. I like that duo. Washington could then reduce the workload for Pollard while maximizing his dual threat ability. The name that's interesting to me on here, that would be of interest to me, and I know a lot of people would want to back away from this, how would everyone feel if Connor Williams came back to Dallas? He's not listed as a fit for the Cowboys, but when we talk about the center market being what it is, he's coming off of an ACL injury, so the market's probably going to be a little depleted for him. As a value guy, somebody come in here who had success playing center for Miami, something Dallas always considered doing with him but never did.
Weren't there strength questions about him here?
There were. It's a little... I feel like if you were going to move Tyler Smith outside to tackle, or you draft another tackle and then it's Tyler Smith and Zach Martin bracketing him, I don't know how much it's as much of an issue.
Here's my concern real quick with Josh Jacobs that you mentioned. So he leads the league in rushing in 2022, but he had 340 carries.
It's a lot of carries. That's a Jamal Anderson level of work.
So he had 4.9. Yeah, the Dirty Bird.
No, I was doing the Kevin Graham Reggie.
He had 4.9 a carry that year. This past year he dropped to 3.5 a carry. Like that's a yard and a half drop, man. Like that, and you could probably you could directly look at the carries and then the year-to-year drop as something that is a cause and effect.
You want to talk about a drop, by the way? When you look at this list, Tony Pollard's clearly dropped in everybody's mind, right? His value. He is the 46th free agent. Number 49 on this list is Austin Eckler, who was fighting to be one of the last running backs to get long-term pay deal. He is number 49, barely in the top 50 on this list.
877-881-1053. As we like our guys, is probably going to be trending all morning and all day long here on DFW Sports Station. Can anyone talk with any knowledge about the Academy Awards? Did anyone see any of these movies that were praised and highlighted last night? And be careful. Look in the sky, because a plane wheel may be falling right on your dome. That's next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owned store, Gilchrist Automotive.
Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Michael Gallup is free to seek a trade. Calvin Watkins with the report. How laughable is that possibility? We'll get to it 8:40 and below the belt here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. No severe weather alert, Ryan? No severe weather like Friday with the rain out here in the Metroplex? Oh my gosh.
Thursday it's coming apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently Thursday. We're get those graphics ready for Thursday again, Ryan, because we're going to need them that day.
It was freezing this morning.
It was chilly. Yeah, no doubt. It was in the 40s.
Today's high is 69.
Nice.
We got 64% humidity. Okay, the highest throughout the week. Today's 69. Tomorrow 76. 80 on Wednesday. And then, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, rain.
Wow. I saw Thursday rain. I didn't notice Friday and Saturday, but great. Got to do a lot of lawn work this week. Scalping.
Luckily, you have the extra daylight to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm banking on. Glad I'm doing this after dinner time.
Man, yesterday I was a little bit sad that I did not care whatsoever about putting on the Academy Awards. That Jimmy Kimmel, Aaron Rodgers got stuck on my head too. I was like, did Jimmy Kimmel make any Aaron Rodgers jokes? Y'all told me how hated Jimmy Kimmel now is. And of course, every year I don't see any of these movies.
You could have seen the big winner last night, but you chose not to go with us in Oxnard.
Oh, yeah.
You were too scared to duck in the gas station gangsters and didn't want to make the drive to Ventura with us. But no, Oppenheimer cleaned up, baby. 7 awards they won last night, including Best Score, which that music was pretty badass that they had for Oppenheimer.
Was it John Williams or whoever his name is?
I don't remember who did this one, but it was great. It was fantastic. We've used it for a montage back in October on the station. But then you got Best Director, Best Picture. Robert Downey Jr. won Best Supporting Actor.
For what?
For Oppenheimer.
Oh, Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer cleaned up.
RDJ was in Oppenheimer?
Yeah, he was really good in it. It is a great movie.
Serious now, like Adam Sandler.
Yeah, absolutely. And he crushed it. And what I always forget, is it Killian or Cillian Murphy that he pronounces his name?
I think it's Cillian, but I have no idea.
I've heard it said both ways, but he won Best Actor for playing J. Robert Oppenheimer. And it's a fantastic movie. Josh Hartnett appears in it out of nowhere after 20 years.
Who was it that kind of poo-pooed it a little? Was that Bassick of the entire group?
Yeah, Bassick said he liked it, but Mike was also like, I'm sad I can't take my children to watch it since it's porn, because there's like a scene where a girl's topless or something.
I mean,
you don't have to take your kids to everything.
Yeah.
Like
it's really good. It is really good. And there's a bunch of people that you're like, oh, that's a famous person. Why do they have one line in this? It's almost like they begged to be in the movie and they just threw him a line.
I mean, I've not seen it. I've not seen any of the movies this year. I assume Fast and Furious is not in this, although it should be. Cinematography wise, I mean, it should be in there every year.
Yeah. Anything else clean up? Did you watch any of this?
I tuned in for like 2 minutes to watch a couple of announcements. I know the big thing that went viral was John Cena naked.
Oh my God, my wife is like
speaking Mandarin.
My wife is like, how desperate is this guy for attention? And dang it, I compared him to someone who just needs attention all the time. Not Bobby. It was someone else. It was some other celebrity, and I was like, yeah, it may have been like a reality show character. I was like, yeah, he's the male version of that, like just a cheese ball.
You know what though? He can show up to the Oscars naked because he can't see him.
That's right. You can't see me.
He did this in front of his weenie.
He did this in front of his weenie. In front of his weenie.
Man, I think you gotta, like, if you're gonna do that, you gotta at least play it up and get a bigger card to cover that.
Well, you can't show off your thighs then.
That's true.
You can't show off the quads.
That's true.
He had to show off the V.
The V. He showed a lot off there, man.
Was he the one? Was that like the biggest viral moment for the way someone looked?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last night it was. He was that. That's what the image you saw everywhere this morning of the Oscars was Jimmy Kimmel just kind of standing behind him, like, I don't know, distracted by thoughts of Aaron Rodgers or whatever, and Cena standing there just looking uncomfortable. Cena looked uncomfortable doing it.
Good, he should. I do wonder, like, is that do celebrities like love the red carpet? Like, do they like really? I know, because they obviously do it. It seems like it'd be so frustrating and anxiety driven to pick out the right outfit. You know you're going to get absolutely destroyed by everybody if you pick the wrong outfit out.
Apparently, there's Kimmel and Trump going back and forth, but I really want to read this Trump response towards Kimmel.
I would never go back and forth with a loser like Jimmy Kimmel.
But I need someone to verify this was actually, I don't know what network this is or what platform this is, but if someone could go ahead and verify.
The red check, I think, is Truth Social.
I need to know if this is actually legit and true with him talking about Kimmel, because Trump was at UFC Saturday night, and did you see Nick Bosa? Nick Bosa like melted down like a schoolgirl coming across the former president Trump. So yeah, Nick Bosa, Joe Burrow. I think Taylor Lewan was standing right there as Donald Trump goes to all of the UFC events. But I need to know if this is the former president's actual account.
It is.
So yeah, entertainment is.
Has there ever been?
All right, read it. All right, this is word for word.
Just give me that one, because I'm reading like this from the Entertainment magazine.
All right, this is Kimmel and Trump. This is Trump going at him.
Has there ever been a worst host than Jimmy Kimmel at the Oscars? His opening was that of a less than average person trying too hard to be something that he's not and never can be, quite frankly. Get rid of Kimmel and perhaps replace him with another washed up but cheap ABC talent like George Stephanopoulos.
I'm sorry, George Slopanopoulos.
Is that what he wrote?
That's what he wrote.
George Stephanopoulos gets thrown into the Jimmy Kimmel tirade.
He would make everybody on stage look bigger and stronger and more glamorous. Also, really bad, politically correct show tonight. And for years, quite frankly, disjointed, boring, and very unfair. Very unfair. Very unfair, folks. Why don't they just give the Oscars to those that deserve them? Maybe that way their audience and TV ratings will come up from the depths. Make America great again.
Well
folks.
done. Well, dude, whoever does his roast, Bobby used to do his dark roast. Whoever, if Trump does these, say what you want about him, but damn, he can roast people. Man, everyone, it would make all the actors look taller. George Slopinopoulos. Make him sound like a dinosaur, like a type of breed, a species. All right, so that's the Oscars recap last night.
It's like John Oliver had said one time about Trump, like leading up to the election. He was like, "Look, whatever you want to say." He is objectively hilarious. It's objectively funny. The things he says are objectively funny.
It really is.
Hey, you familiar with any of these movies?
Oppenheimer. Yeah,
You went and saw it?
I never watched it. It's on my list. But
Are you familiar with it? Yeah, I mean, I am.
Yes, I saw the commercials.
I'm aware of its existence.
Yeah, that qualifies as Pepe being aware of something. All right, apparently Madonna was not aware of something with this audio that came out.
Oh my gosh! So this is about as awkward and painful a thing that you can have happen. So she had a concert last week, and while she was at her concert, she was really upset that there was one individual that was not really into the show. She's like, look, everybody's on their feet.
Oh, very oh, dang it. Who was Blake Shelton's first wife? The one no one likes.
Miranda Lambert.
Yeah, Miranda Lambert caught out some fan of the beach balls. She stopped the show.
So this is very similar. This is Madonna not recognizing that person who was sitting down at your concert, lady, was somebody that was in a wheelchair, and that's why they weren't able to stand up. So this is Madonna calling out an individual in a wheelchair at her concert.
Take this ride with me. What are you doing sitting down over there? What are you doing sitting down? Oh, okay. Politically incorrect. Sorry about that. I'm glad you're here.
What did she say before? I'm glad you're here.
She said, "Oh, okay. Politically incorrect. I'm glad you're here." Like just shrugging it off, and now she's getting killed on social media because she took her mic and walked over to them, was about to tell them you stand up, and then she walked over there and saw the chair and was like, "Oh, okay, sorry. All right, back to the show." And it was very uncomfortable for everybody there in attendance. But this has happened a few different times.
What did
people?
What did Mackenzie say about Billy Joel? Billy Joel and who else was it?
Stevie Nicks.
What'd she say about the show?
She loved it. She's more into the Get Hyped concert. She was like, that's not this crowd. This was just a sit there, maybe stand and watch it. But no, she really liked it. She loves Stevie Nicks.
I think Will Chambers went with Mac Engel to this concert or something. Mac.
Yep.
Wow.
Mac is like a 15-year-old girl, with the amount of concerts that he goes to. I think he
went to Olivia Rodrigo last week.
Taylor Swift.
He wrote about it.
He is such a teeny bopper. I know he probably tries to cover it up, I'm reporting and covering it for the Star Telegram.
The difference is Olivia Rodrigo is a talented artist and Taylor Swift is not.
Oh gosh,
so
here we go.
That's the big difference.
Wow.
All right, be careful driving out there because airplane wheels are now falling from the sky.
What a week for United Airlines. United Airlines, a wheel fell off after takeoff. They were leaving San Francisco, and they take off. And as they're climbing,
something broken come out of San Fran. Shocking.
Well, there you go. They're climbing up, and as they're getting ready to put the wheels up, the wheel fell off. One wheel crashed to the ground, bounces, and crushes a car.
Oh my!
It crushed somebody's car.
Like in the satellite parking?
Yeah, in the parking lot. I mean, how dangerous! That wheel. That wheel is massive. They showed it on the ground center next to somebody. This is a big plane. This plane was headed to Japan. This is not some small 737 or Embraer 170. It's a big plane.
What type of force falling? Now it came. How high up was the plane when it?
I didn't see the exact height of the plane, but I mean the wheels are still up, so it's not very high. But still, I mean, what is terminal velocity? 32 feet per second. So 32 feet the first second, and then 64 feet the second, and then it kind of keeps going like that.
This is just another great story.
Is that actually the?
Yeah, that's the wheel. You can see the wheel kind of falling off.
On top
Ryan,
of it.
You're such a beast.
This is great news to hear. Look, what's fun is if you just Google Boeing or you Google airline, you can get a news story. So 30 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, we had the great news that a 787 Dreamliner from Boeing suddenly dropped due to a technical problem from Sydney to Auckland, and 50 people were injured as the plane apparently just kind of froze and plummeted quickly, and then
that's good.
They regained it. But another
shot.
What's happening? This is like the trains that all went off the rails.
I have no idea. I don't know, because also the same weekend with Boeing, with United, they're in Houston. And they're taxiing, and all of a sudden one of the wheels just collapses, and the plane kind of tips over. Now the whole plane's screwed up because the wing is embedded into the ground. You also had a United plane have their engine catch fire in the middle of mid-flight. They had to do an emergency landing. Oh, how about this one from this weekend? Alaska Airlines, remember them? Their door blew open a couple of months back. Their plane arrived. It lands and arrives in Portland. And as it's taxiing in, they're like, oh, look, the cargo door's open. There were pets inside. The cargo door apparently was open mid-flight. Oh my! Just open. And I said to a pilot buddy of mine, and he's like, yeah, we have they have a sensor that says the door's open or pressurization.
Yeah, even my car has that.
He said it wouldn't affect the flight because as soon as the plane's pressurized, it'll shut the door and it'll keep the door shut. But that still shouldn't happen. Something happened with the electronics, so it didn't give him an alert. That's bad.
All of my doubts about the safety of flying in a plane, it has been validated over the last 6 months. If it's Boeing, I ain't going.
Michael Gallup is free to seek a trade. Can the Cowboys get anything out of that? And the latest running back rumors for Jerry to make all in come true. Below the belt, next on The Fan.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Oh, Baker Mayfield. Is he really worth $30 million less than Dak Prescott? More on that in just a second.
What was the new drop in there?
Yeah, what was that?
I don't think I could say it because it's bleeped.
Let's play it again then. Play the bleep. The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
I don't know who that is.
I've heard that so many times in my life. It's hard to tell
You're
who
starting
that
to
was this
torture
time.
Carter Freeman now here at the station.
It's just so easy to draw him off sides. Look, Carter's really good at his job. Carter does good work. He busts his ass.
Strives to be Ryan.
He busts his ass every day starting at 10:07. And that's great. I love Carter. But Carter's easy to draw offside. So I give him the Aaron Rodgers hard count and then I go.
What is amazing about this building, and the thing I got to get to know him a little bit more, how a 95-pound little skinny redhead has so many people terrified and petrified in this building. It's amazing. Everyone is so scared of Carter. We have this audio paint. I can't play it. We can't play it. He'll get mad. He'll get furious. I'm like, is it funny audio? He's
It's
like,
funny.
yeah. Well, no. He'll really get mad. He got everyone shook up here. Broadus apparently has hair falling out what little he has left because he's terrified of Carter. How is Carter Freeman? You've seen him. You put up a profile pic of him. How is this little skinny 90-pound redhead instilling fear throughout the hallways of 105.3 The Fan? It's amazing.
You said it, redhead.
Redhead.
That's it.
The rage.
That's it.
all it is.
He's got that edge. He has the edge that Alec Medford lacks as a redhead. That he doesn't have in comparison to Peyton. But Carter's just intense. He's an intense dude, and so I like to give him
He throws things.
Yeah, I love to give him the white 80 set hut and draw him off.
Hey, who do you think would win in a fight, Peyton, between Alec and Carter?
Yeah, Alex stronger.
Okay, but the
Alex
rage factor?
The rage would make it close, though. Carter would say a lot more to him that would.
Oh, look at Alec in the background! Come in here and flex. Come in here and flex on a flex behind Peyton.
Alec, get behind Peyton. Show him the muscles. Show him the biceps. Come on. Yeah, right there. All right, look at Alec and he's got the man bun right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's on his arm. I can't read it.
What'd you say?
He's got a tattoo in a different language. I don't know what it is. So
There's something intimidating, though, about a guy willing to wear lobsters all over his shirt on these button-downs that Carter wears. I got to say, I'm avoiding that guy. You wear a short-sleeve button-down with lobsters everywhere?
Yeah.
I'm out.
Carter brutally assaulted me in the parking lot a couple weeks ago when he threw an empty Gatorade bottle through my window because I honked at him, and he threw it at me. And yeah, it was. We're still waiting for Julia Tran to mediate that, and we're gonna get it settled. Okay?
HR.
Yeah, exactly. All right, NFL free agency buzz. The latest report from Calvin Watkins is that Michael Gallup is free to seek a trade, which is the same as saying, Ezekiel Elliott is free to go pursue a $25 million a year deal. That's great. You're free to do it. No one is going to do it. Now the report is.
But what happened last week? The Cowboys thinking about keeping him.
So I think they would like to have him back if it's on a reduced deal. Mike McCarthy really does like Michael Gallup.
He does?
Yes. He thinks that he adds a dimension to the offense that he wants to keep here. I think it's just they want it for a certain amount of money, and it's not the amount of money that they agreed to pay him a couple of years ago. They want him to take less, and if he's not going to take less, they're going to move on.
Could this be a situation, though, where he's eventually forced to take less and he winds up coming back here anyway?
Potentially, I guess, if he's exposed to the market and they can't work something out, maybe.
He's going into the third year of a 5-year, $57 million deal. His salary for 2024 is $8.5 million. 4 of it is guaranteed for injury. The thing becomes fully guaranteed on March 18th. So the Cowboys have about a week to act. They want someone to give them something to dump the salary. Then you get a dead cap charge of $13 million. Post June 1 is a $4 million hit of the cap in 2024 and $8.5 million in 2025. 34 catches for 418, 2 touchdowns, from Michael Gallup last year has not had more than 445 receiving yards in a single season since 2020.
So this is something where you can explore a trade, but what are you really going to get back because of where his contract's at? If he's not willing to take a pay cut, which I'm guessing exploring a trade is because he doesn't want to take a pay cut. He doesn't want to play here for $3 million or whatever it would be. And so because of that, he's now able to explore the trade market. And if they can't figure something out, they'll release him.
When they won't figure something out. Jerry Jeudy just went for a fifth. No one's trading jack squat for Michael Gallup. It's not happening.
Well, and Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano did one of their back and forth ping pong, like, hey, here's a question, give us an answer about NFL free agency. And one of the questions was, are there any more trades coming after the Jerry Jeudy deal? And it said that Jeudy got dealt to Cleveland on Saturday after Denver fielded calls from several interested teams per sources. So I don't know, maybe you pick up the phone and you call one of those teams that wanted Jerry Jeudy. It says the Cowboys are exploring all options with receiver Michael Gallup, including a potential trade. The Panthers could be one to watch here. So there's that. We have that level of potential interest. One of the other things that they mention in their article where they're going back and forth, they touch on a lot of Cowboys stuff at the very end. It mentions under running backs. It says in running back news, this is from Jeremy Fowler, Derrick Henry is unlikely to return to Tennessee, essentially ending a historic run there. Baltimore has been linked to him. Then there are some people in the league who believe the Cowboys will pursue Saquon Barkley. It says we shall see on that, but that there's some in the league who think like that's a target for Dallas this offseason. It says the Giants are still in the mix on a potential re-sign, but are also looking at other options such as Tony Pollard and Austin Eckler. The running back position will be fascinating because we have several star players available, but who jumps out first with a deal, and will that help or hurt the rest of the group? This is something that we've talked about in recent weeks, that back in 2018, Todd Gurley signed a deal for like 14-15 million annually, and the market has not gone up from there. Like it has there's a difference between, resetting the market and then correcting the market. And this was like the Todd Gurley deal became a correction, and that people started going now. You've got McCaffrey who makes more than that. Zeke Steele came in a little bit after that. But since then, you see guys like David Montgomery signing for, what did he go for? Like $6 million a year?
Is 3 for 18.
It was not very much at all. And so, I mean, if you're talking about Pollard or Henry or Barkley in this $4, $5, $6 million range, because I'd rather have David Montgomery than those guys right now. Yeah, any of them.
David Montgomery than who?
Than Barkley or Henry or Pollard.
Oh, wow.
There's less tread on those tires. Like he's an effective player. I don't now.
He's also splitting time too,
and he's also behind arguably the best offensive line in football in Detroit. But to me, it's if that's the market that's being set, and guys like Swift are getting $5 million a year, then they need to be prepared to accept something that's under $10 million.
Yeah, I think like the position's gone the way of like not exactly like this, but closer in baseball. You don't need a closer if you're a bad team. If you're a bad team, spending a lot of money on a closer is not a very smart idea. You're not gonna get that. You're not gonna get anything out of them. What are they gonna do? Save you 30 games a year and you're gonna win 50? And it's the same thing with running back. Like if you're a good team, fine. If you're a bad team, what's the point in spending a lot of money on a running back?
Who's the fan text one of the name? Is it Derrick Henry?
That's the one we've seen the most, has been Henry over Barkley. I would want Henry over Barkley, which is funny because Barkley is turning 27 this year. Henry's 30.
Yeah.
Like he's significantly older. His workload is significantly more. Like Barkley can't stay healthy.
And Taylor Lewan, former teammate of Derrick Henry's on the Bus and the Boys podcast, talked about why Derrick Henry to the Cowboys would make so much sense.
The thing that Derrick is not his favorite thing to do is zone read. Like he doesn't like turning his shoulders away from the line of scrimmage. He likes to get downhill. He likes the outside zone, the duos, the doses, the inside zone type stuff. So any kind of RPO is kind of tough. And I feel like Buffalo utilizing Josh Allen has more of a difficult time just doing some downhill run game type stuff. Under center, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, Dallas is one of them for me. First off, guy lives in Dallas in the offseason. He having the star, even if you're an Eagles fan, even if you're a Redskins fan or Commanders fan or a Giants fan, wearing the star in your head is one of the coolest things you can do as a football player. That brand that Jerry Jones has created is one of the most incredible things ever. But Tony Pollard, I don't know if he had a great year or whatever, but getting Dak Prescott opportunities to just hand the ball off once in a while and not put so much pressure on him automatically puts that team into the discussion they're always in week 8 and week 9 of the season. Week 8, 9 of the season, we got Dak as an MVP. We got Cowboys winning the Super Bowl, this, that, and the other. They have a great football team. I don't think McCarthy's the guy there. They should put Mike Vrabel there, but that's a conversation for a different time.
How much more damning is it when you hear a guy like Taylor Lewan talk about the Cowboys and like wearing the stars special? And it does seem to have that level of like wearing pinstripes at some point. Like, oh my gosh, I was a Yankee even for a year. Like, how much more damning is it that the Cowboys haven't been able to consistently win negotiations with free agents? Is it that it's not something that somebody wants to do in their prime? They view it as like the same thing of like, oh, when I retire, I'd love to go on a trip to Belize or something. Like they view it as like, when I'm at the end of my career, I'd like to wear the star on my helmet, but not when I'm in my prime. I don't want to go play for that S show.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why they don't win negotiations. I mean, maybe they're just hard-headed, or maybe they're on their own timeline.
They're that far off from what the player actually gets.
Well, but also like
I don't think we win a lot of the negotiations because we're the cheapest.
That's what I mean. Like clearly, like even with that branding on your side, you're still so lowballing and off that.
Yeah, but the NFL is like so big, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can be in another market and still be a big time name, but
a big time name. But like Luan just explained there, Luan made it sound like, hey, for NFL players, that is a cool thing to be able to do, to be able to wear that star.
Nobody knows Michael Gallup if he doesn't play for the Cowboys.
That's right.
No.
Gallup. Terrence Williams was the same thing, right? You didn't know Terrence Williams' name if you didn't play here. But yeah, the Cowboys also operate in their own schedule, and they've like how often do you ever see them? So when free agency hits, you're going to see a flurry of names hit.
Yeah,
Cowboys are never part of that.
No, they're at Kalahari. They're not even like here. They're not in town to do anything. Dan Graziano did have really quickly. This is his expectation for Cowboys free agency in the notes. He says the Cowboys would love to upgrade their run game and run defense, but as usual, they aren't expected to be big players in the outside free agent market. Dallas is right up against the cap and has extension decisions to make on several of its own players, including Lamb, Prescott, and Parsons. I wouldn't get too excited about the idea of Barkley or Henry ending up in Dallas unless one of them sees his price drop into the $5 to $6 million range, which I think is unlikely. Dallas does have some interest in bringing back Tony Pollard with the hope that he'd be better with one more year between him and his injury and with some better run blocking in front of him. So don't expect much in the way of free agent moves from your Dallas Cowboys, despite being all in.
Below the belt right here on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. But other people are doing a ton of things around the NFL. Russell Wilson has his new team. Who's the worst team in the AFC North? Mac Jones gets traded, and why are we having to hear about Amari Cooper's deal all over again? Final hour, Monday edition, starts after this.
Let's get you over to QC Connect.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, Monday edition. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for checking us out. Being a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
Peyton and Ryan in the back. And we appreciate you listening. Appreciate it. Here on DFW Sports Station.
Very distracted by the car accident.
God,
outside.
shut up. I thought that RJ's doing a commercial read. Ryan, do not sit there.
Ryan, please zoom in on the car accident and contact Dallas. Please tell them we got the footage.
I thought a car...
Breaking news presented by BetQL. Smarter bets on the BetQL app.
I thought a car flipped or something. There's like a minor fender bender, and Bobby can't stop talking about it. Like we should all be sitting here glued. He wants the Fan Cam zoomed in to two cars on the side of 75.
Get a graphic up, Ryan, about the traffic on 75 due to the fender bender there.
You just can't. You can't do anything about that kind of accident, man. I mean, you got to just clear the whole.
Do you not see it's backed up? There's serious back. So if you are on,
no cars are sideways.
If you're 75 heading north around Fitzhugh, watch out for some backed up traffic.
Very rude.
Back to you guys in the sports desk.
Pull over to the side of the road. Very, very rude.
Where are you going to pull over to the side? There's no room there on 75.
Do you go by every accident, like get your camera out to take photos of it? Like film it?
No, I didn't, but we almost did get in a car accident on the way to Stephenville because there was an accident like a mile in front of us, and like there were people who didn't see it until they were right on top of us, so then they had to like swerve, and there was all this aggressive braking. So there were for a few seconds there, I thought we were going to get hit.
Franklin Frankel, if you were one of those two cars out there.
Truckwreck.com.
Distracting Bobby from the final hour.
No, we made it through, thank you. It was the others who were distracted because of my horn. I alerted them to it by honking at them.
Okay, we have plenty going on in the National Football League. Yesterday, the news was just nonstop. What do you think what's the biggest news to you or the most impactful one of all the things that took place? And today, unofficial start of free agency, a.k.a. tampering, in 2 hours, 11 o'clock our time.
Potential devaluation of the quarterback. Baker Mayfield signing for what averages out to $33 million. Mac Jones going for a sixth, and Justin Fields potentially not going for a first. Russell Wilson signing for the minimum. Like, that's all. We've never seen, even for like the bottom tier of the quarterback market, we've never seen the quarterback market not progress like this.
With the cap money going up.
Yeah.
The cap is going up, and some people are like, really? That's all you still got with that contract?
Yeah, I wonder if it's devaluing of the quarterback or it's devaluing of the bad quarterback. We're like, these teams will just say, all right, you know what, I'm not going to pay, I'll draft. I'll just draft my next guy. And, if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. Like, that's kind of the approach they may take. Maybe it is devalue. I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Mac Jones traded to Jacksonville yesterday for a six-round pick. Trey Lance got a 4.
Yep.
Look like the Cowboys got a steal of a trade compared to that. So Mac Jones for a 6. Russell Wilson's going to make $1 million from the Pittsburgh Steelers and make Denver pay all the rest of it. Who's the worst team? Is Pittsburgh definitely the worst team in the AFC North?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think so, but here they are. They're going to win 10 games again, like they always do.
Probably, but I don't know. They've bounced back, but the last 2 years, Cincinnati has started off really poorly.
Yes.
And they bounced back, and no, Burrow's been hurt, but I don't know. Like, the consistency angle is like Pittsburgh has shown consistently they will compete, so I don't know that I can definitively say they're the worst anything. And now Cincinnati was so bad down the stretch, too.
It'll be an open quarterback competition, apparently, between Russell Wilson and Kenny Pickett. You're a Steelers fan, aren't you? Like, still trying to draft someone? I am.
I would. They're picking at 20, which is right around when they got Pickett, too. And that's the problem with the Steelers. The Steelers are good enough just not to be bad enough.
How are Steeler fans? Like, do you think they're excited about this?
No. They're excited about football because it's starting. But no, they're not excited about it. What are they excited about in Pittsburgh right now?
No, but do you know what I'm saying is, do you know Steeler fans?
I do. I know one.
What are they like?
They're like, hey, do your work hard and just give us something to be happy about, and we want to win. They absolutely want to win. They're diehard like that. But the guys that I know are like just totally beer drinking dudes who just want to watch the game, and they're going to watch the team whether they stink or whether they are amazing. And they're going to watch it the same. Yep.
Just like anything. If you look at the Bengals have. I just had to go back and look at this.
Oh, Mike McCarthy doesn't watch all the games.
No, he doesn't.
He just told us.
He says he does. It's funny if you look at the Bengals over the last 4 years. Like they've been considered one of the better teams in the AFC. This is how they've started the last 4 years: 1-5-1, 2-2, 1-3, 1-3.
And Burrow hurt.
Yeah, I mean they are notoriously slow starters.
The entire league apparently is waiting for the Kirk Cousins decision, as a lot of people think he's going to Atlanta.
Supposed to be last night.
If Cousins goes to the Falcons, what are they in the NFC? Like, would you dare put the Falcons right there with the Packers? Because a lot of people want to try to put the Packers even or above us.
Packers are so.
How much is everyone going to overreact to what Jordan Love did? That's the question. Because no one was talking about Jordan Love except for me. But no, in all reality, I wasn't talking about him to that degree. I liked Jordan Love last year, but no one was talking about Jordan Love until the very end of the season. So are we going to overhype the Green Bay Packers? And if Atlanta gets Cousins, what do we do with them in the NFC?
Yeah, I know a lot of people that love Green Bay as the favorites in the North, even though Detroit, won that division pretty. I don't want to say pretty handily, but I mean, they were the better team last year. But I mean, if Jordan Love is that guy, then they're that guy. I don't know where Atlanta would be.
6 in the NFC, like Dallas, Detroit, no particular order. Dallas, Detroit. I'll throw Philly up there. San Francisco, Rams, Falcons.
Man, it's.
Or Atlanta. I'm sorry, or Green Bay too.
It's tough because Green Bay, the way you look at Green Bay is, you remember 2019, Buffalo has a solid year, gets to the playoffs, and people are like, wow, they're trending up. And then Buffalo hit. They reached the potential. They still haven't got to the Super Bowl, but they hit as like a perennial contender. Then you have some others that are like the Giants, where the Giants are last year, not this past year, but the year before, where they make the playoffs and people are like, hey, they're kind of trending up, and Dable's got this going on, and they've got Kafka who's really good, and Joe Shane is building a good thing. They're trending up, and now everybody's selling the Giants. And so it's like, okay, they're at this teetering point where they're going to show they're legitimate or not. And I don't feel super comfortable yet saying Green Bay is going to be really good next year.
We'll find out what Kyle Pitts has in Atlanta if Kirk goes there.
We have the Broncos trading Jerry Jeudy to the Browns for a 5th and a 6th. So Jerry Jeudy got more in return than Amari Cooper. The old Amari Cooper trade relived over the weekend here in DFW. Amari has 4 more Pro Bowls. He has 5 more 1,000-yard seasons and 29 more touchdowns than Jerry Jeudy. David Hellman saying, I still can't believe it. I'll never get over it. Jeudy, the number 15. Jerry, the number 15 overall pick, second wideout off the board in the CeeDee Lamb draft. He went 15, Lamb 17, Justin Jefferson 22, Brandon Ayuk 25. And our buddy from the Super Bowl, Mark Schlereth, Mr. Bronco, said, good riddance, JJ.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and I've been telling you for the last 2 years what a bust Jerry Jeudy is at the wide receiver position. Well, today he was traded to the Cleveland Browns for a 5th and 6th round pick. And, I got this from you guys all the time, but he's so quick, in and out of breaks. He's a great route runner. Yeah, he's open after the quarterback has already gone through the progression. And as far as a football player, he's just not a great football player. Doesn't run secondary routes well to attract coverage, drops the football, doesn't block. Good riddance. Listen, that's not the kind of player you need here in Denver to rebuild this thing. I, for one, am glad he's gone. But I tell you this, I'll never forget you, Jimmy Jeudy. All the best.
Did he call him Jimmy Jeudy? Yeah, Jimmy Jeudy right there.
I don't watch enough Jerry Jeudy highlights to or tape or any of it. But I do know this: if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a chance as a wide receiver. And he's not had a quarterback. Well, that's just going to be difficult. Like, yeah, you could get all your stats and all that stuff. It's going to be very, very difficult for you to really, truly figure out what you have until you have a QB. If Deshaun Watson gets to 80% of what he was in Houston, they had a nasty receiving core now.
Here's one thing that's for sure is that Ken Dorsey, the offensive coordinator for the Browns, and the time that he spent in Carolina as a scout and then as quarterbacks coach, he apparently didn't get along with Steve Smith. Because Steve Smith said, whatever team asks me about you, Jerry Jeudy, I am going to tell them, don't you ever go near Jerry Jeudy. He's a bum. He's a loser. So apparently he didn't get along with Ken Dorsey in Carolina because Ken Dorsey and the Browns said, sure, bring him on. We'll take him for this compensation.
The Eagles have Jason Kelce walk away. Same thing with Fletcher Cox. So Fletcher Cox announced his retirement on Instagram.
Big old phony, Fletcher Cox. Not a phony. He is who he is. But the idea that this is equal to, oh, what a stand-up individual, Jason Kelce retired. Fletcher Cox has been a dirty player for a decade. And so to me, I don't think this is the same thing at all. But look, they're definitely going to miss him in that locker room in terms of like a veteran and a stabilizing presence. To lose Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelce with everything else that's going on in Philadelphia.
And the goatee.
Man.
And they lost Jalen Hurts' goatee.
Yeah. And now he looks like, I don't even know. Like Jalen Hurts aged 10 years by shaving, which is weird. Usually you shave and you look younger. He is not that way
Chris
at all.
Jones, record-breaking deal to stay with the Chiefs. 5-year contract that includes $95 million guaranteed. The Chargers are apparently open to having a big-name defensive fire sale. Diana Rossini says they're open to trade offers for Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack.
Yeah, and Mack had a big year with the sack numbers.
17 sacks.
Nearly a 92 rating on Pro Football Focus, giving him 6 overall in the NFL from an edge defender. And then Bosa just can't play. He just can't stay on the field. I mean, he can play.
Yeah.
He just is not available to play. And that's a big problem. When you're going to sign a guy to that kind of money and he can't even get on the field for you,
Is there an over-the-top team
Nope.
that's like, okay, Joey Bosa. Let's roll the dice and hope that he stays healthy. He's one of these guys. He'll play all 17 in his final expiring contract year. That's how he'll do. Or would you offer more to try to get Khalil over Joey?
Yeah, what is this? That's a good question. Bosa. I'm trying to sit here and think like, who does this fit their MO to go get a Joey Bosa or something? Like this does feel like the Eagles will trade like a 4th round pick for Bosa or something, and then he'll stay healthy for 17 games and trash it.
T. Higgins just requested a trade. He got the franchise tag. Adam Schefter reporting he just requested a trade.
No, guys. For those of you that are about to ask on the fan text, were the Cowboys interested? No, because T. Higgins costs money, and the Cowboys don't pay people who cost money.
Be great.
Okay, Baker Mayfield got his money, got some money. 3 for $100 for Baker to stay in Tampa,
and he won't even. That comes out to an average of $33 million. He won't make $33 million in a season. Like you're talking about, what he has is he's scheduled to make $40 million in the last year of that deal. He's scheduled to make $30 the next 2 years. He's not touching that. And so, that $40 million on that deal, he won't ever see. He'll make $30 million each of the next 2 seasons, which is way, way below the market value.
Yeah, it's just the issue is like, what is Baker? Like he was a 1-year kind of deal, just I guess it was a prove-it deal, you can call it that. But for him, it's like, I'll just give me a job. Like he's getting a guaranteed job, guaranteed money, and not breaking the bank. And he knew he wasn't going to break. Nobody was going to pay him $45-50 million a year, were they? I can't imagine.
I guess he's, until a new deal gets signed, he's making the same as Goff on average.
Well, I know, but the talk is that Goff is going to make $45-50 a year, which is well below the market.
Would you take Baker over Derek Carr?
I probably.
Daniel Jones?
Yes.
Like, these guys are making $10 million more on average than him.
Yeah. I mean, it's a low deal. It's a low deal. Maybe he likes the fit, that he thinks he can put up numbers and get a bigger deal. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. You see this? This is a major accident.
Peyton, screw you.
Look at this.
Peyton just got in my ear on the headset, and I thought we have breaking news, another free agent. He goes, highway, 75.
What is that? That's an ambulance. It's 2 fire trucks. It's like 5 police cars.
Allocated towards this
guys. If you're heading north on 75, that's northbound 75. It fits you.
DPD, what are you doing? Making me look.
Police are on their way, mofos.
You're down to 2 lanes.
Yeah,
a lot of backup. Find an alternate route.
DPD, a better allotment of your time here. Fire department.
Oh, look at Ryan with the shot too, right down there on the.
No wonder we didn't go to this Dallas Fire Department. They don't know what accidents to respond to. Wait till we're in commercial until you respond to this health crisis.
You gotta read the breaking news. issues
not
on the
reading
BetQL
for
app.
traffic.
I bet you had an airbag issue. That's what happened. The airbag deployed on the guy that rear-ended.
Boy, when we're
Wow.
home for ice, I deliver the weather reports. Now I'm delivering traffic. I'm like KRLD AM over here.
All right, RJ Choppy with his football lessons from the weekend. We'll do it in Crosstalk with KMC, the things that we all need to learn from the wannabe football and sports and life general manager next on Sean and RJ. But give me the
brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ.
You got the breaking news music, Peyton?
There is no breaking news. Turn off your mic. Turn off his microphone. Turn off his microphone. We do not need to talk about this little freaking fender. But someone probably has a flat tire. It's a flat tire out there, and it's like the SWAT team is out from DPD. All right. I
Took them a month to find Kelvin Joseph, but they're out there for that. Yeah, so they have the fire trucks have cleared the way. There's still 4 police cars out there. It's slow moving out there on 75. Oh, a tow truck's coming out.
I need to reestablish some order on the show. I need to do something.
Tow truck.
I need to make a little statement towards Peyton.
Those days are gone.
Towards Ryan. And towards this idiot.
We do have a tow truck arriving on the scene, so this is gonna slow your commute down. Tough way to start spring break.
Crosstalk.
Oh baby.
Oh yeah, spring break. Is everyone out this week or was it last week?
This week. This week.
Is it beating for parents?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them got out of town, but a lot of them are just like stuck at home, working from home, taking the week off. Do what you got to do.
So when you go home,
latchkey kids.
All 3 kids are going to be there, Bobby?
Yes, they are. They're all off, and it is spring break. It's not that one of them suspended for vaping. It is. This is a scheduled day off. Yeah, they're off. They had half day Friday, and then they are out all this week.
Wow. No big family trip.
No, we went to Stephenville already. Shut the city down, man.
It's Stephenville for spring break. 877-881-1053. I'm not noticing like a lot less cars out with traffic.
Like, no, because I mean, it's clogged on 75 right now.
I'm gonna stab you. Yeah. All right, you know what you just did? I'm playing that Carter audio.
No,
and I'm not editing it either. I was gonna edit it.
We have to edit it.
No, you don't have any say. You want to sit here and play traffic music? You want to keep defying me?
Well, I mean, we have to bleep it. We have to bleep it.
Yeah, we'll bleep it. Okay. We'll bleep it, but we're gonna play what he said about everybody, and you'll be under the bus now since you want to keep. Oh,
wow! I wanted to divide straight. I respect it.
7:20.
I'm gone Thursday, baby.
7:20.
I got 2 more days here.
7:20 tomorrow. Expressway audio that Peyton does not want played. We're gonna do it. All right.
Oh, he is gone Thursday. No payload this week.
I gotta give props to my favorite Dallas Cowboy, and that's Jake Ferguson. It appeared like he was returning fire towards the armpit with Dalton Schultz. For Dalton Schultz, talking about the Cowboys facility and all that stuff and the distraction and the circus and all the things he said on McAfee. Well, Jake Ferguson put on his Instagram story a photo, a still shot, outside the Dallas Cowboys locker room where it reads, "It is a privilege, not a right, to play, coach, and work for the Dallas Cowboys, and I am going to spin that and twist it towards return shots fired to Dalton Schultz talking about it being way too much around here. People watch us lift weights. Oh my God. I don't know I know why we haven't won a championship because they give stadium tours at the Star in Frisco. Oh my Lord.
Little exaggerated there.
A little bit.
Maybe, but I think I think that's a very good point.
Thank you.
It's a good little find. I think it absolutely could be the case of what it is. I like it.
So that's Dalton Schultz saying, hey, appreciate the opportunity. Appreciate the spotlight.
Yeah, I love that Jason Garrett's words live on with the players he never even coached here. That was the Garrett say. But to be, once again, if they were to bring tours in here every day, Chop, you would be one of the first ones complaining about banging on the glass and nonstop. Yes, you would.
When have I ever said anything about people banging on the glass?
Because what would happen is if that was every day, like throughout the entire show, that what you'd be is you'd be like, I'm distracted enough already. It's hard enough for me to read already. Now I got people banging on the window. How am I supposed to focus?
I am in such my own world, I wouldn't even notice.
No chance.
Y'all know. I wouldn't even know. I am in my own world. It's behind. I can't even see. It's behind me. I'm looking over to Sean or you. I would not see that.
No chance. For that would be the new default excuse for him, like stumbling over something to be like, well, I can't. Somebody was knocking. They were waving at me.
I stumble over everything anyway. All right, I know that. I'm comfortable with that. You're sitting here trying to do traffic. I'm doing commercials.
I know. Look how difficult it was for me to focus just with the car accident outside.
What did you guys? Was you guys that was texting about Jake Ferguson over the weekend?
Well, he did it was a Peyton that sent it. Did you send the
Peyton
Ferguson?
Yeah, I sent it.
It was a TikTok. Explain it.
Yeah,
the one that sent it.
Yeah, it was with Haley Cavender and her friends, and Jake was out in the town with it was a girls' night, but it had Jake Ferguson there. And so they were doing TikTok. I forget what the theme was of the trend, but yeah, it was like a video of the girls, and then it showed Jake Ferguson. He was kind of like, "Oh, I'm part of the girls now."
Yeah, it was Jake Ferguson and 6 girls going out on the town.
And the thing said with that boyfriend who's always around, is that trying to say he's maybe the girls were like,
we'd like some ladies' night time here, please.
Right.
Just sit at home and eat your dino nuggets.
That's right. And then there was Ferg at the end, kind of singing and dancing.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I want to go out with him.
Yes,
he seems like a very good time.
He seems fun. Those videos, that'll probably get him made fun of. They'll get him made fun of in the locker room. Then again,
he's secure.
I mean, he's probably secure with himself, and she's pretty smoking. So what are you gonna do about it?
All right, some NFL draft lessons. I know today is going to be about free agency. We've talked about that plenty. But after Mac Jones got traded for a 6th-round pick, this stat came out from Albert Breer. There were 5 quarterbacks taken in the first 15 picks of the 2021 draft. 2 have already been dealt, Trey Lance and Mac Jones, while 2 more could be dealt this offseason in Fields and Zach Wilson. Of the 68 quarterbacks to start a Super Bowl, 13 were number 1 picks overall, and 34 were first-round picks. You can find outliers, but the lesson is you must keep swinging when opportunity knocks.
Oh, wow. So a team that hasn't made a Super Bowl in 30 years, ironically also hasn't taken a first-round pick at quarterback in 30 years. Just kind of stunning. Kind of surprising how it works out like that.
Because Romo was the bottom half of the league quarterback. Dak's the bottom half of the league.
Yeah, but they're not good enough.
No, that's not it.
They're
That's
not good
it at all.
enough.
Generally, you need an elite quarterback.
And they've existed in an era during that 20, 30 years that was dominated by a what-round picked quarterback.
Again, the outlier.
But I'm just saying that, that if you look at
Peyton was there with Brady.
And couldn't get over the 6th rounder. Couldn't get over pick 290.
I mean, he did have a
whatever
winning
it was.
playoff record against him, but whatever.
How many rings is that? 2? Right?
Yeah, but he's the point is he got over him in the playoffs more than he didn't.
Are you a settler?
What do you mean?
Oh, Mikey B's coming in. Mike, I was getting ready to go off on him, but thank goodness.
There is an easy
my wife is the settler. I'm
All right. I was actually thinking about this over the weekend. Quarterbacks that have made the Super Bowl. I won't even say won the Super Bowl. Okay. Quarterbacks that have made the Super Bowl. Choppy, I'm going to actually somewhat line up with you on this one.
Of course you are, because I'm right.
Get out.
Jalen Hurts, was he on a rookie contract?
Yeah.
So making very little money. What was Brock Purdy making league minimum last year? All right. Joe Burrow, what pick was he?
Overall number 1, but rookie deal.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so Patrick Mahomes obviously won 3, right? And you just named the outlier, Tom Brady. So Tom Brady obviously has won lately. Now let's go to other. Was Jimmy Garoppolo making premium money when he went to the Super Bowl for San Francisco?
And they lost because of him.
Well, but he wasn't making premium.
Right?
He wasn't like top 5 quarterback paid in the NFL. Like, right? Okay, but he made it, right? Because a team can build around a Jared Goff. What was Jared Goff making on the LA Rams when they made the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Rookie deal.
Rookie deal. Number 1 pick, but rookie deal. So here's the deal. Over the last decade or so, you're going to have almost an impossible time, like literally impossible, finding a quarterback who makes the Super Bowl, who's not on a rookie deal or not considered like arguably the best quarterback in the game. So
what's the floor for Dak? I had this debate over the weekend with Byron when I was at Tarleton State. What is the floor for Dak right now? If you were to rank him across the league, I don't think you can put him currently the way everything looks. There's no way you can get further than outside like the top 6 or 7 right now.
I know, Bobby, but what you're not allowing for, and we're trying to negotiate here. We're trying to meet in the middle. We're saying that his floor is very high. It's very good. He can put up MVP type numbers. Where you need to give a little bit for Bassick and Choppy's point is, what it takes to actually win the whole thing. Or if everything goes right for the Cowboys, if everything goes right, they can maybe win one.
Like-
They're talking about swinging for the fence to try to get
Multiple.
So
another level
where
up.
where are they well, not just that, you were talking about like doing it on a rookie deal or something like that. Where are they held back roster construction wise right now? Where is Dak like holding them back? The way that this team spends and builds, they're not being held back in any way. They will just give that as more money to Micah or more money to CD. That's how they spend. They spend to the floor and that's it.
That's okay, but then explain this. Because in the cap era, go look at the list of quarterbacks that have made or won a Super Bowl with the team that drafted them outside their rookie deal.
I'm so
You're
glad
looking
this is
at
brought up.
Brady, Peyton,
Because this is also
Eli, and Matt Ryan.
This is the same as that whole awful argument that gets made
And
all
Ben.
the time because
And Ben.
it's the same as that it's this awful statistic everybody likes to throw about, like there's only been never in the history of the NFL has a quarterback eaten this much as a percentage of the cap while doing this. You know why that's the case is because Eli Manning signs his deal, he is eating up that percentage of the cap, and then 2 years down the road when the market resets and the cap grows and that's no longer
that's not the deal.
I'm
That's not the stat
talking.
I'm
Give me
giving.
1 sec. When you get the 2 years down past that and the cap rises and that's no longer the percentage of the cap. Oh well, now they win the Super Bowl, but that's just like you're talking about the first year of a deal, basically, where that's going to be that much of a percentage.
But why?
Of cap.
But I'm not talking about percentage of the cap. Why is it though that we're looking at in the cap era, which is 30 years, we're looking at 4 or 5 guys who have made the Super Bowl with the team that drafted them beyond their rookie contract. Period. That doesn't mean
because you're talking about an era that's been like Brady making the Super Bowl every year or every other year for 20 years.
There's a whole other conference.
I know, but like that's but regardless, you're talking about during that whole like Aaron Rodgers made it once. Is that like Aaron Rodgers is a waste of space?
No, absolutely not.
You got to reset because they made it one time. You need to reset in Green Bay. You shouldn't have had Aaron Rodgers there for 15 years.
As soon as Jared Goff, if he gets a $50+ million contract in Detroit, their window is closed. If San Francisco decides 2 years from now Brock Purdy is a $55 million a year quarterback, their window is closed and it's over. Unless they become as good as Tom Brady, as good as Patrick Mahomes, as good as Aaron Rodgers, where every year you're like, I think he's the best, and if he's not, then maybe it's 1 or 2 other guys. Dak will never be in that category.
We've said a lot that Dak would never be anywhere. Like Mike, you've said consistently Dak would never be in this area. I remember very specifically listening to G-Bag in 2017. And you talking about how Dak will never be in the top 10 of quarterbacks in the NFL. He's there. He's up there. He just finished second in MVP. So, I mean, this is something where consistently throughout Dak's career, we've said a lot of he's never going to do this, and he always elevates.
Okay, now who like Dak Prescott? Now give me this example, since you're struggling here. give me the quarterback like Dak Prescott who makes that much money, who's made it to a Super Bowl.
Matt Ryan.
Okay.
And should have won it.
All right. That's one. Now over the last 15 years, give me one other one. I'll give you that one. I'm going to accept your
Eli.
Eli, what?
Eli won 2.
And what percentage
and
of
Dak is better than Eli was. And Eli was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL when he did it once.
Eli is the one guy that has done it because that's nothing that Eli ever did.
It's not gonna, you got to do Bobby translation here. I'll translate for you.
This isn't translation. I was asked a very direct question. I gave an answer.
Overall, he's basically agreeing with y'all in a way. He's just never going to say it. He has a big Dak Prescott playoff question in his own mind. Because of that humongous question, choker, blah, 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 whatever you want to call it, you guys want them to start over and try to find the ultimate answer. Yeah. Bobby has that question in his mind. He's just never going to say it about Dak in the postseason.
I'll say Dak has got to answer questions about the postseason. That's absolutely true. To me, though, it's like this idea of like, the 2021 was supposed to be the can't miss quarterback class. We just did a rundown that basically said they all missed except one, and that one has massive questions about whether he'll ever be elite.
Now, let me ask you this. Is Lamar Jackson better than Dak Prescott?
No.
Well, you just told me that the MVP vote means everything.
I didn't say the MVP vote means everything.
He was in second place.
No.
Now you're going to take away the 2 MVPs that Lamar Jackson has.
No. I was arguing in your space that said Dak would never be an MVP candidate. I argued on that field. The MVP candidate is writers, and this was a weak year. Dak wouldn't have been top 3 in the MVP in a normal year. Like this was just a low year.
I hate this. I hate it for Cowboy fans, but you're in it's Jared Goff and Dak Prescott. They're different quarterbacks, but they're in the same tier.
Yeah, they can win. I mean, the Detroit showed you this year they can win. I mean, they should have won that game.
Dak should never do this. In this offseason, he's about to get $300 million. But if he were to go down to $30 million, where Jared Goff is making now, that does give Will McClay. The others right now, it's a huge week. We'll talk about it on our show. It's a huge week for spring break for the Jones family. A lot of decisions to make on where they're at
Great
right
Wolf
now.
Lodge, just taking a dip.
But like when you take Jared Goff to a $50+ million number, you've now lost the ability to make the Super Bowl.
We have some breaking news on another quarterback in that Dak Prescott class. We'll talk about it with the KMC Masterpiece next on Sean and RJ.
Roger that, Sally.
else, go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Diana Rossini to start off crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Kirk Cousins will hit free agency and begin discussions with Atlanta as soon as the tampering window opens in 90 minutes.
Whoa.
So Mike Florio was ahead of that one. Kirk Cousins looks like he will be an Atlanta Falcon. Good morning to Kevin Hagelin and Mike Bassick.
Was your tease the quarterback that's in the same category as Dak?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about that, Bobby?
I mean, we've already established Sean is just on a lower plane in terms of football analysis for me, and so we.
Holy moly!
I've won all the quarterback arguments so far.
All right, who else is in Dak's category?
Mahomes, Burrow.
No, Mahomes is on his own tier, and then it's
yeah.
I want to hear you group them.
It goes Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Herbert are like the top four, and then it's Dak and the cluster.
No, not the cluster. I want to hear you separate two categories. I want to hear Dak's category and then what the category below is.
The category on Dax is probably Lamar overall as a weapon, not as a passer. But Lamar, Love, arguably Stafford. Like that's the grouping.
Okay. So Cousins and Goff.
And Stroud.
And then
Cousins, Goff,
Tua.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting. To have Cousins beneath. Who else was in that higher up category? Not
Lamar,
CJ.
Love, Stafford, Stroud.
Peripheral statistics.
Stafford. I thought you hated Stafford. That's the one I was stuck.
I don't think that Stafford is as good as him, but I think they're on the same general tier.
Okay. You have anything else to add or try to start a fight over?
No, I don't want to start a fight. I was listening to your last segment. It was heated. So.
Greg Zuerlein signed an extension too with the Jets.
Oh, hell yeah!
What's coming up?
We're going to talk about how the Cowboys are going to make all these amazing offers in about 75 minutes.
It's going to be amazing. I can't wait.
And at no point will Mike talk about spring break destinations for the Jones family instead.
No, they're going to sign Bobby Wagner.
Not this week. It's spring break, man.
I told you.
Teams that want deals don't shop this week.
Think about it. They've had a little bit of time, but it's always tough when you have this much money. Do we yacht it? Frisco? And I'm talking about San Francisco. Mexico? Do you go overseas? Do you just fly overseas? Do you take the yacht overseas?
Ooh. Why would they be celebrating spring break?
Because their grandchildren are out for spring break.
Oh, okay.
Are the grandchildren still of high school age, or I guess the college kid is?
Yeah, I mean, some of them are. I don't know all their kids.
Yeah. Okay.
You shut your mouth, Bobby.
Wow. What's coming up with the show? Tease it. Hurry.
Shut your mouth.
Tease
Because
it.
I wanted to say something. All right. Right out the gate, do the Rangers now have a real competition for the 5th spot? And coming up at 12:20, the smartest organizations in all of sports, because the Braves have done it again. They have hoodwinked another chump team into trading with them, just like they did with us. So across all sports, smartest organizations in sport.
When are you going to denounce the Duke Blue Devils?
Denounce the whole team or denounce
Your
that
fandom.
Nimrod, Filipowski, and their fans this weekend?
Filipowski tripping the Tar Heel, and then
Was
what
not
about
cool.
What about Coach Shire going and shaking the hands and apologizing to fans?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry,
I'm
we
so
lost.
sorry we lost.
Sorry we failed.
Maybe
you.
that's why they were throwing drinks in the court. They were angry at Shire for being soft like that. That is pretty stupid. I mean, I know they
Isn't
got
that lame.
It
I'm
is.
so sorry.
I agree.
I apologize.
I don't have to like everything that they do. They got
They've
worked in
done
that
a
game.
lot of unlikable things.
They need a point guard. I watched some of that game.
And Filipowski, does anyone think that was not an intentional trip?
I looked intentional. I'm not here to defend that. It was a terrible game. North Carolina was clearly the better team. Filipowski did that on purpose. And then their fans started throwing garbage.
I don't see how
on
you
the
could
court.
say that was intentional. I mean, he just dusted himself off after that Wake Forest court storming.
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't he die in the Wake Forest game? Like, that was pretty bad. They were like,
I didn't make that narrative.
He may never be available to play again.
Why do I have to answer for that narrative?
Jalen Smith. We're waiting for the nerve to fire again so Kyle Filipowski can walk, and then, he's out there at the next game.
And you know what? It fired. It fired on that very play.
It did.
That's
Amazing.
why his leg flew up in the air, because finally he was able
Involuntary reaction
to get some feeling in that leg. He's like, oh my God, I got the Jimmy leg.
If you back me into a corner, I'm going to be like, what happened to that Kentucky game, RJ?
I want
we lost. Wow, cool. We're going to be 1 seed still. What are you going to do?
Was that the jumper? The girls' game that?
Oh, no, that was the girls' game. We don't.
That
was we're not a very good team.
Just dodge the heat now.
We're not a very good women's basketball program anymore.
I want your
rest in peace, Pat.
Your all-time favorite player, Duke starting five. It doesn't have to be by position. Your 5 favorite Blue Devils.
Ooh, Christian Laettner for sure. Y'all are gonna hate.
Yeah, that's the point.
Grayson Allen.
Grant is Grant Hill hateable?
No, he's not hateable.
Okay, because I know Bobby Hurley is hateable.
Is Bobby Hurley on there?
Yeah, because he shut down undefeated UNLV for that first title run.
Okay. What about the next Larry Bird? Is Danny Ferry on that list?
Oh, man. An All-American.
Trajan Wealth Langdon.
I was going to say Shane Battier.
When he denied the Clippers the draft and went and played in Greece or somewhere for a year.
Shane Battier's on there? Okay, he's not too hateable.
What about Woj? What about slapping the court Woj?
No. Why does that bother everybody? Why does just slapping the court bother everybody?
He's a little white diver, okay? I don't want those little try-hard guys on my team. And Duke is full of them. You know who the most hateable Dookie is outside of Woj?
Shavlik Randolph.
Chris Collins. God, I hated Chris Collins. He was the original Reddick, the original Grayson Allen.
We did
just
have
a 3-point shooting try-hard guy.
Cherokee Parks was also a Maverick.
I'm not going to vote for Cherokee Parks. I was probably going to say Paolo Banchero because I got to go to Cameron and see him be awesome. And he's not hateable, right?
Isn't it tough, though? This is the thing about the last
There's a lot
15
of
to 20 years is,
can't hate him anymore.
Do you like a guy who went there for 1 year? Like, it's so tough. That's why we go back to 40 years ago almost, because we're like, yeah, we like Christian Laettner, 4-year guy, or you like Grant Hill, 4-year guy, or if you're Carolina, obviously it's easy for Jordan, but if he was just there for 1 year, like if you're a UT fan, sometimes I'll see a 35, I think, Durant jersey. I'm like, he was there for 1 year and they didn't like go to the Final Four. Like it's tough when it's just a 1-year guy.
I hated Jay Williams. And then he opened his mouth on TV, and I really hated Jay Williams.
I loved Jay Williams.
Chris Duhon. I hated Duhon.
Chris Duhon?
Yeah, I hated Duhon.
Man,
and Boozer.
I remember when I thought Corey Maggette was going to be the greatest player of all time. Whoops.
When did daylight save? Nice job, nice reference, Mike. When did daylight savings throw you off, or when were you made aware of it? Did it mess up your
What
day?
do you mean made aware of it?
Well, a lot of
Did you not know?
I didn't know until Saturday morning.
Okay.
We were
Well, a lot of
changing
times you
clocks.
don't know until you
Sunday
know.
morning?
Saturday morning.
Oh.
But if I wouldn't have heard it on the radio, this is another important thing that radio does for us. If I didn't hear it on radio when I was driving that it was coming up, I would have overslept at the Airbnb in Stephenville.
Now, Choppy loves the switch because we have more daylight now.
It was awesome to go outside at 7:30 with my boy last night and play some basketball, still have some daylight.
You know who likes this? Athletes, Mike.
Oh, don't even start with athletes. I heard
house folks.
I heard all about your.
I can't watch the 7 o'clock news because of the glare from the sun.
I mentioned
Is there news at 7 o'clock?
I mentioned this weekend to Byron Anderson that you refer to yourself as an athlete, and he burst out laughing.
Yeah, what
and he
sports
said,
he
he
played
said,
outside?
he said you need to watch Choppy slap hit a baseball like he's Ichiro. That's how Choppy swings the baseball bat.
Yeah.
Choppy won the home run derby.
Yeah, I won the home run derby. I get a base, okay? That's why I don't care how I hit. I get a base. You know why I had to slap hit? Because they were pitching away from me. Because they don't dare come inside. Okay? Because I come inside, I'm going to be winking at their girls around third base. That's what's going to happen if they try to throw inside on me.
And then Bobby is on the other side hating it because of the loss
I
of
despise
sleep.
it.
I just don't like that one morning when you lose an hour, but I am also a nerd and reset all of the clocks the night before.
You do? I was asking the guys, what is the last clock that you reset? You're like, I'm going to be too lazy for this. I'll get it later, and then it maybe ends up costing you. Mike, are all your clocks reset?
Most of them by now. but I don't do it till yesterday. So when I'm in the car and I see that, it's
So you went to the microwave, you went to the oven, you went to the wall clocks?
Yes. Well, we don't have wall clocks, I don't think.
We have
No,
a
we
wall
don't, we don't have one either.
Okay.
But I did do the microwave, car, and everything else, like the phone and all that
They
stuff. I'll
update itself.
Reset. So.
I also have to reset the microwave and the oven simultaneously, so they're exactly together.
Yeah.
Or else it really bothers. Yes,
at the same
it
time.
really bothers me if that is not the case.
I got one that's just slower than the other. Like after over time, it'll just be like 2 minutes off. I'm like, what happened?
What's funny about that, I'm not trying to start a fight. It probably will.
Oh, no.
Is I feel like, well, besides Mike, but you're like the second most tardy one on KNC for crosstalk sometimes.
Yeah,
when we're at the stadiums, like you'll get mad at the parking situation, whatever, but you will be late.
That is
here and there. Who's more on time, him or Corey, Mike?
When we're
just in general, who's a more timely person?
It's even. I feel like it's 50-50 on who shows up earlier. You're walking the parking lot.
that is usually
walking the parking lot.
Yeah, like or walking by the park and stuff in the morning. I try to get a walk in before the show frequently.
Oh, okay.
So that's
so you're not pulling into the parking lot late.
No,
You're
that's
just
part of it.
Being selfish with your personal time.
Yeah, pretty much. It is a time evaluation that I'm like, hold on, it's 8:40. Can I squeeze this in? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was.
But you make a fair point.
Okay.
But I also like I like trying to be there as efficient as possible and not be super early. Not for work things, but for other things. And I think if you're on time, you're late is the dumbest saying in the history of the world.
What was that again? The way you phrased it? If you're on time, you're late.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a coach thing. You're on time because if practice starts at 6 o'clock.
To be on time is to be early.
Yeah, because if practice starts at 6 o'clock and you get there at 6, we're already starting practice. You got to warm up.
We will recap all the Dallas Cowboys day one free agency news tomorrow.
Yeah, well, your show's
that a
going to be
whole
3
segment?
seconds long.
How long is that segment?
It'll be a national show.
Maybe to start the show, I'll have the fake conversation where Jerry and Steven are on the boat and they're like, "Hey,
no,
we'll fly you in next Monday. Our cell's not very good out here.
We're talking about other stuff today too, so please tune in."
KFC Masterpieces
You
next.
got offered what? Well, we're out.
On the fair. Hit the button.
Hey, miss anything on Sean? Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk baseball. We got all kinds of baseball happening today. However, we are also now T-minus 58 minutes and 45 seconds away from the start of legal tampering. And I know people are excited about that across the NFL and perhaps for the Cowboys. I have to admit, I'm less excited, but they can always prove me wrong. They could always prove me wrong.
It just matters how the cell phone reception is in the Pacific or Atlantic right now. I'm not sure where they're at, but I'm assuming it's somewhere on a beach or on a yacht. And that's the tough thing about this week is they're just like, they got family obligations and they got to work. And right now they're getting calls from agents and the cell reception's not great. And they're just saying, hey, we'll fly your guy in next Monday on our dime. We're looking at this type of deal. So, just present what you are maybe getting this week. We're really not worried about competing this week. Right. We want to see what you guys get. And then usually the agent says, well, we're getting around this number. And then the Cowboys say, well, we don't need to meet. Or, hey, just come on and meet and we'll give you a really low offer, about 30% less than what the market is showing.
And I know that not all of that is sarcastic, though. A little bit of it is. The Cowboys fall into a trap that they still think it's, a different era where everybody has to play for the Cowboys and they'll automatically take a pay cut to do so. Like, I understand the media viability is higher here with the Cowboys, but people don't view this as, I have to go play there. I will take less money to go play there. Maybe some do, but not across the board. And that's a mistake that I think the Cowboys fall into a lot.
Well, it's such a, I don't know if I want to say the most violent sport. Obviously, there's like UFC and stuff, an individual, but it's for a team sport, arguably the most violent sport. And
yes,
there's very little guarantees in the contracts. There's some, obviously the greatest players get them, but the average player, and let's face it, most free agents are average to a hair above average players. They don't allow the great players or really good players to become free agents. So when you look at it, they have to get the most money. There's just no way that you can look at a deal and say, I have a 4-year deal on the table for, let's just say $32 million, 22 guaranteed. I just can't go to the Cowboys on a 3-year deal for $18 million with 10 guaranteed. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
For 99.9% of NFL free agents.
Look, I definitely understand your point, and some of the early move-ins and shake-ins of the day is T. Higgins has requested a trade, and then Kirk Cousins will explore free agency and will first meet with the Falcons probably within the next hour or so. Just remember, you can't sign anything until Wednesday. So the next 2 days, there'll be a lot of probably deals made, and I think most of them will stick to them. But I always have nightmares about DeAndre Jordan. I know that's a different sport and going back many, many years, but
don't worry, we ended up getting him anyways. That worked out great.
Eventually, that definitely worked out great. And then from the 214, I love you guys. I'm just tired of the Cowboys. Well, in that case, let's go to cut number 3, because I want to talk about the defending world champion Texas Rangers. Oh, crap.
That's a great start.
The count to Jimenez runs full. Jimenez, the Chicago team leader in hits and runs batted in so far this spring. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Leiter struck him out. Got him to chase that slider away.
He also struck out your boy, Bobby Witt Jr.
That's good.
Go Jack Leiter. Now,
I didn't watch this game.
Okay.
I did see highlights of it. I checked the box score, and I thought it was okay.
The thing that's tough, part of the thing that just makes it okay and not really good, right, is Jack Leiter gave up the 2-run home run. Wyatt Langford missed a ball in foul territory to the person that hit the 2-run home run.
Yeah.
And he lost it in the sun. And so I do wonder if you look back at that and you're like, Oh, yeah. Good job. So my question for you was going to be, and there's
yesterday, didn't Langford start off the game by losing the ball in the sun? And I don't know if they called it an error or a triple, but obviously the runner got to third base.
In reality, I view it as an error.
Yeah.
I realize the box score does not care what I think, but there's been a couple of things, and they have said that most of them have been sun related. So I don't know if you're like, well, maybe that won't, hurt us.
No sun in Texas.
Yes. Well, you can close the roof.
There's pretty much no sun when you play at the new park, right? I'm trying to think. I'm in my head. I'm trying to think, where does the sun set if the roof is open? And I want to say
it sets in the west.
Yes. Thank you. I do know that.
Okay, good.
I guess if you're playing an 11 a.m. game, then you have to worry about the east. But I was thinking, doesn't it set more over the third base side? I'm trying to remember. Obviously, Ranger fans that are season ticket holders, they'll know where the shade is and stuff like that. But I'm thinking, does the sun play with the right fielder or left fielder when the roof is open?
Now, as we get our sun experts on that, I was going to ask you about Jack Leiter, because I had questions about Jack Leiter and Jose Urena in terms of competing for the number 5 spot, because Cody Bradford has pitched very well and he's made it clear he wants to start, but then he also said, I want to win and help this team however I can. So I look at Jack Leiter and what's been his biggest issue throughout the minors.
Command.
105 walks in 177 and 2/3 inning. That's just not going to work. Now, he's done better, still not perfect, in a short sample size in the Cactus League with 3 walks and 7 innings. Now, the good thing is his fastball still sits in the upper 90s, and he seems to have gotten some better command of it. Do you think that, and there's still a couple weeks, that Leiter or Urena could make a run at Cody Bradford, or the fact that Cody Bradford is pitching well will probably keep him locked in at the number 5 starter? Because I'm really curious.
Right now, today, is today the 10th? Am I right about the dates? I forget what day it is.
Today is the 11th.
The 11th. You still have 2 weeks to make this decision. And I would say now, these last 2 weeks, you really have to start using your pencil, but getting close to using your pen. I would lean towards Bradford's going to be the 5th starter today.
Yes.
But I would think that, from what I understand, the main competitor would be Sampson. Am I wrong with that?
I think that's what Jared thinks too, right?
Yeah. So from what I'm hearing, and obviously Jared helps me out a lot on stuff like this.
He's a baseball genius.
That Leiter, I'm not saying can't. The other day, I told my son this because he told me about the game. We were in the car, and I said, I would have rather him give up 4 hits and no walks. That's the exact same amount of people on base.
I get what you're saying.
But I'd rather in his 3 innings, it say 3 innings, 4 hits, no walks, 1 strikeout, and then the 2-run homer. I would say that without watching the game and seeing where he's hitting his spots or not hitting his spots, I would have rather have seen 3 innings, no walks. So
that makes a lot of sense.
I'm not saying he pitched his way out of the possibility of being the team's 5th starter, but that's probably for Mike Maddox and Bruce Bochy ultimately making, and I guess Chris Young, making the major decision on who's the 5 to start the year. They really need to see the command of 2 pitches for Jack Leiter to make the opening day roster.
Do you think more realistically he's pitching to show that he's the 6th or 7th starter? And what I mean by that, for people who are newer to our show, is, hey, look, it would be great if you could just throw these 5 starters all year. Not gonna happen. You're gonna need other starters for a variety of reasons. Do you think he's trying to show, and obviously minor league will be important as well, that he can be the next person or the next person they call up?
Yes, but then your first 2 starts in, most likely for him, Round Rock, will be very important, right? Because no matter what you do in spring training, if it's 2 weeks later, the spring training performance goes down from, it's 100% of what we're working on. I won't say 100% because you're working off of last year too. So it's 75% of what we're working on, 25% of what happened in 2023, especially the August/September part of it. it goes down to now spring training is probably 50% of what matters. And now your first 2 starts in AAA are 40% of what matters. And then 10% of what happened in 2023. Because in the back of their mind, they do have to go, we want him to pitch with confidence and conviction. And they really want to see that. And I am talking out of my rear end without watching Jack Leiter pitch the other day, right?
He looked better. I thought he looked better. I realize when you still have walks, it's tough to make that argument. I thought his control was better than what we had seen.
So you watched all the pitches. Was the catcher having to reach? If he set up inside, was he having to reach outside? If he set up outside, was he having to reach inside? To me, a main part of pitching is whatever side the catcher's setting up on, that needs to be your miss.
That did happen, but I thought it was pretty rare. I can only recall twice that I saw it. I can't promise that if I went back and looked again, but I only saw 2 that were big moves that you're like, ooh.
And if you miss a little bit middle, I understand. But if you know what I'm saying, if you set up outside corner and then you hit the inside corner, even if it's a strike,
That's a miss.
It can be like an effective pitch by accident because now the catcher has to think, all right, this is the way that I thought the sequence would go. But he just nailed the inside corner without me being over there, and the umpire did call it a strike. A lot of times the umpires won't call those strikes unless they're really all over the plate because they're like, I'm not going to give you the black on the edge here if your catcher wasn't even close to setting up there.
Sure. And I don't want to leave out, we talked about how well Cody Bradford had been doing. Yesterday's start, he gave up 1 run in 4 innings of work, I do believe.
It wasn't the guy, I was listening on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
Was the first guy that scored the guy that Wyatt Langford missed the fly ball on?
That is correct. And in 11 Cactus League innings, he's given up 3 runs. He's been pitching well. So I don't mean to say is Cody Bradford losing it. I just like that maybe there's other competitors, whether you think it's Sampson, Urania, Leiter. It seems like there's other competitors. The Rangers did make some other moves. They sent down Cole Winn. Can't say I'm surprised by that. Sam Huff. Antoine Kelly is somebody that, and they were all optioned to Round Rock. Antoine Kelly is somebody going into spring training, I have to admit, I thought had a really good shot of making this team.
I do think this. I think you just start looking at it and going, he's 24 years old. Just give him a little bit more time, right?
Yeah.
And you just talked about on Friday, I believe it was, how many guys you like that aren't on the 40 man?
Yes.
Well, I'm not saying that Antoine Kelly, I need to make sure. I think he's already on the 40-man. I'm like 90% sure he's on the 40-man roster. So it's not like you'd have to add him to the 40-man roster if he's on the team. But you just start looking at it, and they're probably like, if we put Antoine Kelly on, there's a good possibility we have to release Diego Castillo.
Yes.
We have to release Adrian Sampson. We have to release these guys from their contract because they're not going to go to AAA if they have a good spring training. They're going to opt out of their contract and see what team is struggling with pitching depth that they can be picked up by and be on an opening day MLB roster.
Now, some people were asking questions about Jack Leiter. Did he have these control issues at Vanderbilt? It didn't feel like this at all.
He didn't. The only thing is going back and looking at scouting reports, he did get a lot of chases out of the zone. Remember, 99% of SEC players will never make the major leagues.
Right.
I'll tell you this, 90% of SEC players won't even make AA baseball. So you're going to be facing, as great as the SEC is, it's the best baseball conference in the country. You're still facing, for Jack Leiter, such a lower level of competition than facing a AA team in Frisco. So all of a sudden, those AA guys weren't chasing his fastballs up out of the zone. They weren't chasing his sliders in the dirt or just above the dirt on, let's say, non-two-strike counts. So it's making him learn how to, for 2-3 years, because he was in COVID at Vanderbilt, I don't want to say got away with, but he got a lot of swings and misses on balls. And now he's not getting guys to chase those balls, which means I have to get the ball in the zone. And that's what he's trying to kind of figure out.
And this is the type of scientific information I'm here for today from the 432. Based off the positioning on Google Earth, I believe the sun sets on the first base side. Which would also
so
be
that's Wyatt
right
Langford.
Side.
Great.
We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. Also giving you traffic updates from the 817. Is the accident on 75 still bad? It looks like they've cleared at least the part I know Sean and RJ were concerned about. The cop cars are gone, and they've cleared that part of the difficulty.
I think it's a great question that I have no idea. So during the break, you can answer this on Twitch or on the text line. Is how long does it take once they clear an accident for the traffic to start flowing at 60 to 80 miles an hour?
That is a
because right now it's flowing at 10 to 20 miles an hour on 75 North out of downtown.
It is still slow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the Stars are on their hottest run of the season. Here's how it's happening. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
They are
Today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
First shot for the Kings went in. Kevin Fiala. Here's a chance. Score! Foxa rattles it in off the post to the left of Talbot to tie the game.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. On this edition of Puck Around and Find Out, we're going to talk about how the Stars have been on a roll. But real quick, there's controversy in our studio because somebody wrapped the blind cords into, 7 million knots. And over on the other side, Mike, and Carter and Ryan are concerned about it because of lighting purposes, at which point I will admit this. I usually don't mess with the blinds, not only here, but elsewhere, because I don't think I can do it very well. Now, if you were doing the old school blinds where you twist the thing and then they open up, but in terms of raising and lowering it, I feel like I screwed up a lot and I just kind of stay away from that.
To your point, I guess there are blinds where you can just the bottom part move it up
now
and
we
down.
do have blinds like that.
But I was like, boy, this seems like really old school technology that we still use on the blinds. But I mean, these are, no offense, it is what it is. You don't really need super duper blinds up here, but these are like the cheap blinds that you get for.
You think they've been around for a while?
Yeah, well, these are the ones, if you go to Home Depot, they're going to be the ones that are the lowest cost.
Yeah.
And effective, but I don't know, because they are very long. These are 8-foot windows.
Yeah.
That they did make, for some reason, they did make the string on them 10 feet long, and I don't know why. But so then somebody came in here. I'm going to assume somebody that's not a on-air personality and said, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make these strings 4 feet long." And so they just started making knots, and some of them they're like, you know what would be easier? Knotting them all together. And so then you have blinds that are separate, but now they're together forever.
I don't know what happened over there.
So
my question.
Cut it.
Truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. What is your blind confidence? Because mine is very, very low. Now, for the Stars, Mike, are you starting to feel like this team can take first place in the Central? They are on a season-long 5-game winning streak. And for people who are going to naysay that, I'll get back to you. How are you feeling right now?
Solid, but, and look, an 82-game season, there's ups and downs. I get it. Without following the Stars for pretty much my whole life, except for playoff Stars, it's similar to an NBA season. There's going to be very few teams like the Boston Celtics. I know I'm going to know they haven't had any downs all year. The other day they won, and they're like, if they lose this game to Phoenix, it's their first 3-game losing streak of the year. So there are times where you don't have any downs in a season, and there are teams that are horrible that they have no ups in a season. Like the San Antonio Spurs, I'm going to assume, haven't even won 3 games in a row this year. So there's been ups and downs, but right now you're feeling good. I have not looked at the future schedule of the Stars.
I can answer that question for you too.
Well, let's see. After the Winnipeg game, which I do know they are good, Los Angeles is hanging on by a thread to make the playoffs. Am I correct about that?
That is
they're easily in there. Are they the 3 seed on the other side?
Yes.
Okay.
But they're fighting to stay out of the wild card.
Okay.
And they're not safe by any means, but they're a playoff team.
Okay. Obviously beating San Jose, which is weird. They barely beat them, and they're horrible. Anaheim, help me out with Anaheim. They're not that good this year, are they? Or
no, no, they're also
so they're taking advantage of the schedule, but you have to do that.
Now, something for you to consider, because I had a feeling that was going to come up. In this 5-game win streak, only 2 of the teams were playoff teams, right? So 40%, not a lot. Of their last 16 games, only 7 of them are against playoff teams. So it's not like the schedule is going to flip and all of a sudden you're like, oh crap, we have to play all the best teams. Down the stretch, your schedule is not difficult whatsoever, although you do have another game against Colorado, and I know we've talked about how problematic that matchup feels, but you also have another game against Winnipeg, but you have plenty of games against the less than teams like Seattle or whoever you want to throw in there. So the majority of your games going forward are against non-playoff teams. So I'm encouraged for that as well.
Take advantage of this opportunity because as you're talking, right at the end, pretty much, April 7th and April 11th is at Colorado and then versus Winnipeg on the 11th. So those games could mean a whole bunch to if you're a 1, 2, or 3 seed. I'm going to just mention it that way in your
I understand.
division for your conference playoffs.
Yes, I know you're still not a fan of the seeding in the hockey playoffs, and I get that. The Stars are first with 89 points. Winnipeg and Colorado both have 85. Now, the issue that remains is Winnipeg still has 3 games in hand on you. So theoretically, they could still overtake you for the division lead, and you've played one more game than Colorado. So everybody is still bunched up really tightly. That's why this is a great time for this winning streak. I mean, sure, you could argue any time's a great time for a winning streak, but particularly now, you've stayed atop the Central Division and hopefully created opportunity going forward. Now, what is the reason for this? You want to start with goaltending or offense?
Oh, I was going to say they're scoring more than the other team. If that was the question.
Is very fair. Let me ask you this. I want to see if I think you can do this.
All right.
Why do you think they're scoring more than the other teams?
They are getting quantity.
Yes!
You hate quantity, though.
No.
You told me that one game against Boston, you were so mad at our quantity.
No, because the game was tied, even though we had a 2-1 shot advantage. That part is infuriating. Over the last 5 games, average shots for the Stars, 36.5. Average shots for their opponent, 24. That's a big gap. And that's not to say that all shots are created equal, because clearly they're not. But if you're peppering the goal with 12 and a half more shots than your opponent every single night, that's usually going to turn out well.
I've only watched the 3rd period of the last game against LA, and the Stars, I felt like, totally dominated that period. With what you're talking about, it felt like the puck was on one side of the ice for the majority of the 3rd period, and that was great because you held the lead, kept the lead. I believe, did they score once in the 3rd period? Am I correct about that? It was 3-1 already going into the 3rd. It might have. Oh, they definitely scored because there's an empty netter.
They scored twice. There was the regular goal and then the empty netter.
Because I remember Robertson passed to Pav.
He did,
and that was like a backhand. I was like, that's probably really easy for them.
But it looked incredible to you.
Yeah, I'm just like, that is amazing from that angle with a little bit of pressure and backhanding it just so perfectly into the empty net. Now, Robertson about a minute before missed one that I thought that looked a lot easier to make. But yeah, they're playing well. I need to really engage a little bit more as we're coming down the stretch.
Now, we've talked about how the Stars are getting a lot of shots off, but as you pointed out, defensively, that means they're not allowing anywhere near as many shots. And then I wanted to focus in on Ottinger. Do you have any idea, Mike? I'm not trying to trap you. I'm just really curious. What a good save percentage would be for a goalie.
My guess is 93%.
Okay. If you're doing 93%, you're the best goalie in the league.
Okay, sorry.
No. But 91%, you probably want to be at least at 91%. And that just shows you, think about it. You want to be at least 91. If you hit 93, you're probably the best goalie in the league. That shows how tight this is.
I'm just thinking if there's 30 shot attempts, 30 shots on goal, that I would think that average would be you give up 3 goals, and then above average is you give up less than 3 goals.
Goaltending has actually gotten statistically better over the years. I'm not saying goalies are automatically better. There's a lot that goes into it. But Jake Ottinger, I'm going to give you the stats 2 different ways. Over the 5-game win streak, his save percentage is 88.5.
Okay.
So that does not sound too good, right?
Well, you just said 91% is good.
That's where you want to be at.
Okay.
That's kind of middle-ish of the road.
I'm just assuming the San Jose 6-goal game.
Wow! I'm glad that you brought that up.
And Wedgie played last game.
Yes, he did. Is if you take that San Jose game out of it, His save percentage in this run is 93.4%. So clearly, that San Jose game, I still can't believe they won that game when they won 7-6. Not the other San Jose game where they also struggled, but the San Jose game where they won 7-6. Outside of that, he has started to play a lot better. You've brought it up. Wedgwood has played well all season long. And so I am very encouraged by that when you look at the defense is rocking along. The goalies or the goaltenders are rocking along. Now about the offense. You brought up Jason Robertson. He has a point in 6 straight games. In the last 4 games, Miro has 7 assists. And Joe Pavelski has had a goal and an assist in 3 of the 5 wins. Like in that singular game, he's had 2 points 3 of the 5 times. So you are.
And he's like a father, man. He's taking in all the players. How many bedrooms does he have?
I think that's why they said Stankoven was not staying.
He's number 11. Am I correct about? No, not Stank. Wait, who's the young guy that they just called up, right?
Stankoven.
He's not number 11. Sorry, I know.
Yeah,
I'm throwing something out because I'm trying to still be my stars guy.
He is number 11.
Thank you. Okay, yeah.
I did not remember that offhand.
Okay.
I apologize. But I think he is not in the Wyatt Johnson, Joe Pavelski compound, even though he was offered that opportunity.
Okay.
Yes, Wyatt Johnston is in that compound. Do you remember his number?
53, I
That
believe.
is correct.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Wedgie's 41, Otter's 29.
Man.
My guy, the doucher, he's 95. Duchesne.
Yes. No, I know who you're talking about.
I think that's a good nickname.
Do you?
Well, it's not his fault that his last name's Duchesne.
Okay, but let me ask you this. If in life there was somebody you knew and you called him the doucher, would you think that's a good name for them?
No, but I didn't. I mean, unfortunately, that's where his last name is. To shorten it, that's what you have to shorten it to.
Okay.
You don't want to shorten it to the opposite, the Shane. Well, there's
I would. I would much rather be the Shane than the doucher.
There's a 10% chance or better that Shane is on your team.
I guess.
Or Sean, and then we're too close.
Yes.
So now there's going to be nobody with the first name Douche or Doucher. So now I've separated you, and now everybody knows when I'm like, Douche! You know, when you're passing the puck or whatever. Douche, you're in. Douche, jump over the fence, the boards, and get in the game, douche. If I say Shane, then I got 3 guys jumping in. I got Sean, and I got Shane, and I got Duchesne jumping in. Now all of a sudden, too many men on the ice. Penalty stars. Because everybody else is like, I'm not the douche. Right? Everybody else is like, I'm not going in. I'm not that.
From the 682 LMAO. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, there's no stopping this runaway freight train now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I have so many places I want to go, but I got educated on the splitter next.
RJ Chop here by your friends over at QC Kinetics. Where's your pain? Is it your knees, your hips?
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
0-2, swing and a miss. Strumpf goes down on the elevated fastball. And Bradford works around the 2-out double to put up a donut.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. It is a good time to be a guard in the NFL. The Eagles and Pro Bowl guard Landon Dickerson have agreed to a 4-year extension worth $84 million as a base with a max potential of $87 million. That includes $50 million total guaranteed and a $20 million signing bonus. The per year price of $21 million, the highest for a guard in NFL history. Also, if you haven't looked up Jalen Hurts without facial hair, it is crazy different. Now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, before we get into Baseball Nuggets, the song coming back was Brass Monkey by
Beastie Boys.
Is that a top 5 song for you? Because I wanted to watch you this time. I've thought of this. I have never seen you not dance to that song when it's
a good song.
So is that like, I don't know. It seems like that one gets you most excited throughout the day. We can play whatever we play, which we have a lot of good music coming back, but it seems like Brass Monkey by the Beastie Boys is your number one song.
In terms of songs that we come back with, that's pretty high. In terms of Beastie Boys songs, I love Sabotage. That's up there.
Would that be your walk-up?
Yes.
Sabotage?
I think so. That song, man, I had to stop listening to that song in the car because I got a speeding ticket listening to it because that song hypes me up. One more quick NFL note.
Okay.
Michael Pittman, who had gotten the franchise tag, agrees to a 3-year, $70 million deal with the Colts. Now, take it away.
Well, we have a little bit of breaking news, but it's not super serious, but it's kind of serious because he led me to a fantasy league championship.
So you're invested?
Yes, I'm super invested because keepers are like at the end of this week, we have to put in our keepers. And Garrett Cole is one of my keepers. But he is having an MRI on his elbow today. So the reigning Cy Young winner in the American League is obviously having some elbow issues. They don't give people MRIs just for fun.
And because of that, is it wrong that I just always assume we're screwed? Tommy John. Like, I know that doesn't happen every time you get an MRI, but when it's a pitcher and it's their elbow, I usually fear the worst.
I will say yes and no. I do worry about that, but it's they're obviously going in there to look at something like that.
Sure.
And I'm sorry I forget Garrett Cole's whole career. I can't remember him blowing out, as in having Tommy John before. He is 33 years old. So, I mean, when you throw around 100 miles an hour, it feels like you don't make it to 33 years old without having a Tommy John surgery at that point, right?
Yeah.
So I was listening to, I was watching a YouTube podcast. It's usually Todd Frazier's on it. Ken Rosenthal is on it. And there's a dude who played 11 years in the majors with the Brewers. I'm forgetting his name.
Is it Foul Territory?
I think it is. Okay. I think that's what it is.
I know that's not the name of the person, but is that the name of the podcast?
But it was interesting. They were talking about Meister. There's an article out right now, and it was interesting that I guess Meister was talking to, I believe, Rosenthal about the death grips guys put on their breaking balls now and their sliders, and also the death grip that they'll have on their changeup to make it break more, to take off speed on it. And I guess the firmness, the just squeezing the crap out of the baseball is possibly also, like, there's so many things that we don't know, but there's the possibility of our guys gripping the ball firmer now on their breaking balls and their changeups, which is putting more stress on the arm, more stress on the elbow. Like, there's all kinds of thoughts on why are we having more injuries instead of less. Usually over time, we figure out how to have less injuries. Like, basketball's decided, let's just not play basketball. That's the best way not to have injuries.
I should have known that was going to happen. And that's probably why Meister has worked on his evolution of the Tommy John surgery.
And it was also part of it used to be, hey, this can last you 10 years, and it was 7 years. Now they're thinking more than like around 5 years. If you just have your Tommy John surgery normal, then you have approximately 5 years, give or take 2 years. It could be 3 years, it could be 7 years, but give or take, it's right around that 5-year mark. And Meister has come up with what he hopes is a solution to the only 5-year period that you have after Tommy John surgery to then have another Tommy John surgery. So Garrett Cole getting an MRI today. I have no clue how serious it is, but it's serious enough that they want to get an MRI. Okay. Now let's go to my next pitching thing. Earlier on, you talked about Antoine Kelly. So I went to the Rangers 40-man roster just to verify, yes, he is on the 40-man roster. I was 90% sure, but he is on the 40-man roster. Here's something that I think baseball should do. On the 40-man roster, it has Grant Anderson, bats right, throws right. Jacob deGrom, bats left, throws right. Who cares?
Where this is going.
They don't bat anymore. So, yes, Shohei Ohtani does. So
I want to know about
nobody
him.
bats. Yeah. What does it matter that Cody Bradford bats left-handed? He's never going to bat in his major league career.
Right.
So I think we should take off the bat throw on the pitcher point and just put pitch, L or R.
Yeah.
Because then I have to go through and I'm like, LR. Then I'm like, okay, so, I mean, it's easy to remember. Jacob deGrom throws right. But when you're going over other rosters, like the Cubs are opening up the season here in Arlington, and as I go through their roster and go through their relievers and starters, there's going to be a guy or two that's LR as a pitcher. And then I'm going to like, which one? Okay, let me go back up top. It's bat first, throw second. I'm like, just take off the B because we don't need it anymore.
Right.
They don't do anything but throw. So that would be something I would suggest to all the websites that cover baseball is get rid of the which side does he bat from for a pitcher because they don't bat anymore.
Now, to go along with this, because some people have texted, you were not here on Thursday when we talked about naming the new procedure that Meister does.
I was listening to it.
Okay.
Because you guys were talking about like it's called the Meister.
Do you prefer
surgery.
Meisterpiece or DeGrami John?
So I wouldn't do DeGrami John because I think it needs to separate from Tommy John. I know that there's part of it that still is Tommy John. And I have no clue if Tommy John was cool with it or not. I was listening to y'all segment. Because I'm sure that Jacob deGrom, I don't know Jacob deGrom at all, except seeing him in the clubhouse.
Love that?
I agreed with you guys just listening that he probably does not want the next major arm surgery to be called the Jacob deGrom.
Yeah.
But it does make sense if it works. So if Jacob deGrom comes back sometime this year or next year and then has a 3 to 5 year career where he wins another Cy Young and is great and then pitches another couple of years after 40 years old, you'd say, wow, this was super successful. This is the new way to fix elbows. It's the Jacob deGrom surgery.
Yes.
I don't know. How many surgeries are named after the surgeon versus named after the person? I hate saying this, but Lou Gehrig's disease is named after Lou Gehrig. I mean, I get that it's ALS,
but a lot of people call it that.
Call it Lou Gehrig's disease. Call it Tommy John surgery. I do think it's kind of memorable when it's a famous person, and Tommy John was a really good pitcher. Like, he's not a Hall of Famer, but he's on that list of not Hall of Famer, but really good pitcher.
Because if I told you, I know a lot of baseball fans would know this, but if I said, oh, the pitcher's going to have a look at his UCL, you'd be like, oh, okay, let me know how that goes. But if you said, hey, he needs Tommy John, I feel like everybody is like, oh,
they're seeing if the MRI shows it if he needs Tommy John. If you say he needs UCL surgery, you're gonna be like, wait, what
is that?
Help me out here. Is that knee or? And they're like, no, that's ACL. And then you're talking elbow. But if you just say Tommy John, everybody knows it's the elbow.
Yes.
Okay. Next thing that I teased that I want to talk about. Jared sent this to me weeks ago, Sandler, and when we were in spring training, he's like, have you read the article? And I was like, no. And he looked at me like a father disappointed in a son.
Oh, no.
I read the article over the weekend, and it says these pitches could be all the rage next season. And it is the split finger fastball. So without really getting in depth in all the numbers, the splitter was only used 2% of the time last year by all pitchers in Major League Baseball.
Wow.
So just to give you an idea, I think this is fun to go through. The four-seam fastball was used 32% of the time last year. Then the slider was next at 22% of the time. Then the sinker, two-seam fastball, was 15% of the time. The changeup, 11% of the time. The curveball, 9%. The cutter, 8%, and the splitter, 2%. So the splitter is used the least, yet it has all the best numbers for it. So obviously this is why you hire a whole bunch of analytic people in all teams, all departments, and they go, hey, this is the best pitch in baseball. The batting average against on this is 196. And just to give you an idea, the sinker last year, the batting average against was 284.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea on the highest versus the lowest. But in this article, what was so interesting is it talks about a decade worth. Think about analytics. It starts coming into the game like really strong. You can look at it as the movie with Brad Pitt, and I always want to say Jonah Heim, but Jonah Hill, is that starts the evolution of, hey, they're hiring people that know nothing about baseball but know everything about math. We should start hiring some math people.
I like it.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah.
Like, just breaking it down in basics. Don't hire baseball people. Now, we still need those people, and they did push them out, and they went too far with it, too extreme with it. But we need both. But the math people come in and they start looking at all of these numbers in general and then try to get specific with it. And they say, gosh, this splitter is unbelievable. We should probably be teaching this pitch because it seems like a very effective pitch. And in this article, it says in the World Baseball Classic, Japan had a great pitching staff and they used their splitter. I might be exaggerating here because I can't remember all the numbers. It's a very confusing article. I'm more of a visual learner. I was telling Sue, my wife, after reading this, I said, I don't understand this paragraph at all. And I read her this paragraph. And then they showed a video of it underneath. And I was like, I understand that. I understand the video.
So you like the charts and I got you.
So I'm not reading comprehension. And this is where everybody learns differently. People that love reading, I don't love reading because my comprehension of it is not like if you're an avid reader. I don't comprehend as well. I look at that and I go, this isn't making sense. Then they show me the arm angle. They show me the break of the pitch. They show me the effective of it. I'm like, I understand that.
Okay.
I can repeat that. I can watch Chris Mullen shoot and shoot like Chris Mullen. I can watch a person. And then people are like, I can't do it. I can't watch a person shoot a basketball and shoot it like them. I can't watch a person swing a bat and swing it like them. But I am able to see it visually and then repeat that process. That's what God blessed me with, the ability to see it and then somewhat repeat it.
Yeah.
Where I'm not great at reading comprehension. Well, in this, and I'm running out of time, and I hate that I'm running out of time. Maybe I'll just have to pass this along to Mike Likes It Is. It's amazing to me that the pitcher, even though on defense, is the offensive player. And I equate this article to when we see a new offense in college or college football or in pro football, we go, this is amazing. I hear G-Bag Nation all the time and other people say, just run motion all the time. It is perfect. Well, if I throw a splitter 100% of the time, the splitter is not going to be as effective as the 2% of the time it's used. In this article, it talks about what happens is the offensive player is really the pitcher. They make this major adjustment and we go, it's always going to work. And in the 2010 through 2014 range, it was the sinker. This sinker is amazing. It used the Pirates for an example. The Pirates used to be like not making it to the World Series or even the CSs, but they were an effective team and they were using some analytics that were showing the sinker ball, inducing ground balls, getting the double plays is so effective. And then hitters started going, well, other teams started using this information. They caught up to the information quickly. They started using the information and then the hitters catch up and then they start hitting sinkers pretty hard. And then what was the next evolution? Throw a four-seam fastball at the top of the zone or above the zone. And now that the hitters have caught up to that, now they're going, what's the next evolution? And it was slider, sweeper, cutter type of situation. And now the next evolution could be the split finger fastball. Not that we're going to see it thrown 15 or 20% of the time, but we're going to see it thrown more.
But even if you see it go up to 8%, that's a 400% increase.
Right. And so it's just interesting in this article, without diving into it, on how the pitcher makes an adjustment and then pitchers in general make adjustment and then the hitter figures it out. Just like defenses in football. Hey, run motion all the time. Well, guess what? If you keep doing it more and the more teams do it, the more the defensive coordinators, the defensive players see it more, the more they catch up. It's amazing to me how great hitters are, is that they're able to take something, get beat by it for a while, and then in general, all hitters are like, you can't beat me anymore with that pitch consistently.
Now, another article you might want to check out is ESPN's top 100 baseball players for 2024. Shohei Ohtani checks in at number 9.
Okay.
We're the KNC masterpiece. That's
that is very surprising.
Coming up next.
That sounds like a prediction on what they're doing this upcoming season.
Correct.
Okay.
Coming up next, Luka makes history. But is the bigger story for the Mavericks the play of Daniel Gafford? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Legal tampering period is now open. Nailed it. So for the next 2 days, teams can engage in contract discussions before the new league year officially gets going. We will see. We will update you if anything happens with the Cowboys. Try not to be disappointed if it does not, but theoretically they could do stuff. Also, Muhammad Ali is being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. I know you guys are excited. Finally.
Well, like his name is.
Yeah.
He's not going to be there.
That is true.
You know what I don't know? I don't know Muhammad Ali's family. Like I don't know how many kids he has that are alive, and obviously he has to have people that are
Layla.
past. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yes. Like that will be there to represent
probably
his
I'm
name going in. It's always weird to me, and I don't know when. First, I forget the year that Muhammad Ali passed. Second,
2016.
And then when did the WWE Hall of Fame start?
They've been doing this since 93.
Now, wait a second. So they had a good 15 to 20 years while he was alive to be like, we should do this while the guy's alive.
And the whole reason he's going in is because he was the guest referee in the main event of the first WrestleMania. So
they didn't think about this till 2024.
That is weird to me. I will absolutely.
Like somebody brought this up in a meeting, and it wasn't not Tim McMahon and not Ed McMahon.
Well, it ain't Vince McMahon anymore.
All right.
He's out.
Hey, guys. Should we put in Muhammad Ali? It was part of WrestleMania 1, and everybody's like, really? He was? That's a good idea. How come nobody thought of this for 30 years?
But don't you think there's some guy in the room who's like, I have brought this up every year for like the last 20 years. And then I look at that guy and I'm like, oh, you were right.
Yeah.
My bad. All right.
We did it.
We did it. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 1, if you will, because Luka is setting records.
A lot of opportunities for Wiseman, but he passed that up. Here's Jaden Ivey. Fontecchio misses, and Luka just got his 10th rebound, his 6th straight 30-point triple-double, something that has never been done before in the history of the NBA.
Okay. Let me preface this by saying Luka is amazing and unbelievable and ridiculous. Did it concern you at all with the amount of minutes that he plays that we were stat chasing in that game? Because the Mavericks were ahead by 21 points with 7 minutes to go. And he got that rebound with, it was like 2 minutes-ish to go. Any concern there? Or if you're stat chasing for history, you're like, that's fine.
So you're telling me these guys can play this many minutes and not be worn out for an 82-game season as long as there is a stat to get?
Yes.
So you're telling me
telling you that.
And he was questionable for this game, but you're telling me that these guys can actually put in the effort and energy that guys in the 80s and 90s and early mid-2000s could. If there's a stat to get, they will put in the effort?
Yes.
Wow. I don't know.
I hate it, but I am telling you that. And I would hate to see that he missed time or missed a game because they're like, oh man, he had to play almost 40 minutes. And I'm like, that's your fault. You could have got it at 30 minutes and been done with it.
I just think it's amazing, the hypocrisy. I love that he did this. And I was going to ask this question off of this because this is amazing. Watching national television, and I know there's a lot of college basketball ending of the men's season, going into conference week this week.
Yes.
There is the conference tournaments that were happening for the women. So I get there was a lot of concentration on that, on your Fox Sports 1 and your ESPNs, and not a whole bunch of concentration on the NBA. There was a little bit. I think Luka's the most hated basketball player in the, I'm going to say, United States of America.
You know what's great? Right on time for the 972. That's cool. But he's still a prima donna, not an MVP, and he's soft.
Yeah. I told my son this. I think he's the most hated player in the NBA.
I just need you to concede that he has brought some of that on himself.
Yes, I
okay.
I agree with
Okay.
that. I don't hate him, but I think when my son's like saying these things, I think because he's the most hated player in the NBA for multiple reasons.
Yes.
I don't think they don't concentrate on this at all. If this was, for example, if this was Jokic or Giannis, or Donovan Mitchell or Lillard or now Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I think the focus on this would be this morning on the ESPN show First Take or whatever show you like.
NBA history made, yeah.
Oh my, 30% of the show would be on this topic. Now, I get it. 50% of the show is going to be on NFL free agency and 20% of the show is going to probably be on college basketball.
Yeah.
But 0% of the show is on Luka doing this. Luka just did something, like you said, no player in the history of basketball has done, and I get stats are skewed now. It's a different era where you can do this easier, but nobody's done it.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Giannis, nobody's done it, but the national media is like, don't cover it. We hate this guy.
And the Detroit fans fell in line with this. I actually thought his response to this was freaking hilarious. Is the Detroit fans were chanting Luka sucks.
Yeah.
Well, that's when they weren't getting it into it with their own GM. But they were chanting Luka sucks, and Luka said, in Detroit, come on, man. I'm good. I don't know why they would say that. I love it. They know it's not true, and they keep going, so I love it. I have to admit, that would also motivate me, and I just thought the way he goes, they know that's not true. I thought that was very humorous.
I don't know if Luka's going to have to win for it to start changing.
Yes.
Because I think Luka, with his complaining, with his lack of playoff success, I get he made a conference finals, but this is year 6. And he's won two series in the same year. Besides that, he's never been out of the first round or never made the playoffs. So I do think through this history, it made me realize that there's no doubt in my mind that he is the most hated player in the NBA in general. I'm not saying in Dallas.
One name in particular has popped up a couple different times.
Dylan Brooks? I don't know. I'm not looking.
More than Draymond Green. I could put Draymond ahead.
I will say Draymond is ahead of him, but Draymond is now in the category of who cares because he's not that good in basketball.
Okay, I got you.
But you are right. And I think Dylan Brooks can be. Dylan Brooks isn't going to make the playoffs this year, so he can't add to his injuring players in the playoffs. But I think when it comes playoff time, when it definitely comes to the most relevant players, there's no doubt I think Luka gets the most hate. And to your point, I cannot say he doesn't deserve some of it.
Some of the, let me try that again. 6 straight 30-point triple-doubles, 39 points, 10 assists, 10 rebounds in that win over the Pistons. But I actually wanted to talk about a different player. And this is the reason why I say, is what Daniel Gafford's doing the most important? Because it's a newer development. Nobody will ever question that the most important player on this team is Luka. I'm not here to argue, debate, anything like that. But you know that Luka is great. Luka will be great. He'll be great in the playoffs, all of that great stuff. The reason why I wanted to bring up Daniel Gafford is the Mavericks are now 4-0 when he's the center.
Starting center?
The starting center, yes, thank you. I will concede 3 of those games were against Detroit, Washington, and San Antonio. So obviously an easy argument to diffuse this is, that's great. 3 of those games were against the worst teams in the NBA. But they are 4-0 when he starts, and he has, been very, very efficient offensively, in addition to the rim protection that he can bring. I remain impressed by Daniel Gafford, and I want to see him continue to matter for this team.
I'm with you, and he has to because Jason Kidd doesn't want to play him.
It does feel like that at times.
So he wants to use him 15 to max 20 minutes a game. Now,
and I want to see him 25 plus.
And Lively was hurt, so he couldn't play in the game. So it gives him more opportunity because then your backup is Dwight Powell played in this game.
Fair.
But I look at it and go, it's really important for him because Jason Kidd doesn't believe in Daniel Gafford, which is weird because do you remember when Avery benched Jason Kidd? I think people forget this. Avery Johnson was not playing Jason Kidd. I can remember it was in New Orleans, and he's like, I'm not playing you at the end of the game because you don't know my system. You don't know what I want. And it's like, that is Jason effing Kidd, Avery Johnson. Like, what are you doing? It's like, nope. I'd rather play Daryl Armstrong. He knows what's going on. And I can't remember if it was Daryl Armstrong or not. I know it wasn't Devin Harris because he got traded in the deal. But it's like, dude, Avery, you gotta live with this trade. This trade happened, and Jason Kidd is a genius on the basketball court. And he's like, nope, not gonna happen. And then guess what? Avery Johnson got fired. Dude, your general manager, Nico, traded for Daniel Gafford. Daniel Gafford, I'm not saying he's going to be better than Derek Lively. The hope is Derek Lively turns into a borderline all-star player. But right now, he's better than Derek Lively. It doesn't mean you don't play him, and I don't care who starts. I really don't care who plays the first 5 or 6 minutes of a game. But Daniel Gafford needs to be in the game as long as he's not in major foul trouble the last 5 minutes. So it's very important that Gafford does this, or Jason Kidd will go, Kleba knows my system.
Yeah, which I do not care for. The last 3 games, and I realize they got worked by Indiana in one of those games, but more than 20 minutes each game for Daniel Gafford. His combined output in those 3 games, 45 points, 24 rebounds, and 8 blocks. So you're talking about 15 points a game, 8 rebounds a game, and almost 3 blocks a game off of playing an average of, I think it's 22 plus minutes. That's what I want to see. So in addition to the last 5 minutes, I need him to already be to about 20 minutes before we get to the last 5 minutes. I don't want him to play the last 5 minutes and be like, yeah, well, he's only played 5 other minutes in the game. Because that's what you saw against Boston. Now, the Boston game could have been an anomaly because it was just over. Maybe they didn't like his matchup-wise with Philadelphia, but you've seen it. You go back to the Cleveland game. You've seen times where he just disappears off the floor. And unlike Lively, it's not necessarily foul-based. There's been a couple of times we've talked about Derek Lively has pushed himself off the court for some time because of some foul issues.
Yeah.
I do not think that has been Gafford's issue at all.
I'm with you, and it was interesting. Michael Finley was on 105.3 The Fan, I believe, with you, Alec, over the weekend. And in the interview, he talks about Tim Hardaway Jr., and he's like, with Tim, you have to put him in the game and you have to leave him in the game because he can be cold and you never know when that shot's going to go in and then he's going to get hot. So it's interesting. Now, I know that Hardaway's minutes have dissipated, that Dante Exum has become healthy. But it's interesting that they're like, we have to put Tim Hardaway in the game for approximately 20 minutes because you never know when his coldness is going to become hot. Shooters are going to shoot. They're going to go into cold streaks, hot streaks. Especially when you're not great. Right? Ray Allen never would get this cold. He was a way better shooter and player overall than Tim Hardaway Jr. But it's like, dude, you got to keep Gafford in the game for a while. You never know when that 3-minute stretch is going to happen where he gets a block shot, a big offensive rebound, a putback, a pick and a dunk, and then he gets 2 defensive rebounds that you know Kleba can't get. And so it's weird that they have this philosophy of, we have to play Tim Hardaway Jr., but we don't have to play Daniel Gafford.
Daniel Gafford has made 19 consecutive shots from the field. That is a new franchise record. The old franchise record,
I know who it was
shared by Derek Lively and
Dwight Powell.
Dwight Powell, baby.
It was going into the 2021 playoffs.
18 straight.
I remember that because you're like, maybe this Dwight Powell thing's going to work. And then we interviewed, I always forget his name, the old Phoenix general manager. And I'm like,
Ryan McDonough.
Hey, how come Dwight Powell was good at the end of the season and now sucks again? And he's like, because he sucks.
That was a more nuanced version of that answer, but that was pretty much the crux of it. And you get the Mavericks and the Bulls tonight. And I believe that game is on ABC for people who are concerned about Bally. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Random Sports Report. What happens when you ask a coach a question and she says, no, I got fired? Plus, Plano East. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
East. All right, hey, before we do that, let's talk.
And this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Let's see if Anthony Joshua can dispose the MMA champion. It is lights out. Anthony Joshua.
Incredible. What a shot.
And Ngannou's out cold, ladies and gentlemen. He's not even moving.
Francis Ngannou obviously loses that fight to Anthony Joshua after a very promising start to his boxing career. It is also legal tampering day. The Bills, per Adam Schefter, are signing Deion Dawkins to a 3-year, $60.5 million extension, which will make him the 4th highest paid tackle in the league. If you missed it earlier, T. Higgins has requested a trade, and Kirk Cousins is now exploring free agency, talking with Atlanta. So a lot of moving and a shaking. And then the Bears signed DeAndre Swift to a 3-year, $24 million deal. Somebody asked in the fan text, how would you feel if the Cowboys gave Pollard this kind of deal? And I said, I would hate it, hate it, hate it.
And what would be the deal?
3 years, $24 million. I would hate it.
That's scary for a guy that didn't look exactly the same. Maybe he comes back to where he was.
Yes.
But you found Pollard in the 4th round. I'm not saying it's super easy, but it's also
Steve,
not that it's not that hard to find Tony Pollards.
I agree with you there. From the 214, shout out to Faith Family Academy in Oak Cliff, 3 straight state championships in 4A private school, and they've gone to state every year.
Aren't they in public school?
Excuse me, public school for the last 6 years. They have won 4 of the last 6. So shout out to Faith Family Academy. You pumped for them. They represent you.
It's really exciting. I know I've never been to that school, but I know the area it's at. And so I always wonder, kind of where those kids are from. And what I mean by that, are they all Oak Cliff kids? Are you getting DeSoto and Duncanville kids? Like, I've always wondered they've done a great job of creating this basketball powerhouse in Dallas.
Yes.
But I'm like, I wonder where all those kids are from. Because it's not like it's not like a district where you have to live in this area to go to this school. So I always wonder, where all the Faith Family kids come from.
And for people asking, what about the speculation of Saquon to Dallas? Not going to happen. My general opinion, it's just not going to happen. I think he'd be more likely to go after Derrick Henry than Saquon Barkley. Let's talk about Plano East. It took 43 years, but Plano East finally has a UIL state team championship. They defeated the Fighting Reginald Attitulas 53-41 in the state championship game because he went to Round Rock Stony Point. I feel bad for Stony Point. They went 38-2 all year. Both losses were to Plano East. Plano East.
At least they were consistent.
That is true.
They were the second best team.
That is true. Plano East went 40-0. They won their playoff games by an average of 24.3 points and won every playoff game by double digits. First UIL team state title ever. And if you want to add to that,
Jimmy King and Jake Arrieta are pumped.
That's right. No doubt about it. They have 11 seniors on this team.
So they're not going to repeat?
Probably not. None of them are set to play college basketball.
Really?
Think about how crazy that is.
That is. And they're a top 5 team in the country, right?
Yes, they're number 3. They went 40-0. They beat everybody.
I just have a feeling. I don't know this.
You think it'll change now?
Yeah, and I'm not saying all 11 because I don't know this. There could be 5 seniors that just cheer, as in they don't play in the rotation. There could be like 6 seniors that play and let's say 2 or 3 juniors that are part of the rotation, and that's their team. I'm sorry I didn't follow Plano East in their classification of all their players, but I would assume if you were a senior and you started on a 6A school. And let's face it, Texas is one of the 3 to 5 best basketball states in the country, if not number one. We're, in a weird way, we might be more of a basketball state than we are a football state. I'm not saying we're not great at football, but I would just assume there's enough small schools, maybe not UT, maybe not Arkansas or whatever, but the smaller schools in Texas that have D1 basketball programs, I would assume they would look at Plano East players and go, we can use that kid. And maybe not as a freshman, but he's going to be probably a really good kid that's a good practice habit guy. In his sophomore, junior, and senior year, we can use him.
That I would be inclined to agree with that. Their coach kind of alluded to that afterwards. Their highest recruited prospect, as far as I'm aware, is DJ Hall, the junior. He was the state tournament MVP.
Okay.
He currently has an offer from Texas State. He's a 3-star player. And I don't mean to, sorry, I probably phrased that. I don't mean to demean Texas State, but I'm just saying, if you're a state champion and that's the best offer you currently have on the table and you went 40-0, that's pretty surprising because the last team that went 40-0 was the 06-07 Duncanville team, at least in the top classification. And they had plenty of college players there.
Perry Jones, Baylor, and Sean Williams, SMU. There's 2 kids, I believe, that went to Oklahoma State, didn't play, and then they transferred to other schools where they could play basketball at. But just to give you an idea, 4 of their starters I know were definitely D1 scholarship players. And to your point, last year when Lake Highlands won it, Trey Johnson, I believe.
Yes, one of the top.
Right, he left. He was like that. Lake Highlands isn't going to be that good, so he left and is like at an academy situation. I don't think it's IMG. I think it's another one. But like, yeah, he's a top 5 player in the country. The year before, you had Ron Holland, who's going to be a lottery pick most likely this year from Duncanville, with Anthony Black, who went 1 year to Arkansas and is now in Orlando Magic. Like those makes sense. Cason Wallace, they didn't win it, but at Richardson goes to Kentucky for a year, lottery pick. I would assume maybe DJ Hall, you're saying, is a 3-star guy. Maybe he can work his way up to. And
I think his offers are going to widen. He was really good in the state tournament.
The other thing too is, I have a son who's probably going to be a college baseball player. Is going sometimes to Texas State now and I have no clue what the rules are going to be 3 to 5 years from now. You go to Texas State, you do well at Texas State, then the next year you go to A&M, and then you do well at A&M, and then the next year you go to Duke.
Right.
You know, like that's just the way it's happening now in our world of college sports.
You are right about that, and a lot of people are saying it sounds like Plano East has a good coach. They do, but also these kids have mostly been playing together since they were 6 years old. So if you're ever looking for like the power of a team versus the power of an individual, this shows it right there.
I know they'll never do this, but watching some college basketball this weekend, because it was all over the television, it makes me think this when Duke doesn't have a point guard. I don't like their point guard, just to be honest.
Fair enough.
Why don't you, this is very tough to do because the kids are going to want to sign that 1-year scholarship with Kentucky or Duke or North Carolina. Why not recruit 4-star guys that you think 100% are going to help as a freshman for 15 minutes a night, but then they're going to be there as a sophomore and help for 22 to 24 minutes a night. Then their junior year, they're going to be there for 30. I don't know. I think I would rather have that. Now, I know that's very dangerous to not recruit 5-star guys. But I'm like, I don't know. I feel like it might be better to get the little bit lower tier guy that doesn't seem to be a lottery pick or wanting to leave after 1 year.
I could see that. I see the appeal of that, to be sure. Also, shout out to Lancaster. They won in the 5A boys state finals. And so that's the second straight year that DFW schools have taken the title on the boys side in class 4A, 5A, and 6A. Congratulations to them. Let's go to this because I don't know how exactly you follow up with this question either. This is Utah State head coach Kayla Ard. This is after their season comes to an end with a really bad loss in the Mountain West women's basketball tournament.
And how do you plan to rebuild for next season?
I'm not going to be rebuilding. I just coached my last game at Utah State. I spoke with Diana, and they're going in a different direction, and I respect her decision, and I hope they get a really good coach in. assuming that's going to be the last question. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All. Thank you, Coach.
I think that's honest.
It is. And I like I'm assuming that's going to be the last question, because if you're sitting in the media pool there, you probably weren't prepared for this. And you're like, wait, what? Can you tell us more about that conversation? And I can see how she would be like, no, thanks.
Yeah, I think I have no clue how the earlier part of the press conference went, but if she was like, hey, I want to thank these kids, if she liked them, and just said for their effort and energy this season, whatever, and then answered that question honestly. And like if you want to ask more questions, you should go talk to the athletic director, because there's no reason to ask me any more about this. I'm not part of this program anymore.
Yeah, no, you make a fair point there. Let's stick with college sports as we're going through the random sports report. We talk about this all the time. I'm not saying this is the way it should be, but sports success has an impact on academics in terms of how many people are applying to a college. Have you seen the latest numbers for the University of Colorado?
No, I was wondering if you're going to bring up Iowa, and I was like, I wonder if Caitlin Clark's having any impact on Iowa.
Gotta be, for sure. I'll look for numbers on that, and they won their conference tournament in overtime yesterday. I will look for numbers on that. Gotta be an increase, to be sure. University of Colorado said it has a record-breaking number of undergrad applications for next year, a 20% increase, and applications among Black prospective students are up 50%. And this is for a Colorado team that obviously eventually fell off the map. But at the beginning of the year, the first, month of the season, they were the talk of college football, and now you see the impact.
I remember that huge game against Colorado State that it ended up being a really close game, and the kid Hunter getting hurt early in the game.
Travis,
and that was when the hype was at the highest, right? And then it started going down. They lost to USC. I can remember kind of going through that, and then they ended up being one game better than they were the year before. I just still wonder, is Dion in this for the long haul? I understand why he's doing it now. He has two of his boys on the team. He has some kids that he coached when he was running Prime Prep, not the high school part, but like his program. So I'm just wondering, when that all goes away, his sons move on, whether it's to the NFL or they're done playing football, and a couple of the kids that he's known for a while move on. Will there be that commitment? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know if Dion really wants to do this 5 years down the road and all the recruiting and everything that goes into it.
And for people asking, Corey is hanging out with the kiddos there on spring break. He'll be out tomorrow as well and back on Wednesday. And for people asking about Duke basketball, don't worry. They will come up in Wanker of the weekend later.
I feel like,
in the show.
Hey, they can get back and lose to North Carolina in the conference championship game, and then maybe make it to the Final Four and lose to North Carolina.
I know what happened a couple of years ago.
It can happen again. That's a successful season.
Is it? We're the KNC masterpiece.
Would you rather beat North Carolina yesterday, but then lose in the second round of the tournament?
No. I know there's probably a lot of people who think the answer to that is
I wonder if the real question is, would you rather lose the game before than lose? Like, if you're matching up if you make it to the Final Four, but you know you're losing to North Carolina, would you just rather lose in the Elite Eight and not make it? You know the answer, you're going to lose to Carolina. I
understand your question. I'm very conflicted, because when that game was happening and I eventually had to turn my phone off because of Jesse Holly and other people, I probably would have rather lost in the Elite Eight.
Did Hubert Davis text you too?
He did not.
He's a former Maverick. Maybe he is, I don't know, Eric Montross?
No, not him either.
J.R. Reed?
Sure. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Trades, big money, and trying to get rid of Michael Gallup. All of it next right here on The Fan.
To thank you for...
in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
1st and 10 at the Giants 41. Snap to Prescott, well protected, deep down the right side. Gallup in the end zone. He caught it. Touchdown to Michael Gallup.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. We go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
5-time Super Bowl champs, often imitated, never duplicated.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right. Well,
here we go. America's team.
They are losing one of their starters per Aaron Wilson. The Titans are expected to sign running back Tony Pollard. That came out in the break. Don't have numbers on that. Thank you very much, Alec, for seeing that happening. The Titans are going to sign Tony Pollard. You probably figured out my thoughts about this based on, I'm not saying that 3 years, $24 million would be an unreasonable contract, since that's what we just saw hit up on the running back market. But I am very glad to not have to be attached with a deal like that as we're waiting for the numbers on the Pollard front. Do we think that's a fair assumption? If it's something like that, I'm perfectly fine with him going on down the road.
Yes. In fact, I think the Cowboys had the right philosophy and then changed their philosophy. They had the right philosophy on DeMarco Murray. And DeMarco Murray had close to an MVP season, and they let him go.
Yes.
That's the right thing to do. Then they totally changed on Ezekiel Elliott after 3 years, with 2 years guaranteed that you had him, that he couldn't play football the rest of his life. They're like, what the hell? Let's screw over the team. You know, and then it's like, okay, I think we're back, and Tony Pollard's not DeMarco Murray. Tony Pollard, after 3 years of Ezekiel Elliott, isn't Ezekiel Elliott. You draft, you use, and you release.
Move on. Yeah.
That's the way you do the not quarterback market. Maybe you do, and that would be a different topic, but that's the way you do the running back market.
Now, the speculation is obviously going to be thrown out there that are they swapping running backs? Because clearly I understand people want Derrick Henry. People talk about Derrick Henry bought a house in Dallas. First of all, I thought his wife was from Dallas. Either that or he already had a house here. So I'm not saying that means he's going to the Cowboys, but this will end, if you didn't already know, the Derrick Henry era in Tennessee. But that was probably already the case because he gave a farewell speech after his last game. So Tony Pollard being signed by the Titans. Now let's talk about Michael Gallup. This is not particularly surprising whatsoever. The Dallas Cowboys gave Michael Gallup permission to look around and see if he could work out a trade. So it feels safe to assume one way or another, Michael Gallup, along with now Tony Pollard, are not coming back to the Dallas Cowboys. Does that feel like a safe assumption?
Yes. And I don't think they had much to do with your success or failure last year.
Okay.
So I think that very easily replaceable players for the Dallas Cowboys. Does this mean, oh no? No, not at all. I agree. I hate saying this. Good for those guys. I mean, they're going to probably not have to work a day in their life.
Yes.
But I look at Michael Gallup. I can find 10 Michael Gallups in the draft, and I can find 50 of them on somewhat the marketplace. And the same thing with Pollard.
And that will add to your salary cap space, as I believe a post-June 1st cut right there could net you $9.5 million as we have moved into the legal tampering period. There was a whole lot that happened this morning and over the weekend as well. And I'm going to start with, well, the Cowboys got comp picks in the 5th and 6th round. So there's that. But also, the Chiefs and Chris Jones 5-year deal worth almost $160 million with $95 million guaranteed. This is a player that, look, Mahomes is key to their success. I get that. But this is a player that does feel pretty key to their success in Chris Jones.
Yes, I'm trying to click on it quick unless you have this. How old is Chris Jones?
Ooh.
I'm clicking on roster
My
real
vote
quick.
would be 32.
So this is what you have to do to try to keep this championship window
he's
open.
only about to turn 30.
Okay, that makes more sense for this long of a contract, because when you said 32, I was like, ooh, that's bad. So he's going to turn 30 in July. So
Correct.
This will be his age 30 season. You have him for 3 years, guaranteed, pretty much.
Yes.
So you're in good shape there. He still should be somewhat in his prime for the next 3 years. It's after 3 years that you have to worry, but as long as you don't renegotiate the way the Cowboys do and end up guaranteeing all of it, then you're okay after 3 years, possibly having to release him and not being hurt that much by this contract.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Does that make sense?
Yes. No, that absolutely makes
Well, good
sense
for
to
my
me.
Chiefs.
Yes, good for your Chiefs. Obviously, they needed to catch a break. Baker Mayfield finalized a 3-year, $100 million deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm having a little bit of a hard time with this because on the one hand, I think good for Baker Mayfield. Way to get all of the money. $50 million of it is guaranteed, by the way. But then everybody brings up, but Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones got $40 million a year. Do I think Baker Mayfield can be better than Daniel Jones? Hell yeah, I do. But if that is the contract we're always going to judge on, I think I'm always going to think a quarterback got a bad deal.
I think with Baker Mayfield, I know people are going to crush me for this, is he in the Dak Prescott tier? Probably not. But I think at $33 million, you have a chance to build a successful team around him. I don't think he's good enough to go on a 2 or 3 game win streak in the playoffs. So that's where, if I gave Dak $33 million, do I think he's good enough to go on a 2 or 3 game winning streak in the playoffs? I think possibly at that number, I can do it around Dak Prescott. I just, for Tampa, I'm like, gosh, I guess they could make the playoffs. I guess they could win that division. Do I think he's as good as Jared Goff? Do I think he's as good as Dak Prescott? Do I think he's as good as those type of players? I lean to no, but maybe he is. Maybe you can build something at that number around him. But I think Dak should be at that number. I know he's not. I know he's going to get $55 million. He does great for him, great for his family, all of that stuff. But I mean, I think it's the death of your organization when you give Dak Prescott $50 or more million.
Tony Pollard is getting the DeAndre Swift deal. Adam Schefter, 3 years, $24 million. And I don't think that's
good for him.
Unfair deal. It's just a deal that I'm glad that the Cowboys were not interested in.
And Tony Pollard's never going to play in a meaningful game in his career. And that's fine. I mean, this is about, ultimately, I hate saying this because this is really the Cowboys way. This is about making enough money that maybe you don't have to work the rest of your life. And Tony Pollard, through his franchise contract last year, the 1-year franchise deal, and then this deal, as long as he's smart with his money, will never have to work a day in his life.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. A couple of other notes from the weekend. Fletcher Cox, the 6-time Pro Bowler for the Eagles, is in fact retiring. And I'm just kidding when I say this. The Trevor Lawrence era is over as the Jacksonville Jags went after Matt Jones to clearly be their number 1 quarterback.
Okay.
I do not believe that whatsoever.
This is a big year for Trevor Lawrence. He either falls off the, hey, I think he can be a top 5 quarterback in this league, or he does it.
Yeah.
And you're just like, okay, he's reaching full potential, because it looked like he was a year ago, and then this season you're like, what the crap just happened?
Agreed. I do agree with that. So he is going to Jacksonville, 6th round pick for that trade. Jerry Jeudy also got traded to the Browns over the weekend for a 5th and 6th round pick. The thing that stuck out about that to me is he was taken 2 picks before CeeDee Lamb. Just think about the disproportionate value right there. I couldn't imagine trading CeeDee Lamb for anything less than a 1st round plus. And Jerry Jeudy got you a 5th and a 6th round.
And Henry Ruggs was the first wide receiver taken, right?
And clearly that was a catastrophe as well. But the Cleveland Browns making a move, 5th and 6th round pick to pick up Jerry Jeudy.
So they have Jeudy, Amari Cooper. Help me out here. Who are their other wide receivers that I'm drawing a blank on?
But are they still going to have? Well, I mean, I know they're still going to have Deshaun Watson throwing the ball, and
Maybe
how.
Not. Maybe it's Mac time. Big Mac Jones.
No. What?
Mac Jones?
Mac Jones to the Jags.
Why did I think he went to the Browns? Why did somebody tell me he went to the Browns?
What? I
thought you said Mac.
I said Mac Jones to the Jags.
I said M-A-T-T. I was like, I don't know who the hell that is. I think there was a Matt Jones at some point in this NFL.
Fantastic.
I swear, did I not ask you before the show started and you said Cleveland?
No, you asked where did Jerry Jeudy go?
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
I have no clue who Jerry Jeudy was at 9:30. I know who he is. I know he's Alabama, and he had a nickname that you're like, you need to take away that nickname because that's not the best way to say that phrase, term of, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Uh-huh. The nighttime stuff.
I asked about Mac Jones in there from New England, and you said Cleveland. I didn't ask at all about Jerry Jeudy.
If that is the case, I'm sorry for giving you misinformation. I did not mean to.
Okay.
I have another theory about what happened.
Because I thought Mac Jones was like, dude, he's going to play like 10 games next year for Cleveland, and this might work out for him. He can, if Chubby's healthy, he can hand the ball off to Chubbs and maybe get back to that Alabama quarterback situation. He's going to be sitting on the bench watching the flowing Goldilocks of the NFL, Trevor Lawrence.
And of course,
this segment's gone well.
It really has. Russell Wilson is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers, team-friendly deal. We talked about how he might take just about the vet minimum, so we'll see how that dreadful quarterback competition goes with him and Kenny Pickett. Look forward to that. And yes, for people just now catching up, this is why you got to turn it on, leave it on. The 817 guys, Pollard to the Titans. It's confirmed. Yes, as we hit about 10 minutes ago, that's why you got to be locked in at all points. Tony Pollard going to sign with the Tennessee Titans. 3 years, $24 million. His run with the Dallas Cowboys is over. Looks like Michael Gallup, as we all assumed, his run with the Dallas Cowboys is over as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, spring training superlatives and key stats for the Texas Rangers. Though I promise, if the Cowboys do anything, I will let you know about that as well. Next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2016. Now they turn to quarterback Russell Wilson to break the drought. But Pittsburgh has a big...
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed the breaking news in the last segment, Tony Pollard heading off to the Titans. 3 years, $24 million right there. If the Cowboys do anything, we will let you know. Nothing has come out about that quite yet, but hold your breath and we'll see how it goes.
I heard they're having ceviche right now on the boat. It's going great. Some mimosas.
Yep.
You know, got to sleep in. It's spring break. Mimosa, ceviche, maybe some eggs Benedict.
I'm going to regret asking this question. I'm going to do it anyway. Do you think the Cowboys at least already had a discussion with Tony Pollard and he was like, this is about the parameters of what I'm looking for? And they're like, okay, great. Or do you think Tony Pollard got this offer at 11 o'clock or give or take as soon as legal tampering opened up, tried to get a hold of the Cowboys, couldn't do so or something like that? Or they're just like, oh, for real? We'll get back with you at the end of the week.
To be honest, I would hope that as a free agent, the team that you were with has already given you a good idea on how competitive they're going to be to keep you or not. So I will assume this, as much as I'm making fun of the Jones family, and they deserve all of it, is I assume that they did weeks or even a couple months ago have somewhat of a conversation with Tony Pollard's agent to let them know their interest level.
Okay, I would agree with that. Now, the Dallas Morning News.
This week they can't. They are ceviche and mimosa.
God. I tell you, I love the Cowboys. I want them to make huge free agent moves that make sense to make the team better. But I also kind of want it to happen now, Mike, to just be like, oh, in your face.
And then have a press conference on the yacht.
That would be awesome. They helicopter their free agents
in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And they're just like, yeah, bring NFL Network out here. I don't even know if a helicopter would make it out as far as they are, but
that's why they have the helipad. It could work.
As long as you have enough gas, I guess.
I don't know. Well, look, we probably don't have to worry about that. Let's talk about the Texas Rangers. Superlatives. Sean McFarlane for the Dallas Morning News. By the way, who he's been hustling out of spring training as well. I know we talked about Evan Grant. People probably know Evan Grant better, but Sean McFarlane's been putting out some good content from spring training as well. Who do you think, and I'll preface all of this by saying I realize spring training can mean a lot to some and not really too much to others. Who has been the hottest Rangers player at the plate?
So far?
Yes.
I'm assuming Wyatt Langford.
Wyatt Langford tied for the club lead the Cactus League lead with 4 home runs, team high, 9 RBIs, second most hits on the team. His defense and left hasn't been great, but that wasn't the question I asked. How has this player been hottest at the plate? His slash line, 360, 542, and 840 on the slugging. He has looked all the part of somebody who can swing the bat.
At this point, with 2 weeks to go, with Seager, I will say, most likely not being on your opening day roster because of injury. Nate Lowe, 50-50 at best. I will give Josh Young right now, as his MRI results came back and they said, hey, keep progressing, but no running yet. Yeah. I will say that he has a 60% chance to be on the opening day roster and playing third base.
Might start running this week.
Yeah,
double check.
But they said at least after the MRI, we're not doing running now, but the progress is going to keep coming. I will be surprised at this point if Wyatt Langford isn't batting third on opening night against the Chicago Cubs.
Ooh, okay.
What else could he do? He can't do, obviously, leaving out the defense. Yeah. And I get it. Arizona, the sky doesn't have a lot of clouds. And I know, what does that matter? Your depth perception is a little bit off. The ball's carrying on him that he's not used to. In fact, he played in, for most part, SEC is more of that dense humidity type of situation where the ball is going to be less. Then you play with a harder ball. And if people don't know this, the baseball in the major leagues is the hardest ball with the least amount of seams possible. So the ball's going to carry more than he's ever been used to in his life. Then you have the wind blowing out to left field in surprise and the ball carrying there. So I'm going to give him some excuses right now on why left field has been a little bit of an adventure. But offensively, you literally couldn't ask for more.
I'm with you on that. Sharpest pitcher thus far on the mound.
For the Rangers?
For the Rangers. If you've been listening to the show,
take me to church.
Take me to church, indeed. Mark Church. He has more strikeouts than hits and walks allowed. Batters are hitting 0.048. That's probably a better way to put it against him. His fastball sits in the mid-90s. His slider has proved to be an efficient secondary offering. This kid has been tremendous in spring training. And how much you put weight into spring training versus minor leagues versus all this other stuff, I think this is somebody who has made their way onto the roster.
So far, he's taken advantage of his opportunity.
Unbelievable.
There's, he's not of the category of Wyatt Langford prospect status-wise.
For comparison, he was an 18th round pick, and if you remember the story, who took up pitching off of a $50 bet.
I like that round a lot.
Was that your round?
Yeah, that was my round.
Delightful.
He has to continue this. I'm not saying at that level.
Yeah.
That's almost impossible to just keep doing that. You become Mariano Rivera if you keep doing that. So as long as he keeps putting up positive outings, he's going to be on the team. And if there's one bad outing, they're going to go fine. If there's two in a row in these next 2 weeks, they're going to go, are we sure? Are we ready to put him in this situation in the major leagues? I think they're leaning towards yes. But in fact, I don't know. You talk to a lot of guys and they'll say almost in a way they want him to have one bad outing here as he's competing to make the team because they want to see, they give him a day off and put him back out there and see how he handles it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's almost like they're not going, hey, go out there and give up a 3-run bomb here. But they're almost like, let's see how he handles, because it's going to happen. In the regular season, every reliever is going to have a bad game where they blow the game and you lose the game and you feel like we lost it because of one person and one person only, that relief pitcher. That will happen to Mark Church at some point this season, most likely on the Texas Rangers. I need to see that next night, if I put him in the same situation against that same team, is he still going to have that confidence that I need him to have to execute the pitches and get out of that situation? Because that's what makes, and look, this is why I struggled to stay in the major leagues. I couldn't be consistent enough to stay. I could always be good enough to make it. I couldn't be consistent enough to stay. And so sometimes they want to see a guy like Church have a bad outing and then see if he bounces back well from it.
Especially because I think he has the potential, I'm not saying this year, but down the road, because he is a younger player, to be a closer. Hopefully to be the Rangers closer.
Yeah, it's, stuff is one thing. Jonathan Hernandez has the stuff to be a closer.
By the way, Jonathan Hernandez, I believe we'll see his first action today. Although Bochy did point out, we talked about this last week in our bullpen segment, could be tough to ramp him up in time for opening day. Not to say that means you're screwed or anything like that, but we've focused a lot on what's the roster going to look like on opening day. And so for Jonathan Hernandez, could be tough.
Just a reminder, you're going to break camp with 13. You're going to use approximately 26 to 30 pitchers this year. So
we got plenty of room.
So if you don't make the team, if somehow Mark Church, who I'm with you, I think he will, but if for some reason he wasn't on the opening day roster, he will probably be one of the approximately 30 pitchers who pitches for the Rangers this year.
And I think this person will fall in that group as well. What's the most encouraging development of spring training?
Bradford?
Bradford makes a whole lot of sense. Jack Leiter is who the Dallas Morning News put on there, because what's the difficulty if you're looking to control things? Don't you think if you're looking to control your pitches a little bit more, you might automatically lose some velocity if you're focusing so much on that? The good thing for Jack Leiter is, and there's still plenty to work on, he has kept his velocity at the same level while harnessing some of the control. And I think That's a huge potential development for the Rangers, not in terms of April, but maybe in terms of August, September.
And remember, this was such a major investment, so I get why they're put. This was a number 2 pick, and you gave him a little bit over slot to make sure that you got him. And the reason I'm bringing that up, like, who cares what he signs for? Well, it matters a lot to Kumar Rocker, because if he doesn't really work out, Rocker's hopefully coming back in June, July-ish to start pitching this year in the minor leagues, you did a double draft with Rocker. He took $3 million less than what the 3rd overall pick should get, so that they could give $4 million to their 4th round pick, Brock Porter. It was a Scott Boras deal.
Yep.
They both are represented by Scott Boras. So if for some reason Rocker struggled with injuries, you can say the 3rd overall pick. Well,
take a look at your 4th round pick.
He only went 3rd because of the double deal that Scott Boras made with the Texas Rangers. So Jack Leiter went 2nd because they're like, this is going to be a premium pitcher for us in the future.
And if we're staying in that same kind of category, least encouraging development, we talked about this when we saw it happening at spring training.
Owen White
and Cole Winn.
Okay.
Now, you might be like, Cole Winn further on down the road. However, these were the 1st and 2nd picks for the Rangers in 2018. Win in 4 outings. 15 combined hits and walks and a 9.82 ERA. White in 3 Cactus League outings. He was in there for 6 innings. He gave up a combined 13 hits and runs, had an ERA of 9. It was at a time when I think there is a true competition happening for the number 5 spot. Now, you would have to pitch really well to take it from Bradford. But at a time when I think you could have looked at Cole Winn and said, it's there if you want it. You could look at Owen White and say, it's there if you want it. They have both been dreadful in spring training.
It's scary. I don't know what has happened to those 2 guys. I gave the stats the other day in 2021, Cole Winn was unhittable in Double-A. And it wasn't for 3 outings. It was 70 innings. I can't remember the exact number, but around 70-plus innings. And he was dominant. And then 22 and 23 happened, and it's just been like, where did that kid go from 2021? Owen White, leading up to the 2023 season, looked like, oh, well, Cole Winn's struggling. We'll see how he does in 23. But Owen White. And then as last year's season progressed, you're like, what is happening to Owen White? And when we saw him in spring training, he just doesn't look the same. I don't know I don't know what has happened to Owen White. Usually if there's an injury, like if Kumar Rocker comes back and things are different, I get it. He had a reconstructive elbow surgery. I don't know what happened to Owen White and Cole Winn. I know that their confidence is not good right now.
Was it Cole Winn's ankle, calf, something like that he took the shot off of?
Yeah.
And man, that has been bad. And this, I think, is very cool. Guy who looks most ready for opening day, Nathan Eovaldi. He has only had 2 starts, thrown a total of 5 innings. However, in that second start, his fastball velocity hit 97 miles per hour, and he sat in the mid-90s. He's got 5 strikeouts, 3 hits, and a walk. It's the kind of progression, you know how we were just talking about, sometimes spring training matters a lot. Nathan Eovaldi's not going to do anything non-injury-wise that they're going to be like, I don't know about this kid. Clearly he was penciled in, and he has looked ready to go for the season opener, making the assumption, which I am, that he'll start that opener against the Cubs.
100, as long as he's healthy. Yeah, that's the guy. I'm going to assume, there's only an assumption that John Gray is going to start game 2. And then Dunning game 3.
I could see
is
that.
The way that I think now. If you have Heaney and Bradford, maybe they go, we want Heaney starting game 3 and Dunning starting game 4 or whatever, just so your lefties aren't back to back. But overall, it's been, I think, a solid spring training for the Rangers. When your disappointments are guys that you weren't expecting to make the team anyways, you're just expecting them to kind of show progress from the offseason to spring training. They're having a good spring training. They obviously, position player wise, with Lowe, Seager, and Young, hopefully need to get healthy. But Duran last year filled in for that amount of time. Great. And so did other guys. So
keep
hopefully
an eye out on Jared Walsh.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting too. And I thought Sandler made a great point. I think it was yesterday or the other day I was listening to The Fan of just saying the Nate Lowe injury gives Walsh a chance because you can't You almost can't keep Nate Lowe and Walsh on the same team. They're the same guy in a way.
And remember, if you've missed the story on Walsh, we've talked about him a few times throughout spring training. His career has been sidetracked since being an all-star in 2021 due to neurological symptoms that impacted his sleep, focus, and energy. And one of the things that Tim Hires, the hitting coach, has said is he likes the energy and what he's seen from Walsh's swings. 348 batting average, 423 on-base percentage. Again, smaller sample size, but for somebody that you're looking to jumpstart and get going again because they think they found the problem that he was going through, this isn't very encouraging. What does that mean for Foscue? I don't know. You start the season in 17 days, and it still feels like there's a heck of a lot of questions that need to be answered. But the good news is, Mike, and I hope we're on the same page here, it does feel like you have a lot of answers to these questions.
Yes, especially because you have to go back to maybe, you probably didn't feel good about this year, 2015, because you had the fourth worst record in 2014.
True.
You know, obviously you go back to 2011 and 12. The reason I don't say 10 is because in 2010, you're like, hey, are we really as good as that? I think they might have won 87 games in 2009. It was kind of a jump, and you were like, whoa, like, is this real? You know, and then 2010, you're like, oh my God, this is real. They're actually really good. And so this is covering the Rangers since about 2009, 2010. This does feel like the most depth they've ever had position player wise in their organization.
Mike, I want you to lock in on this one because it's one of your favorite receivers going to one of your favorite teams. Gabe Davis signing a 3-year deal to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay.
Also,
okay, I gotta go, man. I'm excited.
The Commanders look like they're about to sign Dorrance Armstrong. So you see the Dan Quinn potential influence there. I've not seen
numbers. What is
numbers.
Jerry going to say as his callback to some random guy who he thinks is maybe had an impact? He's going to have to find a new name, isn't he?
That is a great question because Dorrance Armstrong came up a lot before he felt like he earned it. But Jeremy Fowler reporting that Dorrance Armstrong planning on signing with the Commanders, and then Gabe Davis going to sign with the Jaguars. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll give you all the latest NFL tampering information, but also, which is the smartest organization in all of sports? And why is it the Braves? Let's talk about that, and Mike likes it, and free agency updates next on The Fan.
Are you
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
There's a swing by Langford. There's a blast. Deep right center field. Isbell back, looking up. That ball is history. A laser shot onto the berm by Wyatt Langford. His 4th home run of the spring.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully the Rangers come up in this discussion, which is the smartest organization in all of sports. But in the meantime, there's been a lot of move-ins and shake-ins. Of course, none of them directly involving the Cowboys signing anybody. However, Tony Pollard, 3-year deal, $24 million to head toward the Titans. Jordan Schultz is reporting that Dorrance Armstrong is about to sign with the Commanders. And then Ian Rappaport, to throw this on there over the break, Christian Wilkins, the defensive tackle star for the Dolphins, or formerly of the Dolphins, is headed to the Raiders. 4 years, $110 million deal with $84.75 million guaranteed.
When I hear stuff like that, I just think, what if there was real free agency in the NFL?
Oh, my goodness.
Like, what if, I'm trying to think of, name the 3 best defensive tackles in the game.
I mean, Wilkins might be
Aaron
in the mix.
Donald.
Obviously, you're talking about Aaron Donald.
What would Aaron Donald got after 5 years in the NFL if there was he hits free agency the way Shohei hits free agency, or the way that Luka, I know he didn't hit free agency, but the way that like a superstar player in the other major sports hits.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, great job by the owners to screw over the players. It makes sure that they never really get paid what they're worth.
It is true. And Cowboys, first of all, they don't have a lot of money, but they're not spending a lot of money. I assume either they get the trade done or they post June 1st designate the cut of Michael Gallup, which would free up about $9.5 million. Prior to that, I thought maybe they only had about $2.22 million in cap space. So a lot of people are saying you got to get the extension with CeeDee Lamb done, or you have to do the extension with Dak Prescott. Personally, I would argue you could just add some more ghost years or another ghost year automatically to that Dak contract without an extension, and that would create some room as well. But if you're wondering why the Cowboys aren't doing anything, it's because at this time of year, they usually don't. They'll come back around for round 3.
This is another way of saying all in. Jerry's believed he's been all in since 1989.
Sure.
So, like, when he says that, first of all, he's just talking out of his rear end. He just said something and it created a quote, and even I, keep saying it just to, goof off, is in his mind, he's never not been all in.
And
so
he
when you're
that,
like, so when you're like, what does all in mean this year? What year has he not been all in his head? He's always been, hey, I don't care. Like the Ezekiel Elliott thing. Fine. Never play football again. Right? I mean, you hold all the cards.
Yes.
Just say you can never play football the rest of your life, or you can play out the 2 years that we have because we drafted you 4th overall with your 4th year and then 5th year team option, or you can just sit out the rest of your life. It's up to you.
I agree with that. And I know some people are like, well, what will future players think? Look, if they can get paid, it'll still work out.
We have
for the
found
Cowboys.
out NFL players are not strong when it comes to doing stuff like this. As long as you give them less practice time, they will agree to anything.
Now, on the sports front, Alec, you brought this up. We've talked about dealing with the Braves a lot. Back in December, the Mariners traded Jared Kelenic to the Braves. The Braves gave up 2 pitching prospects. One of them had Tommy John surgery last month, and the other one is going to get Tommy John surgery next week. Alec, I'm not saying the Braves knew this, but I'm also not saying they didn't know it, if that makes sense. Do you think the Braves kind of saw how this might play out, or did they figure out some other diabolical way to screw another team? Because it feels like the Braves are a smart organization.
So you're telling me that Yes. So you're telling me that they didn't know about this. I think they did. Because
I do too.
I remember when this trade was made, Bassick was the one that said, what do they know? What do they know that we don't know? Because those are decent prospects that you're trading for a guy that Seattle has totally given up on, and Jared Kelenic. So
here we are.
And Atlanta is so revered for how they can grow talent, especially with pitching. So there had to be a reason, right? Now both of them aren't going to see a mound for a year. So it's incredible.
It's there's organizations like this that you just worry about. And I can remember when the Rangers got Colby Allard and the Rangers were in a rebuilding situation. I thought, yes,
I was excited about that.
We got a Braves pitcher who's already been somewhat developed through their minor league system. So he's had the proper kind of what we thought was coaching to then just come up to the Rangers and start working on a major league career. And it just didn't work out for Colby Allard at all for the most part. And so when I saw this and I'm like, dude, Kelenic just has been a disappointment in Seattle. They traded. He was with the Mets. He was in a big trade. I think it was the Edwin Diaz trade. I'm not 100% sure if I'm right on that. Maybe that was just a free agent signing. But Kelenic was part of a major trade, and he was the guy, and he was going to be the guy, and he just couldn't live up to it. So then the Braves are trading for a guy who has not lived up to his prospect status at all, not even close to living up to the prospect status. And then they trade what looked like two good pitchers for him. Like, this isn't making sense. And I would say this. I don't think the Braves knew that both of these guys needed Tommy John. But I bet they felt like through their franchise and through the information they have that maybe their mechanics were something that they weren't crazy about, that it wasn't adjusting, and they thought the way that when his foot lands, I've watched this, I'm not making this up. I've watched this before when other teams would have this information if I have it. When his foot lands, the ball isn't above his head. If the foot lands and the ball is still around the waist area or below the shoulder as they're getting ready to throw the ball, this usually causes major elbow or shoulder issues. And I don't know. There must be something that Atlanta kind of knows where they're like, I'm not trying to pick on Colby Allard here. I just think that's somebody that people would know here that pitched for the Rangers is like I was so excited, and I think a lot of Ranger fans were too, because he was very successful in the minor leagues through a system that seemed to produce pitchers throughout decades and decades, that you're like, we got one of them. And it didn't work. And it's like, how did the Braves know that he was the guy that wouldn't work out of the Max Fried? And I know Spencer Strider's a little bit later down the line, but they seem to kind of, when they trade a pitcher and you think we're getting a Braves prospect pitcher, it doesn't seem to work out for the team that gets the Braves prospect pitcher.
And so we started thinking, and it could be across multiple sports, because I already saw somebody say the Chiefs and the Astros feel like they have to be in the mix there. And I'm assuming a lot of these will be winning franchises. But one of the things that I was curious about, I wanted to ask about this franchise, the Spurs. Because every part of me wants to say the Spurs are a smart franchise, but then another part of me wants to say, are they smart for figuring out a way to win the lottery and getting generational players, or did they just luck out and then took advantage of that?
Both.
Okay.
I mean, I know that the Celtics tanked even more for Tim Duncan than San Antonio did. And San Antonio's goal wasn't to tank to start the year. It was just early on in the year, David Robinson and Sean Elliott got hurt, and they're like, screw it, lose them all, you know?
Yeah.
But that's smart. I think that's... Now, do you have to get lucky and win the lottery? You do. You have to get lucky and win the Wembanyama thing to try to now set your franchise on a path that it can get back to the playoffs and possibly compete for championships. So there is luck involved, but you have to make your own luck. You have to put yourself in a position to get lucky. The Rangers, in a weird way, they moved from 7th to 4th in the first year ever of the baseball lottery. Can you imagine if they would have picked 7th? I need to go back and look at that draft. There's no Wyatt Langford getting moved all the way down to 7th in that draft, but that draft moved you from 7 to 4, and you might end up getting a generational talent in that guy. So when it comes to stuff like this, yes, you have to get lucky in the lottery, but you have to set yourself up for success. That's why we felt like the Mavs were so stupid for so long.
Yes.
Like, you're not even setting yourself up for success. Lose. Like, it's time to lose. And I'll give them a lot of credit. Nico and those guys made the right decision last year to lose. First of all, they weren't even going to make the playoffs if they would have tried at the end, because even if they win those games, they still don't make it. They just lose the 10th overall pick. So they saw something available and they attacked it and went after it. Did they win the lottery? No, they didn't win the lottery. They didn't get Wembanyama, but they saw an opportunity and they took advantage of it.
Now, a lot of other votes coming in from the 972, the Chiefs do know how to move on from players that they think are done. Two of the ones that I was going to throw out there, the Dodgers and the Rays, for totally different reasons, because the Dodgers, their scouting system seems amazing, and they can supplement it with money. For the Rays, they have to have a great scouting system because they mostly are not supplementing with money. And now the one time they did it is catastrophically blown up in their face. And so I don't know if they're going to be doing that again.
I would say that when it comes to the Rays, they just crushed Pittsburgh when they traded Chris Archer there and just got so much. And then I think of, and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on the pitcher we traded. He has like a car dealership last name, but we got Nick Solak in the deal. And then they took our relief pitcher who we were like, oh, we got relief pitchers. They're not that big of a deal. We're not winning. You need position players and you need starting pitching. And they're like, yeah, we got a closer for the next 3 years from you guys. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
And why am I drawing a blank on? Maybe somebody can send it in. Fairbanks, thank you. Because I think of Chuck Fairbanks.
Okay.
That's why I said
figured it had to be a pre-existing car dealership because of how you've pieced it together, but not necessarily. Alec, are there any organizations across...
Oh, can I give you one
Yes.
other one real quick? Oklahoma City in basketball.
Okay.
They have crushed it. And if they're calling up on a deal like, hey, you want Paul George? We'll take 72 picks in this Shea Gilgeous-Alexander guy.
Yes, that has worked out pretty well.
You know, it just seems like when they've made moves, the other team doesn't get the benefit of that trade, and yet they benefit tremendously in the future of that trade.
Alec, what say you?
In a weird way, I kind of want to throw the Dallas Stars in there. I know it hasn't resulted in a cup like everybody wants, but it seems like each year that they've been contending the past few years, they don't have many assets, they don't have much cap space, but they still make that one move that everyone's like, of course they make that move.
And just look at this year's team as an example is, hey, you need to get a top 4 defender. Whoop, here comes Tanev. Hey, I still would like something a little bit more offensively. Oh, guess what? Here comes Stankoven. And I know that wasn't a trade, but still the ability to build up through your farm system, that is absolutely a part of this. So the Stars might have gotten the best of both worlds there in terms of, hey, we had the assets to make a trade, even though we didn't have a ton of or any cap space realistically. And then our farm system had somebody else ready to go, and now we've brought him up. So I think the Stars are a really good example of that. Do you put the Ravens on that list? Because I feel for like the longest time, everyone loved Newsom and thought that the Ravens were always doing good things. And I think they are a good organization. But does the inability to break through on the other side make you think, maybe they're smart, but not that smart?
Not necessarily, because Tampa's never broken through and won the World Series. They have been to the World Series a couple times. So I won't say you have to win it all. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to give me examples. I'm sorry I'm drawing blanks on where Baltimore has taken advantages of organizations.
Oh, okay. See, I was thinking...
I guess that's where I'm thinking of it from the perspective of I'm the Rangers and I'm dealing with the Braves or the Rays or the Dodgers.
I got what you're saying.
I'm concerned about the situation because now you look at Seattle and they're probably like, dang it, with the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
Like, how did we not see what they were seeing with the possible elbow situation in both these guys?
It used to be, and somebody brought this up from the 972, it used to be Belichick. I used to feel like if the Patriots were calling you to make a trade, you're like, what's the hook? Like, why is this going to blow up in our face? But clearly that has fallen by the wayside over the last couple of years. And now he's not even there anymore. The 49ers. The 49ers seem very, very good. And this is what I thought about with the 49ers and the Ravens. They just seem very smart in terms of how they put a team together. And so that doesn't necessarily mean they took advantage of other teams on the way there, because I think even the 49ers will admit they lucked out with Brock Purdy.
Right.
But it does seem like they make a lot of smart football decisions.
When you take a dude 3 overall and you trade as much as you trade for Trey Lance and you quit on him after 2 years, that's bold.
It is.
Like, there's no way, like, to your point, there's no way the Jones family is saying we made a mistake at number 3. Like, they will let that thing play out for a second contract. Like, if the Cowboys would have taken Trey Lance number 3, he would have played out his 4 to 5 years on that contract, and then they would have signed him to a 4-year mega contract just to show how much they believe in the guy and say he's the guy. And you have to give credit to teams that will take a person high, know that they've made a mistake, because you can get blasted for that mistake. They traded all that they traded. They took a dude 3rd overall, and then they traded him for a 4th round pick after 2 years. But they're like, we screwed up. We're moving on. We know that we screwed up. You can kill us for screwing up, but you know what would be more of a screw up?
If we kept
to hold on to this situation just to try to prove we didn't screw up.
This one is interesting then. Somebody suggested, what about the Houston Texans with, they're like, hey, this Deshaun Watson thing, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work one way or another. Now they also look really smart for drafting CJ Stroud and listening to me. But do you think you look at that and be like, hey, good call on when to bail in this situation? Because he's been a disaster thus far for Cleveland. A disaster.
Yeah, and in a weird way, wasn't it, if I have the timeline correct, wasn't it Deshaun Watson going, I want out of here?
Yes.
And then it was a month or two later that the women's situation came out.
I thought the news came out first and he didn't feel like the team appropriately supported him. But I will double check on that. You might be right. I might be inaccurate on that. But I think the Houston Texans look like a very smart team. A couple of other people that are throwing it out there, they say the Philadelphia Eagles, the Miami Heat, the Rams as some of the smarter teams in the organization, or excuse me, in all of sports. The Rangers. I know it's easy to say that since they're the defending world champions, but I do feel like since Chris Young got here, it does feel like they've made quite a few savvy moves.
Yes, obviously it's led to a championship. I think his most savvy move was when he decided, I'm going to say in July-ish of 2022, that he wants to get one of his former managers, Bruce Bochy, here.
Yes.
Now, it didn't immediately happen because there was a season to play out, but he said, I'm going to let go of Chris Woodward. He's not, I mean, in a way, he's not my manager. That was a John Daniels hire. And so he's like, I'm now the general manager taking over. And I think John Daniels agreed with that assessment that they needed to move on from Chris Woodward. And then he had his guy picked out. He just had to convince his guy and have feelers out that I believe Bruce Bochy wants to come back to managing. And so that to me was awesome. Has Chris Young so far had a hell of a trade where you go, wow, that. Now, obviously, getting Montgomery was awesome. We didn't see, you got Chris Stratton in the deal too, but getting Montgomery proved to be the over-the-top move where we thought at the time it was going to be Max Scherzer being the over-the-top move. But I feel like in his limited amount of trades, has something happened where you go, wow, that was Chris Young took advantage of this situation?
Yeah, maybe not just quite yet then, because I did feel like the trades were fair at the time. They just happened to work out for the Rangers.
Yeah. And we don't know what's going to happen with the prospects for another year or two.
You will be glad to know this. Houston's own Reginald Atatula. Listen to the Get Right 7 to 11 right here on the Fan. Texans are involved in revisionist history. Mike is right. Watson wanted out and was sitting out before the sexual assault scandal, and then they very much wanted him to stay there. So maybe the Texans get a pass for it all worked out for them, but not because of their own choosing. Like they still would have preferred to keep Watson, and because he forced their hand, it worked out well for them.
Didn't they just lose a good defensive end today? The Houston Texans. Grenard, I believe is his last name.
Is this going to be another car dealership deal?
No, I'm just saying, I think that you're naming the Houston Texans. I'm not crushing them right now, but I think they lost a pretty good player today. I think he signed with the Minnesota Vikings.
Sorry, I'm trying to track down numbers for Dorrance Armstrong, so I will have to go double check on that.
You want to get to Mike Likes It
Let's do Mike Likes It.
All right, so a new top 100 list in Major League Baseball is out, and I find this very interesting. I tried to break this down during commercial breaks, and I wanted to break it down this. Well, who are the Rangers in the top 100? Everybody listening, I think, wants to know that.
Jonathan Grenard. I see it now. 4 years, $76 million for the Vikings.
Right, and so Houston lost a pretty good player.
They did.
Now, I wanted to break this down for the Houston Astros, and I wanted to break this down for the Seattle Mariners. I believe that this is a 3-team race for this division, and I can see any one of the 3 winning the division. I obviously hope it's the Rangers, but it's not going to be easy. So your top 100 list from ESPN, and this is interesting. They are really taking into account this upcoming season. This is more of what they think this upcoming season holds more than what happened last year holds. Because
absolutely,
you let me know this, and I've gone through the list. Number 9 on the list is Shohei Ohtani. Now, he's number 1 when it comes to MLB's top 100 right now, and rightfully so. But they're saying, look, he's just a hitter, and he's just a designated hitter. He's going to provide nothing for you from the mound. He's going to provide nothing for you defensively. He's literally just an offensive option. Now, he's still a top 10 player with just doing offense and literally nothing else. But just to show you, there is a difference on this list. Ohtani, number 9 instead of number 1
And
from
that-
MLB to ESPN.
To your point, that's the one that immediately jumped out to me. I was like, wow, that still feels like a steep fall.
So real quick, your top 10, according to ESPN going into the 2024 season, Acuna, number 1. Yankees, Judge and Soto, 2 and 3. Dodgers, Betts and Freeman, 4 and 5. Number 6 is your shortstop for the Texas Rangers, Corey Seager.
And they're about to have to change number 7.
Number 7. Oh, what's the update on Garrett Cole? Because he's number 7.
I don't have an update.
Help me
just
out,
yet.
man. My keeper list has to be in by Sunday.
Update just yet. He's going in for the MRI.
This is a possible big thing for me in fantasy baseball. If Garrett Cole.
You know what? I'm sure the Yankees are concerned for more practical baseball purposes as well.
Number 8, 9, and 10, Yordan Alvarez, Shohei Ohtani, and second-year player Corbin Carroll makes the top 10 list. So that's really high for him, in my opinion. I'm not saying that he's not a top 20 player, Corbin Carroll, but obviously they're projecting what's going to happen this upcoming season more than last year. He was the 10th best player. And look, he helped lead a team to a World Series appearance, not a World Series championship. So your Rangers on this list: Seager, number 6, Marcus Semien, number 24, Adolis Garcia, number 34. So that's very similar, to be honest, to what we had on MLB's list. Number 89 is Josh Young, who I don't believe was on the list for MLB.
So.
And number 92 is Evan Carter. So Evan Carter makes the list. Not making the list that was on the list from MLB is Nate Eovaldi and Nate Lowe. Both made the list late in the list. Out of your top, kind of the last 20 guys, they were on that list. And then out of your last 20 guys, Young and Carter make this list.
And then it's just always interesting to note Jordan Montgomery is 63rd. He's not going to be back with the Rangers, but interesting to note. I'm surprised about Eovaldi.
Yeah, I am too, especially what he did in the playoffs. You would think that he would get a playoff bump for what he did and be in the top. I'm not saying he should be top 50, but I do think he should be top 100. I am with you. What's interesting here is, remember this. The Rangers had 5 guys on the list. They are all position players. It shows how strong their lineup is. And I'm going to be honest. I think Wyatt Langford's going to easily be on this list next year.
Okay.
Easily. Okay. Now I go to the Houston Astros. Obviously our rival. They have quite a few guys on this list. They have Yordan Alvarez, already mentioned, at 8. Altuve is 26. Kyle Tucker is 28. It just shows how bad of a playoffs he had. He is such a good player who just got cold at the wrong time. Number 49, Alex Bregman. Number 50, Justin Verlander. Number 56, Framber Valdez. Number 61, free agent Josh Hader, who signed with them to be a closer. And number 88, Jeremy Pena, their shortstop. So they have 8 guys on the list. Now, what's interesting there is they have 3 pitchers. So you have the same amount of position players. It's the pitchers that are the issue right now. And then I go to the Seattle Mariners. I'm telling you, they're going to be in this mix, and they are the total opposite of these 2 teams I just mentioned, the Rangers and the Astros. Julio's number 18, but then when it goes their next 3, it's all starting pitchers. Luis Castillo, 39. George Kirby, 40. Logan Gilbert, 62. And then at the end of the list, Cal Raleigh, their catcher, is number 97. This is why Seattle is dangerous, because they do have the best rotation in the division. So a lot of times when people are picking who's going to win a division, they like looking at starting rotation depth. And when you have 3 of your starting pitchers in the top 62, 2 of them in the top 50, that's a heck of a rotation that you're going to have to deal with. And they do have decent depth in their organization, too, when it comes to starting pitching. So if the Rangers are going to do it, it's crushing the ball.
Yes.
Now, maybe in August and September, those things change. There's a trade deadline. There's guys that are possibly coming back. Remember, Bruce Bochy said on MLB Network that he believes Max Scherzer has a chance to come back in June. So he kind of got bumped off of this list. If Verlander's 50, if Max Scherzer wouldn't have got hurt at the end of the year and would have pitched in the playoffs, I think Max Scherzer's on this list.
Agreed.
But they knocked him off because he got hurt for the Rangers, didn't really pitch in the playoffs, and is going to start the first 2 months plus on the injured list. Yep. So it's an interesting list. I wish or think that Jonah Heim and Nate Eovaldi would get more love than they get. It's weird, like, I think Ranger fans are with me on this. Am I overhyping how good Jonah Heim was last year?
I don't think so. And maybe it's just because people don't think he can replicate it. Because this one, like you said, it does project to this upcoming season. So maybe they just don't think he's going to replicate it. But he was great last year.
Now, I know it's a fan vote. Adley Rutschman's number 11 on this list. So he beat out Adley Rutschman, the number 11 player in all of baseball, the number 1 catcher in all of baseball on all the lists, and he's number 11. Jonah Heim was the starting all-star catcher. Help me out here. Didn't Jonah Heim win the Gold Glove?
Yes, he did.
So he was considered a better defensive catcher than Adley Rutschman. I get Adley Rutschman's better offensively, but not by much, and they're both switch hitters. So he's a switch hitting catcher, and then he has right now considered a better defensive ability than Adley Rutschman. I think it's very close. I don't think Adley's bad at catching at all. But if the categories are very close, I get Adley Rutschman's potential is way higher. He was the number 1 overall pick. But if their abilities right now are close, one is number 11 on the list and one isn't even considered a top 100 on both lists, that just doesn't make sense to me.
I agree with you on that. Some more NFL breaking news. Perhaps they can take the same flight out to Washington as Tyler Biadasz is signing with the Commanders per Ian Rappaport. This one doesn't seem like as big of a deal since it appeared as though the Cowboys had decided to move on and both parties were like, yeah, let's probably go in separate directions. But
I think it's time to forfeit.
No.
Quit the season. You have no tackle.
You think that anyway.
You have no you have no center. You have no running back. You have no defensive end. That's the unsung hero of all the games you win.
We got $2 million in space to figure it out.
Wait till that one. Hey, I'm telling you, the story of the offseason is going to be for Dallas Cowboy fans the almost $300 million contract that Dak Prescott gets.
I understand. I hope that is not the case, but I understand why you say that. So Tyler Biadasz, Dorrance Armstrong heading off to the Commanders, Tony Pollard heading off to the Titans, along with all of the other free agency movings and shakings that we've talked about. Those are the 3 that most directly impact the Cowboys. Sorry to jump in there, Mike. Anything else that you wanted to add?
I think that's an interesting list. I wanted to break down like how many Dodgers and Braves were on there. I just didn't have time. I broke down the 3 teams that I think matter the most to us here in the Metroplex. Sure. But I think Dodgers and Braves, can they beat the Astros? Because the Astros have 8 guys on it. That would be interesting to look and see, is there a way that a team, and I would think it would either be the Dodgers or the Braves, could have possibly more guys on this top 100 ESPN list.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey will be back on Wednesday. That means he's out today and tomorrow, which means the return of AM on the FM. Where are we going today?
Today's question of the day is coming your way. Plus, I talked to Michael Finley yesterday, and I think he helped me mark the beginning of the end for Grant Williams in Dallas. That's coming up next.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Jags are putting in work today as they have just agreed to terms with Darnell Savage, and the Rams have agreed to terms with guard Jonah Jackson, 3-year, $51 million deal, $34 million guaranteed. We told you it was looking good to be an offensive guard out there in the world. And
I think what's also it's telling us is the Cowboys have everything, and they don't need anything.
Hey, that's great. Who is their starting left tackle? Their starting center? Their
Smith.
starting... They're starting
center,
running back.
Don't need one.
Oh, wow.
Ask Jason Kidd. He hates centers.
That is true.
Maxi Kleba, as far as he's concerned.
But Tyler Biadasz on his way to the Commanders. Same for Dorrance Armstrong. Tony Pollard off to the Titans. No movement for the Cowboys as of yet this morning. Or I guess this entire day. Now, to cheer you up, after that very sobering point from Mike Jackson.
Mike
Bassick. Sorry, I was looking at free agency stuff.
Can I be the Mike Jackson that was like a good relief pitcher?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Not the other one. It's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Now, reality can be whatever I want.
Don't you dare touch that dial. Don't you dare do it. Taking over Corey's Corner today, Mike. Say I'm on the FM.
Still the C block. You know that.
Not for the next 2 days.
I do think Corey's Corner is a good one, though.
It's very topical, with Corey's Corner out there at Globe Life Field. But this is AM on the FM, not Corey's Corner. I am going to take a little bit of influence from the C block, though. And today's question of the day is going to be related to the Dallas Cowboys. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. I was thinking about some of the recent happenings here today. Losing Tony Pollard, losing Tyler Biadasz, your center and your running back. Which position are you more concerned about now for the Dallas Cowboys? 877-881-1053, the center position or the running back position? Because for me, I think I'm a little bit more confident in the center play. I think a guy like Brock Hoffman will slide in and be okay. TJ Bass, I think, has shown you some good things. If you can teach him how to snap a ball, I think you'll be a little bit better than you will be at the running back position. You're going to have to really rely on this draft because I don't think they're going to spend big money at the running back position. So let me know what you guys think.
I am going to go the opposite of that. I have more confidence in their ability to get the running back position done than I do for a quality center. I understand all of the reasons that you're saying, but I just keep thinking about the fact, and I know sometimes the Cowboys as an organization can be lazy, but all of these players were inferior to Tyler Biadasz, who we didn't think was that great to begin with. And that makes me nervous. Maybe that's just a matter of time, seasoning, but I feel like you can plug and play a running back a little bit easier, especially now since you probably need to replace 2/5 of your offensive line.
My answer is nothing. This is the perfect organization, ran by the perfect man,
not think that.
Read by a perfect family, and they're all in. So nothing's wrong with this team, especially that guy. You can't ask for a better quarterback in January than Dak Prescott.
Thank you for your contributions, Mike. Appreciate that. Let's see from the 214 left tackle being thrown out there. I think that's something that we've kind of maybe overlooked a little bit once we got over the initial wave of confusion or anger there, but I think they'll get that one figured out. From the 817, what's the % chance we get Derrick Henry? I'd put that at like 10.
Yeah, and I don't understand, I guess, totally the appeal of getting an older, clearly on the decline running back to cost you money when the Cowboys aren't spending money already. That's not the direction I would go. I get it. He's a bigger name than like whatever center or left tackle you'd probably pick up, but that I don't like that idea at all.
Let's see. Cade on the Twitch saying center. Rico Dowdle is a stud. Center is crucial.
Josh Jacobs to the Packers?
That's something.
That is something.
Why do they need him?
That's a great question.
Well,
I saw their running back. I mean, we stopped him tremendously the last 10 minutes of the game, but the first, 48 minutes approximately, he was pretty good.
Well, that's the report that we're seeing is Josh Jacobs going to head off to the Packers, and then Bryce Huff, the defensive end, is signing a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I thought they were up against it. I thought they didn't have any money or whatever.
Look, we've talked.
Is it not spring break in Philadelphia?
It probably is, but they have other people running the deal.
Yeah, they never rest out there. Howie Roseman. That's the one person in the organization that I love, but I hate, but I love.
Yeah.
That GM is something else. He's aggressive when he needs to be, and it's awesome. And speaking of GMs, we'll get back to the truckwreck.com text line here in just a moment. Assistant General Manager of the Dallas Mavericks, Michael Finley, joined myself, the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, and Blake Elliott yesterday. And it was a great conversation. If you missed it, it's up on the website. You can go check it out, 105.3 The Fan podcast. But he told us a great story about, we're talking about Luka's, record-breaking moment over the weekend. And he was like, I want to tell you guys a story. And the way he starts it off is great, where he says, I'm not going to name who it is, but it's Grant Williams. I think this might have spelled the beginning of the end of the Grant Williams era in Dallas. Take a listen to what Finn told us yesterday.
So one day in practice, a player, a teammate, I won't call his name out, but it was Grant Williams. He decided he wanted to get under Luka's skin. He felt that Luka didn't come to practice, come that day ready to practice. So to make a long story short, they had a scrimmage going. He's talking trash to Luka up and down the court. So finally, Luka says, okay. And I tell you, Luka went on a 26-6 run by himself.
Oh, my gosh.
And look, you can ask anybody. I'm not exaggerating. It was like a 26-6 run by himself. He showed everything, the threes, the post-up, the floaters, everything by himself.
Was Luka talking?
No. Didn't say a word. But everybody on the sideline, including the coach, was like, do not poke the bear. That's what everybody kept saying. Do not poke the bear. And we had guests in the gym at the time, and they're on the sideline, oohing and ah. It was unbelievable. I was over there. I mean, the kid couldn't miss. And I'm not talking easy shot. He was showing the whole repertoire in this 5-6 minute span. It was like a 26-6 run by himself.
And he went on to say after that, the next day at practice, Kyrie Irving did the exact same thing. So,
wow. To
me, that was what marked the beginning of the end of the Grant Williams experience here in Dallas.
Yeah, I appreciate people that might challenge Luka if they didn't think he was ready to go, but clearly you can see how this could backfire on them quite a bit.
Well, I mean, it stinks because Grant Williams wasn't ready to go for the Mavericks all season, pretty much. Like the first 5 games or so, it was pretty solid. It was good. And then from that point on, so did Michael Finley in this say approximately when this happened? Did he say like it was December? I'm wondering, Alec.
He did not give a time frame.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. It had to be at some point like when Grant Williams wasn't getting the playing time that he wanted, or maybe the shots that he was hoping for. I know at this time, there's the story. This is obviously factual. He was wearing Luka's to start the year and then changed to Tatum's. I'm wondering if that's the same time, like when he challenged Luka and then Luka embarrassed him and then Kyrie embarrassed him. If he's like, I'm not wearing your shoe anymore without saying it, just change the Tatum's. Like, I don't know. The person who does Doncic shoes or whatever on Twitter, I follow him. It's really cool. I'm wondering if he knows the exact time where Grant Williams changed to Tatum's, because I'm assuming that'll be the same time that Luka started cooking in that practice.
See, let's go back to the truckwreck.com text line for the question of the day. What are you more concerned about, the running back or the center position for the Dallas Cowboys? We do see from the 4.69 running back, we need Derrick Henry. Let's see.
No, you don't.
I don't think anybody needs a Derrick Henry, but I do think that would be fun.
We need Patrick Mahomes.
I threw out that would be awesome, but there's only one of those guys. I mean, Cliff Kingsbury even said it when he got introduced as the OC for the Commanders. They're like, what are you looking at the quarterback? He's like, well, I want that dude in Kansas City. I think everybody wants that. But I came up with a theory, I think a couple weeks ago over the weekend when I was with Chris Arnold, that I would love to get a Gus Edwards on like a $2 million deal and then pair him up with a running back out of the draft.
Okay.
That would be really fun to me because Gus Edwards just came off the best year of his career, over 800 yards, had 1 million touchdowns. He was really, really good. He's a really big physical back. He feels more like the Cowboys brand of running back than go find your Tony Pollard 2.0 in the draft somewhere in the mid rounds. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah. No, I could absolutely support this. I respect everyone who's saying that they're more concerned about running back. I remain more concerned about center. I remain more concerned about the offensive line. We don't all have to agree. I happen to go offensive line on this one.
We did have a Tolo text in say from the 972 center, a great center can help make your running back look a little bit better. And did see the Titans went and got the best center on the market right after agreeing to terms with Tony Pollard. So they're trying to make things a little bit better. I did see from Warren Sharp on Twitter, he mentioned that the Titans faced the third most loaded boxes against the run last season, and Tony Pollard with a much better offensive line ranked 34th in the NFL against loaded boxes.
Wow.
So, yeah, not exactly the best combination there, but I respect TP for taking the highest money offer. Got to do what you got to do.
This, I don't understand either from the 817. You guys are too comfortable with the Cowboys doing nothing and going nowhere. Who is comfortable with that? I mean, you hear Mike crush the team.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I don't care about them anymore. They can't hurt me, and I have no joy when they win, and I have no harm when they lose. It's like whatever they want to do. I already know the outcome.
I care.
They're never going to win again.
A lot.
And good for them.
I've talked about how the fact that we do not have the same view of all in whatsoever, and how the Cowboys aren't going all in, and how they've rarely gone in. I feel like we go after them all the time. That's not necessarily going to change their opinion of what to do. Their opinion is we have no cap space. We don't know how to create cap space unless we extend people, and that's why we're stuck where we are. That is the only way the Cowboys seem to do business.
I've got a question for you guys. Big Lego guys?
Yes.
Well, Hagelin, what is the most amount of money you would pay for a single piece of Lego?
Oh, one piece?
Yes, one brick.
Oh, I feel like whatever my answer is going to be significantly lower because I've paid a lot for sets, but one piece, I don't know, $10.
Well, according to the Smithsonian Magazine, there was a Lego piece that ended up in a bag of jewelry that was donated to a Goodwill store near State College, Pennsylvania, earlier this year. They had it listed for $14.95. It was a gold mask Lego piece, so like a Batman mask sort of thing.
Oh, cool.
It was actually made of real gold. So
what?
This got taken off the shelf and sent to auction, where it originally fetched a winning bid of $33,000. But the winning bidder failed to present the funds, so it goes back to auction and gets $18,101.
$18,000 for Lego, but it is
one
made
piece
out of gold.
Yes.
And that's what you want.
Yes, my dream is to have a gold brick.
And how much does that
bar.
cost?
Every time Costco keeps putting them on sale for like $2,000, they sell out.
That's not bad. You can do that easy.
I know, but it's always sold out by the time I see it.
Well, pay the person $2,100. They just made $100 already on their gold bar.
I would absolutely do that.
And what are you going to do with said gold bar?
I don't know. I have a good plan for it.
Do people that buy gold bars just hang on to it, or do they use it to make jewelry?
In my mind, they stack it in their money silo, like Scrooge McDuck.
You would just put it in a safety deposit box, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
And then go look at it every day?
I'm not going to lie, Mike, and you're going to think this is a terrible idea. Alec, you might think this is a terrible idea, too.
You're gonna frame it?
I would absolutely display it out in the house.
Drill some screwdrivers through it to make sure it stays?
Yes, drill some screwdrivers through it to make
sure. Yeah, the tool itself.
Screws with
yes.
Yeah, drill some screwdrivers. God, who said that?
You did!
All right.
I also wonder who said this. Sorry.
Son of a...
You know, Corey's not here. I got to keep the legacy going. I'm not going to troll you here, though, Kevin. Friday night was awesome at Friday Night SmackDown. Got to see The Rock cook up some stuff there in very limited time as the camera crew was telling him to hurry the F up because his segment got cut short. Thanks, Bobby Lashley. But that was very fun to see. Very fun to see Logan Paul as well. He is a character. But great time, and thank you for making that happen, my friend.
You are very, very welcome. I'm glad that you had
That's a nice corner.
awesome time. That was a nice corner. Don't try to make Corey paranoid, though. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend? It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
It's pretty quiet right now as this one comes to an end. Carolina sweeps the regular season series from Duke. They beat them by 9 in Chapel Hill. They beat them by 5 here tonight. They lead wire to wire, and they are the outright ACC regular season champions. They'll go into Washington in the ACC tournament as the 1 seed. Duke will go in as the 2 seed.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, and the Duke Blue Devils, Kyle Filipowski, and their fans are all going to be in the mix here. But if you've missed the information on a busy day as legal tampering has opened up, Tony Pollard headed to the Titans, 3 years, $24 million. Tyler Biadasz heading to the Commanders, also heading to the Commanders. Dorrance Armstrong on a 3-year, $45 million deal. So what I want to know for 2 of those that we have the numbers on already, I haven't seen numbers for Biadasz just quite yet, but Alec Medford has been all over it all day long. 3 for 30? 3 for 30 on Tyler Biadasz. Would you have wanted the Cowboys to sign any of those deals? Don't get me wrong. I think the Cowboys do a terrible job at being prepared for free agency and a terrible job at kicking the tires, making phone calls, all that good stuff in free agency. But Biadasz at 10 a year, Armstrong at 15 a year, or Pollard 8 a year, I say no to all of those.
I'm fine with that too. You have 6 draft picks to fill out your roster. So let's go over what you need. I know that we just did this in the last segment through Corey's Corner, brought to you by AC. Or AM, sorry.
There you go.
I can't draft a center and a running back and an offensive tackle and a defensive tackle and solid depth at defensive end and linebackers all in the first round.
Nope.
I can draft all of them in the draft. Like if it works out well, I can draft all of those positions. What's the likelihood of all of my picks, including my 6th and 7th rounders, working out and replacing all of these guys at a premium level in year 1 or really for the next 3 to 4 years? Because most likely there's going to be at least 3 picks that can't play in this league.
Yes.
So this is the tough thing when you only engage in the draft, and the Cowboys are usually great at it. Last year they were pathetic at it. Usually they're great at it. And time will tell if it's as bad as it might end up being. But if you have 10 holes and you have what they're telling you, no money to spend in free agency, and you have limited amount of picks, especially premium picks, where you expect your first 3 rounds to, you're hoping those 3 rounds contribute immediately in a bigger, smaller way, but they're immediate contributors, and maybe you get one other guy in the draft to contribute their rookie year of a total of 4 guys to contribute. But if I need offensive tackle or a guard, because if Smith jumps out to tackle, then you need a guard. Am I correct about that? Or you can go with your backups. That's fine. But I need a center.
If they think Hoffman or Bass is ready to roll, that'd be great.
And now they both have to roll, right? They'd both be starters right now if you don't take an offensive lineman most likely in your first, I'll say 4 rounds. Maybe you find a center that you like in round 4, but you take a center in round 1, all right, that's fine. You take a running back in round, let's say 3 or 4, that's fine. Maybe you've solved those 2 issues immediately. Now I have a 2nd round pick and a 3rd or a 4th. And by the way, we're missing our 4th this year, right? Because of the Trey Lance trade. And so I use my running back in the 3rd round because I don't have a 4th.
And you have your comp 5th and 6th. But again, those are at the end of the 5th and 6th.
So it's tough. Like you look at it and it's really tough. This is where, and I get he's going to redo the contract for approximately $300 million extra when you open up some more money. But this is what's tough about, my point is that Bobby Belt just can't see. He's so blind he can't see this, is when you pay a good quarterback $50+ million, you ruin your team. And that now quarterback has to be good enough, a la Tom Brady, And not early Tom Brady on rookie contract or early Tom Brady, but prime Tom Brady when you talked about like 06-ish when he turned into like the best.
Yes.
You have to be one of the 3 best, not in MVP voting. Like literally when general managers got together and all 32 said, who are the 3 best quarterbacks in the NFL? I think they'd all say, well, one is Mahomes. There's not even a debate. All 32 agree. Then you get, when healthy, Joe Burrow's probably in there. And then you probably get Josh Allen. Now, there might be a couple on the fringe.
And even then, they haven't won anything.
Right. And so you look at it and you go, right, Josh Allen hasn't beat Patrick Mahomes one time. Joe Burrow in the playoffs beat Patrick Mahomes one time. So you start looking at it and go, this is why they can never win. There's multiple reasons. There's not. But the biggest reason is if I pay a good quarterback who's not great, the premium market value, I lose. I can't win. It's nothing against Dak Prescott. Look at the history of the NFL. You literally can't do it. So you either have to have him on a rookie deal or you have to have the best quarterback or second or third best quarterback in the NFL. If you don't have that, you're just playing a losing game and making money in the NFL. And the Cowboys are going to be in this situation for the next 6 years.
It feels like that is, in fact, the case. I'm going to double check and see if we talked about Kirk Cousins at the beginning of...
He's a loser. I hate saying it. As soon as he signs that contract with whatever team he signs with, he's a loser. Now, Pittsburgh might be able to do something with Russell Wilson. He's a complete and utter loser once you give him top 5 to 10 money in the NFL. But if you have him on a rookie contract, or I'll even go to the Jared Goff contract, you put him on like a $30 million contract, I think I have a chance because I have 20 to 25 extra $1 million that the other teams can't spend to get 2 other spots that I need or want.
And Vayner Sports is reporting that, well, their client, Kirk Cousins, so that feels easy enough to report, yes, is agreeing to a 4-year deal with the Atlanta Falcons. Again, just now coming through, haven't seen what the money is going to look like, but no doubt plenty of people are looking at the money on that. And I think about that
anything over $35 million and you're a losing franchise.
And I don't view, and I get how the Falcons would view this as an upgrade, but I don't view that as a championship move. And that's the thing about, you could say it was about Dak or whoever. I think I would rather take a step back, and I realize that's not going to happen. Not going to happen. I'd rather take a step back and take a chance again. And I know what people are saying. You could get worse at quarterback, and I'm like, that's fine. I understand that. I just don't think I'm going to win with this current construction.
I'm okay with that because I would be in the Chris Young category. Either we're going for it or we're not.
Right.
And with a Kirk Cousins, at a certain number, we're not going for it. And I'll be honest, the Cowboys fit into 75% of organizations in the NFL. They're just like, look, Kirk Cousins is good enough. Dak Prescott is good enough.
Yeah.
You just go, they're good. Hey, they're good, right? Just give them $50 million. We got a good chance to win 10 or more games.
Hell, the Giants did that with Daniel Jones.
Right.
Like $40 million. We got
the teams that have a great draft with a rookie quarterback, they're going to beat us. The teams that have Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow and Josh Allen, they're going to beat us in the playoffs. We can't do anything about it, so we quit. So to me, you're calling yourself a quitter if you're on the text line and saying, hey, I just want Kirk Cousins. I just want Dak Prescott. I just want these guys. Give them whatever they want, and I'm going to make the playoffs and lose in the playoffs. Or you can say, screw it. If we lose 14 games, we lose 14 games. Because you know what that puts me in? A position to draft possibly the next Patrick Mahomes. And even if I don't, because the odds are I'm not. What's the odds that I get Brock Purdy? What's the odds that I get, and the Cowboys didn't take advantage of this, what's the odds I get Dak Prescott on a 4-year deal for $4 million?
Till the end of time, I will say this. You know how Jerry talks about one of his biggest regrets is not putting the right team around Tony Romo, and I get all of that. The biggest regret when you look back on it is going to be not going all in for real those next 3 years with Dak Prescott. Not the first year, because you didn't know, and injuries led to him starting. And then you saw him play in 2016. You're like, holy crap, he's good enough, and we pay him nothing for the next 3 years. That's when I urged again and again for us to go all in. That was the time to go all in, and I think it really could have made a difference, but it didn't. And for the people who are asking, who's to say that the Cowboys could even excel with one of these elite level quarterbacks. I don't know.
Right.
I can't promise you that at all.
We'll never know. That's the thing is, under the Jones family, which will be here forever, they have, obviously Jerry has 3 kids. Those 3 kids have a whole bunch of kids. The Jones family's never going away. They're going to own the Cowboys until this earth doesn't exist the way it exists anymore. So when Jesus comes back, I don't know if they'll still be pro football. But
I don't know either.
But at that point, maybe things would change in that there might not be pro football or things would change. But I look at it and say, they're happy with this. They're satisfied with this. This is the ultimate goal, is to make $500 million a year. Each kid gets $100 million. Daddy gets $200 million. And we have a good quarterback. And we win approximately 10 to 12 games. And I don't know how good Steven, Charlotte, and Jerry Jr. are going to be at selling this, but Jerry's tremendous at selling this. He has 1 billion people buying this for $10 billion. Like, he is perfect at this. Even at his old age, even though he's not thinking the same that he thought, even though he's not as in charge as he used to be, it's still an A+ situation for him that most owners are jealous of, that he has, that they can't figure out how to do.
And I'm going to be really interested to see what the terms look like on this Falcons deal. In case you've missed it, Kirk Cousins headed to the Falcons. He gets a 4-year deal per his agency. I want to know what the number is, because obviously it'll impact a lot going forward. And Mike, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think I know well enough. You think the Cowboys would be better off, and please tell me if I'm inaccurate on this, with Baker Mayfield and the 3-year deal he got, because it's more around 30 to 35 million, as opposed to the salary cap hit of 60 million, or the new deal potentially coming in for Dak if it was at 60 million.
Agreed. Dak is better than Baker Mayfield. He is not 20 to 30 million dollars better than Baker Mayfield. So that's like, Brock Purdy to me is a hair better than Dak Prescott. Not much. I do think Brock Purdy's a hair better, but it's really close. But now, if you think Dak Prescott is better, is he $55 million better than Brock Purdy? Is he $25 million better than Jared Goff, right? You start thinking about the people that are better. Jordan Love, I'm going to guess or assume he made like $4 million last year, kind of being at the end of the first round pick.
The contract they have is not.
So let's just say he's at $25 million. Yeah. Is Dak $25 to $30 million in Jordan Love? Hell, he's not even better than Jordan Love. So Jordan Love is better, and they have
playoffs,
and they have $30 more million to spend. It's impossible to win with Dak Prescott at the number he makes. Literally impossible. Nobody.
Yeah.
John Lynch couldn't do it. I don't care, Bill Belichick, and I know he hasn't. No human being on the face of the earth can win with Dak Prescott as your quarterback at the number he makes.
And then to make it even worse, I think this organization is worse than most at taking advantage of things like this. Like, I don't think this is the top organization or even close that I would go to say you have to win with Dak at this money. There are several other organizations I'd be like, let's see what they can do.
And I want
the Cowboys,
because somebody will clip what I just said and they won't clip this. Dak's good enough. He's proven this. He's going to make the playoffs the majority of the time.
Agreed.
That's where Kirk Cousins is at with a good team around him. That's where Jared Goff is with a good team around him. That's where Jalen Hurts is with a good team around him. But can they carry that just good team at $50+ million a year? The answer is no. None of them can. So Dak is good. He's going to win 10 or 11 games probably this year. And then he's going to get hammered in the playoffs by a quarterback on a rookie deal or Jared Goff on $30 million. And that ends the story. Game over. See you later. We're all in for 2025.
And then we're going to hear, yeah, but you can't hate this team because in the last 4 years now they've won 47 games. And that's pretty darn good. Only one, and then the line that you get every time, only one team is happy at the end of the year. And I do get that, but I would be happy at this point being one of the last 2 teams, being one of the last 4 teams. Like, you don't even get in that position or having any semblance of sustained playoff success in terms of winning in the playoffs. I'm not saying you got to go win the Super Bowl every time.
It's to me,
anywhere close.
Being nice, I won't use words that I want to use to that person. Is that a person who texts on there only one team's happy, or did you just say
that's what the Cowboys say?
Right. I get it, but what's the solution? Well, only one team wins, so let's just keep doing the same thing for 30 years? And I get some things have changed, but I struggle with, well, we're better than the Washington Commanders organization. Yeah, you are. You've done it.
Agreed.
I love when I hit congratulations to people with 3 exclamation points now, because confetti comes down out of their phone to show like congratulations is happening.
Oh yeah, that
congratulations. You are better than the command. You know what? Better than your Jacksonville Jack. Yeah. Send another congratulations with 3 exclamation points. The problem is you're never going to be better than the best. And really, you don't even compete with the best. You don't compete with San Francisco. They just beat you every time. You don't compete with Kansas City. They would destroy you in the playoffs. You didn't even compete in the playoffs this year. But you are good enough. And this is the Super Bowl for the Jones family. You are good enough to make the playoffs and be the most relevant team in all of sports. Yep. There's not a more relevant team than the Dallas Cowboys, and that is the victory within itself.
I definitely think that is the way that they think. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next right here on The Fan.
in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We'll talk with the G-Bag Nation and a very studious Zach Wolchuk in just 1 second. But over the break, as things have been happening all day long, Adam Schefter reports Saquon Barkley has reached a 3-year, $38 million deal with the Eagles. The deal has $26 million fully guaranteed and could be worth up to $46.75 million based on incentives. And that would give him a $15.83 million price tag per year, second highest in the running back spot in NFL history. And with that in mind, and with the help of D&M Leasing, we bring you our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing great, Hagee. How are you?
I think I might be doing better than most because I feel like most everyone on our station has predicted exactly the way today, tomorrow will play out because people are freaking out. And so my basic question, and please tell me if you disagree, I do not want to give Tony Pollard 3 for 24. I do not want to give Dorrance Armstrong 3 for 45. And I do not want to give Tyler Biadasz 3 for 30. I realize the issues that causes with the roster construction, but if you're just telling me those are the 3 deals, I pass on all of those.
I think that's a hard pass for all 3 of those for myself as well. I got no issues with this. With these guys, these particular players walking out of the door for the money they got, I think is a no problem situation. Unfortunately, there will not be any stud replacements for them, and that's where the frustration lies.
Oh, but all the comp picks we're going to get next year, Brian. Let's get excited, baby.
They just have to make sure to not sign any good free agents to get those comp picks.
Don't worry about that part.
And they will
that's
definitely. That's the thing. That's how they get the comp picks, to make sure you sit out free agency to get your comp picks.
When do you think the Joneses will find out that Barkley's an Eagle?
I think their yacht will probably get back into the Pacific Ocean in California on Saturday night, I bet, because I think they're calling up agents on their yacht, and they're like, look, we're getting back Saturday night. We'll need Sunday to recover as we fly back, and then Monday on
that buffer day is huge after
on
a
our
vacay.
dime we'll fly you out.
I learned that the hard way.
So as long as you don't sign this week when all the money is available, we'll definitely have something around the guaranteed of $5 million in year 1, and then the agent says, "Hey, Steven, I already have a couple offers where the first year's at $8 and $9 million from multiple teams," and he's like, "Well, we'll see you next Monday. We'll still fly you out, and we're going to be around 5 to 6. Remember, we're the Dallas Cowboys." And then that person signs during spring break in Highland Park, and then we move on to whoever the trash is available left at the end.
Yeah, if they want to take $2 million or less, maybe $1 million, we're in on this. Otherwise, we're not here to talk about it. I do think this is a really good thing that the Eagles just signed Barkley because it tees up Eric's favorite stat. He's now getting an average salary of $15.8 million a year, which guarantees they are not winning the Super Bowl.
Amen. Cha-ching.
We did it.
It's very exciting because the Huff pass rush deal was like, oh no, they got a stud pass rusher, did the Eagles, but they just bleeped themselves.
They did. They're paying over $10 million a year for him.
Paying the running back.
I just hope that Barkley doesn't end up like McCaffrey. Barkley had dealt with all those injuries with the Giants. Then all of a sudden McCaffrey goes to San Francisco and you can't knock him off the field.
Well, I mean, from a health standpoint, I guess there is that would be the precedent there. But he won't be used in that way. He won't be used like a McCaffrey to where he can actually become like the ultimate threat that he's capable of being.
Set, though,
right?
well,
yeah, but
Kellen Moore's his offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
so he's screwed, and he's never done anything against the Cowboys, really. So now you still play him twice a year. Who cares?
He hasn't been healthy enough.
He hasn't.
That's my only fear about him going to Philadelphia. I don't fear what Kellen Moore is going to do with him. I fear that all of a sudden he finds health, and that's where, because when he does play, he can make a difference. But hopefully that. He'll continue on the path he's been on.
Of injuries.
All right. We've got numbers.
Hope they clip that. Send it all over Philly.
For Kirk Cousins.
I'm just saying he's a hurt guy.
Yes.
That's
to
your
point. Hurt people, man.
And I'm trying to tell you that my fear is that he's not hurt anymore. That's my fear.
I'm with Broadus. If he is able to play 15 healthy games, I'll take out 2 games. He's going to get 2,000 yards, not just running the ball, but he'll get, if he was completely healthy for 15 to 17 games for Philadelphia next year, he would get 2,000 yards. But what's the likelihood he's healthy for close to 15 games? Probably 25%.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins.
I come at it from an opposite angle of Broadus. Sorry to cut you off there, Hagee, but I'm hoping he does stay healthy and have a great year, and the Eagles can win this division. They're spending some money because I think it's already a fact you're not going to be a contender for the next 2 years, 24 and 25.
Okay.
So I want as good a draft picks as possible.
Okay. I understand that. Kirk Cousins numbers. 4 years, $180 million. So that comes out to an average
180?
of $45 million per year.
I was $7 million off on that, right?
I love this story. You know, I was looking at Baker last night at 33. Now you have Kirk Cousins at 45. I think the pressure is mounting on Dak to take under 50. And I think, you know, it's a very interesting topic. Would you rather have Dak at 60, Cousins at 45, or Baker Mayfield at 33?
Oh, at this point, and I tried to fight against it for a long time, but the end result has been pretty much the same with Dak and Kirk Cousins. So if I'm getting a similar quarterback, I'll take the guy that's $15 million less.
You make a lot of sense there. What the organization says does not seem to back that up. What Dak's team thinks does not seem to back that up. I think you're onto something. I think there is no chance in hell if he signed an extension, it would be less than $50 million per year. And if it was, I'd be like, great.
Because the Cowboys will cave.
Yes,
that's what they do.
They always do.
They don't even care if you have one of the worst injuries in the history of the sport.
Yes, and the team wasn't playing well, and they were like, "Here's your raise that we weren't going to give you before when you were healthy."
I do think it's going to be a 5 or 6 year deal, and I do think we're going to get somewhere between $240 and $300 million. It's just a matter of
France let it go that long. The agent. See, France has played the short game with you. I think France wants to get back to the table. He's already back. It seems like we were doing this 2 years ago, right?
Talking about he just wants like a 3 year deal.
I think so. I think he will push like
3
hell.
for 180.
I think he'll push like hell to sit there and try and get back to the table as quick as he can.
3 for 180 with 150 guaranteed. Done. The Cowboys say good on that.
I mean, me personally, there's no chance in hell I would do that, but I believe they would.
I believe they would as well. Yes.
60 a year, 50 of it guaranteed per year.
I don't think they would do 60. I don't.
All the agent has to say is deal with it, and then the Cowboys go, all right.
But no, Mike, I like what you're saying. Dallas wants to stretch this thing as far as they can. The agent, I don't think, will let him stretch it as far as he can.
I wish that the Cowboys that I loved growing up would say, Dak's not good enough. He just can't win. It's okay. He's good. Kirk Cousins is good. There's good quarterbacks in this league. They're never going to win. Are we in it to just make the playoffs? Is that our goal as an organization, is to just make the playoffs? If it is, then you go with Dak. You go with Kirk Cousins. You go with Jared Goff at $50 million a year. That's fine. They're never going to win. Literally. Now, they can, and I don't expect them to take this. If you take Baker Mayfield's contract, I can put a team around you that I believe can win. As soon as I get you to the numbers that you want, I can't win. Do you want to win or not want to win? I don't mind losing 14 games to try to find the next Patrick Mahomes. Probably impossible. But if I find Brock Purdy at $1 million a year, I have $50 more million to spend around my team. I can win. You can win even if Joe Burrow doesn't end up being Patrick Mahomes. You have only one more year left, but you can win. Joe Burrow doesn't. Now, once he becomes Patrick Mahomes' contract, I'm screwed unless you're literally Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or Peyton Manning.
It just amazes me how surprised people are that are Cowboys fans the way this day is playing out. I feel like we've talked about this for literally 4 months.
Tried to tell you, they didn't have any money.
It's played out exactly the way we said it.
And they haven't wanted to open it.
The phrase all in got everybody fired up.
Yeah.
Jerry's amazing at this. Yeah. He's the best in the history of mankind at this.
Dawson's right, though. His last breath was all in. That's his last Cowboy breath.
Yeah.
Because all in now turns into, you imagine the check I would write, that goes right down the line with that.
Yeah.
That he just uttered his last Cowboys words. to a lot of Cowboys.
It's all
fans.
a bunch of BS. I do want to just to your point, Mike. I agree with everything you said, and you make a lot of sense. I think their fear is the same that you'll see a lot of the Cowboy fans put on social media when you have Mac Jones that was just traded, Trey Lance has been traded. You look at that 2021 quarterback class, and then they want to throw out, well, good luck. This is you don't want Dak. Let's just draft a quarterback. How many of those work? But no, you can't allow yourself to be held back and not reach the ultimate goal because you're fearful of what life will be like without said quarterback.
There's some fans out there that are probably pretty comfortable with winning every year, like Mike's talking about.
For sure.
And like that they don't, when they wear their Cowboy gear, they can wear it every Monday with pride, and they know we won this weekend. We won this weekend. And then ultimately, though, you don't
January rolls around.
Yeah. Then you lose.
That pride feels great.
But
sure. Get your ass kicked
but
again
it's different being a Cowboy fan than it is being a Cardinals fan, a Falcons fan, a Carolina Panther fan.
And you're going to be talked about tremendously.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And new PSLs, if they can't drop their season tickets.
Yeah.
The Jones family built in, when they built that stadium, they built in a thing that you can never drop your season tickets. And if you do, great. We're going to charge another person $150K to just have the right to buy tickets. And that's like my buddy who's a Tolo, he is listening earlier. He said, he has 6 tickets, season tickets. He's like, I'm just going to double my money. There's enough people, like you said, there's 1 million people that want to go to the Cowboys game. He's like, I'm done. I'm not going anymore. It's going to be great. I just have to get around that. I'm not going to any more Cowboy games. I'm just going to double up my money. And that doesn't matter to the Jones family at all. It's still going to be sold out. And if the person says, I'm literally done, I'm dropping my tickets on the 30-yard line, 20 rows up, they're like, that's the best thing that could ever happen to us. PSL's just opened up, Cowboy fans.
What do you guys got coming up on what is sure to be a fiery edition of the G-Bag Nation?
We have engineered this show as well as Jerry Jones engineered the NFL to con the fans out of money.
Wow.
Okay, that is what I can guarantee you, Heggie. It is going to be a 10 out of 10.
Sounds like it's going to be good. Roll home.
Everything developing in the world of sports right out of the gates here, 2 o'clock.
And the team's all back together. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say all in, Kevin.
No, we are not.
The Fan continues. on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we continue here with you. Cowboys have passed their easiest tests of the offseason. We'll give you the latest on that and all the details on the other major sports news. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Brian Broaddus in his purple LSU shirt. Came up just short last night against South Carolina, but they're looking for a rematch in the tournament. Lucius Alexander's in the pin cup over there at Master Control. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here in studio. The Nosebleed Bros reunited, I think, for the first time since we were at the airport in Phoenix.
That's right, dude. It's the first time I'm seeing Wolchuk in the flesh as a father, and I can. There's an aura.
Yeah.
You know, you can sense the exhaustion, but there's a strength factor. There's a different body composition that I think every dad can relate with there. A little bit saggier in places and a little bit stronger in others.
Bags under the eyes. All the telltale signs are there.
It's starting to hit me big time, boys. Driving in today, I can barely keep my eyes open. There's irritation, lack of sleep. I could be triggered at any minute of these 5 hours
Let's
today.
go. This is good, man. We might have a little cranky, little underslept Wooly Bully on our hands.
Yes,
and then real sick of this.
And then you sprinkle in a little Jones spring break and Eagles spending money and Dan Quinn stealing the star. The Dallas cast-offs are all going off to Washington
All I need
now.
to do is find out Mike McCarthy was like out of the country for the scouting combine or something. And I will lose my bleeding
Okay, well,
mind.
there's no way that's true.
He was on the beach in Florida like last year, Wolchuk. You know where he was.
You know what, man? You might be on to something about being out of that country.
I hope not, dude.
I know, and we got spring break this week,
It
too.
is spring break.
So we're
hopefully all the kids have fun.
He was scouting players overseas is what he was doing. He's leaving no stone
Trying to find a
unturned.
cheaper long snapper.
I don't know, man. I was like, got to talking to some folks. A lot of travel plans going on over at that ballpark.
Oh,
My guy's grinding, man.
Yeah.
My guy's grinding.
Well, you have to enjoy life. You know, you've worked hard to get in the NFL.
Yeah,
You gotta
absolutely.
enjoy that.
It's hard to get 12 regular season wins back to back, dude.
I was kind of thinking we were being productive doing stuff, getting ready for the combine, but maybe not.
You can watch us online, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And salute to Carter Freeman for coordinating that video here with you. Now, we are getting at least relatively good news, not on them adding players, but at least they haven't fallen in love with their own guys that they're going to make more massive mistakes. I've seen Michael Gallup has been given permission to seek a trade. He, Shirley Dunsky. Production slowed him immensely after that injury in 2021. Cowboys paid him anyway. And, if you look at the deals that could have been avoided, I think he's a big one. The Zeke and Pollard deals, the Steele deals, and, those could add up to be a very significant amount of money here, maybe 25% of the cap if you add all those up together in any one given year. But I think they've had a cumulative effect on this team, and I think it's the number one reason why they were unable when the championship window was open to actually finish that. If they want their team strategy to work, you can't have massive, what is that? 8-figure mistakes on multiple players in the middle of your championship window. And you could say maybe Dak was, maybe Dak wasn't. But they should have been able to take the value that went to those really decimated by injury players and put them on a group of better players from outside the organization at some point over the last 3 or 4 years and really gone for it. They never did, and now they got to take their medicine without a Super Bowl championship. It's easy to take this medicine of, hey, we're way over the cap. We got to let like 5 or 6 of our good players go in free agency this year. It's easy to take that if you've at least made a hardcore run at the Super Bowl. But the Cowboys never committed, and now they got to pay the price of, I believe this is the beginning of their version of a rebuild, Brian.
Man, I think you're totally on to something here. And I was talking to a couple of the Gang of 7. There's one Gang of 7 team that I have that is interested in Michael Gallup, so I can't go into that. But we'll see what happens with all that. This is they're in a situation right now where they're having to deal with their quarterback. They're losing some players. They've done a really good job of drafting up until really last year. Going to have another really good draft this year to kind of get things back on track. But you know what? This is they tell us all in, and they're all into sitting around and doing nothing. That's what they're into.
Yeah,
and that's really kind of where it's at. And you know what? Hey, I get it. They've got really good players. They have to kind of resign. They got their quarterback. They've got their wide receiver. They've got their all-pro edge linebacker, whatever you want to call him. There's stuff that they have to do in the future. But you know what? other teams are making moves. Other teams are trying to make their teams better. Just re-signing your guys, drafting and re-signing your guys, sure, great. Finds a way to win the division. Is that enough? Teams around you are doing more, and you need to find a way to do more.
Absolutely.
And they don't. They're very, and we talk about comfortable and how they want to do things. And that's what they want to do. That's how they want to do it.
They believe the team building strategy from 2008 is still valid today. And we're coming up on the 20-year anniversary of it. So good luck to them. At least they're not bringing back Gallup, Biotish, and Tony Pollard. The latter two both headed to Washington today, Chief.
Yeah, I think that's great news. That the only way this gets worse is if you don't bring any free agents in and you have fun that way, and then you also double down on guys that we don't even want to see anymore. That would be the biggest blow. And last year was part of that, as you mentioned, giving Pollard the franchise tag. Shouldn't have done that. And so I'm glad that they did not pay Biotish. I'm glad they didn't pay Pollard. Even Dorrance Armstrong, like him, but that's a contract come on now, dude.
That's a lot of money.
That's going to be an overpay. That's going to be an overpay very, very quickly for Washington. So I think that part of it is good. This isn't worst case scenario.
Yeah. They did get under the cap already. They restructured Zach Martin over the weekend, so that pushed $13 million into the future, got them 2 under the cap for now. So they don't have to do anything else for the time being. Maybe we'll get an announcement that they restructure Dak or they do an extension with Dak, but I'm expecting the deadline to make that deal.
They're going to kick the can on that one, too.
Yeah.
They'll kick the can and find a way to flip something and get money and all that.
Cool story today on ESPN about this suit Taylor Marchitelli. Did you guys read that?
No.
Yeah, Dak, Burrow, many of the game's biggest stars in 4 different sports use this guy who was like a hedge fund manager who loved suits, but he was struggling to get a tailor who could reach his exact specifications. And his wife was like, you obsess over this so much and have an eye for detail on these suits so much, you could do the job better than the tailors. You should get out of hedge fund managing and jump into suits. That was a couple of years ago. Next thing you know, he's meeting with quarterbacks, and he meets with Joe Burrow before the Super Bowl game 2 or 3 years ago. And Burrow showed up in that awesome black and silver side stripes that kind of look like a tiger stripes, and that set him off into the stratosphere. Now he has 400 clients, and he can get these dudes a suit in less than 24 hours if they need it for a special occasion and the price is right. Dak has 150 suits from this dude, Marchitelli.
What?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It was an incredible story. It's not just about Dak. It's about all the other quarterbacks that are going to this guy as the premier suit maker in the NFL right now. I can't even imagine what a closet would look like to contain that much, or how you even remember some of them you have. But Dak's always looking sharp up there at the podium, and one of the best dressed, and I think this is the guy behind some of those top looks around the NFL right now.
Man, that'd be a cool gig to be the dude that the athletes around the country want to get a piece of whatever it is that you got cooking. Maybe you're that you're doing the hairstyles, and all of a sudden now you dial up a whole bunch of these dudes have a full team. It's everybody from the Cowboys pretty much gets the cut from this guy. I know Pat Mahomes, the story about him and how he's got a dude that flies around with him now with the Chiefs who cuts his hair, and for big moments, it's you got to have this guy being that dude, being the chef for one of these guys like Chef Hoppy.
Chef Hoppy getting it done.
That is sweet,
Kyle
man.
Juszczyk's wife, now she's making all the jackets and the cool stuff. They're plugged in now. That's awesome.
Yeah, and those guys, not only are they great at their craft, but you got to have the right personality to settle in there without being too much of a fanboy.
Right.
I think you just got to go back to your car and close the doors and be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I just made breakfast for Dak.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a second here.
Yeah.
Just go to the I gotta change my undies.
I'll be right back to make lunch here in a sec.
Do you think it's harder to make suits for basketball players than it is for quarterbacks?
Probably.
Just because of the size,
more fabric.
Just the size.
Might need a step ladder.
Well, yeah. I mean, that,
the measurements.
to me, with the measurements for sure. But just think about making suits for guys that are 6'11", that kind of thing. 6'8", 6'9". That I think that would be just total.
CY. He told us he has to get the custom beds, the custom shoes, the custom everything.
Yeah, I think if you could prove you're worth doing that, man, you can have a long career. If you're that type of person, that they know that, hey, when they come to you, they're going to be able to get what they want, and it's going to be done the right way.
Stars are dominating. Winners of 5 in a row. Stankoven's on fire. Became the first player in franchise history to have a 3-game scoring streak in the first week of his career. 8 points, 8 games. They host Florida tomorrow. And it's pretty much like Evan Carter showing up for the Rangers to fuel you to glory. So this thing is getting really fun with the Stars, Brian.
Yeah, no, in the last 3 games, I think he caught the favorable West Coast trip with the LA teams involved and San Jose involved as well. So, good for the Stars to take advantage of winning the games they absolutely have to win. They had the epic comeback the other night when they were down 6-3 in that game
3 goals
in the last 7 minutes. Yeah. So it's good for the Stars, and they continue to play at a very, very high level.
Do we have a little breaking news here?
Yeah, it looks like Aaron Jones is being released out of Green Bay after they signed
Cowboy killer
Josh
Aaron
Jacobs,
Jones, who plays tremendous at AT&T Stadium.
He does, dude. But by the time the Joneses find out Aaron Jones is available,
he's going to be scooped up by somebody else.
Be too late.
Damn it.
Dang it. You're right.
Come on, Aaron. 1 year, 2 mil.
Morse code.
1 year, 2 mil, Aaron. What do you say?
Ship to ship. Aaron Jones.
His last 7 games were incredible.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would move on from him in favor of Josh Jacobs. We do need to get a message out to that Jones
Flag.
family.
Guy in the flag. Got a flag. J-O-N.
We know we're the Joneses. What are you trying to say to us? We get it. We know what our last name is.
Aaron Jones. They're all waving. Yes, we're the Joneses.
Are you taunting us now? Aaron Jones, he came into AT&T Stadium and made us his B for like the 10th time. Why are you doing this? We're on vacation. Little submarine action
to that, Brian. You might have some musical talent.
Alert. Send a Polaris missile into the air.
Guys, there's a player available.
Submarine pops up next to their yacht.
Interested.
Hey, by the way, Aaron Jones is available.
Don't care.
Where's Jay Cutler?
I'll see you next week.
Jay's on this boat?
Thanks, Commander. Thanks, Commander. Commodore.
There's a reason we're running a football team and you're driving a sub. Mavs are at the Bulls tonight. Went off for 142 Saturday. Nice win against Detroit. Could have played better defense. Gave up 124. They'll be at the Warriors here on Wednesday. Congrats to the U.S. women national team in soccer. They won the CONCACAF Gold Cup. Lindsey Horan header in the first half. 1-0 the final. They've turned over the roster pretty good. Salute to Scotty Scheffler. Dominant play over the weekend. Whipped everybody at Bay Hill. And that's about it.
Got that putter going.
Yeah, oh, yeah, he sure did.
Got that putter. He's been not putting very well, but he finally got it going this weekend.
Freaking dialed.
Yep.
Okay, we're off and running. Free agency is just raging on. We have a piece on players the Cowboys could target.
Is it blank?
And we'll take a look at that, and then the G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30 here on 105.3 The Fan. the Cowboys, Pollard and Biotish are gone, and so is expected Michael Gallup to be before too long. Have a list here of free agents the Cowboys could target on offense. Help available at running back and offensive line. This is Michael Gelkin in the Morning News. An article like this is going to be getting some very significant updates, including running back Aaron Jones, who was released by the Packers, surprisingly, after the final 5 games of the season and how he ran in the playoffs. I was pretty surprised, but has he been a guy that's been injury-prone throughout his career? Is he hard to keep on the field?
He has been a little banged up, and then they just signed Josh Jacobs. So I guess they wanted to get Aaron Jones to restructure his contract. He was unwilling to do so, so they just decided to move on, and they'll have a fresh backfield next year led by Josh Jacobs.
G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. How much is a veteran running back of interest for you guys right now? Do you think it's a must-do, or would you be good with like Rico Dowdle and a draft pick?
I'd be fine with Rico Dowdle and a draft pick, but I think I'd probably like to go get a veteran running back on the cheap. Maybe it's a Devin Singletary or somebody like that. I know Medford was throwing around Gus Edwards, and if you're looking for a short yardage guy who can get those first downs and get those touchdowns, punch it in, he's one of the best around. I don't know what he is going to garner on the open market, but he would be like the biggest name guy I think that I'd be interested in maybe going to get. But everything is, hey, is it $2 million? Okay, but that's pretty much is what I'm willing to do there.
Yeah, the Ravens gave him 9 carries at or inside the opponent's 2, and he scored a touchdown on 8 of those.
Yeah, he's just a magnet for that.
You know,
he's also a hurt guy though. That's the issue.
He is for sure.
He just hasn't been able to stay healthy. But yeah, that's also why you'd probably be able to get him at a reasonable price.
For me, what comes to mind, and tell me if you guys agree with this as well, but I would be cautious or cynical about a guy's production who ran with a great running quarterback.
You know what? That's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair. Because you're so worried about Lamar Jackson. I mean, I wonder how in those short yardage situations. I mean, even in those short yardage situations, you're still worried.
Beat you to the pylon.
Yeah,
we're gonna stretch out. Yeah,
exactly. Or if you have like a Josh Allen, I'm gonna be the guy that runs through you there. So, I mean, yeah, I think that actually there's something to that. I think.
Yeah, you know, in the NFL, those linebackers have to be firing and just going full send, even to meet a runner on a traditional play. If you make them just check up for 1/8 of a second, I think it's the difference of making the play or not, Brian. What do you say?
No, I think you're absolutely right about that. The thing that I kind of felt like about these running backs, once the first one went, that we would kind of start to see all the guys file in place, because there's just not enough chairs. There's There's too many good quality. I've never seen a free agency group of running backs this good. And so, it's once that you start to get an idea where the money is, I think these guys are going to start signing up quick. They don't want to be without a chair. But to your point, yeah, you've got to find a way to. They really do, they kind of feel like that they can wait on these running backs. I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, the Pollard thing. Hey, circle back. Well, it never got to circle back. They kind of like Hunter Lipke, and for that short yardage stuff that you guys were talking. Now we saw what happened in the Miami game with Hunter Lipke on the goal line. But for the short yardage stuff and all that, they're kind of like, well, maybe we have that type of guy. So the draft will afford him some younger legs, but I'm interested to see where some of these other running backs might end up now that we kind of have an idea where the money might be.
You definitely do not want to be signing today. Saquon got $3 and like $37 million from Philadelphia, and Pollard's getting $8 million a year from Washington. I don't know. I don't know what the money settled in.
Tennessee.
That's right, Tennessee, my bad.
No problem.
Rico is a free agent, probably a league minimum type deal. Zach Moss is 26-year-old, contract dispute between the Colts' Jonathan Taylor from playing the first 4 games last season and starting the ensuing 2. Moss averaged 4.9 per carry, rushed 96 times for 466 and 4 touchdowns. That efficiency faded down the stretch, but Moss is a proven cog in a committee-style backfield. Zach Moss, that sounds like, hey, at $3.5 million a year, something like that, I'd be excited. Ty Johnson is a free agent as well. He featured with 54 yards in the Bills' blowout win over the Cowboys and could draw consideration on a 1-year minimum contract. So I think there's good options out here. You're under $5 million.
I like what the Chiefs talking about with Singletary, though. Like in 37 games, he had over 800 yards rushing. He's averaging like over 4.5 yards a carry, 20 touchdowns. He's only played 37 games too. So that's kind of like when you're thinking about tread on the tire guy, but still high yards per carry. He would be a pretty good option for you, I believe.
I agree. I think Devin Singletary is an underrated kind of dude to get on the super cheap at the running back spot. Of course, ultimately you're drafting a guy to hopefully be your main dude, but I think Singletary is a nice, cheap veteran option. And if you had him in fantasy this year, you had games where you're looking like, oh my gosh, Devin Singletary, you did that today?
Him and Zach Moss definitely both were two guys that saved some fantasy seasons. I like both of those options. I think Singletary earned himself some money this past year. I wonder what he ends up getting on the open market because he looked like he could be a starter. Zach Moss, I think, is a complimentary guy. I think he's not a dude that's going to be a number one back. I like him as a tandem type of dude. So I think that's why he'd be a little bit cheaper, but we'll see. I mean, they're not going to sign a dude for another couple weeks.
Good point to the 682. You can always pivot at any time, 3.5 yards per carry with Frank Gore.
That's
he's always ready to pick up the phone.
That's so true.
There's a lot of those guys available. I just think like some of the text people are frustrated. Like, well, we don't have anybody in the running back room, and I'm okay with that because for the last 5 years or 6 years, really, they've paid over $10 million a year to get average production. So if there's not a great opportunity to get way above average production for less than market value, then what you want is your team to take the league minimum player who's going to give you 4 yards per attempt, because that's what Tony Pollard got you last year and Zeke did the year before for 10 and 12 million bucks. So this is what you want. If you don't have the superstar runner, which, by the way, are hard to find and even harder to predict if it's going to happen again next year. I mean, so you almost have to hope you find the superstar running back in your draft in the second, third, fourth round so you don't have to pay him big, and then let him go even if he has a monster season. This is a very difficult position to manage. I think the toughest economy of any position in the NFL, and the bad teams are falling prey to old style thinking, which is we got to have a bell cow runner. We have to have a guy we can depend on. And they end up paying these guys literally, the Cowboys have made a huge mistake, 10 times more than what you should. 10 times more. That's $50 million over the last 5 years. If you just take that amount of money and put it on one season, let's go get a pass rusher, a corner, and a wide receiver, you might have a Super Bowl by now. But instead, the Cowboys, who for years set the tone of what the team building philosophy was going to be. What is the meta? What is the absolute best way to get this done? The Cowboys used to do that. Now, they're not only copycatting, but they're copycatting strategies from over a decade ago.
Yeah, they're late to the party.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they're here now at this position. And I think we should all feel very good about every player that was a Cowboy technically when they woke up this morning and is now, for the most part, a Commander, or Tony Pollard now a Titan. This is fine. We've been trying to replace Biotish all off season. Yeah. We're looking forward to drafting a center.
Absolutely.
We've been talking about running backs. Like Dorrance Armstrong, we haven't even brought up because he's a nice role player and he'll make a special teams play for you from time to time. He's nobody to cry about losing. So anybody they've lost today is not a big deal. It just blows that they're not going to actually bring anybody in today either.
The last time they had to do this was 2011, and they emerged in 2014 a lot better. They had realized, well, we need to build through the offensive line. We have to remake our team. And they came out in 2014 on fire. I think that is probably scheduled for 2026 right now, unless they just dominate the draft. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander is standing by. Your G-Bag today.
Can't you see? I'm just trying to be all I could be. Oh, yeah. How y'all doing?
Awesome.
Excellent, sir.
Great. Yeah, gravy. All right, that's good. Our champion right here is a little pee-wee football player. Oh, I'm going too fast, Dawson. Yeah. Can you put some sauce on that G-Bag of the day for me?
Yes, the G-Bag of the day, of course, is the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We'll play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. That'll be your G-Bag of the day.
I was speeding right there. Yeah, we have a little football player, pee-wee football player. It's his first time playing football, I figure. And he's just trying to play it safe. And he's our winner so far.
We got an interview, man. Hey, man, what position you want to play, man?
Safety.
Why you chose that position?
Because it sounds safe.
Because it sounds safe? All right, and you want to be on the safest place on the field, huh?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to see can we keep you safe, all right? All right, keep working hard, man. Coach, That's your safety, coach.
Yeah,
coach.
That's your safety, coach.
Yeah.
You're going to get scheduled for homecoming.
I don't know if you have the football mentality, son.
Keep working hard.
Try kicker?
What's today's date?
11th?
The 11th?
March
11th.
3/11.
3/11.
3/11. All right, let's go to Kevin Harlan over the weekend. He had to read a promo during the game. He did an amazing job of reading this promo for CBS.
The new season of Halo is now streaming exclusive Paramount Plus. Watch Master Chief and his team of Spartans take on alien threats to save all of humanity. They told me to read it with some vigor and as a thespian.
Well, humanity will certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, good. Paramount Plus will carry that original series Halo.
You read it with some vigor. And as a thespian.
You almost screamed right there.
That always drives me crazy when they ask me to like be some emotion or another. Like I'm a hot damn radio personality.
Yeah, how about
okay? I'm going to read this in the way that I talk, and the audience is going to effing love it.
Yeah, how about that?
How about that?
Tell me how to do this. I know how to
Cut
do
the
this.
check.
It might not call for vigor at the moment. It might call for something else, not vigor. Jeez. Let's see. Yesterday was a church day. I hope you got your blessing, folks. Every day above ground is a blessing, so try to do that.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? I'll be out here wilding. I tell you this every Friday. I give you the weekend warning because I want you to be here on a Monday.
There you go.
All right, we got a church situation. Matter of fact, let me play this one first before I get to the other one because the other one kind of makes me mad. We got a pastor that mashes up the word shame and guilt together.
Okay.
And if there's any doubt, God, I pray that they look to the cross where you bled and you died for them. So they don't have to carry shame or guilt. God, they can just walk in the freedom that you have provided.
I mean, for real, though, he's really telling the truth.
He is.
He's telling the truth. He would have kept it all
That
the way.
resonated.
Yeah.
I think Schultz should be a new word. You know?
I'm all for
This is shame guilt.
Yeah.
Shame guilt.
Yeah. I got it bad today, buddy. Dealing with the shilt.
Tough shield.
Real bad show.
Yeah.
I feel like you just have the Bismol for that, man.
Yeah, dude, I got Tums in my bag.
You sound dehydrated, brother.
No, I'm serious,
Case
bro.
of the shield,
Yeah, I
guys.
got the chill.
A bunch of bullshit.
Oh, you overdid it with the Metamucils today?
Yeah. I think I hit the sweet spot actually over the weekend.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. The Lent diet plus the fiber thins. Dude, acing the test.
I haven't seen you in a week. You look thinner. I've never seen you in blue jeans before.
Yeah.
No, I think that might be what it is. Like you are
Maybe
looking
it's the
lean
blue
today. It
jeans.
might be the jeans. I was thinking the same thing.
My pre-pandemic wardrobe out
Hell
again.
yeah.
Sir.
Oh, sorry. I was just reading the fan text. Another church clip right here. These fools are trying to Pat Boone, Kurt Franklin, and the family. Oh, my gosh. I got this sent to me by so many Tolos over the weekend. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate it. Doing your jobs at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Yeah, they're trying to Pat Boone, Kurt Franklin, and the family.
The music has gone too far. You think we've got too ready with our message? Well, I got news for you. You ain't heard nothing yet. Now you know. Glory, glory. You better work them hands together and act like you know up in here.
Wow.
If you want to say, lately I.
Holy hell.
Lately I've been going through some things that's really got me down. Put your hands together. Come on. I need somebody to help me come and turn my life around. I feel like I need some church up in here. Come on, say.
Oh, my God.
That's not as good as Kirk Franklin.
I mean, jeez. She even do the
put your hands together.
What the hell are we doing? By the way, let me cleanse the palate real quick.
You that think that gospel music has gone too far.
Yeah.
You think we've gotten too radical with our message. Well, I got news for you. You ain't heard nothing yet. And if you don't know, now you know.
Glory, glory. Now listen to this.
The music has gone too far. You think we've got too ready with our message? Well, I got news for you. You ain't heard nothing yet. Now you know. Glory, glory.
Jesus.
Just copy and paste.
My God.
It's called talent, lady. Everybody's not got it.
Oh, my God. Let's see. One more right here. Should I do the Parrot or the Utah State basketball? I'll do the Parrot. Utah State basketball coach is kind of sad. This Parrot right here clearly likes Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Kiki, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Silence.
Good control. For now. You know I can love a good parrot for G-Bag of the day, Lucius.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You guys ever hear the Let the Bodies Hit the Floor parrot?
Yes.
5-time champ back in 2012.
Yeah.
Had to have heard that.
Yeah. Alrighty, is it a Pee Wee player who wants to play safety? Is it a Kevin Harlan reading a promo with vigor? Is it the pastor mashup on the English language, shame or guilt? Pat booting of Kirk Franklin and the family did not go well at church. Parrot loves earth, wind, and fire. I'll vote for that Parrot, Chief. How about you?
I'll go with the shame and the guilt.
Lucius?
The Pee Wee football player. He's playing it safe, bro.
I love that kid.
It's my first year here.
I'm sticking with the champ as well.
Brian?
Kevin Harlan.
By a score of 2-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the Pee Wee safety out there on the football fields. Best of luck to him staying safe. Might want to move over a little to corner. At least you have a better shot there.
There's a safety.
Yeah, man. Trayvon Diggs did it, bro. You can do it, too.
Hey, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys. We'll go through those next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. No doubt somebody listening on tape delay out of the 210 just texted in, then shut the bleep up, Mike. That's the text of the day right there. Here's Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Hey, before we get started today, I know we always talk about our kids and stuff like that and how proud we are of them.
Yeah.
I'm going to mention my son here real quick if I can, how proud I am of him. And the reason being, he did something that I didn't know that he was going to do. And he was prepping for it and took his first day of spring break to give part of his platelets to a lady in Phoenix, Arizona who has cancer. And I didn't know that he was going to do this. It was a long procedure that he had to get ready for it. And when he was in Austin at school, he was taking shots and, you know, having to go through different phases and things like that to get ready for this morning. And the folks at the Carter Blood Center took care of him this morning, and he donated platelets for. He was hooked up for about 3 hours.
I don't blame him for taking shots, by the way. That sounds like a harrowing experience.
Yeah. But he was, but he got prepped, and he's like, you know, Dad, he was a match for a lady in Phoenix, Arizona who had cancer, and he donated some platelets to her.
That is really cool, man.
And he just really didn't make a big deal about it, you know, cool. And he was just kind of, I'm just so proud of him for, you know, him, number one, getting tested, and then him offering the ability to help. You know, that's the thing. And, you know, and he doesn't know this lady, and he doesn't know any of the donors. I mean, he doesn't know any of the recipients. That's something that he just says, hey, test me. And if available, and he happened to be a match of a lady in Phoenix, Arizona, who is struggling right now. And hopefully thoughts and prayers to her that my son can help her, maybe extend her life.
Yeah. Well, you should be proud of that, man. I mean, that's awesome. You are so helpful as a guy. I genuinely believe that it's a result of the way that you raised him, that he did something so awesome.
No, I really appreciate that. And I know we're all proud. And here's, you know, Eric and Zach are, you know, with with Zach with the new baby, and Dawson, we always kind of talk about you coaching up your daughter and little one and all. So we're all super proud. Lucius with the baseball playing one. We're all super proud of our kids.
My kids have never done anything that cool.
Yeah. Well, they'll get they'll get an opportunity. One day
they did play with their poop that one time. That was pretty impressive.
That was hilarious.
That was pretty impressive, by the way. But again, shout out to the folks involved that took care of Bennett, and hopefully it worked out.
So the platelets aren't the same as the blood type. Like it's not like just match up the blood type and go get the platelets. Yeah, it's much more. It's more like an organ transplant type of match. That
it's that's part of it. Is like they said, the way he described it. And again, I was like, when I heard about what he was doing, I was like, wait a minute, is this what were we talking about? You're kind of concerned. He goes, no, Dad, they walked me through it. This is what we're going to do. And they hook him up in one arm, it goes through, and then it comes out the other arm is what it does. So, but yeah, the platelets evidently that it help fight, what the lady's dealing with. And he just has a match. Yeah. Genetically, they have a match. So, again, I was just amazed because you don't know. You're like going, whoa, this sounds pretty significant. He goes, no, Dad, it is, but they've assured me this is how it works and all that. And he's back at home right now, just resting. But I'm super proud of him for what he's done. And again, thoughts and prayers to the lady who's in Arizona, and hopefully Bennett can help her life be extended that way. All right. I mentioned that I have some questions for you guys here. The number one question I have for you, I'll start with you, Chief. How about this one? Which day makes you the most upset as a Cowboy fan? Say you're a Cowboy fan.
Okay, yes.
Which day makes you more upset as a Cowboy fan? Is it free agency, the start of, or the trade deadline?
Ooh, I think it's probably it's free agency. It's free agency because free agency, you see like tons of teams are getting in the mix here, and there's tons of dudes there for the taking. Like the trade deadline, you got to really find the dance partner, and it's not like there's just a flooding of insane trades that are going down, and you're the one team sitting it out. In free agency, it sort of feels that way. So I will say it's this week that is the most infuriating.
How about you, Wooly Bully?
Yeah, it's definitely free agency because you didn't have a lot going on usually. And the trade deadline, the last couple of years, it's kind of started to heat up to where we're actually getting some fun stuff happen. But yeah, free agency, you kind of hear the same thing every year. We don't have cap space. They never are going to have cap space. But then you see, you can't pay your quarterback. There's only so many slices of the pie. The Eagles just paid Jalen Hurts, didn't they? And what are they doing today? They go get Bryce Huff, an edge rusher. They go ahead and sign Saquon Barkley. Now, would we have agreed on the Barkley thing? No. But they're also looking at getting an Xavier McKinney from the Giants as well at safety. So they're out here spending money. Your biggest rival that have been to 2 Super Bowls here within the last 6 years. And you're doing absolutely nothing and keeping the status quo. But you'll make the playoffs and you'll lose in the first or second round. So all is well.
Dawson, if you were a Cowboy fan, which day would bother you the most?
Well, for the record, I am cheering for them to win at all times.
Sure.
Okay. It's hard not to living in North Texas, especially with the tremendous business benefits when they win.
Right.
So I do want to clarify that. And all the individuals on that team I'm pulling for to get as much money from the Jones family as possible before the end of their career. But I think it'd be free agency because at the end of the year, I do imagine there's maybe a 5% chance that they realize how foolish their team building philosophy is and they change course, because they have changed course maybe only 3 or 4 times in their ownership. But, every 7.5, 10 years or something like that, there's a chance that they're like, hey, wait a minute, maybe we should change the way we team build. So when free agency starts and they confirm that they're not, that would be the most frustrating. By the time we're in the middle of the season, usually either they have a good record or a bad record, and that determines my mood a lot more than, whether they do anything or not.
I'm bothered more by the trade deadline.
Why is that?
Just because I feel like, though, you're in that mode right now. And you mentioned, like, they've had some successful runs during the season, and maybe it was going to be you added that one extra player. Maybe maybe you got a little aggressive, and that was going to be the player that was going to get you. Last year they're the 2nd seed. Maybe you find a way if you add a player, and who knows. But, to me, I just feel like I never feel like they really helped themselves that much in the trade deadline. I just don't. I feel like, though, I understand what free agency is to them. It's draft their players, sign their players. That's free agency for them. And maybe bottom fish on a couple of guys. They did something last year we didn't think they would do, and that's trade a couple of picks. And they knew they were going to get some compensatory picks back, But to me, I would much rather them go for it to try and make the season a success. And that's the one that's always disappointing to me. I feel like you could drum up business. This is about money, which they will not spend, only on their own guys. So the trade deadline is the one that always gets me.
Well, in the trade deadline, I mean, they did it for Cooks and Gilmore, but the value there is the draft capital, because most of the time, if I'm making a deal at the deadline, I'm getting a player, and I'm giving you a draft pick.
But the money too, they negotiate.
Yeah, but I feel like the money does kind of tie into the trade, right? Like, you get Roquan Smith if you're Baltimore because you're willing to offer him a big deal, which ultimately Chicago didn't want to. So sometimes, Hankins they went for 2 years ago. I get the frustration with this year's deadline, though.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like, okay, by the way, I asked some people over there, Mozzie Smith, we don't know if Mozzie's going to play the 1 or the 3 on very good sort.
What?
That's insane.
We don't know. We're trying to make Mozzie a 3-tech?
No, they're going to play him at 1.
Okay,
they're going to put the weight back on him or try to put weight back on him and play the 1.
Okay.
I was worried that he was losing weight to try and play as a 3.
Right.
And I asked somebody that would absolutely know what's going on there, and he said, hey, I'm trying to make him a 1 again.
Thank you.
So that's kind of where we're figuring that out right there.
Sweet.
Okay, my final thing, and speaking of Mozzie Smith, my final question, you guys, of the 2 Michigan guys they drafted, Mozzie Smith and Luke Schoonmaker, who needs to have a bounce back season of those 2? Schoonmaker and Smith. Who needs to have a really good season for you next year?
Mozzie.
It's probably Mozzie because
it's your first round pick.
Yeah, it's your first round pick, and at least you have Jake Ferguson at the tight end position, who is a stud at least when it comes to catching the ball.
Yeah, you need Mozzie to step up in a big way, and as sad as it is, because it's not like Scooney had an amazing rookie year, but he had a better rookie year than Mozzie did. So who needs to bounce back even more so? It's definitely Mozzie.
Dawson, you any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say Mozzie because your offense was still, league leading when it came to points. And if Mozzie does have a breakout year, I think it solves a lot of things for you defensively.
They need Schoonmaker to block better.
They do.
They've got to run the ball. And if they figure out the center position through the draft, they need Luke Schoonmaker to play like I've seen some tape of Michigan play. Like I went back and watched some Michigan players when you watch Blake Corum and stuff like that. Schoonmaker was a much better blocker then. I don't know what's happened to him since.
Mike Solari got a hold of him.
I don't know, but Luke Schoonmaker, I think, needs to really help. If you're going to want to run the football, you're going to need to get better at point of attack blocking for sure.
That would be awesome if he can help your running game in a big way. I'll take either.
That's it. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Broadus. Yes, NFL news of the day coming up on a huge day of news, Wolchuk. Can you possibly pack it all into one segment?
We're going to try our best. The retirements, the signings, everything the Cowboys aren't doing next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to shout out.
Take your turn it on. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day. Yes, I'm looking at you. And I thank you for listening to the broadcast here. Home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. We're now just a couple of weeks and a couple of days away from opening day right here on The Fan. It'll be an enchanted Thursday afternoon with the first pitch at 6:30. Cubbies will be in town. We'll be at the stadium partying with you in our Whataburger gear. Salute to Whataburger for sponsoring opening day here in the G-Bag Nation. A lot of football stuff going to be developing over the next couple of weeks. Probably by the time we get to phase 3 or 4, Cowboys might make a couple of signings. Here's Wolchuk with what everybody else is doing on this very busy Monday.
It is a busy Monday, especially for some former Cowboys now, as we've got a couple that have found homes in Washington with our guy Dorrance Armstrong and Tyler Biotish. Congratulations to them. They've got themselves some fresh money, reuniting with Dan Quinn and the Commandos. And then Tony Pollard, right as the tampering period opened, Tony Pollard goes to the Tennessee Titans, baby, getting $8 million a year. So congratulations to Tony Pollard, to Dorrance Armstrong, and Tyler Biotish. We thank you for your service. And they got big money to go play elsewhere. And I'm assuming the Commandos will be talking to other former Cowboys, like Jordan Lewis is being linked to them right now. Maybe they're interested in him. I think Dante Fowler's another one that makes a lot of sense. So probably not done there in Washington as Dan Quinn tries to take all the Cowboy cast-offs.
I'll ask this question to everybody but Eric. He's surprised that Pollard got $8 million.
A little bit. Yeah. I mean, I felt like $8 million was kind of the high. But I thought coming off of the injury, a little bit of the explosiveness, not quite there last year, did to me look like he was running better down the stretch. I thought maybe 6 for Tony, but good for him, man. Go get your bag from Tennessee.
I think that was about $4 million more than I thought he was going to get.
Yeah. I was definitely surprised how quickly he signed.
Thought he'd be about $4 million a year kind of deal.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, after the last year's market for running backs being completely dried up, but it seems like there was the effect of last year you had the draft, which was historically dominant at the running back position in a lot of ways. And teams were willing to be like, hey, we don't need to spend money because we can draft a running back. And then I guess what? Not quite the same this year with the draft. Like there's obviously some good running backs, but not near as many.
Not as many.
Not the elite type of back.
Yeah, 2 first-round guys. There's a couple of second-round guys. And one of the really second-round guys is Brooks, Texas, hurt. But people are telling me that maybe that he's coming around sooner than later.
That's good.
So that was a positive thing I was hearing coming out of the combine.
We do have a couple of Giants that are leaving New York as well. So the Eagles gave Saquon Barkley big money. We talked about that in the open. So he's going to be a Giant, or going to be an Eagle from the Giants. Also, their free agent safety Xavier McKinney out of Alabama. He's now signing. We thought maybe with
Green
Philly. Green Bay.
Yeah.
4-year, $68 million deal, $17 million per year with the Packers. David Mulligetta, his agent, also the agent of Micah Parsons, doing a good job of getting some money for his guy. Now, the Packers also signed Josh Jacobs earlier today, and they released Aaron Jones. And a team is already emerging as maybe being interested in Aaron Jones. That would be the Baltimore Ravens. So the Ravens certainly want to add a running back. I mean, they've been kind of linked to Derrick Henry possibly. Some people thought maybe they'd try and go after Barkley or Jacobs, but Aaron Jones, who was a 3-time 1,000-yard rusher, UTEP, has an opportunity. Maybe go with the Ravens. Could be a good fit.
Could be a good fit for sure. And Rossini is reporting that Aaron Jones has a few suitors and things could be happening quickly. So maybe it is with Baltimore or who knows who. But that was not a name I think anybody expected to be available today.
Not at all. And certainly he's a Cowboy killer, but I don't know if the Cowboys are aware that he's even out there yet and available. Who knows? Who knows?
Ahoy!
Jeffrey Okudah, South Grand Prairie's own, former top pick of the Detroit Lions. They traded him to Atlanta, where he had a pretty good year. He is going to the Houston Texans. 1-year deal worth up to $6 million in max value, so that's with incentive. But this seems like the type of deal. Hometown kid. You don't know if you're going to have Stephon Gilmore back. Could you have gotten in on Jeffrey Okudah? I would have liked you to, but no, sir.
Him or Jordan Lewis?
Over Okudah?
I'm just asking, which one would have better helped you?
Oh, I'd have taken Okudah all day.
Okay.
I'd buy Jordan Lewis.
Okay.
But I've always been kind of felt that way. I think Jordan Lewis, gritty as hell, coming back from that injury.
Jeff Okudah might be a guy I was way wrong about.
Well, he certainly hasn't lived up to expectations, but
his
injuries
health
have been a big part of that.
His health has been a problem, but I thought he was going to be
really good.
Yeah, like a gold jacket guy kind of one day.
Yeah. Bears brought in DeAndre Swift, 3-year, $24 million deal. He gets a $4 million signing bonus. $14 million is fully guaranteed. $8.5 over the first year, $16.5 million over 2. Third year is basically a team option. So this essentially is like a 2-year deal for DeAndre Swift there in Chicago.
That was funny to me, dude. That's basically how the proceedings started today, right?
Yeah.
It was the Bears with the first big splash.
Bears got a lot of cash.
They got a lot of cash, and that was not the position they needed. The Chicago Bears they have Roshan Johnson and our friend of the show, thanks to the Super Bowl, Khalil Herbert.
Which to me, I think is good enough.
Yes.
I don't think you really needed to add.
You're paying like $2 million for the position. Now you're going to go spend much more than that on DeAndre Swift, who had a really good offensive line in Philadelphia last year. Let's not forget that, and was like negative 0.03 yards per carryover expectation kind of guy. I don't know what it is. The Bears just continue to do goofy things.
Bears gonna bear, right? Bears also apparently they were thinking about moving out of their location in Chicago, move somewhere else and build a new stadium. They're not going to do that. They're essentially just going to build a new stadium right by Soldier Field. It's just south of where Soldier Field is. So good for them. I think this one is going to have a retractable roof. So they'll have the opportunity to have kind of the dome structure, maybe get themselves a Super Bowl there in Chicago with the Bears. That'll be kind of cool.
One less grass field maybe now.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I bet they could go to turf. We're trying to unite everybody at the same turf. I don't know.
We'll
if
see.
that'll work for the Bears. Bengals, T. Higgins requested a trade. I don't know how much interest Cincinnati has in trading him, but there's been some people saying they could possibly net a first or a high second round pick for T. Higgins if indeed they do part with him. I don't know if they will. We have Russell Wilson gets that 1-year deal that happened yesterday with the Steelers, and that's basically a veteran minimum deal. So good move for Pittsburgh. The Giants were hoping
Don't you
to get
think with Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh that he could have a last run? I mean, they almost had Pickett attempting half as many passes as the league average.
It's an upgrade
in a lot of weeks.
It is.
So, I think if you're going to put Russell Wilson back in that same situation, like, look, we're going to tell the other team we're running a lot. And when you drop back to pass, you should have a numbers advantage. I think Russell Wilson can absolutely thrive in that situation. Last year, 26-8 touchdowns to interceptions.
Sure.
I think the Steelers are a dark horse in the AFC after your top contenders.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they've upgraded there from Kenny Pickett to Russell Wilson. I don't think that Russell Wilson will ever again be the elite type of quarterback, but that's a team under Mike Tomlin. They've played with much worse of the position, and they're winning 9-10 games. Mm-hmm. You had Russell Wilson, who I think is at least a comparable NFL starter now, average, maybe slightly above average. Yeah, they play good defense. They run the football. He likes to push the ball down the field. That's what Kenny Pickett was not doing. He's definitely a better fit, in my opinion, and the Giants wanted him, and the Steelers were so aggressive the Giants didn't get a chance to get him.
$1.2 million is what the Steelers will be paying Russell Wilson. $38 million is what the Broncos will be paying.
It's amazing.
That's pretty good. I do think the deep ball, down the sideline, Russell Wilson to George Pickens
could be good.
And that's a dude that catches everything.
Yep.
But there's a couple of things. Arthur Smith is now the new play caller there, and he likes his quarterbacks throwing over the middle of the field a ton. And I'm seeing that Russell Wilson is like anti-throwing over the middle of the field over the last couple of years. So that'll be a little bit of an adjustment, but he's 100% an upgrade over old Kenny Pickett.
No doubt. And it's funny because they tried to act like they were still so sold on Kenny Pickett. What'd they do? Free agency.
Gosh, dude, I got fooled by that a little bit. I got fooled. I was like, wow, they're really going in on Kenny Pickett.
That ended up being a ball sack.
Right there. It was.
That was not a football.
I mean, Wilson for 2, Cousins for 40, and then you have Baker Mayfield at 30. There's 3 situations that have developed already that if I'm the Cowboys and I heard about those, I'd be like, okay, trade Dak, and then we'll sign one of these guys.
Yeah, 3 for $100, $50 million guaranteed is the Baker deal.
I really agree with what Mike Bassick was saying, and he has, look, just at the last 20 years, there's only one guy that matches Dak's description that actually won the Super Bowl. It's guys on a rookie deal or Hall of Famers, and we've talked about it quite often. But now the market is actually correcting to where these guys are going to get maybe what they're worth instead of what the market dictates or demands. And if you're not a Hall of Fame quarterback, I want to pay you half of what they're making, which is still an ass ton of money. $30 million, $35 million, and you give your team an extra $25 or $30 million to play with. I'm hoping the Cowboys are paying attention to how how soft the market is becoming. And these non-all-pro quarterbacks are now going for very fair numbers when it comes to what you provide in terms of winning and losing your biggest games.
Kirk Cousins, man.
Yeah.
My gosh, he continues to just win these negotiations, though. $90 million is fully guaranteed at signing. He's got a $10 million injury guarantee.
Who is his
2026
agent, I wonder?
becomes fully guaranteed next month. So it's a real $100 million he gets
I
fully
think it's the Mike McCartney guy or whatever.
It is. It's Mike McCartney.
That everybody thinks is Mike McCarthy, and they
yeah,
tweet at him every football Sunday, berating him for his inevitable poor decisions that he made.
Every time he's a free agent, that dude is just
It is
crushing with the
guaranteed money. Guaranteed money on this
He
guy.
really is.
Oh
doing
my
an
gosh!
excellent job.
Hall of Fame bag getter. I think it's like well over $300 million that he's been guaranteed in his career for Kirk Cousins.
Oh,
Guaranteed.
It's awesome. John Runyon Jr. is signing with the Giants. He's leaving the Packers. 3 years, $30 million, according to Adam Schefter. So he gets essentially the same deal Biotish got.
Is there any
with the
team
Commanders.
that chases offensive linemen more than the Giants?
I would say no.
Then they
Although-
use draft capital, they spend money, and they've yet to get that thing
They
right.
just swing and miss.
Swing and miss.
Swing and a miss. Dolphins linebacker Andrew Van Ginkel agreed on a 2-year deal with the Vikings for $20 million, including $14 million guaranteed.
Reuniting with his guy Brian Flores.
Yes, he is leaving. He is reuniting, and it feels oh so darn good. Bryce Huff, who led the NFL in pressure rate last season with the Jets, is the newest member of the Philadelphia Eagles. He got himself a $51 million deal. It's amazing that the Eagles signed their quarterback. They're paying him, yet they're out here making some money, moves, and trying to improve their football team. What a foreign subject. Rams have agreed to terms with guard Jonah Jackson on a 3-year, $51 million deal, $34 million guaranteed. So that takes a hit from the Lions offensive line.
I kind of felt like he was the worst one of the 5.
Maybe they agreed, and that's why they said, you know what, you can go get overpaid somewhere else. But
when I watched
Rams
him,
in desperate need of line help.
No, they do. And late in the year, I thought the Rams were the first-round pick, by the way, this year.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like watching the Lions late in the year when the Cowboys were playing him, that he was the one guy that was a little bit of a liability. So maybe the Lions were okay with that.
Mitch Morse, we talked about him getting cut last week by the Bills.
I think that's a great move for
Quickly
them.
signed with Jacksonville,
Yeah.
2-year, $10.5 million deal. That's about half of what Biotish got, and I think Morse is probably a better player.
I would take Morse every single day.
Get Mac Jones some protection.
Yeah, Mac Jones and Trevor Lawrence, that quarterback controversy. Now, if you missed it, yes, Mac Jones traded for a 6th-round pick.
Dude, when we get to camp battle season, Lawrence versus Mac is going to be awesome.
That's going to be fun. You also had Jerry Jeudy traded to the Browns from the Broncos over the weekend as well, and
Did you see
Deontay Johnson on the trade block.
Did you see that the Judy trade that Stink, came out and said, Mark Schlereth came out and said,
So he's
good
gonna
riddance.
crap in his helmet?
Yeah, good riddance. Like you're a bum.
He doesn't seem very well liked.
Schlereth is Bible to me, bro. If
did
he
not-
says it, it goes.
He goes, good riddance, you bum, basically. I probably shouldn't say bum, but
You
that's
bum.
No, I
kinda
bet
what-
Stink said.
It's kind of what he was saying.
Fletcher Cox has retired after a 12-year career. I gave everything I had, said Fletcher Cox to Philly. So Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox, 2 Eagles that I did admire from afar as football players and people, but hated the team that they played for. Now no more. Don't have to worry about them twice a year. Brandon Graham, though, is going back. One last ride with the Eagles in his 13th NFL season. So now I think the only 2 players still there from their Super Bowl team are Lane Johnson and Brandon Graham.
Well, and there's still the Nick Foles statue.
Yeah,
that
that'll
hangs around
forever. Forever that'll be there. Yeah, we'll have
Thank you,
that.
legends.
Dude, so Jason Kelsey really said what I thought he said?
Yeah.
During his
That was true.
During his like hour-long retirement press
Yeah, he said
conference.
that.
I'm like,
apparently he asked
got an
Nick
hour?
Foles for permission. Like he talked to him and his wife was like, "Hey, do you mind if I drop this?" And they're like, "Hell yeah, you can drop it. It makes me look great."
That's epic, dude. Elliott Shore Parks. I mean, just not doing his job. We got to wait for Jason Kelsey to confirm it years and years later during his way too long retirement speech.
It's unreal. Niners apparently very interested in Daniil Hunter. In fact, they could have signed him. I just haven't gotten that thing confirmed yet from enough sources to actually say that that's official.
But you've been
they are
working your
interested.
phones. I respect the way you've been handling
I've
this
been
trade.
trying.
You've been still involved in the show. You know, you're still giving us your best.
Yeah.
But then you're wheeling and dealing. You're working the phones like Schefter over
I'm
there.
trying to make sure that everything, because today is like a big time ball sack day. Everyone wants to just try and put stuff out there. You need a double,
Yes.
triple check.
Good call. We meant to
So-
start the show with a PSA today.
Yeah,
like
just
be
be
on your
careful.
P's and Q's, man.
You got to make sure you confirm some of these signings, and I've seen Daniil Hunter being linked to San Francisco. I just have not had it confirmed.
Okay, I do have a couple of confirmations for you. The Packers They are going to be signing Giants safety Xavier McKinney.
Okay, we mentioned that.
He's getting some bag though of $68 million.
Okay, so we got the numbers now. 68.
4 years, $68 million.
I was like, $17 million, right?
Geez, dude, yeah. That's pretty good cash right there.
Opened the show.
Did he open the show with it?
15 minutes ago now.
It's all right, dude. News travels.
It's all good. It's all good.
And then how about this one? Did you have this one? The Giants and Devin Singletary.
Oh, no. This is new. So Devin Singletary off the board. Did he get more money than we thought? I felt like he might. He played his way to a solid bag.
Yeah, I don't see money yet, but I do see that apparently his with the Giants. So they're
replacing Bart. They upgraded the position.
Yeah, they're doing it. They're doing it right. I do wonder what he gets here. I don't see any numbers yet for Singletary.
5 per year.
He was my 1 seed for if you could get a veteran running back on the cheap for the Cowboys.
But with me. Come on,
yeah, I'll hop on that Moss train.
Well, hey, we're in on Deontay Foreman too, Dawson. I'm in on that. I think both those guys that we've put out there could be good moves. How about Eric Armstead going to be released by the Niners? Now, that's obviously too much money, but if you were the Dallas Cowboys, wouldn't that be fun? Let's go ahead and let's get ourselves some Eric Armstead. I saw our buddy Brandon Laurie put out there, like, could that be a Charles Haley-like addition? Yeah, I think it'd be fun. I think anybody with a brain cell would say, yeah, let's try and do that. Let's make our defensive line competent again. But the Cowboys aren't going to do it because it's way too much money. But that's interesting, and I guess they're turning their sights on other defensive linemen. You also have Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. They're on the trade block. So is Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, according to The Athletic.
Yeah.
As the Chargers are looking to try and
I think that's the highest payroll of receivers is what they got going at the Chargers.
16.5 for Singletary can get up to $19.5 million. It's a solid deal for Devin Singletary. And congratulations to Chris Jones. Over the weekend, he got a record 5-year deal, $160 million, $95 million guaranteed. That helped open the door for Christian Wilkins to get himself a big bag from the Raiders, $110 million. Now you got Wilkins and Max Crosby on the same defensive line, and you need it when you're in that division taking on some of those quarterbacks. So this news is fast and furious. We got new things happening every minute. We'll be diving in during this legal tampering period throughout the day. There's currently your news. Did you get it all in?
Also, just want to make sure we get this in here. Xavier McKinney, Giant safety, now a Packer.
Holy crap, he's a Packer?
Pretty big money as well.
Do we have the numbers on that yet?
4 years, I believe. 17 per.
Damn it, I thought he was going to go to 20. I'm ticked.
PFF's #1 graded coverage safety as a free safety over the last couple of years. Xavier McKinney was not expecting to see that.
I didn't think that was true.
You take them with a grain of salt, though.
Well, congratulations to all involved, and thank you, Wolchuk, for the report. Now, coming up at 3:40, Chief's going to give you the best of the weekend. We do have some baseball stuff next, but something just occurred to me. I believe we are now hoping that the Cowboys do absolutely nothing over the next 6 weeks. I'll explain that next in the G-Bag Nation. Twin Peaks is the place to be to watch sports tonight, though, whether it is baseball, football, basketball, hockey, or maybe some football. You want to get to Twin Peaks. It's your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with that frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful Twin Peaks girl. You are in for a legendary sports launching experience whenever you get into Twin Peaks. And if you're like me, it will not be long from now before you NFL free agency. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. We are going to talk some Rangers baseball here with you in just a second. Take a look at the latest headlines. Out of surprise, who's getting accolades for kicking butt, taking names. Okay, I believe we are totally hoping for the Cowboys to do nothing in free agency of substance. Maybe a veteran linebacker league minimum. You know, maybe the equivalence of that in another spot or two. But number one, you want to protect your comp pick formula. And with losing Pollard and Biotish already for $8 and $10 million, that's probably another 4 and another 5 for next year at the very least, isn't it? Eagles are making a push. They get the runner in Barkley. They get the pass rusher Huff.
Yes.
Maybe they could win the division at 10 or 11 wins. I don't know. They're going to have to get Hurts healthy and find an answer at center. But it looks like the Eagles are more committed to fielding a division winner than the Cowboys are, at least at this point. Now, they're going to lose more. But if the Cowboys don't do anything in free agency, in my mind, they will take a big step towards getting under the cap in a comfortable way. They've created voidable years on Dak Prescott and Zach Martin's contracts that are a massive, massive chunk of money. And I do think cleaning up their cap is a 2-year process. And maybe you can emerge from 2025 actually with a much cleaner slate, the majority of your dead money off the books. So then you could go about, more aggressively building a team winner. But, we give them heck for not being all in. Their version of all in was to give the guys that they had long-term deals and push a lot of that money into the future like other teams do with free agents they take off the street. Now, the difference is after other teams do that, they then look at their roster and address any weaknesses in additional free agent signings or trades. And the Cowboys like to leave gaping holes on their roster for some reason. Okay, but I think that's what we're hoping for. Then in the back half of this decade that we're in right now, maybe they could reopen the championship window. Every dollar spent now, I think, is going to prevent you from making a bigger run 26, 27, 28, one of those years. What do you guys think as far as what you're hoping to see? The truckwreck.com fan text is open. Based on what we know now, the Cowboys aren't going all in. They're not going to sign anybody that's an impact player. What would you like to see them do right now, guys?
I like what K-Mess said on Twitter, which is the Cowboys are going all-inclusive in Cabo this week.
Very nice.
I thought that was pretty strong tweet there from our guy K-Mess.
The bevy package, the food.
If you're going to do a trip like that, you have to, and I've never actually done one of those, but I assume if you're doing a trip like that, resort style, whatever, you got to go all-inclusive.
Nice.
Or the cruise, Wolchuk, you got to go all-inclusive, right?
You definitely got to get that drink package.
Yeah. The drink package for sure, but the food package, the whole nine, I think that's 100% the way to do it. But this is it's disappointing that we're talking about, getting the cap in order over the next 2 years, a 2-year cap process, when all we hear about is how they're trying to manage the cap. And it's not like we're having to manage over the next 2 years the salary cap because they've just gone balls to the wall for the last couple of years. They've tried everything they could. Maybe they got to a Super Bowl. Heck, maybe they won a Super Bowl or at least got to a conference title game. And we know, hey, they went all out. Now this is what we've earned. Now 2 years of trying to, pick up the pieces a little bit. And that's not the case. You're still left here picking up the pieces, trying to figure out what your salary cap's going to look like, even though all the best you've got to show for it is a wild card victory.
Yes. Seasons like this are coming for you. So make the most out of the other ones. Well, Chuck, what would you like to see right now?
Yeah, I think that they're probably going through what you're talking about because at some point you do have to pay the piper. And they're still paying Ezekiel Elliott, right? So I do think, that check you're going to have to pay and you're going to have to write it. And they're doing that right now. The next 2 years, they're looking at a lot of dead money that has been backed up. And the issue is I don't think they're alone in this. I think we've talked about the Eagles having to go through a similar process. We've talked about the Rams. Was this going to happen to them? The Buccaneers for going all in. These teams kind of found a way to weather that storm. And then here they are, and they're diving right back into it. So I don't know that the Cowboys' method is really something that works because I still wonder if even if they do this for 2 years, will they ever really be in a good position with the salary cap? Because that money is just going to convert over to most likely paying Dak, most likely paying CD, paying Micah Parsons, and then where are you? But the comp pick formula, they draft really well. That's their way of team building. They're probably thinking exactly like what you are right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's not the way that I would do it, but I think based on the situation they put themselves in, that's the best thing we can hope for now. The 309 says, go get Aaron Jones for the Cowboys. If you could tell me he's going to stay healthy and he's going to be playing for less than half of what he played for last year, I could sign off on that, because I do think the path to success is having an amazing first and second round where you get a tackle and center that can both make the all-rookie team, and then get 2 runners in here that could totally change your dynamics offensively. Now you gotta ace the test. Like, you really gotta get some amazing players in here, but I think that's doable. If you hit on your 3 offensive decisions with the assets that you're going to spend, it is possible that you could have one of the better running games, especially if you address how you scheme it up. If all, I guess now I'm on to 4 things that got to happen in the same offseason. But what I'm saying doesn't have to be the case, because they still have enough good players on the team that they could make the playoffs as is. And if they crush the draft, then sure, they could maybe make a run for it, especially in this NFC, to try to get to the Super Bowl. But assuming those things don't happen, I do think the best case scenario in next year is that they miss the playoffs, get a better draft pick, and continue on the path of a longer-term rebuild. Okay, our buddy Sean McFarland, Morning News, did some halfway spring training awards for you, G-Bag Nation. And this makes me bullish. It really does, as far as what this team could be capable of. You want the best hitter? It's no big surprise. It's freaking Wyatt Langford.
Heck yeah, it is.
Guy's still dialed in. Nothing changed over the weekend.
Bangford?
Yeah.
We going? Is that? Did we stick with
Bangford,
that?
Bang.
Bang bang.
We did stick with it. Woolchuck tried to do Bam Bam a couple of times last week, but we got that figured out.
Well, that's exciting, dude. I mean, every time I turn around, he had another dong ball this weekend.
He did,
and the numbers are pretty dang impressive. And I think he's playing his way onto the roster. Like, you're not going to be able to keep this guy. You're not going to be able to keep this guy down. If if his bat is what we thought it was throughout this entire time, where he just crushed throughout the minors, and then he's picking up where he left off, there's no reason to leave him down. So this is awesome.
I do think they have an opening if he struggles at the plate in the next 2 weeks, because he lost 2 balls in the outfield over the course of 4 games between Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
That sun's getting in his eyeballs.
Yeah,
high sky.
Might be, just a function of Arizona, or it could be.
Oh, it's a problem out there.
Yeah.
I was watching those games that were played in front of us. Those outfielders, they throw that glove up, even though they have glasses on. They can't find the ball. And the sky, the way it is, that blue sky and stuff, it's tough.
Well, some of those homers, and Eric will make sure to tell you, that's definitely a spring training home run. There would only be a home run in maybe one big league park like Fenway or something that's a little bit shorter. But regardless, I think certainly with the Nathaniel Lowe injury, that's going to help Wyatt Langford's chances of being in that opening day roster as well.
If it's so easy to hit home runs, well, Chuck, why isn't anybody else hit more?
That's what I'm talking about.
Damn right. I mean, I think that dude, it doesn't matter the ballpark. He's going to be able to put him out of there.
Sharpest on the mound is your right-hander, Mark Church, the former high school shortstop turned pitcher, on a bet from his teammate, has not allowed a run in 7 Cactus League innings.
That's awesome.
Batters have hit just 0.48 against him. His fastball mid-90s, slider's been effective as a secondary offering. Reached AAA last season and is now a strong candidate to make the Rangers opening day roster. He's keeping his poise out there and throwing strikes, says Bochy. Really good spring for him. Rangers need a bullpen arm, and it looks like they got one there in Church. It's a huge pickup.
It is.
The teams that win the championship, they do stuff that, like what the Rangers did last year with Evan Carter and what the Stars are doing right now with Stankoven. It's like, hey, guess what? Superstar. Hey, we're at the trade deadline. What are you going to get? Well, we're going to bring up a superstar. From our minor league system, because that's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what the Astros did.
It's better than any trade we could have made. We got better in-house options.
That's right.
Let's go.
Okay, guy who looks most ready for opening day is Evaldi. He has been dealing 1.80 ERA, 5 strikeouts, and 2 Cactus League starts.
The velocity's been good for him, too. The last 2 starts he's had, got it up in I think he's touched like 97 and been around in the mid-90s with some of his stuff. So, yeah, good for him. I mean, they're going to need it for sure, but those starts are very, very encouraging. especially with the velocity.
Speaking of encouraging, the 23-year-old Vanderbilt, former top 5 pick, Jack Leiter, he is trending in the right direction. Spent 2 different stints on the developmental list last year, reworked his mechanics, and now he says he's feeling good, more in control, more confident. Least encouraging development, Cole Winn and Owen White.
Yeah.
Total jobbers. My goodness. Winn allowed a 9.82 ERA with 15 combined hits and walks in 4 innings in surprise. White yielded a 9 ERA in 3 Cactus League innings. No, in 3 Cactus League outings, 6 innings, allowed 13 combined hits and runs. And they've both been optioned already. MVP of the non-roster invitees, first baseman Jared Walsh, 30-year-old, was an all-star in 21, career sidetrack when he got neurological symptoms. That's an interesting story. But he says slash 348, 423, 652 there in the Cactus League action, Brian.
Yeah, it seems like to be that him and Lowe are pretty much the same type of guy. So to me, that would mean with Lowe's injury, this is where Walsh definitely helps you out.
Yeah, and that could open the door like it happened with Janko and Leote last year.
And then the most interesting battle is the designated hitter, according to McFarland here in the morning news. And your candidates right now, Zeke Duran, Justin Foscue, Bang Bang, Wyatt Bangford, and Jared Walsh there. They've each performed well in the spring, so they do have good options. All righty, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, Chiafalo, where are we going?
Best of the weekend featuring Broadus's girls going down swinging yesterday and a big-time wanna-get-away moment next year in the nation.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turned it on.
basketball to college hoops, playing that system that's not a system, but sure plays like a system, leading up to the tournament. We're looking for that value with the daily dimes. We look for the gross lines, getting us ready for the tournament where we're going to break down all the matchups and have an eye on some future plays too. This time of year, baby. Search Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. As it's time now for Best of the Weekend, and here's your host, Eric Chiafalo.
Were you guys all aware that this was the Spring Forward weekend? Were you guys fully in tune with that?
Yeah, Brian let us know.
About 75% in tune.
I went
Still
to
caught me by surprise.
Yeah. I lived probably 30, 40 minutes Sunday not knowing the time change, and then I'm like, okay, here we are. We're back. This is that time of year. Is it worth it? I guess you get the sunlight, but then you wake up early this morning and it's dark. It's dark until like 7:30 in the morning. So I guess we'll take this. Is this what we want it to stay? Do we just want it to stay here?
This is nice.
This is the one that we want to keep forever.
I'm down to keep this one. This is fine.
This weather, this amount of sun, I would take this
for sure.
I would take this permanently.
Okay. Well,
I did so good in the fallback era, though.
Yeah.
That fallback era, I did so damn good, man. It was on my body clock. This is right. I mean, I don't know yet. This is only 1-2 days.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But, man, that last time, I feel like I had extra time.
Yes.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was like, ooh, I can do more.
Yeah, well, you got 25 hours at least on one of those days, right?
Yeah.
And now on this,
must have been the day.
Yeah, it must have been the day. But it takes like I feel sluggish. Like for some reason, it takes at least a few days, I think, for me.
And when I left the house, it was hella cold and it warmed up fast.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, now I got this goofy ass sweater on for no reason.
Yes, it was chilly this morning, dude.
Yeah.
And that's what we're at now, where it's like you need the hoodie in the morning, and then you're looking for shorts and t-shirt by afternoon.
Yeah.
And then at nighttime,
back to the hoodie.
cold again.
Just wait about 3 months. It'll be 118 again.
That's what I don't want.
You have to enjoy this.
And you guys will be like, we'll be walking out and, the Ranger baseball will be on, that sun will be just blowing into your
melting.
face. And you'll be like, man, when are we going to Oxnard?
Get out of the heat a little bit.
Yeah,
Man, Best of the Weekend, I want to salute the facility at MoneyGram Park for getting the fields cleaned up for us to continue in the DPL Summit. We had a lot of fun. The team we lost to that I told you about Friday, 4-1, they end up winning in the final 8-1.
Oh, wow.
So that was actually like hey, that's pretty cool. We kind of competed against that
So do you feel
team.
bad about yelling at your gals then?
Moral victory a little bit?
Yes, on all accounts.
Definitely.
Good for you,
Come on,
man.
ladies.
Way to go, coach.
Come on, ladies. What are we doing out here?
I'll have you know, I tore them up down 4-0 with 15 minutes to go in the second half. They go back in with 10 minutes to go, held possession, actually scored 4-1.
Sure.
So I know actually maybe the ends don't justify the means, but the means worked. They did.
Nice job, Vince Lombardi. Great job.
Thank you.
Seriously, man. Bravo.
Yeah.
Yesterday brought us, I know you were locked in on your Lady Tigers versus the Lady Gamecocks.
South Carolina, that's a tough one to beat.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Undefeated.
Yeah.
Lady basketball, South Carolina remains undefeated. They're SEC champions, and there was a little bit of a kerfuffle, a little tomfoolery.
Yeah.
And it got pretty dang physical. I mean, one of those girls got absolutely decleated.
Yeah.
One of your Tigers did, and then the brother of the girl who got decleated is jumping over the scorers table and getting in the mix. I think he gets there and realizes,
wait a minute,
there's not too much I can do here.
I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to be here.
I need to go back to my chair.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to figure out what do we do suspension wise for this guy, because it looks like he spent the brother of Flaugier Johnson spent the night in jail.
Oh no!
Oh, we couldn't bail him out?
Well, I mean, spent the night in jail. I don't know.
Was taken to jail.
He was taken to jail, and I believe he spent the night there.
no.
But nonetheless, I didn't know it was going to get to that. I just thought it was going to be one of these, hey, you're not allowed at the arena anymore kind of deals. You're not allowed in any women's basketball arena for X amount of time or whatever.
For me, it would have been like, sir, you're under arrest. I'm Flaugier Johnson's brother. I panicked.
Yeah.
Okay, go back to your seat. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
My
know
sister
where-
just got, she got
Why is this
hit.
guy going to jail?
That's what I'm saying.
I was thinking maybe, hey, check swing on this. He jumped the scores table, but then he held up. You know, he didn't actually do anything once he got there.
I understand wanting to go and defend your sister.
And he seen how tall that Wookiee was. My man backed on up.
Yeah, okay. I don't.
I'm sorry. Let me tell my sister to relax.
There he is.
Sorry about that, Kamala.
Stay down.
I wanted to hit her too.
Cardoso is the girl who looks like out there. She looks like she's 6'10".
Yeah,
she's a giant human being, and she runs up and she decleats the guard for LSU.
Yes.
And then I don't know. Is it fair for me to say, hey, Angel Reese, you are similar size of this girl. You should go have your teammates back there. You should be going to getting in her face a little bit.
She moonwalked. She's trying to stay in the game. You see her?
Yeah,
she moonwalked.
It was almost smart on her part because she would have then
I think
not
she's
available
afraid
for the
of
tournament.
like broken bones and hands too. I think she's one of those.
That's true. Yeah.
She didn't want to like take a swing at somebody and break a bone in her hand. Her by the way, her playing that's all her whole thing. Her whole NIL stuff and all that and all the media stuff she does is about her playing.
So it's a business decision.
It's a business decision, yeah.
Okay.
And I feel like she could be targeted because of how last year ended with suspensions. I think she's one of those players now where they would come down extra hard on. So that was probably good restraint. But if you watch the montage of those two battling, they got major history.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. There's no
she
love.
does go after. She goes toe-to-toe with her face-to-face.
They're pulling hair.
Yeah,
I see some pulling hair clips.
These two coaches don't like each other either, too, now.
Don Staley and Kim Mulkey.
Hey,
can we get a charity boxing match between those two?
Let's get them on the undercard of Mike Tyson and Jake Paul here at AT&T Stadium.
Yes,
this could be fun.
Why not?
We're going to go to that, right? We got to go see a Tyson.
I'm down to go.
I think we...
No doubt. That's on a bucket list for me.
Is it July 20th? Is that when we need to go?
No, Walchuk before the show was like, we got to go see a Jake Paul fight.
Especially this one, he might get
everybody wins here, you know?
Yeah.
That is going to be a great week. We'll get to that later on in the program, but my gosh.
The face of boxing.
July in DFW. Here comes Paul versus Tyson. Get a little MLB All-Star week.
Yeah.
It's gonna age us all very poorly, I imagine.
I've already aged.
You looking for that walk across the parking lot there?
Heck yeah, I am, dude. All-Star festivities will probably have a coldie in our hand at that point. It's gonna feel like we're gonna have not quite, but we'll be touching parade party vibes a little bit out there for All-Star Week.
Are you with me on that? Are you going with me?
I'm with you on that.
Are you with me?
I'm hydrating now in preparation.
All right.
Opening day is going to be a hell of a
opening day.
Opening day with Whataburger and company.
Yeah.
And championship banners and man. That's very, very exciting. Okay, we're also excited because we're about to be March Madnessing. Here we go. This is championship
Are we excited
week.
about this?
I think so. I mean, March Madness. Listen, this is when you start caring. We'll probably mix in some bet payoff stuff. I don't know. I'm sure we still got a couple of payoffs that are owed by some people in here, but
bet payoffs for the tournament. We're good on that.
But we better get to see our guy. Is this the greatest nickname ever? We did our sports nickname bracket a couple of years ago, Walchuk, but I think we might need to update the list here because our guy Cream.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, this dude for Indiana State,
he can ball,
and
man.
he loses. His team loses to Drake yesterday, and now we might not get to see this dude in the tournament.
They're going to play, man. Yeah,
they have to find a way to get this guy in there.
They get in there. And this is like 64 team.
It's the best story I think in college basketball. He looks like he could be the dude from Goonies growing up. You know what I'm saying? What they call that kid?
Oh my gosh! What did they call it? It's not Chunk. Are you talking about the guy who's actually?
No, I'm talking about the little guy. In their crew, who's kind of like dumpy, bad body style. I mean, this guy's running out there with those rec specs and legit like grandma blubber arms and like a legit pear body. And he's putting up like 30 points a night.
He is, dude.
This is your classic college star who has no shot in the league.
Yes.
But has just enough of a unique, he's got T-Rex arms, but he's a hooper.
He's a hooper, man. He's a hooper. And he's big man on campus over there. Yeah. Indiana State, this dude is just cleaning up left and right.
Is he more handsome than Larry Bird? That's the question.
Well, some are calling him Larry Blurred because of the goggle situation. I still like Cream better. I still think Cream is the onesie there, but somehow, some way, NCAA figured out. Let us get at least one game of Cream in during the madness.
It might be that play-in thing they do, like in Cincinnati.
Whatever it is, whatever it takes.
That play-in game that they have.
Oh, baby, Gardner Minshew's taking his talents to Vegas. I don't know if Vegas can handle Gardner Minshew. He's a Raider, 2-year deal. That's amazing.
He's a resident now at the Rio.
Holy crap. Gardner Minshew in Vegas?
By sundown tonight, he will be wearing only a jock strap, and he will have a bottle of whiskey in his hand. He'll have his bandana and his aviator glasses on, and he will just be moseying up and down the strip. And he'll be fitting right in.
That's
good
how
for
he
him,
spells
dude.
success.
That's right.
That's how you spell success.
He got good money, too. $25 million deal, $15 million guaranteed.
He wins games.
He's
And he's the guy who like lives in a bus and stuff. Like he's saving huge.
Absolutely.
We got to get to this sound here of Madonna. This was your childhood crush, right?
Oh, I love Madonna. You guys are right about this guy on ESPN wearing the cardigan and the bad beard. What did
Daniel Dopp?
How did he do this?
I don't know.
He's been on there for
He's got a
several years.
T-shirt and a cardigan on with a man bun and a Grizzly Adams beard. And they're like, hey, dude, go do our afternoon show.
Go interview Mel Kiper.
Field Yates must have called in sick.
I'm ready for
Get
this.
the homeless looking dude on the screen.
I mean, I have jeans on for the second time post-pandemic. Second time in almost 4 years now.
Really throwing off.
Because
threw me off.
I fell in love with the super casual lifestyle there for a couple of years living at home, and I refused to come off it. So hopefully this is the next step in that direction. I think this guy should be a trendsetter.
Yeah, shout out to him. He's a real tastemaker. What's his name again? The Dopp?
Daniel Dopp. Yeah, the Dopp.
All right, here's Madonna at her concert over the weekend. This is an ultimate wanna get away moment. Listen here as she calls someone out. Calls someone out for sitting at her concert.
Take this ride with me. What are you doing sitting down over there? What are you doing sitting down? Oh, okay. Politically incorrect. Sorry about that. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, because the person she called out for sitting at her concert was in a wheelchair. Ooh.
Want to get away?
Yeah.
I'm like, my gosh.
I'm very sorry.
That stings a little bit.
What's the political correctness to that, though? I think she totally used that phrase wrong, right?
She did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
She was caught up in the air
Let's
on
be
that one a
further
little bit.
known.
It's like, oh,
She wanted to blame something other than herself.
Didn't mean to call you out for
it was a
that.
stupid political correctness that got me in trouble here, not my own ignorance.
And shout out to LeBron James, who I believe to be in the doghouse after his interaction with Jeannie Buss and apparently her friend sitting courtside. Did you guys see the video of him?
No.
You guys didn't see this?
Yes.
No.
This is pretty amazing.
Yes.
You have LeBron James sitting courtside at he's at the Lakers game. I guess he wasn't playing or whatever. And so Jeannie Buss is sitting there talking to him. Her friend is, and they're being a little bit too touchy with them.
Yeah.
And he's like cracking some jokes. They're laughing. And it was all the buzz on Twitter over the weekend. It was just LeBron with the Riz. But he keeps his hands to himself. He's just chilling there, cracking some jokes. But I mean, Jeannie Buss is sort of all over him here.
That was Kurt Rambis' wife, too, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go.
So,
Well, Jeannie's known to be a little touchy.
Yeah.
is she?
She's a big fan of some of her players.
huge fan. Well, that'd be the one to be a fan of right there, I would imagine. But there were so many like Jesus Shuttlesworth memes going around that were looking like LeBron. I mean, kudos to him. He's sitting there. He's doing his thing. What is he supposed to do? I mean, he's just sitting there and they're all over him. But then you see him the next day or whatever, and they're at his son's game in Savannah, and it doesn't seem like very happy. It looks like doghouse LeBron.
You guys following me?
I seen that photo with you and your little owner.
So you got jokes, huh?
I seen your little girlfriend.
Yeah. Oh, you know he's getting all of that right now.
Thanks, Chief. A terrific best of the weekend in the books once again. We got the C-Note coming up. Cowboys exodus continues. But what has happened so far in NFL free agency? We'll reset you on that at the top of the hour once again because even more stuff is happening. And it's next in the nation. I want to chat D&M leasing before we do that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle and you're thinking about it right now, just pick up that phone, call D&M 972.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to get you an up-to-date news update here, news flash, on your free agent movement across the NFL. It's already been a massive day in the NFC East, with the Eagles adding a couple of impact players and quarterbacks on the move. Let's do it. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chia follower here, and Eric Chia and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Chris Jones has stayed with the Chiefs 5 years and $160. That's $32 million from him. That's not a breaking news story, but it's pretty cool. Kirk Cousins, 4 and $180 with the Atlanta Falcons. Does that make you feel differently about the Dak Prescott negotiation that's coming up? I mean, he's going to get about $15 million less than what Dak Prescott is going to get. I think this is point Dak doubters, and Dak homers. You got to prove to me why your guy is 30% better than Kirk Cousins. And I don't think it's there. I think these teams like Atlanta and Tampa are now doing it right. I'd rather have Cousins at that money, Mayfield at his money, than Dak Prescott at somewhere 57, 58, 60 million bucks.
I think Dak's probably still going to end up getting what he wants in this. It seems like that's how negotiations go, and he's got a cutthroat agent in Todd France, who's very, very good at this. But I hear you. I mean, when you look at kind of the success, the production that Kirk Cousins and Dak have had, it's very, very similar.
Yeah, I think the only thing you could look at right now, obviously age, and then you have Kirk Cousins off an Achilles injury. So
sure, but the Cowboys paid Dak after the ankle injury, right? So they don't seem like they care.
No, I 100% agree, but when you're trying to figure out why should Dak be getting more than Kirk Cousins, I think that's where you would point to, hey, he's older, Kirk Cousins is older, and he's also coming off a pretty catastrophic injury as well. So those would be some of the things, but I'm with you guys. I'd much rather pay less for, ultimately it's the same thing. Mm-hmm. I understand that regular season Dak and his numbers blow Baker Mayfield's out of the water.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield's best QBR year is less than Dak's worst. So I understand that. But ultimately, to the playoffs, and that's really what this comes down to now. We're past, I cannot stand hearing the MVP seasons Dak just had. MVP season Dak just had. Who cares? And he didn't even win it. Like, it was a down year for the MVP. We're wondering, is a running back going to get it, or is a non-quarterback going to get it? Because we don't even know. And in a down MVP year, your guy couldn't even get it. And in playoff moments throughout the regular season, Niners, Bills, doesn't show up, doesn't even give you a chance. And then you get to the playoffs at home, doesn't give you a chance. So, yes, I am as out on Dak as you could really be, but I would take Baker Mayfield right now for $30 million over Dak for that. And I will say this, I wouldn't want to do the Baker deal either, because ultimately your ceiling is with Baker, basically what Dak's is. Yeah. So it's not like anything's really changing. Ultimately, you don't do either one of those things, and you go find a super cheap quarterback in the draft and you hope he's a stud. That's the way you actually do it. Unless you just want to, like Tampa's telling you right now, for Tampa fans, hey, we are very happy being in the worst division in football. We feel like we can host a playoff game with Baker Mayfield probably 2 out of the next 3 years. And we know that is as good as it's going to get for us. And that's fine. But at least they're only paying $30 million for that and not whatever Dak's going to get.
Double.
Brian?
Yeah, I mean, the determination you have to make is, like you guys have talked about, can you actually get to and win a Super Bowl with Dak Prescott or with, Baker Mayfield or Kirk Cousins?
The answer is no.
See, so if what gives you the best chance to maybe get to the Super Bowl then? What gives
not having any one of those quarterbacks.
Okay, I have to have one of these quarterbacks though. Who do I need the money? Who can I take? Who I could take their money and help my team? Who gives you the best chance then? You know what I'm saying?
Well, Dak, if you could take all that money and help your team.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. If somehow you can get Dak to agree to what Kirk Cousins and those guys and Baker Mayfield are doing, then there's your chance to at least get to a Super Bowl. Well, with these other quarterbacks, you're not.
At least extend Dak so well that you free up that to happen 1 year. You know,
That's what I'm
there's
saying.
a way you could get Dak all of his money, but then backload it to the point where you're like, this is going to be our year where we have all of his money to spend on other players, or a big chunk of his money to spend on other players.
If you could somehow get Dak to take the same money these guys are taking, you'd feel great.
Absolutely.
Because
he's better than them.
Because Dallas will be able to find players.
Yeah.
Atlanta can't find players. Tampa, maybe. They get lucky every once in a while down there with Jason Light.
Here's the problem, though, when Jerry Jones owns your team. He's saying, well, yeah, Kirk Cousins makes 45 and Dak 60, and that cost me more against the cap, but I more than make up for that $15 million in revenue because of what Dak Prescott is for our marketing. And I think whenever you're trying to balance winning the Super Bowl and making money, you're a pretender, not a real contender. Wolchuk hit you with the news. Gardner Minshew has gone to the Raiders. So congratulations to him. Grover Stewart, a player that we talked about a couple of weeks back, a big defensive tackle. He is staying on with the Colts. That story just 20 minutes old from our buddy Shereen Williams. So nice job of breaking that story. Geno Stone and the Bengals agree on a 2-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk Cousins and Mike Zimmer are going to reunite in 2024 now on opposite sides of the field. The safety Xavier McKinney went a 4-year deal with the Green Bay Packers. So that's just a little bit of a taste. Do you guys see anything that's absolutely new?
Leonard Floyd is signing with the 49ers, so they get themselves another pass rusher.
Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you about a couple of
deal, $20 million.
That
For
whole
the
thing,
Niners?
Yeah.
Remember you asked about Danielle Hunter, and I got a no on that one.
Yeah, Danielle Hunter still hasn't technically signed with anybody.
No, he didn't. Not with the 49ers.
He probably wanted a little bit more money, but they get Leonard Floyd on 2-year, $20 million. So maybe they pivoted and went with Leonard Floyd.
Man, I'm just kind of hoping that this Daquan Jones and guys like that, those defensive tackles that we talked about, you mentioned with Grover, I kind of hope those older defensive tackles stay out of the market for the week. That nobody goes and get. Dallas needs a one technique. They have to go get a one technique.
And the linebackers. I mean, that's the one good thing is if the linebackers haven't really started signing anywhere yet.
Those guys could stay out, and the defensive tackles could stay out, especially the older veteran guys. Then maybe you can nab one of these guys.
Here's the issue, though, just circling back to the Dak conversation. Like, I'm with you. It'd be awesome if you could say, like, Dak, you've made a bunch of monch. You're getting a bunch of endorsements.
See, but he wasn't a first-round pick. Neither was your guy. Neither was Cousins.
But
they're both fourth-round picks.
Yeah, but then you say, like, well, the thing about the Cowboys is, like, they'll go get you players. Like, they draft. But the Cowboys haven't shown any willingness to go out in free agency and sign players with added money.
But see, that's what I'm saying, though. If Dak were to me, I know it's going to sound weird, but I'm going to take my chances if you give me a quarterback that will take less, and I can go and draft and maybe grab one or two guys.
I'd love that.
That would be nice.
I agree.
I'm not counting on it, but if he makes less money, okay, then maybe a draft and I could sign my guys, and there's not a problem with that.
Yeah, but we know he's not going to do that for you. So I think,
no, that's what I was hoping. And to me, I'd love it. I'd absolutely love it if he would. But you're right. Todd France ain't going to allow it.
He's not.
Todd France is going to get him back. He's going to sign a shorter term deal. Dallas is going to want to try and stretch this thing, and Todd France is not going to let him do it.
Which means ultimately, we know you're not going to win a Super Bowl. So why do that? If you're the Dallas Cowboys and you realize that Dak Prescott, as currently constructed, and my roster as currently constructed, which I cannot upgrade.
There's no reason. You know why? Because none of those guys over there are going to lose their jobs. None of those guys are going to lose their jobs. They're all very, very comfortable. We've talked about that a bunch. So the one team that shouldn't pay a quarterback $50 million
be the Cowboys.
Is the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Because they could keep searching for a quarterback.
Yeah.
But they won't do that. But they know how to build a team. With the roster they have.
They do. They know how to build a regular season successful team.
Yes, exactly.
With their formula. The reason why they don't want to turn the keys over to Will McClay or hire an external GM is they've perfected their system for making regular season teams that also optimize their profit. And, the deal is you just get a quarterback that's good enough to make a lot of touchdowns and highlight level plays in the regular season. And they've been doing that now for 17 years. I had a couple of running back questions for you, Chief. Aaron Jones available, at what price tag would you want him to be the Cowboys veteran? I believe he's 29 years old, but he has averaged 5 yards attempt, dominated the Cowboys, loves to play at AT&T Stadium. And then Saquon Barkley to the Eagles. Is that something that as a Cowboys fan should make you nervous?
For me, it doesn't. Now, I do think you will probably, assuming health, you should be getting the best version of Saquon Barkley, being that he's never had a good offensive line or quarterback to work with in New York. And now you go to Philadelphia, and I know they're losing Jason Kelsey, but they should have one of the better offensive lines in all of football. So, like, you're probably going to get the best version of him, but can he stay healthy, and how much is a running back actually going to impact the game? I don't think it'll be so much so that you should be worried necessarily. I'm always saying, okay, if you're a team and you gave big money, especially to a running back who is now in, what year is he going into? Year 6? This is 6th year. I mean, there's plenty, especially a banged up dude. That's not something that would concern me at all. I chalk that up as a win in terms of wanting to see the Eagles fail. There will be some big time moments. You will have highlight plays. It'll be all fun and games. But by the time you get to the postseason, I don't think he's a guy that is going to be winning you playoff games or anything like that. So that doesn't concern me at all.
And he's never hurt the Cowboys. And even when he's played and been healthy, for whatever reason, he has not performed well against Dallas.
And I would like Aaron Jones. I think that's a good player. And he is a little bit older for sure. So that's something you have to be worried about. He's a guy that gets banged up, but he was fantastic at the end of the season last year. Unfortunately, he's going, like Diana Rossini's saying, he's got plenty of suitors and the market's there for him, and running backs are being snatched up very quickly, and they are getting more money than most of us anticipated. And I think Aaron Jones will be the same way. I don't even think he's anywhere close to financially in the ballpark for the Cowboys to dance around.
Yeah, he just got over 5 for Singletary.
Yeah, well,
Aaron Jones getting more than that.
He's only had 2 seasons where he's played the full campaign.
It would have to be in a very part-time role where you're hoping to keep him healthy until December and turn him loose like Green Bay just did, or they got him back at the right time.
Right.
Because his injury history is very significant. It's interesting that running backs are getting paid. I mean, once Tony Pollard got $8 million, that's all I needed to see, really. It's like, I want nothing to do with this running back market again. The overall cap is going up so much, though. Maybe this is just like 3.5%-4% of the cap. And even though the $8 million is kind of a sticker shock to us, if you look at the percentage compared to the cap, I think it's still probably within reason of what a responsible spend could be at the position.
But I think we have never seen a free agent class like this at running back.
Yeah.
That's why I think people I think people are like, listen, it's worth it for us for $8 million for a season to have a guy. I mean,
and there's no tags this year.
Yeah, it's just it's really, really a strong deal to be able to play in this market if you can, because of the quality of the player.
I think the thing you want to be is like the Super Bowl victory. The trend over the last decade plus is your running back is making no more than like 2% of your salary cap. So whatever that is, it's $255 million is what the salary cap is. So whatever 2% is of that would be like the top dollar is what I would.
$5.1 million.
Okay, $5.1 million. So $5.1 million would be like as high as I'd be willing to go on any of these running backs based on what the Super Bowl champions have done for over a decade now. That's how they've allocated their resources. I'm not giving my running back more than 2%. So it's fine. And then Christian McCaffrey will sniff and get close, but he's the outlier. And even he couldn't actually win. And that is peak performance running back. You're not getting better than that. That's Kyle Shanahan knowing exactly how to use a guy who's got as much talent as anyone at the position in the sport right now. And that's still not going to be enough for you. So to me, $5.1 million, that's good to know. So Devin Singletary was right there at the cutoff line. The Giants got him. That's a bummer.
214 says, go get Jimmy G then. When he was the number 1 quarterback contract, the Niners went to the Super Bowl. He's had more success than everyone but Mahomes, Rodgers, and Stafford since it's Dak's fault. I don't think anybody's saying it's Dak's fault. To me, it's the Joneses' fault for not recognizing that if Dak is your quarterback, you need a souped-up roster. You can't win it with a standard roster like the Chiefs have. You got to go next level and spend extra and sort of ride that salary cap roller coaster. I think Dak's definitely good enough to win the Super Bowl. But if it's at the top, and no, there's no way in hell you go get Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, he had that big contract, but what specifically it is, it's your salary cap hit in those years. And the year that they went to the Super Bowl, his cap hit was much more like 20 or 25 mil than the absolute top of the market. Plus, Jimmy G is hurt guy. There's no way you would do that. You know, I think Dak is probably like the 6th or 7th best quarterback in the NFL. But when you pay everybody that matches that description from like number 2 maybe all the way through number 15, they're all getting paid like they're the best quarterback in the NFL. And when you do that, you can't compete. As the 6th or 7th best quarterback, you should be getting like 70% so the team can use the 30% to bridge the gap that your lack of talent creates. As good as you are, Dak, your lack of talent compared to Patrick Mahomes, but demanding that you make the same amount of money is a major problem to the tune of about $20 million. Just under 10% of the salary cap we are sacrificing because the laws of the market say we have to have you. Okay, I'm just saying I'd rather have Kirk Cousins at 45. I'd rather have Baker Mayfield at 30. I think Chief had a great point. I'd really rather have neither of them because history says if you find yourself in this spot, you're 8-9 years into a guy's career, it's clear he cannot be the deciding factor. History demands you let him walk and draft another rookie because that's the only other way you've been able to win the Super Bowl for 2 decades, right? Can't even really get to it, but Matt Ryan did. He still collapsed down the stretch because he does not have what it takes to close football games.
You just play Trey Lance if you want to. I mean, Brandon Ayuk was just on an Instagram Live. They asked him, hey, Jimmy G or Trey Lance? He said Trey Lance. He played with both guys.
I think that would be a great solution. I think that would get you theoretically closer to a Super Bowl than just reloading Dak. And I have nothing against Dak. I'm a huge believer in his talent. The economy of quarterback is broken. That's the thing to get mad at. And the Cowboys' inability to recognize what the true dynamics are.
The economy is broken, and the Cowboys' way of team building is broken. And now you are on a hamster wheel, and you have 2 sides that will not budge on their thinking. Dak is going to say, I'm not taking less, because why the hell should I? Because my entire career, you have done nothing in terms of free agency and player acquisition outside of drafting and developing to actually show me that you were going to use that money out of re-signing our own players, which clearly has not been good enough to win a Super Bowl. And the Cowboys are so damn scared of being in quarterback purgatory that they're like, you know what? We got a guy that is a winner, that is good in the regular season, that will put us in the playoffs, but is not good to drag away our team that has holes in it because that's our own damn fault because we're not building a complete team because we sit out of free agency and we screw up the salary cap every year and we'll lose in the playoffs. So you're screwed as a Cowboy fan.
Yes.
That's how it feels.
Is it broken because they don't do anything in free agency?
It's what you're complaining about the trade deadline.
Yeah.
It's free agency. It's not using every type of aspect to team build and then using the same damn excuse every offseason that we don't have cap space and you'll never have cap space because you don't change the way that you build and do business when it comes to building your roster.
I get you Super Bowl 5 years, Brian. All you have to do is put me in charge of that salary cap.
Because I wonder, though, we talk about, do they not have salary cap space because they've got legitimately good players? They've got some of the best. I mean,
to an extent, that's a problem, right?
Look at the Pro Bowl. Look at the top 100 list. Look at anything that they measure the players. It seems like every year the Cowboys have 7 or 8.
They draft really well, then they have to re-sign their own. So yeah, that's an aspect of it. Sure.
I think the biggest problem with the Cowboys is all these contracts came up at the same time.
I think that's a good point.
That's what's got them effed right
and
now.
And you've paid the wrong guys too. You've paid guys that you shouldn't have given $10 million guaranteed dollars to Tony Pollard last year. You shouldn't have paid Steele. You shouldn't have paid Zeke. Shouldn't have paid Gallup. Shouldn't have paid Jalen Smith. There's plenty of these where, you're taking your money and you're giving it to your guys, and the guys you're giving it to are a disaster. Thank God they didn't do it today with Biotish or Pollard or Armstrong.
Right. That is a great point.
Yes, they have good players that they need to pay, but I think sometimes the league overvalues them because they're Cowboys, and the Cowboys fall in love with their own and overpay them.
Yeah, we got to run, though. It's a great discussion. Brian, final point?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we'll get back to this discussion a little bit later on. When we come back, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 420. Where are we going?
Top 10 advertising mascots of all time. We had the cereal conversation last week. It seems like a lot of good cereal mascots, but it was also National Mario Day. What's a better mascot than Mario? That's next.
At Diamonds Direct, they're experts. Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's that woolly bully, Zach with an H, with your top 10.
Thank you very much for being to the top 10 most memorable advertising mascots of all time. We were talking about National Cereal Day the other day, like Toucan Sam, of course. He's an awesome advertising mascot. But there's a lot, and it was National Mario Day a day ago. So I thought, okay, this one could be fun. But we do have some news. According to The Athletic and Diana Rossini, Giants are getting very, very close to finalizing a trade with the Carolina Panthers to get edge Brian Burns. That is going to be a significant trade-off for, I would assume, or else the Panthers are going to look even worse, and they already do as an organization, because they had the opportunity to trade Brian Burns. I think the last 2 off seasons, they've had teams offer first-round picks and then some.
Yes.
The Rams being one of which. So if it's not for a minimum of a 1 and X amount, whatever included, gosh, they really, really, really dropped the bag on that one. But we'll see. NFC keeps getting better. Eagles making moves. Giants trying to. They still don't have a quarterback, though, so that's a good thing. But we'll see what that ends up being.
Carolina going to try and recoup the 1 that they lost overall.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get the Giants. You think it's this year's 1 or next year's 1? That's the 6th overall pick.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be the 6th overall pick. I feel like next year's 1 makes some sense, and maybe they throw in this year's 2, which is at the top of the 2nd round.
Man, I would love it if the Giants are giving up this year's first-round pick.
That'd be amazing.
For Brian Burns. Good player, for sure.
But it doesn't make any sense that they would do that,
No,
considering they don't like Daniel Jones, and they're in position to maybe get one of these quarterbacks.
You know,
That'd be awesome.
next year's 1 makes a lot of sense if you're in a situation where, like, you know, if we don't do anything better, we're all going to get fired, and that'll be somebody else's problem.
Right.
That's
right.
You know, we've seen that before, and I say it all the time. Like, if you're a team that's struggling and you know you have 1 more year, and I'm surprised that the Maras would let them trade a 1 for Burns. I'm surprised.
They probably got talked into, hey, you know how we won our last Super Bowls? Pass rush. Brian Burns going to give us that pass rush.
Yeah, man.
It just
O.C.
seems,
Manura.
I mean,
Matthias Kiwanuka.
Yeah.
man, it's crazy. If the 6th overall pick, that would be wild. That would be wild.
Yeah,
I don't think that's happening. It'd be hysterical.
Sounds like a lot.
It really would be.
Well, Carolina, they gave up their, they gave up what,
but they did it for a franchise quarterback, so it makes sense to do that, to take that risk. Woo. We'll see what that trade ends up being. In case, they're basically saying barring any type of major fallout, this trade is in the works. They've got the details for it, so we'll see.
Frankie Louvu ended up with the Commanders.
Ooh, good get.
Yeah, $36 million.
Good get.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a first linebacker officially off the board.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
3
like
years, $36 million. It's not terrible.
And he's supposed to be top of the market guy, right? Him and Patrick Queen, probably.
Him and Patrick Queen are the guys that people are talking about right now.
Yeah, you can get linebackers on the cheap, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's good news. Go get yourself Aziz Al-Shair, and I'll be much more happy.
Hey, if he's still available in the next 10 days, maybe you got a chance.
That's what I was talking with Prince Faisal about. I was just texting with him about. I was hopeful that some of these defensive tackles and these linebackers wouldn't sign, that they would just kind of go through the week and nobody would notice them. And then maybe in the second week, the guys are like, okay, I'm going to really sign a 1-year deal here.
Well, Justin Jones, another defensive tackle, is off the market. He agreed to terms with the Arizona Cardinals, 3 years, $30 million. Just got about $20 million guaranteed. Nothing with Tyron Smith, though, and the Dolphins re-signed Teron Armstead. That became official.
See, to me, Tyron Smith to the Commanders would make a lot of sense because you have a coach that knows what you have to do to get Tyron Smith to the game. If he goes any other place and they're going to listen, I don't practice, I don't do this, I don't do that, I don't know why you would sign Tyron Smith. I know that he is a high-level player, but if you're one of those coaches that likes your guys to practice and wants them to, and be a part of it and all that.
He's not your guy.
He's not your guy. The Commanders are the only team that makes sense just because Dan Quinn saw it with his own eyes.
Yeah, he gets it.
How it works.
Okay, if you're Tyron Smith, though, the command to go to Washington, they'd have to pay you 10%, 20% more than any other team. Like, come on. You're Tyron Smith. You're trying to win.
No.
You're trying to have at least a good time here in your final couple of years.
Yeah,
going to Washington.
Teron Armstead.
Let me tell you this. If it's
No, but to Washington, though, specifically. You're like, I could go to Kansas City potentially, or I could go somewhere where I can do some semblance of winning. My stadium's not going to be like urinating on me.
Well,
that's
how
at
about
least
this?
20%.
At least 20%, right?
Okay, well, how about this then? Remember when Amari Cooper flirted with the Commanders?
Yeah.
Could this possibly be a situation where Tyron Smith is like, man, I ain't going to go to a place that's going to make me practice and do all that stuff? I mean, he's just out there right now seeing what kind of offer he can get.
He wants to drive up the price. He can do that.
Do you think he ends up back with the Cowboys?
If the market out there isn't what he thinks, which I don't think is going to be the case. I think somebody's going to give him money. Maybe it's New England. We heard about that. I don't think he ends up back with the Cowboys. It's going to be super cheap if he does.
I mean, Tony Pollard said, I'm willing to take less. Everything's pointing to the Cowboys maybe redefining how cheap they're going to be in free agency. And I just don't think they can afford Tyron Smith unless he wants to do a super incentive-laden contract.
Well, similar to what he did last year, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
But the need for offensive linemen is so huge. Someone's going to guarantee him and take the risk that he does get hurt.
See, well, then that's kind of why I wonder why he hasn't already been signed. Well, if everybody out there's dying for offensive linemen.
We still got plenty of time for him to get signed, though. I think he'll be all right. But the longer it goes, but we could circle back to that conversation.
You say that, but
if we're here Wednesday, I'll think it's possible.
Would you say he's probably the top tackle in the market right now?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that comes with Tyron.
Is Bakhtiari still good? Because I know he's
retired,
deal, right? Like both of those guys, when they play, they're awesome.
Well, Tyron plays more than Bakhtiari.
He has played more than Bakhtiari.
Yeah,
he has. The Commander's also interested in Austin Eckler. We'll see how that goes. But let's go into the top 10 here. Most memorable advertising mascots of all time. Some of the honorable mentions we've got here are, of course, Wendy from Wendy's. We got the Rice Krispies Snap Crackle Pop. How about Smokey the Bear? We have the Smokey the Bear ads all the time here on this.
Dawson's wearing one today.
You are.
He's got him on his chest, bro.
Yeah. Smokey
right now.
Hell yeah. Mr. Pringle.
Yeah, I couldn't fit it for a couple years, but
Lucky the Leprechaun. Mr. Peanut from Planters.
How about Pillsbury the Poppin' Fresh?
Yeah, he's going to be in the top 10.
Oh, he's going to be? All right.
Geico Gecko.
Poppin' Fresh dough.
Chester the Cheetah. And Fred Flintstone for Fruity Pebbles, Cocoa Pebbles cereal.
A lot of good ones. You know, I like the Trix Rabbit. I liked the Quarter Moon for McDonald's. Mac. It's Mac tonight. Come on, baby, make it Mac tonight. He'd be playing his piano, singing McDonald's tunes like he was a lounge entertainer.
It's like somebody texted in Mr. Kool-Aid, Tony the Tiger. So number 10 is Ronald McDonald from McDonald's. You knew that they were
what a clown.
There. Yeah. Number 9 is Mario.
Scout size working for
you like that, huh?
Mario what?
Mario from the Nintendo games, of course.
Okay.
Number 8 is Colonel Sanders, KFC.
Yeah.
Number 7, Mickey Mouse, Walt Disney Company.
He's number 7?
Number 7.
Wow.
I guess I just didn't think of them as pitchmen. I thought of them as
advertisers. Well, they use the face for sure. All.
Yeah.
Number 6 is the Kool-Aid guy.
Yeah.
McKinstry?
Yeah, Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Andy Reid.
Number 5, we got the Energizer Bunny.
He keeps going.
That is pretty strong.
Going.
Number 4, Mr. Clean.
And going.
Mr. Clean.
What about the Marlboro Man?
The Marlboro Man. That's a good one. Number 3 is indeed Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah.
Ooh, 214 Taco Bell Dog. Under him.
Is that the Chihuahua?
It was the
Yes,
Chihuahua.
dude.
The Jolly Green Giant. That one's good too.
Yeah, it is a
Bucky from Bucky's. Shout out to 518.
I think he scares kids.
Busey's. Number 2 is Tony the Tiger, Frosted Flakes. But number 1,
they're great.
Most memorable advertising mascot of all time, the red and yellow M&Ms.
Pretty good. Pretty good. What about the Aflac?
Duck.
Yeah, the duck.
the duck
the swan.
The caveman, the Geico caveman.
That's what I was thinking.
Amazing.
These commercials are the best.
That's what I was thinking.
So easy a caveman can do it. My man throw down his boom mic. I love that.
They brought him back, dude. They brought him back.
I thought this was I thought these were cartoon dudes.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could use the real ones. Yeah.
How about the Wienermobile? Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
Yeah, the Wienermobile's
Come on, man.
really good.
I think they've pimped it out recently too.
They still you could there's a job. I saw a job offering for that. You could drive that
around.
That's a good
Coca-Cola
gig.
Polar Bears.
The Monopoly Man.
Yes.
Come on, baby.
Yeah.
Come on, baby.
Colonel, maybe.
The Gerber Baby.
Spuds McKenzie. We named our dog after Spuds McKenzie, the Bud Light dog back in the day. He was cool.
The Michelin Tires dude.
Yeah, Michelin Man.
Yeah, the Michelin dude.
Yeah, like them girls being in their tights.
Yeah.
You take them tights off. Look like the Michelin Man.
Ooh, the Coors Light twins. Oh, we're talking cartoons. Yeah.
Yeah, just
twins.
Charlie
Their time.
Ooh, Jack from Jack in the Box.
Captain Morgan.
Yeah.
The big fat Flo.
Everybody does Captain Morgan.
Everybody knows Captain Morgan.
Yeah, you put your little leg up when you
Parcells.
Yeah,
is
pulls a big tuna on you.
Captain Morgan. Wow. What the hell was that?
Sir, your Schwanz has been in my face for
that was
the better
embarrassing.
part of 10 minutes or so.
I've never been more disgusted.
Put on some damn shorts or wrap a towel around you, sir.
What are you
pants
doing?
on, please. It's not your fault. We'll get you some pants.
Broadus did tell me he was, like, for as disgusting as it was, like, you were impressed. And that was surprising.
You know
to me.
what? There's a lot of things I let you get away with. I'm not letting you get away with that. There are times when, I was hammered the other day and you were just saying stuff, and I'm like, yeah, Eric. Yeah,
I believe I painted a picture that had you using a bagel as a napkin, wiping yogurt off your face, and then biting the bagel.
Yeah. He'll let you get away with a lot of stuff, but nothing complimentary towards Parcells, ever.
Especially that. That's the one seed of compliments.
Not
giving him that one.
We got to run. It is time for a little bit of a rim sesh. We got basketball news as well. Chief, where are you taking it?
Guess that fine and basketball or butt crack next year in the nation.
Coming up.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, sir. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got to get a little basketball in here. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. Here's the Chief to hoop it up.
Thank you very much. I did find out once and for all, we did miss the boat on the whole 56 inches thing. That rim, the circumference of a rim is 18 inches. So just so you know, I spent my entire week off last week crunching the numbers. I got out the rulers and stuff, and we've officially figured it out. So I just want you guys to not be alarmed here as I open up a rim sesh and we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 18 inches around that rim.
Let it ride!
The only thing you use the ruler for? Rain dance.
No one corrected you, bro, so you be all right.
Thank you. Actually, it was one guy, I saw a text a couple of weeks ago that was like, hey, 56, you're doing the math wrong. I'm like, okay. So I had to pull out the old T89 calculator, man, and get to work.
It was on a game we were playing, right?
Yeah, it was probably rigged.
It was one of those BS answers. You guys got the victory.
Like 16?
Yeah. Okay, I got more bad news for you on this, Chief.
No, we don't know any right answers.
No, I spent all week crunching the numbers.
We got an 18-inch diameter.
Is that circumference?
That's different than circumference.
But if you have, okay. So if you have the diameter, you can find out the circumference, right?
That's right.
Because that means it's a 9-inch radius.
Does it?
Yes.
Because the radius is half the diameter.
What are you looking at me
Wow,
for?
dude. Wow, you're breaking out real math on me. This is impressive.
Yeah.
You remembered something from high school, sir.
This is a breakthrough.
Yes.
Can somebody do the math and tell us how many inches this freaking rim is?
18 inches across. It's 56 inches around. Is what the 9.
I got 29 and a half. I got 29 and a half circumference. Yeah.
Okay, see what I'm saying? It can be confusing. And this is standard. I know, hey, 3-point lines, the size of the balls, whatever.
Yeah, I think we just don't bring it up in the intro.
It used to be
I dropped it last week.
I noticed it. I noticed. I listened.
It used to be a big damn joke, and now you can't even get the joke right.
Hey, well, we have to understand that it's always a special occasion when Luka Doncic becomes NBA Western Conference Player of the Week. Okay,
Third time this season.
Let's pour one out for our boy Luka, who's getting disrespected out there. No people aren't loving him enough. He's been able to accomplish.
Did we see the best Luka no-look pass over the weekend versus Detroit?
It was stunning.
That was one of those where you're like, you don't even see him peek.
Man.
Like, did he even know there was a guy there?
I feel like
he threw one from the corner one time that went through traffic.
I think he did.
We're going to find out one day that Luka does have eyes in the back of his head.
He does, man.
He's a superhuman. That pass was awesome. Luka also is 4 made threes away from passing Jason Terry for second on the Mavs all-time 3 points made list.
Incredible.
And he's also 11 boards.
Move over, boy!
That's right, Lucius. Sorry about you, Jason Terry. Still love you, Jet. Luka, 11 boards from passing Sean Bradley for fourth on the Mavs all-time rebounds list.
Who would have thought that, huh? Sean Bradley sitting there at number 4.
Running up them
numbers.
numbers.
That's what he could do best, though.
All right, basketball or butt crack here, and then we'll guess that fine. Alleged quote here from Giannis. Now, okay, let me ask you this. Who does Patrick Beverley play for?
The Bucks.
I think he's just on a podcast now. Is he even playing?
Basketball guy of the day, Gavin Dawson. Congratulations. I was like, wow, okay, I guess some way, somehow we've managed to get Beverly over to Milwaukee.
He got traded
I don't remember exactly how that happened.
Was it like one of the first games he showed up with the clipboard trying to show people what to do?
Yeah. Dude, he is coaching his ass off.
Actually, he might be the real coach.
Leadership, man. He leads from the front.
Doc's like, you know what? You take it.
It's cool to watch him interact with Lillard because they have history as well, and some great rivalries happen with Trailblazers Clippers. And so when those two guys got together, everybody's like, wow, are these guys, because they said things. I mean, they had moments. And now Beverly is like his biggest cheerleader. It's pretty cool to watch it.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
Something happens, you become teammates, and all of a sudden, hey, we're in this thing together. Okay, basketball or butt crack?
Yeah.
Here's the quote.
Oh, butt crack.
Giannis talking about his teammate Patrick Beverly. He's one of those guys that, sorry for my language, that you say he's an a-hole, but when he plays on your team, like, that's my a-hole. You know?
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's basketball.
Basketball.
Because Giannis is a little freaky deaky, man.
He is.
Did you see him getting that massage where it was located? I saw a picture that went viral over the weekend with it.
No.
Like, he really is the Greek freak.
Okay, so you missed the LeBron photos with Jeannie Buss getting a little handsy, and I missed the
I'll try to find it and send it to you.
The Giannis massage.
It might have just been the perfect shot in the right moment where he's trying to get the lower back massage, but it ends up being a little bit lower than that.
He's an a-hole, but when he plays on your team, like, that's my a-hole.
That sounds like so Giannis.
Yeah, very
Giannis.
Giannis.
Said that.
Basketball.
That's basketball. You guys nailed it. Congratulations, fellas.
Getting it done.
All right. Did you guys see what Rudy Gobert did to the referee the other day? I think this has been fun. We've been guessing fines throughout the season. Sometimes they are.
This was a big one.
You saw it?
Yes.
Okay, then you have to stay out of this
No,
one.
I'm not staying out because I want to guess. I want to be basketball guy of the day.
Well, sorry. The general already is, man.
Well,
better luck tomorrow.
No, I'm basketball guy of the day.
Rudy Gobert.
$100,000 is what this guy was fined.
Thanks for ruining the damn
nailed it.
Yeah, well, I'll ruin it for all you. I don't care. I'm basketball guy of the day
now.
Yep.
Fine, co-basketball guys of the day. Is that cool with you, Dawson?
Thanks, Dawson. Appreciate you allowing me to be the basketball guy of the day.
Man, I'll cede the crown to you any day of the week, Brian. You're the man.
Except on Mondays. Ha ha!
Windmill dunk. Bam.
You're Anthony Davis and he's Anthony Edwards.
Was it $100,000?
It was Rudy Gobert.
He did the money sign.
Yes, to Scott Foster. He did one of those like he's like, I know what a 3-leg parlay looks like, Scott. And all of a sudden the league came hammering down 100 Gbos, bro.
Yeah.
We've seen coaches get to the microphone. Remember we had the coach pull out the laptop and actually show.
Mike Brown.
Yeah, yes. Mike Brown. Thank you. Good pull, Lucius. Make it the triple threat basketball guys of the day. That was a good pull. And that was $50K for that fine.
But their guy in Detroit got fined too for calling out the official.
Oh yeah, Monty Williams.
Monty Williams says it was the worst call.
It's Monty Williams, basketball guy.
Fine, Walchuk, you can get a little bit of 11 there as well.
No, I'm
good.
Then
finally, did you guys see Pistons general manager Troy Weaver? This is during the Mavs game. There was a Pistons fan in a Red Wings shirt or sweater calling out the general manager of the Pistons, who sits amongst the people, sort of in the lower bowl.
Pat Riley, like.
Yeah, a little bit. And he was like, the fans looked right in his eyes and just says, "You suck at your job." And then the general manager says, "You're lucky I don't beat your A." And then he pointed to the guy, and then security got him out of there. So it's a pretty good video. And I think this general manager, definitely, he's a big boy. I think this dude would have smacked the rest. This is like a college kid fan who's calling out the general manager, telling him to his face,
he just giving him the business
in his own palace, that he sucks at his job. I think that warrants a throw out. I don't need that. I'm here working. Get out of here. There's your rim sesh.
What if you just said, "I agree with you"? What if you just said, "You're right. I do suck at my job"?
Honestly, I would like to see how that plays out. Then the guy's like, you kind of are like, okay.
So the
we
guy's
agree
like,
here.
I stick.
Yeah, then the response is probably, then you should quit. And then you say, but I don't quit. I work till the end.
Yeah, I'm gonna
My
see
mom
this,
raised me better than that.
I'm gonna see this one through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not 56 or 18 or 28. It's 56.548667 inches as the tolos.
Okay, what is this, pi?
You got pi times a diameter.
Oh, I actually just...
So 18 times 3.14. That'll get you your circumference.
Look at that. Okay. Then we're back at it. 56 inches. There it goes. We're rounding down.
Here we go. Football's finest is coming up next. Eric, what's on deck?
Let's get you a free agency update as news is just coming off hot the presses there. We have farmers carries and we have ranch dressing issues in Buffalo next year in the nation.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. A massive period of transformation for this Cowboys roster as key players and names that fans are recognizing have joined other teams so far today, with Biotish official in Washington, Tony Pollard official in Tennessee, and Michael Gallup's expected departure coming soon. Of course, Dorrance Armstrong's in Washington. So depth is taking a hit. What will the Cowboys do? We're standing by for that. In the meantime, we'll take a look at the league at large. Here's Chief with football's finest.
Okay, so we know Russell Wilson is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. The internet is trying to figure out what is Russell Wilson's little tagline going to be now that he's in Pittsburgh. Because it used to be "Go Hawks," after every moment at the microphone and the post game or whatever, it was always "Go Hawks." And then he gets to Denver and it's Broncos country, let's ride. So what is it going to be now for the Steelers? And I would love for the Tolos to text in what they believe that is going to be. I've seen things like Steelers Nation, let's weld.
Okay.
Steeler Nation, let's steal. But I don't know how many. I don't know if that's getting the job done.
Can I suggest good things come to those who wait?
Steeler Nation, good things come to those who wait.
No, it doesn't walk off.
It's just long.
Doesn't have the punch to it. The Heinz tie-in.
He's gonna have to get creative.
Old Heinz commercials, Brian remembers.
But I don't think they're Heinz anymore. Didn't they get bought out by somebody else? That stadium?
Oh, it's a new name. Yeah, it's not Heinz Field anymore. They did bring the ketchup bottle back, though.
As it should.
They took it away and then they brought it back.
Without it.
Acrisure Stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
It just sounds
really
weird.
bad. So, I don't know. Mr. Unlimited is going to have to get creative with this one, though.
Steelers Nation.
Sure, you give this guy a amount of time, he'll come up with at least the third corniest exit phrase he's ever had.
Wave those towels.
Steeler Nation, let's grind. I could see him throwing that out there.
Oh yeah.
But we'll continue to take your suggestions at 877-881-1053. In the meantime, Saquon Barkley becomes an Eagle today, and you have. Did you see what Tiki Barber was quoted as saying? "You're dead to us, Saquon. Good luck. You're dead to me."
What?
Go to the Eagles.
I saw some Giants fans burning his jersey, and it's like, man, you guys, come on.
I saw one guy urinating on it. Another one was in the toilet with poop on it.
Oh man!
Yeah, so there's a lot of bathroom stuff going on with the Barkley jersey.
I think that's the most offensive.
Is the pooing, urinating, or setting it on fire? Which one's the worst?
I think setting it on fire is what I expect. When you do that, I'm like, okay, this is run of the mill. You're peeing on it. That's pretty dang disrespectful. But I think the tooing on it is probably where I really draw the line.
And how do you even flush that? I mean, that's getting clogged.
That's the problem.
You're gonna have to take that out.
No, I don't think. Yeah, if you're.
You can go to the portalet and put it down there.
Yeah, you got to be in somebody's bathroom that you don't care about. It's definitely not your own.
Just throw it down in the blue water.
If you're in your
on it.
Yeah, if you're in your own place.
The Long Game Polly where he starts using that wash rag.
Yeah,
and he runs out of.
If you're in your own place, I think that's what you have to do. You have to use the jersey as the toilet paper, but it doesn't actually enter the toilet. You can't be flushing that thing. Now you got bigger problems on your hands. But you're dead to us, Saquon. Good luck. You're dead to me, is the quote from Tiki Barber in regards to Saquon Barkley leaving the Giants and now becoming an Eagle. One of the biggest news of the day is Josh Jacobs going from the Raiders to the Packers and Aaron Jones being released. So the Cowboy Killer himself is out and available. We'll see what his market is, but Rossini is describing his market as being, he's got quite a few suitors and things are moving quickly with all these running backs. Mm-hmm. So I don't believe that the Cowboys will be in on Aaron Jones. They're probably not even aware that he's available at this very moment, but he will command more dollars than what the Cowboys will be willing to give. So,
with injuries and 30 years old, I guess you have a 6-game stretch like that, and you're going to have suitors no matter what position you play. He was dominant.
Yeah, no, he absolutely was. The way he closed that year out was
put you in the playoffs
for sure.
Game.
I honestly think I think the Packers just got worse at running back. To be honest with you, I don't think Josh Jacobs is better than Aaron Jones.
He has had a very up and down career. I think Brian was saying earlier he did have a really good year.
2 years ago, he did lead the league in rushing.
Yeah, I would take Jacobs over. I'd take Jacobs over.
That's
him.
interesting.
Yeah.
Although he did get basically the same contract that Aaron Jones got 2 years ago.
Explosive. He catches the ball well. He blitz pickups. He didn't come off the field. I'll take that cat, Jacobs. He's tough, man, running that ball.
He is tough.
And I know Jones is too. I just think you could do Jones catches the ball well. I just think there's a little bit more of that kind of that elusiveness to Jacobs' game, though, too. Make somebody miss and then be able to finish. So I wish Dallas would have got a crack at him.
At Jacobs?
Yeah.
Speaking of the running back market, Ravens have been in contact with Derrick Henry today. So who knows? Sure. Maybe that's the next running back domino to fall. We know he shares an agent with Dak.
Yeah, and you had Gus Edwards going from one of the Harbaughs in Baltimore to the newest NFL Harbaugh in Los Angeles with the Chargers, and he's one of the best short yardage backs in the league. So, you know, the physicality that Jim Harbaugh wants to bring everywhere he goes, his first signing being a power back, short yardage back, I actually think makes plenty of sense.
Surprising.
There. Some symbolism.
When you put it like that.
Now, we are getting suggestions. 817 for Russell Wilson, walk-off. Black and gold, let's roll.
Okay. Oh, I like that.
Perhaps.
Probably trademark that one.
I don't think any of these are very good.
You got to go let's roll. You know, let's roll was what the 9/11 dudes that fought back said before they pulled that plane down in that field in Pennsylvania. I think let's roll is probably
okay. That's actually badass.
Yeah, there's layers to this.
There is layers.
I appreciate you pointing that out, and I'm sure the texter in the 817 who sent that was thinking the exact same thing. So you guys are nailing this thing, and you got Russell Wilson and Mike Tomlin doing some winning. Dawson?
Yes, I do. I think absolutely. The playoff streak continues or restarts or whatever they need to do. But, I think Russell Wilson is probably the perfect quarterback for that system right now. And he is probably put in a spot now where he's like, man, I'm not the star. I need to go out here and execute Tomlin's game plan. He's going to take care of me. The let Russ cook era is over. And I even think he, with perhaps the worst self-awareness in all of football, recognizes that fact.
I saw a video of Eagles lineman Lane Johnson doing something in the weight room.
I saw this last week doing his boxer briefs.
He's in his boxer briefs, yes.
It's incredible, really.
He's doing farmer's carry, so he's just walking around carrying a bunch of weight. What would be the weight that would impress you here? Before I tell you how much weight this is.
Just walking around carrying plates?
He's carrying, yes, it's like he's carrying like one of those sort of like trap bars, and he's got a bunch of weight on it. How much weight should he be carrying around to make you feel like, okay, this
200?
Okay, 200.
I'm gonna go 3.
705 pounds. Lane Johnson carrying it, dude. This is
just an animal, dude.
I thought the most impressive thing I was going to see weight room wise over the last couple of weeks was when Austin Eckler, who we look at as a small scat back, doing pull-ups with 100 pounds hanging from his ankles.
Yeah.
And he's just cranking him out like it's no problem. But this dude, Lane Johnson, carrying around 700 pounds, very impressive. Now, I was not familiar with, I don't know exactly what the deal is with this, but in Buffalo, you have Deion Dawkins, offensive lineman. He was joking with sort of trolling the Bills Mafia by putting up peace signs and saying, like, it was fun, Buffalo, excited for my next chapter, though, because he was a free agent. And so everybody thought that he might be leaving. He ultimately re-signed, and so it was a big joke. Like 10 minutes later, he gets the extension. But part of his fake troll goodbye to Buffalo involved him writing, I wonder if it's okay for me to eat ranch now. So is he implying that, like, in Buffalo, you're not allowed to take that buffalo wing? Like
I think they're a blue cheese team.
Yeah, they're a blue cheese only.
Blue cheese only
Buffalo.
team. Yeah,
they don't allow the ranch.
And no ranch. Blue cheese only.
Yeah, that's the first time I just heard about that. Wow, I wouldn't make it far up there.
Yeah, you better enjoy your blue cheese.
Oh, I love me some blue cheese.
Although I think theirs is supposed to be better.
They would have corrected me real fast.
They've got better blue cheese.
I'm not mad at blue cheese with the buffalo sauce. I'm not,
I'm with you on that.
It's not my first pick, but I'm not mad at it.
See, that's my go-to. I am definitely hot wings. We're going blue cheese. Otherwise, I'll go ranch.
All day on blue cheese.
I thought the only thing, like, there is my local
There's
pizzeria.
A way to make it. There's a way to make the blue cheese, though, more of a creamy like ranch. There's a way to do it.
Just putting more mold inside of it?
No, you could use. No, you could.
Or is it less mold? Perhaps
probably less mold.
You cut
the moldier,
you cut the blue cheese with the ranch. Is what you do. You cut the blue cheese with it.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
But
I'll do it for you.
Yeah, they're snobs when it comes to this. Much like Chicago, don't you touch ketchup on a dog. It's mustard only there.
Okay, because this is what I was wondering. Like, I know you go to the steakhouse, you don't ask for the steak sauce. Like, I understand that. But otherwise, I mean, there is a pizzeria, my favorite local pizza spot. When I go in there, this, like, hardcore Italian, if you ask for ranch, he's going to Uncle Phil you up out of the place.
Yeah. So you got to take it to go then.
Like, if you want ranch, you better take that thing to go, dude. But I wasn't sure how many other things, like, where else are we getting super passionate about? No, you can't have this condiment. I didn't even know about the ketchup on the dogs in Chicago. I didn't realize that was so offensive. But I'm looking forward to going to Buffalo one day and having an official Buffalo wing, but they're going to look at me sideways when I squirt some Hidden Valley onto that plate. It's disappointing.
They're going to be ticked.
Mac Jones also being traded over the weekend, and
they're going to jump through your table.
Yeah, dude, that's true. Bills Mafia is not messing around.
There you go.
Mac Jones being traded to Jacksonville, and it just reiterates, like, it's a shame because Mac Jones did actually have a better rookie season than most of us anticipated. And then since then, they've built nothing. It's been just egregious with the way the Patriots handled him. And now I think he's probably broken forever. And it's really sad, but you give him Fat Patricia and Joe Judge to be co-offensive coordinators. You take a defensive guy and a special teams coach. Here, Mac, here's your offense. And then you give him a bunch of nobodies as playmakers and wide receivers. One of those guys you go get is Devontae Parker, who has been Mr. Consistent dead balls last in terms of wide receiver separation every single year over the last 4 years. Mac Jones is now, it's a shame he's damaged goods, but I think New England actually broke him. Yeah. And we'll see if Jacksonville can try and get him on the mend there and return to being at least like an average quarterback. But I felt like he was trending in the right direction of being average quarterback, and now it's plummeted. And I don't know if it's ever coming back for him.
Yeah, it's tough. From my understanding, Belichick set him up his rookie year. Remember that like first 8 or 9 weeks, he was looking like he was going to be rookie of the year. But they built him a game plan that was so basic that he could operate in that. But as the league scouted him and then they started asking him to do more, make more complicated reads, start pushing the ball down the field, that's when it's just blown up in his face and his confidence was shot. I was always shocked that anybody considered him good enough to be a first-round pick. And, it's not a big surprise to me at all that he hasn't accomplished anything. And I think the 6th round pick for the Jags is about appropriate value. It's incredible how many guys that get first round picks at this position are just incapable of doing it over the long term. But it's symptomatic of the same issue. There's not enough good quarterbacks, and we're constantly reaching. We're reaching in free agency for guys. We're reaching in the draft, and we're reaching to sign our own guys at this position. And it's tough if you don't have one of the guys who's the absolute best. And that's the only time this organization has ever been able to get it done with Troy Aikman and Roger Staubach.
Yeah,
and
New England really hurt.
The longer we go, the more and more that becomes the case.
Yeah, I guess McDaniels had a good year with him as a rookie, and that's why I was like, maybe McDaniels doesn't stink that bad, terrible as a head coach. But what's Doug Peterson known for? The backup quarterback. With Mac Jones there now? Maybe.
Wow.
Maybe Mac Jones turns into something. He's his new Nick Foles.
Move over Pat Mahomes. There's a new stud in the AFC.
We'll find a way to go on a run with good old Mac.
972 Steel City. Let's get Liddy.
A little cheesy, but hey, that's right up Russ's alley.
That is.
He's trying to relate to more like the top of the demographic than the kids.
It's blue collar too over there.
Okay.
It doesn't feel like it's steel mills, we're doing welding and whatnot.
It does.
I don't think the let's get Liddy. But there are no bad ideas right now. I think Russ is going to be in a little bit of trouble here from a creative standpoint. He's going to have to figure this thing out.
Maybe maybe pack your lunch pail. Hey, Steeler Nation, pack your lunch pail. That kind of thing.
Get your hard hats.
Yeah, get your hard hats. Yeah.
They're like, we already got that, dude. That's what we do. This is who we are. It's the fabric of our city. I do think the two names that are a bummer that the Cowboys are going to be losing out on. Devin Singletary, he's a giant. He was one of those veteran running backs I was hoping for, probably out of the price range, though, for what the Cowboys would have been willing to do. And then Grover Stewart interior defensive lineman, run stuffing
him a lot.
monster,
Yeah.
re-signs with the Colts, but he gets 3 years, $39 million. That would have been another one that's outside of their price range. So those are the two guys. Good news is linebackers are still pretty much there for the taking. So hopefully like an Al Shire type of dude will be available for the Cowboys there. But it'll be interesting to
They
see.
lost Frankie Luvo.
Frankie Luvo's a commander right now.
Yeah.
But
Zach Bond just signed with the Eagles.
Who did?
Zach Bond, former New Orleans Saint. Wisconsin.
Bond?
Yeah, just Bond.
On Bond, Wisconsin.
Baun.
All righty. What a day in the NFL. If you have thoughts, truckwreck.com fan text is open. Are you frustrated that the Cowboys have not done more? Please leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll read you some of the best thoughts on that. And then jump into the expressway, taking you commercial free to the top. LA Live is coming up at 5:40, and we're back with you to go commercial free here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat. Yeah, buddy, welcome back, Nation. Time to hit the expressway. We're going commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the On Time Experts. Okay, truckwreck.com fan text is open. Are you highly frustrated or what with the Cowboys' inactivity here, day one of the legal tampering period? A lot of moves are being made. It seems like the Eagles, who were in much more cap